Abyss Domination Chapter 239 to Chapter 306. Time ticked by. Soren frowned as he stared at the nautical chart. He then picked up a quill and began to draw on it. Not here. Not here. There are monsters here. The natives here are too strong. There are only 2 places left. 5 or 6 positions were crossed in a row, and there were only 2 positions left in front of Soren. Although these 2 places weren't the best, they should be the easiest places to build a town. Soren didn't have thousands of professionals under his command. In other words, he couldn't even compare to the small and medium-sized guilds in his previous life. After all, most of the people who explored the sea were Tier 3. Soren's subordinates who were Tier 3 and above were all pirate leaders. His only advantage was his high combat power. With his and Vivian's strength, they could easily crush ordinary enemies. Island, sea route, natural port, coastal location. Exploring the sea wasn't something that could be done by just drawing a map. That was a suicidal act. This world was relatively barren. Although there were things that could do the same thing as excavators, they had to be top-notch in terms of combat power. Otherwise, they would have to rely on wizard spells such as stone to mud and mud to stone. Soren's core development depended on sea trade, so a natural port was a necessary part. The location must be near the sea to facilitate transportation. Next was the sea route. The sea route must be relatively safe and avoid dangerous areas. It would be best if there were islands or transit stations nearby to replenish fresh water. After all, it would take 7 to 8 days to cross the sea. After all, the outer islands were still in the sea. A round trip would take at least half a month. Looks like I can only go to both places. Soren put away the nautical chart and was about to get up and look at other things. But at this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside. Then, a maid ran over and said intermittently, "Sir. Sir." She woke up. Soren was stunned when he heard this. Then, he showed a hint of surprise. Soren didn't care about anything else. He didn't even go through the door and directly jumped out of the window. Then, he turned into a blur and rushed toward the room in the courtyard. "Brother." As soon as Soren entered the room, Vivian called out to him. However, her expression seemed to be a little tired. She sat up on the bed and rubbed the corners of her eyes with her small white hands. As if she was still half asleep, she asked, "How long have I been sleeping?" He felt like he had slept for a long time again. 5 days. Soren looked at her carefully and asked, "Vivian? How do you feel?" The little girl raised her small hand to cover her mouth and murmured, "I actually slept for so long again?" "Oh. I don't know either. I just feel a little tired and want to sleep again." "Still want to sleep?" Soren's expression froze for a moment before he whispered, "Are you dreaming?" What did he dream of? Dream? The little girl seemed to have remembered something. Her cute little face showed a look of reminiscence. She even bit her finger a little. After Soren frowned and removed her finger from her mouth, she stuck out her tongue. The little girl sometimes bit her finger. This habit occasionally appeared. She tilted her head and murmured, "I dreamed of a monster that looked like a giant octopus." "Brother. That giant octopus was so hard to kill. I smashed it into pieces, but I still couldn't kill it completely." "Oh. In the end, there was no other way. I could only roast it and eat it." "Eat it?" Soren's expression was a little silly, but he quickly recovered. The dream was just the evolution of the battle between the divine will. Vivian didn't really eat a trace of Dagon's divine will. Instead, it evolved into the dream of eating it during the process of devouring it. However, it seemed that the little girl had indeed grown a lot. From the point that she could fuse with external divinities, her potential was really unpredictable. How much divinity did the Swamp King have? According to Soren's estimation and the results of the data analysis, the Swamp King's divinity should not be as high as that of the Son of Fear. After all, the latter had the bloodline of the Son of Fear. The Swamp King just received a trace of divinity in the blasphemy ceremony of the ultimate abyssal demon lord, Dagon. Therefore, if the Son of Fear's divinity value was about 3 points, then the Swamp King's divinity value must be below 3 points. It was just that it had lived longer and its strength was higher than that of the Son of Fear. Then, the Swamp King's divinity value should be about 1 to 2 points, and the possibility of 2 points was very high. Vivian used less than a week to complete the fusion of 2 points of divinity. This speed was not slower than many demigods. Even if someone succeeded in killing a god in the future, the speed of absorbing and fusing divinity would definitely not be faster than her. Divinity was the most difficult part of the divine power to fuse because this power was difficult to be deprived. But other divine powers, such as the Shard of Divinity, were easy to fuse. In the future, many new gods relied on the Shard of Divinity to ascend. Their divinity was at most the level of Lesser Divinity. The Shard of Divinity was a power that was easy to control. As long as you killed a saint who was the incarnation of a god, you could get a part of the Shard of Divinity. If you mastered some special abilities, or even understood the power of the laws of the gods, then you could get a complete Shard of Divinity. In Soren's memory, there was a person who fused with Lesser Divine Power once. The so-called Lesser Divine Power was the Lesser Shard of Divinity, and Divine Power was just the energy stored inside the Shard of Divinity. Most of the Divine Power level referred to the Shard of Divinity. Because Divine Power was a power value, after the prayers of believers were converted into Divine Power value, this Divine Power value was the same as the mana value after the collapse of the magic net. Vivian couldn't help but stretch after she finished speaking. The little girl stretched her little arms and legs, then she crawled into Soren's arms like a cat. Her little head rubbed against Soren's chest, then she closed her eyes again and fell asleep in just a few seconds. It seemed that she had used up too much energy to defeat the ancient Abyss Lord, Dagon's divine consciousness. She actually fell asleep so quickly. This time, Soren felt a lot more at ease because Vivian was not in danger now. She was just too tired after the spiritual battle. This sleep lasted for another 2 days. When the little girl woke up from her exhaustion, Soren had already arranged everything and was ready to leave for the Outer Islands. Soren did a lot of preparation work for this trip to the Outer Islands, including food and medicine on 2 ships, weapons and tools on 1 ship, and about 300 slaves. Some of these slaves came from the mainland, some from the Outer Islands, and some were even the children of the slaves. Although Soren's plan required a large number of slaves to realize, the first step of development was not to bring too many slaves because they needed to consume food and manpower to manage them. If there were any diseases or accidents, these slaves would die one by one, and Soren would suffer a great loss. This was the first batch of slaves. As Soren's coolies to develop the Outer Islands, he would only send the second batch of slaves after the development of the Outer Islands was successful. For this operation, Soren mobilized a total of 3 large warships, 3 large cargo ships, and a ghost ship. However, the ghost ship was hidden at the bottom of the sea, and other people basically did not know the existence of this ship. Soren did not intend to spread the news of him controlling the ghost ship. Only the pirates who had experienced the battle with the Swamp King would occasionally say that they saw His Excellency Throat Cutter summoning the ghost ship. Anyway, this thing should be kept a little mysterious. Port Tylon. Soren stood on the bow of the ship and looked into the distance, and then ordered the fleet to set off. With the command of his men, 6 large ships set sail. There were many observers near the dock. Some were curious, some were happy, some were relaxed, and some were gloating. Anyway, many people were curious about Soren's fleet to go to the Outer Islands. In this regard, Soren did not care at all. Because whether or not he could rise in the future in the Avatar crisis depended on whether or not he could achieve something with this boat. On the 3rd day of quitting smoking, I coughed up thick phlegm in the morning. It's very uncomfortable. Today it's even worse. Under the blue sky. Soren looked a little thin but full of strength as he stood on the Dragonhead warship. He held a curved sword in each hand and his body was slightly squatted down like a taut bowstring. He seemed to be listening to something with his back facing the others. Behind him was Adele Isabella, who was moving at high speed. The red-haired female pirate was also holding a sword in both hands. She constantly changed her position around Soren, as if looking for his flaws and opportunities to attack. Time passed little by little, as if she felt that there were no obvious flaws. The red-haired female pirate shouted and rushed over. At the same time, she waved her 2 swords and slashed towards Soren's shoulder. The other sword directly slashed towards his throat. Dang dang dang, Soren made his move in an instant. The curved sword in his hand turned into a cold light, blocking Adele Isabella's attack. At the same time, he slashed back. The opponent had dodged with an unusually agile speed, and at the same time, slashed towards Soren's abdomen. At this time, Soren's movements seemed to be a little slow. Not only did the red-haired female pirate slash his abdomen, but it also tore his clothes and made a bloody mark. But he did not hesitate. Almost after being attacked by the opponent, he immediately rolled and dodged. At the same time, he slashed towards Adele Isabella's ankle. Dang dang dang. Continuous parries sounded. Soren took 3 steps back, and another bloody mark appeared on his shoulder. On the other side of the warship, a man with a scar on the side of his face watched the battle on the Dragonhead warship not far away. His expression was a little surprised and puzzled. "Your Excellency, are you going easy on that woman?" Otherwise, with his Excellency throat cutter's skills, how could he not even beat that bad-tempered woman? "I don't think that woman is much stronger than us, right?" This was a pirate leader. Soren picked out the good fighters from the surviving men and promoted them to the level of a small pirate leader. No. Standing next to him was a half-elf. The half-elf was also watching the battle on the Dragonhead warship. He said lightly, "His Excellency throat cutter didn't let Adele Isabella win. How is this possible?" The scarred man who asked the question first said, "Don't think that I can't understand anything just because I'm not as good as you. In any case, I participated in the battle against the Swamp King and killed 5 enemies with my own hands. The strength of His Excellency throat cutter is not something that the red-haired woman can handle. If he didn't let her go, I'm afraid that woman would be defeated within 3 moves." The half-elf glanced at him and calmly said, "Your Excellency did not let her win. It's just that you've been fighting with your eyes closed." Fight with his eyes closed. Hearing the half-elf's words, the other pirate leaders nearby couldn't help but quiet down. Then one by one, they looked over there. There was still a lot of distance between the 2 ships. Others only saw Soren fighting with the red-haired female pirate, but they couldn't see that Soren had been fighting with his eyes closed. Only the half-elf's first mate had sharper eyes. He saw that Soren had never opened his eyes from beginning to end. He's really fighting with his eyes closed. A bald pirate with a fierce face scratched his scalp with a hook and said incredulously, "His Excellency throat cutter is so powerful with his eyes closed. Is he training some powerful combat skills?" No one answered. Because others couldn't understand why Soren was fighting with Adele Isabella with his eyes closed. Dang dang dang. It was yet another round of confrontation. As Adele Isabella's round of continuous attacks ended, the 2 of them could not help but distance themselves. The red-haired female pirate noticed that Soren made a gesture, so she immediately stopped her plan to continue attacking. She stood in front of Soren and waited quietly. This was the 3rd time this kind of combat training, and the man in front of her actually wanted to fight with her with his eyes closed. At first, she thought he was joking, but later she realized that he was serious. And he really had the ability to fight with her with his eyes closed. Blind battle. Soren took a breath and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the red-haired female pirate in front of him, then nodded slightly and said, "That's it for today." After that, he picked up a towel and wiped the sweat and blood on his body. The battle was for real. Soren did have wounds on his body, but they were not that serious. He was a person who believed in actual combat experience. Training could only be improved the most in actual combat. As for the injuries on his body, it was a small matter. Anyway, he also had a very strong regeneration ability. It would take 5 or 6 days for the fleet to reach the Kelp Islands. He was not going to waste this time. Every day, he would fight with the red-haired female pirate regularly to train his other abilities. Because Soren had obtained a lot of information during this period of time, a row of data appeared in front of him. Combat experience. You have successfully launched a special combat skill. You have learned something in battle. In training, you have mastered new combat skills. You have obtained some information about sword form, spinning strike. Combat experience. With combat training, your combat skills have gradually improved. You have obtained some information about dual-wielding defense. Combat experience. With combat at sea, your combat ability in the sea environment has improved, and your ability to balance against the bumps of the ship has improved. You have obtained some information about sea combat. Combat experience. Through the repeated training, you've comprehended a unique combat technique. You have learned the ability, dual wielding. Combat experience. As you train and temper yourself, you've grasped some special combat techniques. You have obtained some information about the ability, blind battle. There were a total of 5 information prompts. Perhaps it was because Soren had recently been leaning towards accumulating strength, all the information about skills appeared in one breath today. The most important one was the ability, dual wielding. Soren had received this information prompt twice. In order to master this ability, he had spent a lot of energy. Then there was the information prompt of sword form, spinning strike. This prompt appeared because Soren had carefully observed Adele Isabella's battle and learned the spinning strike technique she used. According to this progress, it should not take too long to learn it. Then there was the ability, dual wielding defense. This ability had appeared once in the Battle of the Swamp King. It was an accident that it appeared now. Therefore, the main purpose of Soren's training this time was to master the ability, blind battle. In order to practice blind battle skills, he closed his eyes and fought. However, this also reduced his ability to grasp the enemy's position. He could not completely determine the enemy's position, so he had to turn to a defensive battle. He could find the enemy's position through the enemy's attack and then launch a counterattack. As a result, he did not expect to train the combat skill, dual wielding defense. Soren did not receive the information prompt of blind battle, but he received its information prompt first. I finally mastered dual wielding. Soren looked at his own data display and could not help but let out a long sigh. After mastering dual wielding, I should be able to level up my profession and further strengthen my ability. Ability points were very precious. If time allowed, it was better to train the relatively simple basic abilities by himself and then use the ability points to level them up. Otherwise, it would be a waste to waste the ability points on those basic abilities. After all, some abilities could be mastered by oneself as the number of battles increased. Maybe it was because his combat experience was getting richer, or maybe it was because Soren's accumulation of experience had reached a certain level. Recently, the speed at which he received information prompts was obviously much faster than before, and the effect of training some basic abilities was very good. Phew! Just as Soren was about to take a break to level up his profession and then think about which ability to level up, there was a sudden commotion on the cargo ship next to him. It was followed by the shouts of the sailors and some chaotic noises. The noise made Soren frown. Then, he lightly jumped and directly landed on the deck of the ship. Something seemed to have happened here. Soren could only temporarily give up on leveling up his profession and come over to take a look. After all, there were no battles happening for the time being. What's going on? He landed on the deck and looked at the sailors in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "What happened? Why is it so noisy?" Hearing Soren's deep voice, the sailors on the cargo ship were obviously afraid and shrank back a little. The named throat cutter was now able to stop children from crying at night in the south coast area. When he saw Soren, he was obviously a little scared. It was a brave sailor next to him who answered, "Your Excellency, throat cutter. Below. There's a slave down there who's sick. We're worried that it's a contagious disease. We're going to throw him into the sea, but a slave is protecting him and won't let us get close." Disease? When Soren heard this word, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It wasn't a joke to encounter a disease while out at sea. Even a profession might not be able to withstand it sometimes. In the case of sailing at sea, contagious diseases were indeed a nightmare. It could eventually lead to the infection of the entire ship. Therefore, when encountering such a situation, most people would throw the infected person into the sea, especially the infected person among the slaves. In order to prevent all the slaves from being infected, they might even execute the infected slave. The medical skills in this world weren't very good. Doctors were good at sword wounds. In terms of treating diseases, other than magic, Droll was more proficient in herbs. Here, the most common treatment for illness was to resist it. If you could resist it, you would live. If you couldn't resist it, then there was no other way. Although priests could cure most diseases, Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to pay the incomparably expensive price. Even the priests of good gods wouldn't help others without paying in return. There were too many people in this world who were suffering, and they simply couldn't help all of them. Take me to have a look. Soren was still quite concerned about this group of slaves. These slaves were the main labor force when he opened up the sea. If they all died of diseases at sea, then it would be really troublesome. As soon as his voice fell, a sailor beside him immediately bowed and led him down. The slaves were locked up in the cabin. As soon as Soren entered the cabin, he smelled a foul stench. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he saw a large group of slaves locked in cages. They were huddled together in a dark pile. The place where they slept was also filled with their own feces. The whole place was stinky. As slaves, their living conditions must be terrible. But in such an environment, it was no wonder that some of them fell sick. Your Excellency. The supervisor who was dealing with this matter immediately bowed his head respectfully when he saw Soren. Then he lifted his leg and kicked the subordinate next to him. He smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb you, Your Excellency. I deserve to die. But there is a slave here who has a disease. I'm worried that he will infect others. Originally, I was going to throw him into the sea, but another slave said that his disease wasn't contagious. This lowly guy protected him and didn't let us go. In the end, we could only teach them a lesson. Since Your Excellency is here, Your Excellency, I would like to ask Your Excellency how to deal with them." These slaves were Soren's property. The supervisor in front of him was only helping him transport them. He was the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce to please him. So when he saw Soren, he wanted to ask how to deal with these two slaves. No. A rather sturdy-looking male slave raised his head. He seemed to have some northern blood in him. He begged with a voice that was mixed with dialect, "Your Excellency. My brother doesn't have the plague. He's just a little uncomfortable. He definitely won't infect anyone else. I've already taken care of him for 3 days before boarding the ship. But it wasn't as serious as it is now. You see, I'm completely fine now. He won't infect anyone else. I beg you, don't throw him into the sea." Bang bang bang, the male slave who looked like a northern hurriedly kowtowed. His forehead was soon bleeding, but his arms were still tightly protecting the young man next to him. He seemed to be afraid that they would take the young man away and throw him into the sea. There were basically no doctors on the sea. At most, there would be someone who had learned medicine. There were very few ways to treat this kind of disease. Many times, when people encountered diseases on the sea, they could only use simple treatment and rely on their own body to resist it. Regarding the situation in front of him, Soren didn't have the slightest sympathy on his face. He wasn't a person who was overflowing with sympathy. He glanced at the northern slave in front of him indifferently, then motioned to the person next to him to pull him away. The slave seemed to be a little afraid of Soren, but he still hugged the young man next to him tightly. Soren glanced at him and saw the unconscious young man in his arms. The young slave's face was very pale, almost without a trace of blood. His breathing was also very weak. His lips were sickly red, and he seemed to have a high fever. The surface of his skin was unnaturally dark green. "Take off his clothes." Soren frowned and looked at him, then ordered the others. The two sailors next to him hesitated for a moment, then carefully approached. The slave seemed to want to stop them, but he was directly kicked down. Then, they stripped the sick slave of his clothes. When the slave took off his clothes, they were frightened and took a few steps back. This was because there were more than 10 fingernail-sized pustules on the slave's back. Some of these pustules had already rotted, revealing the dark yellow pus inside. There were other pustules like this on his body, but the size was not as obvious as the one on his back. Main plague? The supervisor jumped up in fright and took 5 or 6 steps back. He stopped and shouted with a pale face, "Hurry up and throw him in. Send someone to get lime. Hurry up and sprinkle lime here. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take that guy. No, no, no. Throw those 2 guys into the sea." The supervisor seemed to be frightened. After a while, he remembered that Soren was also here. He quickly bowed his head and wiped off his cold sweat. "Your Excellency. That slave seems to have Mang plague. It was a terrifying plague. This disease is contagious. Unless there is a priest who uses magic, ordinary medicine can't treat it at all. If you get this disease, your whole body will rot in the end, and you'll die a horrible death. His words made the nearby sailors nervous, and they all looked at Soren in front of them. They seemed to be waiting for his order. On the other side, Vivian's petite figure came out of the cabin. She was wearing a snow-white princess dress. She raised her small hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes, then stretched her body. She looked at the red-haired female pirate next to her and asked, "Where's my brother? Why don't I see him?" "Your Excellency is on that ship," Adele replied, slightly bowed. As the #1 pirate leader under Soren, she naturally knew the position of the little girl in front of her in Soren's heart. Even the other pirate leaders knew that she was very important in the eyes of Soren. Therefore, no one dared to neglect her, not to mention that when Vivian occasionally used magic, she would make them feel unfathomable. "Over there?" The little girl looked up at the sun, then tied up her hair. Her lips moved slightly, and her small body flew up and landed directly on the deck of the opposite cargo ship. At this time, she just heard crying and pleading from below the cabin. "This is the 4th day of quitting smoking. I'm currently in the state of smoking cessation syndrome. It's quite uncomfortable. I clench my teeth and continue to persevere. Today there are 2 more. Mang disease." Soren's expression was not very good. He was not very clear about the diseases in this world because professionals had a strong resistance, especially non-supernatural diseases. Many professions were even completely immune to disease. Soren had 20 points of vitality in the past and now, which meant that the possibility of him contracting diseases was very low, so he did not pay much attention to the diseases in this world. However, he could ignore most of the diseases, but ordinary people and low-level professions would have a hard time. The young man in front of him was actually very seriously ill. He was clearly in a daze due to the fever. From the condition of his body and the spots of pustules on his back, Soren felt that this disease was a bit like the legendary smallpox. In fact, he had never seen smallpox before, nor had he contracted a similar disease. However, he had learned about smallpox in the past. This is a very serious disease, belonging to a type of pox virus. After infection, the main symptoms are severe toxemia, chills, high fever, fatigue, headache, sore limbs, waist and back, convulsions and coma when the body temperature rises sharply. Patches, papules, herpes and pustules will appear on the skin in batches, and finally scabs, and acne scars will be left. Smallpox was a highly contagious disease. The mortality rate for those who were not immunized was as high as 30%, Soren remembered the smallpox virus. Because this virus occupied a large part of history, his memory of the symptoms of smallpox was still relatively clear. The young slave in front of him had a disease that was similar to smallpox. However, the disease was concentrated on his back and limbs, and did not grow to his face. At the same time, when the disease reached the stage of herpes, it would directly become pustules. From the current situation, the disease on his body was more severe than smallpox. This was because smallpox had an incubation period, after which it would gradually become more serious. But, this group of slaves had only been on the ship for 2 days. All the slaves had undergone a simple inspection before they were shipped, just in case some of them were infected and spread the disease to others. However, it had only been 2 days, and the symptoms on his body had already started to show pustules that were beginning to rot. The situation did not seem optimistic. Everyone turned their attention to Soren. The slave who stopped the others from approaching the sick man realized that Soren was the one who would decide his brother's fate. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, "Your Excellency. Master. I beg you. I beg you, please save my brother. He really didn't have a contagious disease. Please don't throw him into the sea." Time ticked by. Soren pondered for about half a minute before he raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Throw the infected one into the sea." He ordered people to disinfect the entire place. Also, the person who was taking care of him was locked up alone to prevent him from infecting others. Let the slaves clean up the inside and prepare some boiling water for them. Everyone in the back must pay attention. If anyone else shows the same symptoms, inform me immediately. This illness seemed to be very troublesome. If it was really a virus similar to smallpox, then it would be a nightmare. Soren could not risk the lives of the entire fleet for a slave, so he thought for a moment and decided to deal with them in the most rational way. Following his order, the sailors on both sides quickly approached and prepared to throw the young man into the sea. Bang! The slave who seemed to be his brother tried to push the sailors away, but one of them directly punched him until he bent down. He seemed to have some combat experience and his body was relatively strong. He did not fall down even after taking a hit, and he still stood in front of the unconscious young man. The nearby slaves looked on coldly. Many of them had fear and disgust in their eyes. Although they were slaves of the lowest status, they did not want to give up their lives. It was better to live than to die. Brother? At this moment, a clear child's voice sounded in the cabin. Vivian was wearing a snow-white princess dress. Her hair was tied into a single ponytail with a pink ribbon. She also wore a delicate pin on her chest. She then skipped down to the stinky cabin. As soon as she came in, the little girl could not help but cover her nose. She then put down her little hand naturally and smiled at Soren. She then ran over to him. She used to live in the slums, so she was able to adapt to the stench and filth of the environment. Eh? Vivian descended like a little angel, and a ray of light appeared in the dark and stinky cabin. The others could not help but stare at her blankly. She then came to Soren's side and raised her small hand to hold Soren's finger. She then frowned slightly and said with a clear child's voice, "Brother? What happened to them? Is that person sick? He looks so pitiful." Soren held Vivian's little hand and then took a step back to protect her. Although the little girl was a child of fear and there was basically no possibility of her getting sick, Soren was still a little worried and did not let her get too close to the sick slave in front of her. The little girl tilted her head and glanced at him, then said, "It looks like he's really sick? What are they going to do? I just heard that they were going to throw him into the sea." "Brother, I seem to be able to cure his illness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thrown him into the sea, right?" As soon as Vivian's voice fell, the male slave who had been protecting the sick slave knelt down and then kowtowed desperately, begging her to save his brother. He now seemed to be holding the last life-saving straw. He did not even think that the little girl in front of him looked like she was only 8 or 9 years old. When the others heard this, they could not help but be stunned, especially the slaves in the cages. At this moment, they could not help but look at Vivian, who was like a little angel descending. "Save him." Soren was stunned when he heard this. He looked down at the little girl in front of him and whispered, "Vivian, can you cure his illness?" Wizards did not seem to have any spells to cure diseases. That was a spell that only priests could master. There was a level 1 spell called Disease Suppression, which could delay the outbreak of the disease for 24 hours, but there was still no way to cure it. When wizards treated diseases, they also needed other potions. Necromancers studied diseases, but many of them did not seem to get sick at all. Soren really did not know that Vivian could cure diseases before. Stupid Vivian. Just when Vivian was about to treat the sick slave in front of her, Lillian's dissatisfied voice sounded in her mind, "What are you going to do? Just let that slave die. You want to use divine power to cast a divine spell to save him. Have you lost your mind? Divine power is so precious. Transforming it into a level 3 divine spell will consume a lot of it. What if we meet an enemy in the future? Don't mess around. Bastard. That's my divine power. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given you the right to use my divine power." Lillian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Unfortunately, she was not the one controlling the body today. The expression on Vivian's face was very calm, and there was a sweet smile on her adorable little face. Her expression didn't change at all, but she replied softly in her heart, "Lillian. It's okay. They look so pitiful. And casting a disease removal doesn't use much divine power." A strange light appeared. It was a light invisible to the naked eye and a pale golden light visible to the naked eye. The former appeared in Soren's eyes, while the latter was seen by the others. What Soren saw was Vivian casting a level 3 divine spell, disease removal, like an arcane spell. What the others saw was a pale golden light appearing on the little girl's white hand. The light revealed a sacred aura and power, and they could not help but feel awe, as if they had seen a miracle. The power of magic was so powerful, as Vivian cast a disease removal on the young slave in front of her, the disease on his body began to recover rapidly, especially the pustules that gradually began to rot. They were almost healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the power of magic could not fully restore his body, the disease on his body was completely cured. It was just that his body was weak because of the disease. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." The male slave in front of him looked at his younger brother, who was gradually waking up and regaining some color on his face. He immediately knelt down and kissed the ground under Vivian's feet. He did not dare to kiss the shoes of the angel-like little girl in front of him because he was afraid that he would profane her holiness. So, he could only kiss the ground under her feet to express his gratitude. The young man seemed to be gradually waking up. He looked at the others in front of him, and then was pulled by his older brother to kowtow several times. The matter seemed to have been resolved. Vivian's spell cured the sick slave, and even the air around him seemed to have been purified. The little girl smiled obediently, and then she held Soren's hand and left. She did not know the names of the two slaves. She simply felt sorry for them and wanted to help them because Vivian was actually a very kind little girl. The two quickly left the cabin, and the sailors began to arrange for people to clean up. The slaves were still locked in small cages, but they had just remembered an angel-like little girl. She was a very kind-hearted little girl. She was even willing to use a mysterious spell to save a lowly slave. Although she was not the one who saved them, her actions made them feel good and grateful. However, today was only the first time they saw the little girl. On the warship, Soren held Vivian's small body and landed on the deck. Both of them didn't care too much about what just happened. In Soren's eyes, it was just Vivian saving a slave, but in Vivian's eyes, she just helped a very pitiful person. Both of them didn't notice the changes in the slaves, especially the two slaves who were helped by Vivian. Their hearts were filled with gratitude for escaping death. The change wasn't obvious, but it was like a seed that had begun to sprout. Soren sat on the deck and whispered to Vivian. It was all simple things. Occasionally, the little girl would ask him a few tips on learning spells. Although Vivian's talent in spells was stronger than Soren's, her experience in fighting spellcasters was definitely not as good as Soren's. Fighting style was difficult to teach because wizards basically didn't have any fighting style. Their only style was to learn as much as possible about the opponent before the battle, collect information about the opponent's abilities, and then fully prepare for the battle. There was a saying that went like this: "A prepared sorcerer is almost invincible." There were different ways to fight against different enemies. The real test of a spellcaster's ability was a sudden and unexpected battle. That was the critical moment when luck, experience, knowledge, and so on were tested. Soren's point of view on spells was similar to Gloria's. That was, a wizard must first master a large amount of knowledge, including humanities, geography, customs, elements, planes, domains, astrology, spirit, beliefs, and so on. This huge amount of knowledge could be the strongest backing, and when experience reached a certain level, it could be transformed into real power. At that time, a wizard's fighting ability would be formed. A fixed set of spell memories was not easy to use. For example, in the current sea environment, more than 70% of the spell memories had hidden dangers, and it was necessary to test one's ability to adapt. What Soren taught Vivian now was the knowledge of adapting to changing situations. It wasn't about which spells were better or which ones were more effective. Instead, it was about deciding the way to fight based on the environment. This was the core fighting philosophy of rogues, and also Soren's survival technique. Rogues couldn't beat warriors in a one-on-one fight, and they couldn't beat rangers in a long-range fight with bows and arrows. The most obvious characteristic of a good rogue was that they could adapt to any combat environment and always find the most advantageous way to fight. The so-called prepared adepts were also looking for the most advantageous way to fight. Vivian sat on Soren's lap and listened quietly. From time to time, she would tilt her head and frown as she pondered. There were some things that she didn't quite understand. After all, she was still too young, but that didn't stop her from memorizing them. Vivian's memory wasn't any worse than Soren's. She also had a photographic memory, and her ability to understand knowledge was much better than Soren's. Currently, she was limited by her age. Her mentality and thoughts were not fully mature yet, so she would occasionally have very childish thoughts. This was normal. If someone had a good memory and could recall things when they were 10 years old, they would definitely be sure that they were a naughty child at that time. Many of her thoughts were very childish, and her way of thinking was also limited. Soon, it was noon. Adele Isabella came up with a bowl of base soup. The red-haired female pirate was a little strange recently. She actually thought of cooking for Soren. The group quickly finished a simple lunch. There weren't so many requirements for sailing at sea. The most important thing was to have a balanced nutrition and enough fresh water. Vegetables were the most important for long-distance sailing, and meat could be supplemented by fish. Vivian had been more sleepy recently. For some reason, she could currently sleep about 16 hours a day, which was several hours more than a normal child of her age. From the outside, the little girl seemed to be a little exhausted and a little dispirited. But Soren didn't know why she was exhausted. She didn't move much recently. The little girl quickly went to take a nap after filling her stomach. Before she left, she muttered something to herself. Unfortunately, Soren didn't hear anything. He couldn't read lips, so he didn't know what Vivian was muttering to herself. Therefore, there was never too much knowledge and skills. Soren didn't understand, so he just thought that the little girl was bored and mumbling. When children played games by themselves, it was easy for them to mumble something. After dealing with a lot of things, Soren finally had time to start upgrading his profession level. He had accumulated a lot of slaughter EXP, and he endured until now to upgrade his combat ability in one breath. Dual wielding, personal ability. In battle, you gradually learned how to use both hands to fight with two weapons at the same time. This is a very difficult combat skill to master. Only those who are very flexible with both hands can train it. However, after mastering this ability, you will attack faster than others in battle, although this will reduce your ability to hit the enemy. Number of attacks per round +1, accuracy -2, prerequisite for enhanced dual wielding. It didn't seem to be a very powerful combat ability. Yes. Dual wielding wasn't very powerful. It could deal with weaker enemies, but if you were dealing with enemies of similar strength, using two weapons at the same time would greatly reduce your chances of attacking the enemy. What Soren valued was not dual wielding, but enhanced dual wielding, greater dual wielding, and legendary dual wielding. A row of data appeared in front of him. The Shadow Dancer profession has been upgraded to level 3. Received 27, DEX 22 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0, 5, skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8 plus, Con 21 to 10, *0, 5. You've received the Shadow Dancer profession ability, Summon Shadow. You've received 1 free attribute point. You've received 1 ability point. With abundant slaughter EXP, Soren naturally prioritized upgrading the Shadow Dancer's level. The Shadow Dancer's level was calculated in the Rogue profession level, but the highest level the Shadow Dancer could reach was profession level 10. At that time, the Shadow Dancer profession would be maxed out. Many advanced professions had a profession level cap. For example, the Wizard's advanced profession, Archmage, could only be upgraded to level 5 at most. Summon Shadow, supernatural ability. Starting from Shadow Dancer profession level 3, the Shadow Dancer can summon a shadow to fight together. It is an undead shadow. Unlike ordinary shadows, this shadow cannot be dispelled, reprimanded, or commanded by others. This shadow is the Shadow Dancer's partner and can communicate with the Shadow Dancer clearly. Every time the Shadow Dancer levels up, the Shadow partner will get +2 basic HP, up to 10 HP, equivalent to an ordinary warrior. Advanced professions had a strong reproductive ability. Although the Shadow Dancer consumed a lot of slaughter EXP to upgrade his profession level, he could learn a lot of supernatural abilities as his profession level increased. This, Summoned Shadow, was one of them. As the total profession level of the rogue increased to level 10, the slaughter EXP needed to level up suddenly skyrocketed to more than 75,000 points. The slaughter EXP would get higher and higher, and it would skyrocket again when the rogue's total level reached level 15. The most difficult thing to enter the realm of legends was after profession level 15. Many people were stuck there and could not cross over for a lifetime. It required more than 2 million slaughter EXP to upgrade to the realm of legends, nearly half of which was between profession level 15 and profession level 20. 1 free attribute. Soren still allocated it to dexterity and increased it to 23 points. As for the skill points, there was no doubt that they were added to knowledge. He had almost reached the requirements of Sage. To be able to master abilities so quickly and continuously receive various information prompts, Soren felt that it had something to do with the improvement of his knowledge. Finally, this was the advanced ability that Soren was most concerned about, enhanced dual wielding. Enhanced dual wielding, personal ability. As the number of battles increases, you feel more comfortable with how to use weapons with both hands. You begin to feel the slight difference in the trajectory of the weapon's movement. When you launch an attack, you can continuously hit the enemy, leaving them with no chance to fight back. This kind of technique is still improving. You feel that you still have a lot of room for improvement, but this requires more from you. Number of attacks per round +2, accuracy -1, dexterity 16 points. Enhanced dual wielding. Soren unhesitatingly put his skill points into enhanced dual wielding. This ability required dexterity, and the more advanced it was, the more dexterity it required to master. This was only the prerequisite for dual wielding, and the increase in combat strength was not obvious. When he mastered greater dual wielding, that would be the time when he would truly explode. At that time, Soren would not have an accuracy penalty, and at the same time, the attack speed of his left hand would increase by 3, and the gap between the two hands would be further reduced. As for the final, legendary dual wielding, it was also called perfect dual wielding. In simple terms, Soren's main hand could attack for a number of times, and his secondary hand could attack for the same number of times. Both his hands would become equally agile, and his attack speed and accuracy would be the same in battle. With legendary dual wielding, there would be absolutely no pressure for him to slash more than 10 times in a second. Using a sword to block bullets would be like child's play. That would be the time when he would truly be awesome. However, the final, legendary dual wielding, was very difficult to master. Any ability that started from legendary was extremely difficult to master. After leveling up his Shadow Dancer profession, Soren still had more than 60,000 slaughter EXP left. In one breath, he put all the slaughter EXP into the wizard profession level, preparing to get one more attribute point. This was the last attribute point he could get in advance. Starting from wizard profession level 9, the slaughter EXP needed to increase their strength began to multiply. After wizard profession level 15, the slaughter EXP needed to level up was completely higher than any other profession. In the future, unless Soren could successfully kill a god, the speed of accumulating slaughter EXP would be far from enough. The wizard profession has leveled up to level 8. Received 25, INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5, skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 4 plus, con 21 to 10, *0. 5, received 1 free attribute point. The wizard profession has leveled up to level 9. Received 25, INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5, skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 4 plus, con 21 to 10, *0. 5, received 1 ability point. 1 attribute point at each level, and 1 ability point at each level. Without a doubt, Soren put the free attribute point into dexterity, pushing his dexterity to 24 points, and then put the ability he got into, enhanced dual wielding. Although Soren wanted to use this ability point to master the wizard's metamagic ability, he thought about it and decided to put it into combat ability. The wizard's combat power was very strong, but it was a profession that consumed a lot of time, money, and energy. Soren didn't have enough time to learn spells, conduct research, and hone his casting skills. So, his first combat priority was still in the rogue field, which he was most familiar with. The wizard's spells were only auxiliary to his combat ability. Greater dual wielding, personal ability. With more and more combat experience, you have become more and more proficient in dual wielding. You are already a master of dual wielding. Even in the Underdark, there are not many people who are more powerful than you. Among 1,000 people who use dual weapons in battle, you can be ranked first. you have already grasped and comprehended the advanced technique of using dual weapons in battle. This allows you to use dual weapons in battle without any mistakes or penalties. Number of attacks per round +3, no hit penalty, 18 dexterity. I finally got advanced dual wielding. Soren looked around and walked to the edge of the ship. He held the two scimitars in his hands and lifted up a wooden plank. Clang, rays of cold light flashed. Soren unsheathed his scimitars at the same time, and the wooden board was shrouded in the glint of his scimitars. By the time Soren finished a round of attacks and sheathed his scimitars, the wooden board had already turned into 12 pieces of wood that fell to the ground. He had slashed out a total of 8 times. His right hand had slashed out 5 times, and his left hand had slashed out 3 times. Since Soren hadn't mastered the legendary dual-wielding ability, he couldn't perfectly replicate the speed of his 2 hands. That was the limit of what he could do. Soren's current talent accumulation was not enough. At his peak, he could slash out 18 times in 1 round. Remark: 1 round refers to the speed of 1 second. In actual combat, one might not be able to maintain this speed. If you're interested, you can try it with a small knife. Ordinary people can also slash out 2 to 3 times in a second, but it's very difficult to go beyond that. After distributing the free attribute points and talent points, Soren focused his attention on the skill points. He had been holding back for so long, and finally, he had reached the requirements to master the background ability, Sage. God had opened his eyes. After enduring for so long, he had finally made it. In order to achieve the conditions of mastering Erudite, he didn't even invest much skill points into his rogue class skills. He relied entirely on his own battle experience to improve bit by bit, and the speed of improvement was really quite slow. Soren's current rogue skills had not even reached 50 points. If it wasn't for the background ability, Sage, he would have already increased all his skills to more than 100 points. With the allocation of skill points, Soren's knowledge finally reached 250 points. A row of data also appeared. Special conditions triggered. Prerequisite ability, encyclopedic knowledge, achieved. The prerequisite of 250 literacy has been achieved. You have automatically received a new background ability, Sage. As soon as the data appeared, Soren couldn't wait to look at his new background ability. Sage, background ability, your knowledge has become more and more amazing. You know almost every field. As you accumulate more knowledge, you will be able to comprehend most things by analogy, and your learning speed will be several times faster than others. This is not only limited to knowledge, but also a variety of combat skills. You know how to calculate the weight axis of a weapon, how to calculate the time gap between casting spells, and use this to maximize its power. But you know more than this. The accumulation of knowledge has reached your current level, and it can be directly transformed into real power. Knowledge plus 10, prerequisite, have the ability, encyclopedic knowledge, 250 knowledge. Prerequisite for the special ability, Master of Knowledge. Prerequisite for the special ability, Astral Traveler. Prerequisite for the special ability, Dimension Explorer. This is because he didn't have a spellcaster profession in the past. Soren's knowledge wasn't very high, and he didn't have the talent ability, encyclopedic knowledge. So when he saw the row of prerequisites, Soren couldn't help but be surprised. Among them, Master of Knowledge, was needless to say. This was an advanced ability of Sage. But the last 2 hints seemed to be a bit amazing. Just by looking at the names, one could tell that it was very powerful. Especially, Astral Traveler, this was a famous background ability. Many legendary wizards even had the background ability, Astral Traveler, which was a legendary level background ability. As for the other, Dimension Explorer, Soren didn't know much about it. After allocating knowledge, Soren still had 12 skill points left, so he simply added them to Sneak. Anyway, a rogue's Sneak skill would never be too high. At this time, Soren's overall attributes were very different from the past. He had finally entered the level of powerful people. Name, Soren race, half-elf, son of slaughter. Attributes, strength 14, +2, agility 24, +1, constitution 21, intelligence 20, +1, wisdom 15, charm 18, +2, alignment, lawful evil profession, level 10 commoner, level 7 rogue, 063500, Level 3 Shadow Dancer, 075500, Level 9 Wizard, 068500, Grade 3, Health Points, 254254 Experience Points, 3075, Slaughter EXP, 545, Profession EXP, Unassigned, Skill Points, None Attribute Points, None Legend Level, 21 Divinity Points, 9 Status, Normal Basic Skills. Sneak 185, Knowledge 250, Steal 45, Pick Lock 55, Snare 60, Focus 30, Negotiate 45, Appraise 30, Deceive 18, Threaten 42, Taunt 15, Perform 15, Listen 20, Dodge 85, Parry 25, Block 18, Heal 45, Search 20, Detect 25, Copy Scroll 25, Spell Identification 20, Survival 15, Use Magic Device 20, Cooking 30, Alchemy 15. Legendary Skills, Omnipotent Hands. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Killing Heart, Slayer, Ascetic, Scholar. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Reflex Evasion, Nimble Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Weak Cold Resistance, Greater Dual Wielding, Regeneration, Intermediate. Profession Abilities, Shadow Weave, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Curved Sword, Master. Combat Skills, Summon Shadow, Fearful Gaze, Divine, Fear, Divine, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, Counterspell, Sword Form, Heavy Hack, Sword Form, Behead. There were 3 main parts of combat power. The first was attribute points. One's attributes were the most direct combat power. People with high strength had high destructive power, people with high dexterity had high agility, people with high constitution had good endurance, and so on. The second was basic skills. This was a comprehensive ability in all kinds of situations, and it was also the area that determined one's most obvious weakness. Most of the time, basic skills couldn't be too low. If you didn't have enough parrying and blocking, you couldn't fight a tough battle. If your dodging ability was too poor, you would be finished if you encountered arrows. If you couldn't detect, listen, or survive in the wild, you would be a tragic figure. Even a kobold could successfully sneak up on you. As for your searching ability, if you were too poor, you wouldn't even be able to find the loot. Then there were other basic skills such as acting, deception, and intimidation, which were very useful. When you were adventuring, you would also need to know how to negotiate, appraise, and heal. Therefore, basic skills that didn't seem to be very eye-catching were often things that could determine your fate. Finally, there was the ability. This was very time-consuming and difficult to train, but it was also the most powerful part of combat power. Theoretically speaking, most of the people who could kill other high-grade professions basically had a clear advantage in their ability. These 3 parts of strength, when combined, would be your overall combat power. In the process of fighting against the enemy, as long as you could form an advantage in one of these aspects, your chances of winning would be increased by a lot. Soren liked to estimate his chances of winning every time he took action. Most of the time, his chances of winning were calculated according to these 3 conditions. If there was no obvious chance of winning, he would give up in the end. Time passed little by little. Sailing on the sea was actually a waste of time, and most of the time, it was very boring. Soren used up most of his Slaughter EXP in one breath, and then began to train his combat ability. Earning Slaughter EXP was only a part of improving one's strength. Sharpening one's combat skills and mastering one's ability was also quite important. Adele Isabella was still Soren's training partner, but this time, Soren increased the difficulty. He directly covered his eyes with a black cloth. The blind battle ability was a very important special ability. It was very useful in many situations, so Soren had to master it in advance. Clang! Clang, clang. The 2 quickly began to test each other's strength. Because Soren was blindfolded, most of the time he was on the defense. In the process of fighting against Adele Isabella, he was obviously at a disadvantage, but he didn't look like he was going to lose. On the contrary, as the number of battles increased, he gradually became invincible. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after he mastered the Sage ability, his whole mind seemed to have become clearer. He could actually summarize Adele Isabella's attack style, habitual attack skills, subconscious attack direction, and so on in the process of battle. He could even summarize the memory of the wind detection skill, including what sound represented what action. This wasn't an improvement in intelligence. In Soren's view, it should be that his calculation and summarization ability had been further strengthened. It was as if the accumulation of knowledge had reached a critical point, and suddenly began to understand by analogy. In his mind, he could even speculate the direction of Adele's next attack. It felt a bit like danger sense. Clang! Clang! A series of battle sounds rang out, and Soren gradually began to get used to it. Sometimes, he could even counterattack the red-haired female pirate with the blind battle skills. In front of him, Adele obviously felt that the battle was getting more and more difficult. She gasped for breath, raised her hand to lift up her fiery red hair, and looked at Soren with eyes full of awe and disbelief. Her expression was as if she was looking at a monster. It wasn't that she had never seen a guy with amazing talent and a strong learning ability, but she had never heard of a person who could learn and grasp the ability to reach Soren's level. In the beginning, in order to master the blind battle skill, she spent nearly a year or two training. But how long did Soren take? Less than 3 days. According to this progress, in at most half a month, he would be able to master the blind battle skill. Received 3 information prompts. An afternoon of training quickly passed by. After today's training, Soren received a prompt for the second ordinary ability, battle experience. With each battle at sea, your combat ability in the sea environment has improved, and your ability to balance against the ship's bumps has increased. You have received some information about battle at sea. Perhaps it was because he hadn't accumulated enough. Soren only received a prompt for battle at sea, and the other abilities required further training. 2 days passed quickly. As the fleet gradually sailed towards the outer islands, they encountered more and more creatures along the way. They saw schools of swordfish, probably more than 100,000 of them. There was also a large group of flying scale fish that reflected the sparkling waves of the sea, as well as a large number of other fish. Because there were many dangerous sea creatures in the deep sea, fishermen rarely went into the sea to catch fish. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of fish moving around. Yesterday afternoon, Soren saw that the sea had turned red. He thought that he had encountered some kind of monster, and was shocked for a moment. Then he found out that it was an uncountable number of lobsters. These lobsters were about the size of 3 fingers, which was a relatively common size in the current sea area. It was hard to tell how many lobsters there were, but there were sailors who threw a net into the sea and caught hundreds of red-shelled lobsters. The taste didn't seem to be anything special, and it wasn't much different from the lobsters he ate in his previous life. However, their pincers were more powerful, and their strength was greater than the lobsters in his previous life. If they encountered a larger lobster, they could directly snap a person's finger. An unlucky sailor almost had his finger snapped by a large lobster. In the evening, Soren sat on the deck and cut the lobsters with his dagger. Most of these lobsters were about the size of 2 fingers, and some of them were especially large, reaching the size of a person's palm. The pirates below caught more than 10 lobsters, and hurriedly sent someone to bring them to Soren to please him. Then Soren turned around and made roasted lobsters. At this moment, he was feeding Vivian, whose mouth was full of oil. The little girl was eating very happily today. Because this was made by her brother, and because her brother's cooking was really delicious, Soren was rich. Naturally, he could use those expensive seasonings. When cooking, there were only 3 key points: ingredients, seasonings, and cooking skills. Soren now had good ingredients, expensive seasonings, and good cooking skills. Naturally, the food he made wouldn't taste bad. The little girl ate 2 lobsters in a row, and then she rubbed her round little belly with satisfaction. But at this time, the lookout on the ship next to them let out a suppressed cry of alarm and shouted, "Sea monster! There's a sea monster!" A commotion broke out. Then, a huge shadow appeared in the distance. The shadow was hiding under the sea, and it looked like a giant squid. It seemed to be more than 50 meters long. It really was a sea monster. Cries of alarm came from all directions, and then many people nervously looked at Soren's position. "Calm down." Soren stood at the bow of the ship and said in a deep voice, "Let's go over like this, don't make any moves." The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The sea monster was really a giant squid. It was about 60 meters long, and its huge body was a little scary. It obviously noticed the fleet in front of it, and it even circled around Soren. Then, as if it felt something, it avoided the fleet in front of it and swam past them about 100 meters away. There was no accident, so there was no battle. The two sides just brushed past each other. Soren watched the sea monster leave, but he thought to himself, it seems that the blessing of the sea goddess is very effective. This was the first sea monster they encountered. In the next 2 days, they encountered another 2 sea monsters, but they didn't attack them. On the 5th day of the voyage, they were finally close to their destination, and Soren began to see scattered islands. They were almost at the outer islands, the 5th day of quitting smoking. Maybe it's because I'm always feeling uncomfortable, but it should be over in 2 days. I forgot who said it would be a lot better after 7 days. A 5,000-word chapter. The Outer Islands. The geographical environment of this area was a bit special because it originally belonged to a continent. Later on, a large area of the continental plate collapsed and sank, causing the geography of the area to become like this. From the map, it was a bit like the place near Singapore after the Spratly Islands, but there were more scattered islands than the continental plate. The largest one was the territory of the Amazons, followed by the base camp of the indigenous people, and many large and small islands scattered in the sea. As he entered the area of the outer islands, Soren's face became dignified. The environment of this area was a bit like a tropical rainforest area, full of unknown dangers. Although the islands didn't attract much attention, the challenge difficulty of these islands were all level 9 and above. In other words, even a group of adventurers around grade 3 could be wiped out on some of these islands. There were a lot of unknown and terrifying creatures here, some of them were even small, but they were more dangerous than the dragon subspecies. Moreover, there were also prehistoric pythons that were quite difficult to deal with. Some of them had a challenge rating of 15 and above. Basically, they were almost the same as dragons. Soren didn't have the slightest intention to explore these islands. Some of these places even the indigenous people wouldn't easily go near, so he naturally didn't want to explore these dangerous places. His destination was a large island in front of him. If he remembered correctly, there was an island with a diameter of more than 500 square kilometers in front of him, and there were other islands next to it. This was Soren's first stop. If it was suitable, he would set up a camp here. This was because the places he chose had natural harbors. Another 2 days passed. When Soren saw a towering mountain in front of him and a cliff standing on the coastline, he finally knew that he had arrived at his destination. There were many seagulls in front of him, and he could see a dense forest in the distance. There was a thick layer of bird droppings on the ground. The nearby islands were the resting places of migratory birds, so there was a huge amount of bird droppings accumulated here for thousands of years. Don't underestimate these bird droppings, they were a very precious resource, because in simpler terms, these bird droppings accumulated over time and covered the ground, and they could be refined into the best fertilizer. Soren chose this place as a base not only because of the geographical advantage. Stop here. Soren looked at the others, then shifted his gaze to a spot on the cliff. There was a metal cross there, and there seemed to be white bones on it. This white bones was once a very famous pirate king. Later, he fell into the hands of the enemy and was directly nailed to death by cruel torture. His ghost appeared there, but it could only be encountered at a specific time. He would make a very difficult request to the others, and if it was completed, he would be able to obtain his treasure. The pirate king's soul seemed to have special requirements to meet his soul in the spiritual realm. Soren wasn't interested in accepting such a quest, even though the difficulty of this quest was almost legendary tier. He looked at the others and said, "You guys stay here. Adele Isabella. Humpback Whale, Hulk. The few of you, follow me to the island to take a look." A small fast boat was released. Soren quickly brought a few people to the island. Perhaps it was because there were very few outsiders here. When they just set foot on the island, birds actually flew all over the sky. There seemed to be some noise in the distance, but it soon calmed down. The town could be built in this area, but it was only relatively safe. Soren naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that there were no enemies here. He didn't go too deep into the jungle, but came to a flat land south of the cliff. This was a natural flatland, and it was also the place where others found it and built a town. There were some white stones in the woods, and they were very brittle to the touch. They broke when you pinched them. Soren picked up a piece and smelled it, and then there was a smile on his face. The others also picked it up curiously and smelled it, but immediately threw it away with a face full of disgust because it smelled like feces and urine. These pirates couldn't see the value of these stones, but for Soren, they were the most important wealth, even more valuable than a gold mine. This place was actually an inexhaustible gold mine. It was just that the Aborigines did not know how to make use of it. Guano stone, a kind of ore, also known as bird and beast feces. The accumulated feces and corpses of birds, bats, and seals are a kind of high-quality fertilizer. Soren's mind was filled with the knowledge that he had learned before. The location of this island near the forest was the accumulation point of guano stones. Because it was in an area where migratory birds migrated, it was unknown how many guano stones had accumulated over thousands of years. 3 feet deep into the ground was the raw material of high-quality fertilizer. However, these were not the only valuable things here. Soren carefully looked around, then put his hands on the hilt of his sword, and gestured to the few people behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Pay attention. There may be monsters around here." He gradually moved forward along the flat land, and as his eyes got higher and higher, the terrain began to become a high slope. Then there was a red land in front of him. There were some active beasts nearby, but when they saw Soren, they immediately fled. These beasts felt the dangerous aura from them, and even a cheetah was scared and ran into the forest. Soren used his curved sword to cut the soil, then reached out and pinched the red soil in his hand, and then threw it on the ground with a smile on his face. It was indeed clay. In his memory, the town that was built here was built with red bricks. He didn't know what kind of craftsmanship was used, but in just 3 months, a brick house was built, and a large wall was cut out. Bricks had begun to appear in ancient Rome, and when humans fired pottery, they had tried to fire other things with clay. Soren knew a little about the craft of making porcelain, so the requirements of firing red bricks were too simple for him. However, the most important point was how to increase the production. The construction technology in this world was quite advanced, but mass production was not widespread. Most of the high-end products were made by spellcasters. Soren still didn't know how that group of people burned so many bricks in a short time. But it didn't matter. That group of people began to develop overseas after the Avatar crisis, and he was now 2 years ahead of them. Even if he lacked a little technical advantage, he could still develop on a larger scale first. "What are you doing, sir?" A guy with a big head, who looked like a big-headed doll but had a ferocious face, stood at the back and whispered, "He's looking at the rocks and the soil." "Are you looking to see if this place is suitable for farming? The land overseas is wasteland, and even if you want to reclaim it, it will take several years to become mature. Don't look at me like that. Before I became a pirate, I also plowed the land for several years." The appearance of a pirate was strange, and it basically had nothing to do with their appearance. He noticed that the others were looking at him strangely, and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't look at me when I cut off heads, in fact, I'm also quite good at farming." Soren didn't pay attention to the back. He walked all the way to the top of the high slope, then looked down at the flat land in the distance, and then calculated the size and distance of the space in his mind. Maybe it was because of his powerful calculation ability, or maybe it was because of the data simulation, he actually built a rough town model in his mind. This place could accommodate the development space of a medium-sized city. Don't underestimate the guilds that developed overseas in his previous life. Many of them were professional talents, and the place they chose naturally had many comprehensive advantages. On the other side, the half-elf first mate stood on the bow of the ship. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. He couldn't help but look down at the bottom of the sea. The person next to him asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He stared at the bottom of the sea for a while, then shook his head gently and said, "Nothing. I just saw something just now." Time ticked by. About 2 hours later, Soren finally finished inspecting the nearby area, and then came back with the others. He had made a decision in his heart. Although he still had 2 spare places that he hadn't seen, Soren was already very satisfied with this place. The location of the other 2 places was a bit remote, and it was still a day or 2 away from here. If he wanted to develop overseas, he must rely on the resources of the mainland. Therefore, the closer the route, the better. It would also be easier to transport other materials. This location, whether it was a natural port, geographical advantages, land resources, etc., could be regarded as a first-class place in the outer islands. And there was another advantage here, that was, the location was relatively far away from the Amazon's range of activity, and it was not near the indigenous people's base camp. Because the island was not very large, there were not many indigenous people who migrated here. In the outer islands, generally, the larger the island, the fiercer the competition was because it was a large territory. On the contrary, small islands had insufficient space for development, and sometimes there were no indigenous people living there. The island in front of him was neither big nor small. It was just right. There was room for development, and it was not too eye-catching. Disembark. Soren's face finally showed a smile, and he said in a deep voice, ship all the materials down and arrange for people to camp on the flat land in front. He was ready to enclose the land here. It's not easy to quit smoking. On the 6th day, my mental state has been very difficult recently, and this plot is being written slowly, so there may be fewer updates. Developing overseas is not a casual encirclement. It's a suicidal act. There are actually a lot of foreshadowing in this plot, and many things must be explained clearly. Finally, in 2 days, I will announce a big event full of positive energy to you. Mwah. Wait until I get through this period, then I will explode. Speaking of Futu's success in quitting smoking, is this considered as spreading positive energy? The 8th day, it's really not easy. Today, there are 2 more. The recent plot will be more high energy. Teams of people began to get busy. Soren stood on the deck of the Dragonhead warship and looked at the others. The Chamber of Commerce's management drove out the slaves and then let them carry things off the ship. The slave trade was not that simple. It was not that you could sell people as slaves as long as you caught them. The capture of slaves was limited to the indigenous people. If you dared to capture slaves on the mainland, it could be said that there would be people who would cut you with a knife. Even the relatively evil lords and aristocrats would never allow slave traders to act recklessly. They would be hanged at the intersection. Among Soren's slaves, about half of them were indigenous people, followed by about half of the mainland population. Slaves would appear because of many things, such as war, crime, bankruptcy, and so on. Selling oneself as a slave was also very common in this world. After bankruptcy, it was not surprising that they would become debt goods. Among them, the slaves of the mainland population were a little better. The indigenous slaves were much more troublesome. They had to be captured and then tamed. The price of a docile slave could be increased by more than 50%, while a disobedient slave was only suitable to be thrown into the arena. There were many ways to tame slaves, some even involved taboo areas. Most of the slaves on the market were tamed slaves. The price of mainland slaves was higher, and the price of indigenous slaves was relatively cheaper. Soren did not have enough financial resources to use all the slaves from the mainland, so the proportion of indigenous slaves was still very high. With Soren's current experience, he could naturally see that many indigenous slaves' eyes lit up after getting off the ship because this was the outer islands they were familiar with. This made Soren feel a little headache, but there was no way. After all, this was where they lived. Returning to the place they were familiar with, these indigenous slaves' minds would easily have other thoughts. Watch them. Soren turned and glanced at Adele Isabella next to him. The red-haired female pirate seemed to be thinking about something. She stood on the deck in a daze for a while, then she came back to her senses. Soren said to her, "Pay attention to these indigenous slaves, you must not let them have a chance to escape." Adele Isabella quickly nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Excellency." At the other side, there were already pirate leaders preparing to set up camp. These pirates were not a group of incompetent people who only knew how to fight. It was actually much harder to make a living on the sea than on land. Although many pirates were illiterate, they still had some knowledge. For example, the guy who was missing 2 fingers and had a scar on his forehead. This guy couldn't even write his own name, but he actually knew astrology and could sail in the sea without getting lost. Even if he didn't have any celestial bodies, he could still make a rough judgment based on the ocean currents, temperature, wind direction, and so on. This guy was a very capable person. Even though he wasn't that strong, he was still promoted to be the new pirate leader by Soren. Pirates respected capable people. The most important ability was combat power, but they also respected other abilities. Otherwise, a navigator's status would not be higher than that of many pirates. A large group of subordinates were preparing to set up camp. Soren had already brought a lot of supplies, enough for them to use for more than 3 months. There were also various tools. For this, he had mobilized a lot of resources from the Chamber of Commerce in Port Tylon. The others could more or less guess Soren's idea, but they were not so optimistic. The main reason was that there were too many dangers in the outer islands, and the land was not so suitable for farming. There were also all kinds of strange creatures and very xenophobic indigenous people. If there were indigenous people nearby and knew that they were camping here, the possibility of them attacking was quite high. Time passed little by little. Soren watched with satisfaction as the camp was set up. The pirates were cutting down trees, and a simple camp was now 1/3 complete. In front, the half-elf first mate was instructing others to set up the tents. On the other side, the one-eyed man and the bald man were shouting at the slaves to carry the supplies. It looked like it would rain today, so it was best to move all the things into the tents. The weather change was also a very troublesome thing. It was impossible for the sun to always shine. Storms were more common here, and many supplies would be ruined once they got wet. The tools had been moved out, and the others were ready to erect a simple fence with wood according to Soren's instructions. Originally, Soren thought that his first day in the outer islands would pass peacefully. But he was wrong. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came from a distance, and then Soren's figure turned into a shadow and rushed over. With Soren's action, the other pirate leaders hurriedly pulled out their weapons and rushed over. At the same time, they also ordered their men to prepare for battle. After all, this was the outer islands, the territory of the indigenous people. It was normal to have a battle. However, as Soren rushed over, he immediately found that it was not an attack by the indigenous people, but another kind of trouble that was also very troublesome. Your Excellency. The pirates standing in front of Soren's teeth were chattering. He was holding a leg in his hand, but only half of it was bloody. He stammered, "Frog." Frog was eaten. Only this much is left. Frog, it seemed to be the nickname of a pirate. There were often some messy nicknames among pirates. Soren frowned and glanced at the leg in his hand that originally belonged to a pirate nicknamed Frog. He noticed some irregular teeth marks on it and said with a serious expression, "What happened? What did you just see?" I saw it. I saw it." This guy was probably frightened, and he spoke a little incoherently. After a while, he gradually calmed down and said, "I went to cut trees with Frog, and looked for dry firewood on the way, but we didn't expect. Just when we were passing by, a strange plant suddenly opened a bloody mouth. Then Frog was swallowed. I wanted to pull him out. But that's all I could pull out." The pirate in front of him, who was frightened to the point of confusion, raised the bloody half of the thigh in his hand. Then, he abruptly woke up and threw it away, as if his mind was still a little confused. At this time, the other pirates also rushed over. Soren turned to look at them and said, "It's not the indigenous people. Let the others go back and be on guard. Adele, you come with me to take a look. It would be easier if it wasn't the indigenous people." Because at this time, encountering the indigenous people was very likely to lead to a big battle. Soren didn't want to lose his men in a battle now. "Your Excellency?" Adele looked at the half of the leg on the ground with an ugly expression and wondered, what kind of monster did this? It can swallow a person in one bite, and only half a leg is left. It doesn't seem to be an easy monster to deal with. Soren looked at her and said slowly, "I don't know. But I can roughly guess what it is. It seems that we are in trouble. There is a mutated area near this island. The plants inside have mutated. The jungle in front of them had traces of logging. In order to build a camp, they naturally needed to cut wood. Although Soren had the idea of burning bricks, the current resources and manpower were not enough. Cutting wood was the fastest way to build a camp. Adele Isabella followed behind. She looked at Soren and whispered, "Your Excellency. I suggest that we set fire to the mountain once. Otherwise, there will be too many poisonous insects and snakes here. Today, 2 or 3 people have been bitten by poisonous insects and snakes. Although it was not fatal, there was still a guy whose wound worsened. If this goes on, we will consume a lot of manpower to deal with poisonous insects." Yes. Poisonous insects and snakes were a very troublesome problem. Those who had never been to such a primitive area would not be able to imagine how many poisonous insects there were. If someone had smoked a house that had not been lived in for a long time, or some holes in the wild, they would find all kinds of insects crawling out of them. Just looking at them would make one's scalp tingle. It was not so easy to open up the wilderness, let alone open up the more dangerous outer islands. They were getting closer and closer to the site of the incident. Soren suddenly reached out and stopped the red-haired female pirate next to him, and then said in a deep voice, "Be careful. There's something wrong with this jungle." It was too quiet. The jungle in front of them was too quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of insects could not be heard. Adele Isabella stretched out her hands and held the 2 swords. Then she bent slightly and looked around. She also found that the environment in front of her was very wrong. It seemed that the nearby plants and trees looked a little strange. Their colors were too bright, and they grew too well. The other trees nearby have withered leaves and branches, but the forest in front of us is lush and green. There were drops of blood in front of them. Soren reached out and picked up a little blood to take a look. Then he saw a strange plant that looked like a morning glory. The blood started from there and came all the way here. His face was not very good, and he murmured, "Rip flower? Damn it. This is really a mutated area." Rip flower, mutated plant, piranha flower, grade 4. Challenge rating, level 8, monster level 16, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 22 and 10. Total attribute points, 90 to 100. Special abilities, devouring attack, vine tentacles, mutated plant, piranha flower. Difficulty, C+. Rip flower. One of the variants of the man-eating flower, a dangerous creature that looked like a giant trumpet flower. There were many strange plants in the jungle, including the man-eating plants. Most of them were man-eating flowers and man-eating trees. Ordinary man-eating plants were easier to deal with, but the most difficult ones were the mutants. Because of a catastrophe in the outer islands, there was an invisible energy field underground, so the creatures here were prone to mutation. Although humans did not have many mutations, they also had some strange innate abilities, mastering spell-like skills similar to psionic. However, it was not real, psionic, but a manifestation of a single psionic spell. This kind of energy field would not only affect the indigenous people, but also these mutated plants. Therefore, some abnormal creatures would also have spell-like abilities. For example, the rip flower in front of them, it may have some special spell-like abilities, but it was hard to say what they were because many mutant creatures were different. "Your Excellency?" Adele Isabella frowned and looked ahead, whispering, "How do we deal with it?" She didn't know if it was a woman's intuition, but she thought that the strange plant in front of her was not so easy to deal with, because this strange plant gave her a very dangerous aura, which made her say, "Your Excellency. How about we use kerosene to deal with it? I remember there are several barrels of kerosene on the ship, which should be able to burn this creature." Soren turned to look at her, shook his head and said, "It's useless. Fire is too ineffective against this creature. It needs a lot of kerosene to burn it. More than half of its body roots are in the ground. Cover me." Soren bowed slightly and whispered, then flew towards the location of the rip flower. This kind of mutant creature's reaction was relatively slow, and it had relatively stronger vitality than many flesh and blood creatures. Soren had to familiarize himself with its combat power first, because there were probably more of these creatures. The challenge of the Outer Islands was no less difficult than that of the Underdark, and nearly 1/3 of it was because of such dangerous creatures. They were not weaker than the various monsters and creatures in the Underdark, and some were even more dangerous. Fire was not realistic. Unless they got something like asphalt gasoline, they could burn the rip flower in front of them. Otherwise, using other firewood was simply sending their men to their deaths. A creature level of 16 was no joke, although the challenge level of the rip flower was not high, only half of the creature level, and the final challenge difficulty was only level C. Its creature level was on the same level as the sky dragon. The reason why the difficulty was so low was because it was a plant-type enemy and had a relatively obvious weakness. However, plant-type enemies also had one thing in common, and that was that the underground part was the most crucial part. Just attacking the surface alone might not be enough to kill them. Bang! Soren stomped his feet on a nearby tree to gain momentum. Then, he swung his machete at the rip flower in front of him. The surface of this man-eating flower was its feeding organ. Looking at the bulging inside, it was obvious that the dead pirate was inside. However, what Soren did not expect was that the rip flower did not react to his attack at all. When his machete hit the surface of the ground, it suddenly seemed to be startled, and 5 or 6 vines shot out from the ground in an instant. Soren's blade seemed to have hit a tough cowhide. It was clearly a plant, but after cutting the surface, a bright red liquid flowed out. It looked a bit like blood. Clang! Soren cut the vines with his machete, and blood flowed out from it. These vines were unspeakably strange. After being cut off and falling to the ground, they were like the tentacles of a strange animal, which made people feel a little numb. At this moment, the surface feeding organ of the petal, which was as tough as cowhide, opened up. In the outer part of the petal, 3 rows of densely packed teeth could be seen. The teeth were a bit like the teeth of a great white shark. They were all fine and sharp teeth, and then they were distributed in 3 layers inside and outside. These teeth were still stained with blood and minced meat. Inside the petal, one could see the extension of the plant's rhizomes. It was like pulling open a plant's tube to provide nutrients. The petal in front of him also had something like blood vessels. The 3 rows of tiny teeth were actually wiggling on their own. Inside the huge flower bud was a pile of flesh that had been completely disfigured. Soren smelled something like a strong acid. However, it was not a strong acid, but the acid secreted by the rip flower in front of him. This liquid could help it digest most of its prey, and then transfer part of the nutrients its body needed to the underground trunk. Although the rip flower could rely on the soil to grow, its staple food was still the flesh and blood of various living creatures. Soren slashed out 3 times in a row, however, the effect was not very high. The part of the rip flower that was directly above its body had a very strong defensive ability. When he slashed it, it was like slashing a dragon's skin. It did not cause much damage. A part of its trunk was attacked. Although the rip flower had no eyes or facial features, it still felt Soren's position. Then, the huge bud suddenly opened up, like a bloody mouth, and bit at Soren. Unfortunately, he was already prepared. How could he be bitten so easily? Instead, he took the opportunity to slash at the bottom of the root. The tough root was not cut off at once. Soren took the opportunity to slash several times in a row, and only then did he break the feeding organ above. Then, a very strange thing happened. There seemed to be a strange sound coming from the underground, and then he saw the flying vines retract a little. Then, the ground under Soren's feet seemed to have a small pit. The feeding organ that was cut off on the ground looked like a huge morning glory, but the part with 3 layers of sharp teeth began to wither rapidly after being disconnected, as if it suddenly lost enough nutrients. Then the other part below seemed to have drilled deeper into the ground. Soren stabbed the ground with his sword, but he did not feel anything else. Let's go back first. Soren frowned as if he was thinking about something. He looked at his data prompt and did not receive any slaughter EXP. It seemed that the rip flower was not dead yet. After he stepped back for a while, he said in a low voice, "Tell the others not to come here first. The plants here are very strange. There may be something terrible down there." The most important part of a plant was definitely its roots. Many old trees could still sprout after their trunks were cut off, but if there was a problem with their roots, they would not live for long. The mutated plant creatures in the outer islands were all like this. Whether it was man-eating flowers, man-eating trees, or other unknown mutated plants, their core weakness was their roots. The things on the surface of the ground would not die even if they were cut off, and it would not take long for them to grow back. When a plant mutated to this extent, it was almost the same as an animal. Although they did not have as much intelligence as animals, they still relied on their instincts to do things. This area should be one of the places left behind by the disaster, but he did not know what was inside. With Soren's current strength, it was not a big problem for him to deal with these things, but this place was too strange, and he did not dare to take the risk to go deep into it. It was better to leave this place for later, as he had a lot of things to do now. However, just as Soren was about to seal off this place to temporarily prevent others from approaching, Adele Isabella seemed to have seen something. She raised her finger and pointed in that direction and said, "Your Excellency, look. There seems to be something there." "What is it?" Soren stopped when he heard this, then looked to the side and saw a grayish-black thing. He carefully walked over, paying attention to the strange trees nearby, then reached out and grabbed a corner to pick it up. However, he could not pull it out when he tried hard. It seemed that there was still a part of it buried under the ground. In desperation, he could only make a gesture to the red-haired female pirate behind him, and then the two of them used their weapons to dig out the grayish-black stone at the same time. "It's obsidian." Soren's face showed an expression of disbelief, then he looked at the grayish-black stone in his hand. Because of the long-term weathering and the passage of time, this obsidian no longer looked like it used to, but he could vaguely tell that it was part of a building sculpture, and it should have existed for a long time. Obsidian was a very strong and durable ore, and it had been weathered for at least thousands of years. It was a very rare ore. It could be used in many places, but it was most commonly used on a large scale, so it was used on sculptures. In Soren's memory, there were only two places where it could be used. The first was the golem puppet, the second was the Magus Tower. Whether it was the golems or the adept's tower, this area was definitely the territory of a powerful adept a long time ago. Since there were artificially polished obsidian fragments here, it was highly likely that there was something related to the adepts inside. There might even be an adept's tower. Thinking of this, Soren's breathing quickened. Even if it was a broken Magus Tower that had been around for thousands of years, it was still very tempting to him. Even if all the functions inside were destroyed, many of the things stored inside still had astonishing value. If Soren's guess was correct, this place might be an ancient ruin left behind by the Arcane Empire. There might be information spells from the Arcane Empire that had survived, and its value was hard to estimate. "Let's go in and take a look." Soren, who was planning to leave, decided to go in and explore. He told the red-haired female pirate behind him, "Pay attention to the surroundings. Let's try not to disturb these plants. They look like they're asleep." At this time, the sky was a little dark. Soren looked up at the sky, then made a gesture to Adele Isabella beside him. The two separated and went around from the side. There were many strange trees and flowers around. They looked very large, a bit like an ancient forest. Occasionally, they would touch some leaves, and the whole plant would move a little. However, they didn't seem to attack. These strange plants seemed to only attack creatures when they were attacked or needed to eat. This was very similar to how beasts would not be aggressive when they were full. The vision in front gradually widened. Soren saw a large lavender flower. He frowned and looked at it, murmuring, "Mandala? No. It just looks a bit like it." He looked back at the red-haired female pirate and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Let's go around." This place did not look like it grew naturally. Instead, it looked like it was artificially cultivated in the past, and then for some reason, it had survived until now. There were strange flower seeds on the ground. They seemed to be left behind by this kind of plant, but most of them did not germinate because the ground could not support so many plants. Some of the flower seeds had been damaged and disappeared, but there were still some that remained. It was just that he did not know what they were used for. Soren felt that these plants were dangerous. It was purely the intuition of an experienced rogue, so he did not dare to disturb them. Many of the plants here seemed to be alive. After bypassing these strange flowers, the outline of some broken buildings appeared in front of them. Because the weathering was too strong, and there were all kinds of strange plants growing around. Even with Soren's experience, he could not tell what it was. He could not even find an entrance to the building in front of him. Naturally, he could not judge the situation from the outside. Not all underground ruins would leave an entrance for you, or even help you to open up a tunnel to explore. In more high-end or ancient places, many underground ruins would not even leave you an entrance. What should I do then? Dig by yourself, dig a hole, dig a tunnel. High-level adventurers often dug this way. Many sunken cities in the desert would collapse and the quicksand would pour in. Many years ago, many people dug all the way to find treasures. When Soren saw the surface of the ruins that did not even leave a hole for him, he knew that today's exploration would have to stop here. This building had completely sunk into the ground, and it might even be filled with seawater. Anyway, many things could happen. There was no way to go in now. Soren had to open up a tunnel here, then arrange for people to dig, and finally find a tunnel that could be entered together. He observed for a while. He was ready to memorize the surrounding environment and some landmarks, but at this time, the red-haired female pirate suddenly said, "Your Excellency. Look at the corner of the wall, there seems to be something wrong." Her detection ability seemed to be very strong. Soren looked at the red-haired female pirate with some surprise, and then moved towards the wall. He did not know if this woman's intuition was high or her basic skills were strong, but her detection ability seemed to be a little stronger than his. In front of Soren was a plant that looked a bit like a lantern plant. He did not dare to get too close, so he went around to the back, and then saw a strange gray crack. A spatial crack. Soren's expression was a little surprised, and he murmured, "The shadow plane? The building here is connected to the shadow plane?" It seemed to be a permanently solidified dimensional rift. Did the owner of this place in the past open up a fixed portal? The shadow plane. The non-material plane that Soren was most familiar with. He just glanced at the spatial crack in front of him, and he roughly guessed its function and reason. He was sure that he was more than 90% correct. This was not arrogance, but confidence. He had traveled to the shadow plane too many times, and he even lived in the shadow plane for a period of time. "Let's go." Soren looked up at the sky and said slowly, "We'll come back later. It's too dangerous to go in rashly now." The shadow plane was not to be trifled with. Because although the shadow plane was connected to the material plane, the environment of the two was not the same, and there may be some ancient and dangerous creatures. Moving in the shadow plane, you may encounter monsters with a challenge rating of grade 3 or above at any time, and the ratio of quasi-legendary creatures to legendary monsters was quite large, much larger than in the material plane. And there were shadow dragons in many places. The two of them carefully retreated. At this time, the camp was almost completed. Although it was still very simple, after all, it had only been a day, so Soren did not ask for anything. Today's discovery in the strange jungle was the focus of Soren's consideration. The slaves were driven together by the pirates, and after working for half a day, they also received some food at this moment. Although it was very rough and poor quality, at least it could fill their stomachs. Soren was not a stingy person. If the slaves were not fed, they would not have the strength to work. It was a very simple principle. The night passed quickly. When Soren woke up and was about to think about how to explore the strange place, the half-elf first mate walked in quickly and said, "Your Excellency. Last night, 3 slaves secretly escaped." "What?" Soren's face instantly turned pale. The half-elf first mate noticed his expression and quickly said, "But 2 of them were caught by us as soon as they ran out. The other one escaped into the jungle. I have already sent people to catch him. All of them were natives. Your Excellency, I suggest that these natives be handcuffed to work. They are much more disobedient than other slaves." Soren's face was very gloomy. After hearing the half-elf first mate's words, he gently shook his head and then said with a cold expression, "No need. Pass down my order to prepare 2 crosses and nail the 2 runaway slaves on them. The crosses will be erected at the place where the slaves are working." The half-elf first mate heard this and showed a cruel smile. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Your Excellency. I will do it immediately." They were pirates. Piracy was not a benevolent profession. These slaves must be taught respect. A faint light appeared on the horizon. On the left side of the temporary camp, nearly 300 slaves were gathered together, trembling. In front of them was a group of pirates with fierce faces. Along with a scream not far away, 2 burly and powerful pirates walked over, one carrying 2 indigenous slaves with one hand and the other carrying them in one hand. Behind them were 4 ferocious-looking pirate minions. They each held a wooden stake, and then set up a rough cross in front of the group of slaves. This is the fate of those who run away. The half-elf first mate's face was not very good. He was just ready to show off in front of Soren, but he didn't expect that a slave would run away the next day. This was tantamount to a slap in the face, telling Soren that he was incompetent. So now he didn't have the slightest good impression of the slaves who ran away. He even wanted to skin them alive. The half-elf first mate looked at the slaves in front of him coldly. Looking at their frightened expressions, he said in a deep voice, "All those who dare to run away, they will end up like you." Patter. The half-elf first mate glanced to the side, and then two burly pirates came over with two indigenous slaves who were obviously beaten. Then a one-eyed man with a missing left eye stood up with a grin. He held a hammer and nail in his hand. Because of the manufacturing process, the nail in this era was not the kind that we were familiar with, but the kind of conical nail that was as thick as a finger. The one-eyed man winked at the person next to him, and then someone forcibly separated the two slaves and fixed their limbs on the rough cross. "No. No. Please." The two aborigines seemed to know their fate. They couldn't help but tremble. One of them seemed to be able to speak a little bit of the common language. He kept crying and begging. The slaves below didn't dare to look at him. But no matter how he begged, it was useless. The one-eyed man raised the hammer with a grin, and then pointed the nail at his palm. With a bang, the nail that was as thick as a finger went through the palm of the indigenous slave, and then it hit the wooden stake behind him. An incomparably shrill scream sounded. The sound was very horrifying. A stream of blood flowed out of the palm that was nailed, and then dripped along the finger to the ground. The two indigenous slaves who were executed were trembling all over, and the voice in their mouth had changed a little. They were still begging, expressing their regret and ignorance, but in the end, there was no mercy for them. The one-eyed man continued to pick up the nail, and then nailed their other palm on the wooden stake. But this was just the beginning. This punishment used a total of 9 nails. At first, it was the palm, then the elbow, then the foot, and then the knee. As for the last nail, this was used only at the end of the punishment. When the victim was about to bleed out or was close to death, the executioner would pick up a very long and narrow nail and drive it into the victim's forehead. Under normal circumstances, the last nail was not used because it was a kind of punishment with the nature of a taboo curse. Many places believed that if the nail was pierced into the forehead, the victim's soul would be nailed to the cross, and there was a chance that this person would become a terrifying vengeful spirit. After all, the undead were supernatural creatures. Even professionals didn't dare to say that they could win against the undead. After all, they could travel between the spiritual world and the material plane. Soren watched the whole process of the execution. He must sternly stop this kind of escape. Otherwise, these slaves would become more and more unmanageable in the future. He was a person who respected the rules, and he didn't have a sense of historical mission to remove the slavery system. Because even with the technological level of his previous life, the slavery system was only removed a long time later, and the prosperous manor economy at that time was completely supported by slave labor. In his previous life, the complete removal of the slavery system was delayed until the 20th century, which showed how amazing the remaining power of this system was. Its existence was reasonable. Although it might not be a good thing, the current slavery system couldn't be shaken because many gods and churches supported the slavery system. Blood dripped down. The two indigenous slaves who were nailed to the wooden stake had begun to breathe weakly. Their initial shrill screams had changed, and now they were almost hoarse. But the whole process wasn't over yet. The blood would gradually coagulate because it wasn't a fatal wound. They still needed to be exposed to the sun for a while before they died. The punishment wouldn't end with their death. After they died, their bodies would still be nailed to the wooden frame, and then the smell of blood would attract a lot of scavengers, such as crows. Finally, the crows would begin to peck at the bodies until only the bones were left. This punishment process may last for a week. It mainly depended on how many crows were attracted, and whether the master who ordered this punishment was in a good mood. Some of the slaves below were scared silly. The two aborigines were nailed to the cross, dripping with blood, and then erected in front of them. Following that, the pirates began to instruct them to work. Because of the living example in front of them, these slaves worked very hard. Only when they stopped occasionally and saw the two of their kind nailed to the wooden stakes, Would their eyes reveal a trace of sadness? However, there were also some who rejoiced in other people's misfortune. After all, half of the slaves were indigenous people, and the other half were mainland people. The indigenous people would want to escape because this was the outer islands, where they lived. But the mainland slaves would never want to escape, because they couldn't survive if they escaped. If it wasn't for the scarcity of slaves on the mainland, and because they were relatively docile and expensive, Soren really intended to buy more. Brother? Vivian's figure appeared not far away. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. She raised her small hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes, then said, "What happened just now? I seemed to hear someone screaming." The little girl slept for a long time yesterday. Recently, she seemed to be very sleepy, but she didn't know the reason. Even Soren wasn't sure. However, Vivian's state was normal, and her physical condition seemed to be very good. One more obvious thing was that her strength was much greater than before. At present, she had the strength of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Maybe the little girl was developing. Soren felt that she was about 1 or 2 centimeters taller than before. Now, she was probably a little taller than Aladdin. But speaking of which, Aladdin was really short. Vivian seemed to have just woken up. She rubbed the corner of her eyes in a daze, then blinked her big eyes and looked around. When she heard the subordinate beside her explain what just happened, she couldn't help but pout and nodded seriously. It should be like this. This group of lowly slaves. As the private property of my brother, they actually dared to escape. They should be nailed to death. Let's see if they dare to escape in the future. At first, Soren was a little worried that the kind-hearted girl would reject this kind of punishment. But hearing the words from the little girl's mouth, Soren couldn't help but smile. This was his Vivian, the little girl who said, "If you kill someone, I'll help you set a fire." Kindness couldn't solve the problem. At least most of the time, kindness couldn't solve the problem. It would only make the problem worse. It wasn't time for Soren to show his kindness. Now, the outer islands could be said to be in danger at every step. There were all kinds of dangerous things and all kinds of hidden troubles. He would never allow his slaves to make trouble for him. Today, Vivian seemed to be particularly bold. She raised her hand and straightened her beautiful black princess dress, then tied her hair into a double ponytail with a hairband. The little girl had a single ponytail and a double ponytail every day. She seemed to be having a lot of fun. She tilted her head and looked at the 2 bloody indigenous slaves nailed to the wooden stake. Then, she turned around and looked at the other busy slaves. 2 of the slaves immediately knelt down when they saw her and kowtowed with an excited expression. It seemed that she had used magic to save the 2 guys. The little girl nodded reservedly. She looked down at them like a noble princess and said, "Work hard. I remember my brother said that as long as you work hard, some of you will be granted freedom. My brother always keeps his words. I believe you will soon be free." The others obviously didn't believe the little girl's words. He had never heard of a slave owner who would generously grant freedom to the slaves in front of him, let alone give freedom to a portion of them. Most of the slaves showed a trace of doubt on their faces. Some of them even had a mocking expression, thinking that this was a trick to fool them into working hard. However, the 2 northern slaves who were saved by Vivian were pleasantly surprised. They seemed to believe the words of the little angel-like girl in front of them. It didn't matter whether the slaves believed it or not. Because the supervisors were the fierce and cruel pirates. If the slaves didn't work hard, they believed that the pirates who were used to seeing blood and cruel means had ways to make them obedient. This was the advantage of being a pirate. With such a group of subordinates, they could do things without rules. Their cruelty and bloodthirstiness could help Soren solve a lot of problems. Some of the things that couldn't be seen in the light of day didn't even need to be done by him. The pirate leader below had already helped him solve it. Anyway, Soren wasn't a kind and noble person. So what if the means were cruel? Now, only cruel means could make them obedient. The punishment over there was still continuing. The 2 natives who escaped were almost dead after being exposed to the sun for a whole morning. Soren thought about it and didn't let his subordinates hammer the nails into their foreheads. Instead, he let them die on the wooden stakes and then handed them to the scavenger birds that were attracted. Nailing the nails into the foreheads could really give birth to the undead. Although Soren wasn't afraid at all, he hated troublesome things. The two natives didn't last long. Their vitality wasn't strong enough. They died on the first day, but their bodies were still standing in the place where the slaves worked. At the latest, crows, vultures, and seabirds would appear tomorrow. At noon. The half-elf first mate's face didn't look very good. He came over and whispered, "Your Excellency. One of the slaves who escaped is missing. We couldn't track him down. Your subordinates are useless. 3 escaped and 2 were caught." After Soren heard the other party's words, he frowned slightly, then waved his hand and said, "Forget it." There was no need to care about him anymore. He ordered the others to prepare to lay the foundation. "Then you take some people to the City of Wealth. I need some dwarven craftsmen. It's best if they know how to bake bricks and build furnaces. Find a way to poach other people with construction skills. Don't worry about the price. Snake Island still has a sum of money. You can take it out and use it at any time." The half-elf first mate quickly nodded and said, "No problem. This kind of construction craftsman is easy to find. There are also some dwarves in the City of Wealth. I will definitely find a way to bring them over." Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already messed up once, so he couldn't mess it up again. This time, even if he had to kidnap them, he had to kidnap them. In any case, they were pirates. Pirates did not need to reason with people. If they recruited people through normal means, there might be all kinds of messy requests and matters. He just brought people with him and went over with knives. He wanted to see who would dare not come. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that His Excellency Throat Cutter was preparing to establish a foundation here. Whether or not he could perform well would determine his future status. "You may leave." Soren nodded gently and said, "You go and call Adele in, and then call One-Eyed Dragon." The half-elf first mate responded and retreated. After a while, the figure of the red-haired female pirate appeared outside the tent. She came in and bowed slightly, then said, "What are your orders?" Soren looked up at her, then handed over a white stone and directly ordered, "This is a guano stone. It's a very valuable fertilizer. It can be used on crops after a little refining. It can greatly increase the yield of crops. You take people to send this stone to the Alchemy Guild of the Wizard Alliance. I believe they will be interested in this stone. Just send it over. If they are interested, let them send someone to talk to me." Guano stone, the red-haired female pirate's expression was a little puzzled. Although she had mastered a lot of knowledge, she didn't know much about farming. However, this didn't affect her understanding of the meaning of fertilizer. So she immediately nodded and said, "I'll go now. I promise to send it over." "Very good." Soren nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "I've asked people to prepare 3 boxes of samples. You can send them directly by a fast ship, and then help me purchase the things on the order." Speaking of this, Soren took out a list and said, "There is still a sum of money in Port Tylon. You can go and get it. The things I need must be delivered, and the things I need must be brought back next month." Adele Isabella nodded with a serious expression and said, "Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task." Soren waved his hand gently. The red-haired female pirate couldn't help but look back at him before going out. Then she went out and met a ferocious-looking one-eyed dragon and a bald, hook-nosed pirate. The 2 men glanced at the red-haired female pirate slightly. Their expressions didn't seem to be too respectful. However, after walking into the tent, they were a lot more honest. They quickly bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Your Excellency." The hook-nosed pirate was the first to speak. He bowed slightly and said, "3 of us were bitten today. There are too many poisonous insects and snakes here. The brothers below are a little frightened." "Your Excellency? Are we going to scatter the powder we brought over?" Soren stood up when he heard the words. He went outside the tent and looked up at the sky. The sun was better today. He thought for a moment and said, "Wait until noon to scatter it. Scatter it around the camp. First, let people pay attention to cleaning up the surroundings. The environment here was very bad. There were many poisonous insects and snakes overseas. If you were accidentally bitten, it would be troublesome. If you were lightly bitten, you would bleed and bleed. If you were seriously poisoned, you would die. Even the mosquitoes here could cause wound infection and worsen. When Soren came, he considered all aspects. He was a person who planned and acted. He did bring a lot of insect repellent powder, but it was not to deal with these poisonous insects, but to deal with more troublesome things. But now that there were almost a dozen non-combat casualties, it was better to scatter the powder quickly. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from outside. Then, a small pirate leader ran in. He said a few words outside, and someone came in to report, "Your Excellency." A slave dug up a hibernating snake and was bitten by it. Monkey drained his blood to expel the poison, but the snake seems to be very poisonous. The slave can't be saved. Damn it, what a stupid guy. A hibernating snake could bite him. The climate of the outer islands was tropical. The winter here was very short, and many poisonous snakes did not hibernate. The temperature here was much higher, and there was basically no ice and snow. But in an area with such a climate, it was easy to breed mosquitoes and snakes. Sometimes, there was no way to deal with these environmental factors. They could only passively deal with it. This was something that people who had been to primitive forests or other wild areas would understand. Soren frowned and rubbed his forehead. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Clean up this area first. Set it on fire. Get someone to prepare a fire and smoke it. Then scatter the powder. It should not rain today. As long as it didn't rain, it would be fine. If it did, all the powder would go to waste." Soren's men immediately went to carry out the order. Then, they saw the slaves and pirates clearing the bushes near the camp. All the weeds and bushes were cut down and dug up. Then, they set fire to the grass on all sides. A thick plume of smoke rose into the sky. Following the spread of the fire and the scattering of the powder, a dense swarm of insects could be seen burrowing out from the underbrush. The sheer number of insects was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Many ferocious and cruel pirates felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Damn it! A strong northern pirate cursed. He couldn't help but tremble and murmured, "There are so many insects down there. I even slept there last night." How many insects were there? It wasn't easy to count, but there should be thousands. As long as there was fire and powder scattered, there would be 1 or 2 insects crawling out. Soren frowned slightly as he looked at the smoke rising from the fire. He glanced at his men next to him, then ordered a group of people to guard the perimeter. If there were indigenous tribes nearby, they might be discovered by the smoke. It was best to set up a sentry. The indigenous people were very xenophobic. After they discovered Soren and the others, the possibility of them attacking was quite high. It took an afternoon. All the pirates and slaves cleared all the weeds and bushes near the camp together. With the camp as the center, Soren ordered all the weeds and bushes to be burned and dug up. The outside of the camp was all freshly turned over soil, scattered with powder. There was no hiding place in this area, and the field of vision was very wide. Basically, there was nothing to hide. At the same time, there were a lot of logs piled up in the corner of the camp. The first step of construction was obviously still the need for wood. Soren's plan was to first build a simple fence, then build a house with logs, and then expand it further. As for food and other materials, he could ship them over. As one of the 3 pirate kings, Soren could mobilize a lot of resources. There was nothing to worry about in terms of wood. There was a virgin forest everywhere. Now, it was his men who were chopping the wood, so the progress was still relatively slow. When Soren cut the wood himself and practiced his swordsmanship, that would be the time for the progress bar to skyrocket. He was a jack of all trades. The job of cutting wood could train a lot of combat skills, especially violent sword attacks. The houses in this world were relatively simple and rough. If someone was familiar with European history or tried the game from other time periods, they would find that the houses they lived in were relatively simple and rough. Some of the wood used to build the houses was not even shaved clean. It was completely different from the Central Plains at the same time period. But this was also good. Building a house could be said to be very fast. As long as there were enough carpenters, they could quickly build a house. In the future, when Soren made red bricks, these temporary wooden houses could be retired. As for the other very important part, the cement that everyone was familiar with, it was actually not that important. As early as thousands of years ago on Earth, There was a building method of digging trenches, filling burning soil, and using wood to support mud walls. Even if there was no cement, clay, gypsum, lime and so on could be used as a blending agent. It was just that the house that was cut out in the end was not as strong as reinforced concrete, and there was no way to build it too high. Most of the houses in this world were one-story bungalows. If the second floor was intended to be an attic, it could be a structure of wood mixed with bricks. Soren's plan took a lot of things into consideration. A day passed quickly. Soren sent out half of his men, mainly to continue to transport supplies. Although 6 ships of supplies were enough for them to eat and wear for more than 3 months, it was not enough for them to build a town. Before the infrastructure here was completed and could be self-sufficient, everything needed to rely on Port Tylon as a transit station. Most of the other pirates thought that Soren intended to build a base in the outer islands. They never thought that his plan was bigger than everyone thought. Pirate kings basically had overseas lairs, such as the Swamp King's Devil Island, or the Naga Pirate King's Angry Scales Island. In fact, most people thought that Soren was preparing to build his lair in the outer islands, and then control a large number of pirates to control the sea route. In the future, he could rely on this sea route to make money. The next morning, after Soren divided the simple camp area, he began to join the labor process. Although he knew that there were still many things that he needed to explore, he still patiently focused on the construction of the camp. As long as the camp was completed, this area would be his territory. Even if he was attacked, he could defend himself. In the future, he could slowly explore the surrounding area. However, if the camp was not established, it would be quite troublesome if they were attacked by the indigenous people. Perhaps the pirates wouldn't suffer too many casualties, but most of the slaves would die. Resources, population, and land. Soren silently stood up and glanced at Vivian, who was flipping through a book with her head tilted to one side. She was even using her small white hand to hold a quill and scribble on a piece of white paper. He couldn't help but smile. Vivian's innate profession was a warlock. A warlock didn't need to learn too many things. Casting spells was completely dependent on one's innate ability. However, Vivian also had a part-time job as a wizard. What she was doing now was learning magic knowledge by herself and using the wizard's way to master casting skills. He took a look and left. The little girl was more obedient than before. She seemed to know that he had a very important plan, and most of the time, she would quietly do her own things. Soren quickly led a group of people towards the forest. Yesterday, a lot of trees were cut down, but they were only used to build tents. Today, more wood was needed. It was best to make a part of the fence outside. For this reason, Soren had to do it himself. Brute force. Soren looked at the trees in front of him. First, he blessed himself with a strength spell, and then he walked to a trunk as thick as his thigh. He took a deep breath. With a clang, the legendary curved sword Icing Death appeared with a cold light, and then the tree in front of him was cut off. With a creaking sound, a big tree fell down. Soren didn't even look at it again. The pirate minions behind him went into battle with their swords and axes. After a while, the branches above were cut off. Soon, a simple log appeared on the spot. 2 burly and majestic pirates came from behind, each carrying one side of the log, and walked away. At this time, Soren had already cut down 3 big trees in front of him. 20 or 30 pirate minions spread out and chopped with their swords and axes for a while. They piled the branches on the other side to make a fire, and then let the others carry the 3 logs back. Houses were being built in the camp, and the fence outside was also being raised. This amount of wood was simply not enough. Soren's cutting speed was very fast, he almost maintained the speed of cutting down 3 trees in a minute. After cutting down a tree with his sword, he rested for more than 10 seconds, and then cut down another tree. There were already a large number of pirate minions behind him. Now there were at least 60 or 70 people. Even with so many people behind him to deal with the trees that had been cut down, there were still more than 20 that had not been dealt with yet. Outside, the pirates responsible for carrying the logs back were all tired and sweating profusely. Soren's breathing was still very steady. His extraordinary physique was undoubtedly revealed in this situation. He continuously cut down 50 trees before stopping. He let out a small breath and relaxed his arms. His arms were numb from the continuous exertion of force. The pirate minions behind him were all busy. They hurriedly gathered the other logs that had been cut down and sent them back to the camp to build a fence. Soren naturally didn't stop because his body couldn't take it anymore. It was only because the duration of the brute force spell was up. Cutting down trees required the support of strength. Without the buff spell, his efficiency would be greatly reduced. However, Soren had already memorized a large number of spells in advance. Not only did he memorize the brute force spell for all the second circle spell slots, he also memorized the brute force spell for the third circle spell slots. What he just used was the normal version of the brute force spell. If it was the third circle brute force spell, Soren's spell effect and duration would be increased by 50%. This was the value of the brute force spell. Soren's efficiency was indeed quite amazing. In just 1 or 2 hours, he had already cut down hundreds of trees. After that, a large group of pirate minions were busy handling the logs and transporting them back. Now, the fence of the entire camp was partially completed. The slaves were under the command of the pirate leader to drive the logs into the ground. It was estimated that a sturdy wooden fence would be completed in 1 or 2 days. And this was only the beginning. Soren wanted to build more than just a fence here. The construction of the camp was still ongoing. Soren personally cut down the logs at a very fast speed. The number of pirates who were responsible for transporting the logs had increased to more than 100. The logs were sent back to the camp and then cut into wood by the craftsmen or those who were proficient in the craft. Some of the logs were directly dug into the ground to build fences, which were about 5 meters high and had simple arrow towers. Pirates often built their camps on the islands, so this kind of work was common among the pirates. Sauron was busy chopping wood and practicing his sword techniques at the same time. Vivian was bored after reading for a while. She took out a scroll and flipped through it, then directly walked out of the tent. Many pirates respected this cute little girl. First of all, those who didn't respect her were thrown into the sea to feed the fish by Soren. Second of all, this cute little girl who looked harmless was a terrifying wizard. Her status was aloof and independent of the pirate group. Even the half-elf first mate would answer the little girl's questions honestly when he met her. Oh. Vivian tilted her head and looked at the slaves and pirates who were busy working outside. To be honest, their labor efficiency was not high. Although there were alchemy machines similar to excavators in this world, they were all things that only high-level spellcasters could afford. Currently, the construction of the entire camp was done by manual labor. They only relied on a few simple tools. The drainage ditch outside the tent was dug with a hoe. In this case, it was easy to imagine that the construction efficiency was not high, and the manpower used was also quite large. The little girl looked at it for a while, then took out a thick book from thin air. It was about the thickness of a Xianxia dictionary. There was a row of strange words written on it, but the general meaning could be understood. On the cover, it was written, "The Wizard Tower Construction ************************************************************************** Guide**** and the golem guard's manual. This book might not have been preserved very well. Some of the words on the cover had fallen off, and there were some stains on the front part. It was probably a book that had been preserved for a long time. A wizard's knowledge was very precious, especially the books that wizards needed. Most of these books were not printed, and they were written by their own hands bit by bit. This was the wealth that they had accumulated in their lifetime. Soren was a person who respected knowledge, so although the little girl did not like to read, she was very protective of books. She was a good child who listened to her brother. Vivian casually found a place to sit down. Then, she closed her little knees and flipped open the thick book that was even bigger than her face. She flipped through the book at a rather fast speed. In just a short while, she had flipped through about 100 pages. Then, she stopped at one of the pages and lifted her little white finger to point at a line of words. Then, she flipped to the next page. There were many words and pictures there. The little girl frowned and looked at it for a while, then murmured, "The best material for building a wizard tower is not any stone, but stone made with the mud-to-stone spell. This kind of stone is quite strong. After a simple enchantment, it can reach the level of hardness above marble." She turned to the second page and continued to read, "If combined with the magic arts left over from the Arcane Empire, mud to stone can make the stones made by magic as hard as steel." She did not know if it was deliberately erased by someone, or if it was unintentionally damaged by time. All the information about the mud-to-rock spell and how hard it was to turn the stones into steel through alchemy had become stains that couldn't be seen clearly. Vivian's brows furrowed as she read this, and she couldn't help but say angrily, "Which bastard did this?" She lifted her little hand and kept flipping to the back. However, the back had already turned to the layout of the wizard tower. There was no mention of the overall construction material of the wizard tower. The little girl was so angry that she directly threw the thick book into the dimensional belt. Then, she held her chin with her little hand and said, "It's a pity that my spell slots are not enough. Otherwise, I can help my brother build a camp with mud to stone." Oh. The book that Sister Gloria gave me seems to have recorded that this spell changes the soil according to the casting level and casting strength. It seems that every point is about 2 feet square. I wonder how large the area I can change. Yes. I'll try it when I have time. The little girl tilted her head and muttered for a while. Then, she seemed to feel a little sleepy and could not help but walk into the tent. Recently, she had been more sleepy, but what made her happy was that she had grown taller. Mud to stone, level 5 spell, the spellcaster can transform soil into stone. This transformation process is permanent. Every point of spell strength can transform 2 feet square of soil. Many building materials, including the structure of the wizard tower, are made of mud to stone. The effect of this spell will be permanently changed after use. Spells such as Dispel Magic cannot be used to remove the transformation effect. Phew. Soren took a deep breath and put away the curved sword in his hand. A large area of the nearby trees had been cut down by him. Perhaps it was because everything had to start from scratch, he actually felt like he had returned to the slash-and-burn era. In fact, the fastest way was to rely on the power of the wizards. However, he did not have any spellcasters, so he could only use the simplest way to open up the camp. There was a level 5 wizard spell called Mud to Stone. This spell could directly turn soil into stone. At that time, there was a guild with rich spellcasters who directly relied on spells to build a city wall in a day. However, there was still a big limit to the spell slots. If the goddess of magic died, the spell slots would be converted into mana. At that time, although the spellcasting ability of the wizards would be weakened, they would have a lot more freedom to cast spells. If all the mana was invested into the level 5 spell Mud to Stone, only a small number of wizards would be able to achieve amazing results. The creation ability of the wizards could not be ignored in the pioneering tactics of the past, especially the development of the outer planes and the abyss. Soren put away his sword and looked behind him. The pirate minions were still busy moving the logs. He took a deep breath and then looked at his data display. He found that there was an extra row of words on it: training successful. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, horizontal slash. Training successful. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, horizontal slash. Training successful. You have mastered the combat skill, sword form, horizontal slash. Sword form, horizontal slash. It was a more basic combat skill of the sword form. In fact, it was a prerequisite skill of the sword form, waist slash. This was the easiest sword form skill to master in logging. Its combat effect was similar to the sword form, heavy slash. Its strength was strengthened to Soren's current standard, especially after his attributes were increased. These more basic sword force abilities were all integrated into his normal attacks. This was because this kind of force exertion technique no longer caused him too much of a burden. With enough attribute points as a foundation, he slightly skipped the previous requirement of charging force. As long as he did not use it consecutively, he could use it in his normal attacks. There were actually many types of sword forms. Basically, they were suitable for most weapon attacks. If a melee profession did not have a combat specialty, they would have to train and master enough combat skills. It was said that there were more than 100 types of sword forms. The foundation for a grand swordsman to advance into a legendary was to understand these basic sword forms. Soren did not have any mandatory requirements for sword forms. However, mastering more sword forms would increase his combat power. Moreover, many powerful combat skills in the future would require the coordination of basic sword forms. For example, mastering sword form, horizontal slash, would have a strong effect when comprehending and using sword form, beheading, in the future. Many sword forms and skills were interconnected. Yellow sand was flying all over the sky. A slightly stooped figure was moving forward at the edge of the desert. Judging from his face, he did not seem to be very old. However, his face was full of vicissitudes and fatigue. His hair seemed to have not been washed for a long time. There was stubble on his chin, and there was a lot of dust in his hair. He was wearing mottled armor. There were sword marks on his shoulder armor. There was a bandage on his arm, and there was a trace of blood seeping out from it. The originally bright silver armor seemed to be a little dim at the moment. It seemed that it had not been maintained for a long time. It looked very worn out. There was a long sword on his waist. From time to time, he looked up into the distance. His hand seemed to be hanging on the hilt, ready to fight at any time. This was a young paladin. Or rather, he used to be a paladin. Now, he was just a wandering warrior. He seemed to have been walking for a long time. Even the sturdy and durable boots on his feet were almost worn out. However, he still did not stop, as if there was something very important waiting for him in front of him. The wind stirred up the sand and dust. Soon, his whole body was gray and covered with a layer of dust. The young warrior shook his clothes, shaking off the dust on the ground, and then continued to move forward silently. His lips were a little chapped, and there were bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. However, he didn't drink any water, because there wasn't much water left on him. Just like that, he kept walking forward. When it got dark, he would stop to camp and eat some hard rations. He didn't need a tent, so he just leaned against the corner and slept with his clothes on. His hands were always holding his sword, and even when he slept, he hugged it to his chest. He did not know how long he had been walking. It was not until an old middle-aged man appeared in front of him that he stopped. He knelt in front of the other party on one knee, inserted the long sword into the ground, and pressed his palm on his chest. This was the etiquette of a paladin. The other party seemed to have expected his arrival. He just said in a hoarse voice, "What have you learned along the way?" The young paladin looked up. There seemed to be a trace of sadness in his eyes, but more than that, he said slowly, "There is something called justice, and justice requires great strength. P.S. There were a lot of things today. It took me a long time to write this. On the 11th day of quitting smoking, I gained more than a pound. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Soren had been here for 5 days. The camp was completely different from when he first arrived. Outside the camp, there was a 5-meter-tall fence. Every 100 meters, there was a simple arrow tower. It was the kind of tower that could be reached by climbing up a ladder. There were 4 gates in the camp. The east was where Soren lived, the west was where the other pirates lived, the south was where a large amount of materials were stored, and the north was where a large number of slaves were locked up. The layout of the camp was square. There were specially dug drainage channels on both sides of the road. There were even toilets built on all 4 sides. This was something that the other pirates couldn't understand. This was because this area was dirty and messy. Even in the developed cities along the coast, there were very few toilets. Many people would just go to the alleys to relieve themselves. However, this was very important to Soren. Even though he used to live in the slums, when he had the ability to directly plan, the first order he gave was to build toilets. From today onwards, no one was allowed to relieve themselves in the camp. If they wanted to relieve themselves, they had to go to the toilets. If anyone dared to relieve themselves in the camp, they would be caught and their tools would be chopped off. Sanitation was the most important thing. This was because the environment of the outer islands was very easy to breed mosquitoes. If the disease spread, it was definitely not something that Soren wanted to see. Moreover, no one would like to accidentally step on other people's urine in their own territory. Even though Soren wasn't a clean freak, this was still a very important point. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the camp was an irregular square. It looked a bit like a Greek village. There was a large square in the middle, mainly for the convenience of gathering people. The 4 sides were divided by 2 intersecting streets. The ground was flattened. Even though the roads were made of mud, there were ditches dug around the roads. There were also a few wells nearby that could drain the dirty water. There were many houses in the camp that were being built, but most of them weren't completed yet. The only thing that was completed was the warehouse. This was mainly because they were afraid of the rain. The warehouse had to be completed as soon as possible. This was even more important than Soren's house, because many of the materials could not be exposed to the rain. The food reserves were enough to last them for more than 3 months, but it was better to store the food in the warehouse. Things like smoked meat were fine, but other things would quickly become moldy if they were exposed to moisture. In the place where the slaves worked, there were 2 crosses. The corpses on top were almost turned into white bones. The whole process could be said to be very cruel. Many slaves were so scared that they didn't dare to look over here, even until today. The 2 wooden stakes had to be erected for another 2 days. During these 7 days, they had attracted many vultures and crows. These scavenging birds were openly pecking at the corpses, causing many people to have a headache just by looking at them. The effect of torture was undoubtedly effective. At least during this period of time, the slaves were very honest. And because Soren told the pirate minions not to whip them too much, and to give them more food, the slaves had to work hard every day, but at least they could still fill their stomachs. And yesterday, due to His Excellency Throat Cutter's impromptu fishing, the shark caught was too much meat to finish. He only took the shark fins and so on, and then the slaves ate fish soup to their heart's content. This place was actually very good, although it was primitive and barren, and there were many dangerous things, such as annoying mosquitoes. The resources here were indeed very rich. Some slaves caught a kind of fat vole when they worked, and the indigenous slaves ate it directly. The other slaves brought it back and ate it by fire. Here, they ate better than in the past. From time to time, they would have some meat and fish, mainly because the nearby sea area had not been developed much, and they could pick up big crabs on the beach. In some ways, this place really felt like the Great Northwest. The slaves themselves were people who had nothing, so their requirements were not very high. As long as they could fill their stomachs while working hard, and occasionally have a little meat, many people would be able to restrain their thoughts. After all, Soren had clearly told them that the fate of escaping and being caught was very miserable. Even after death, they would not be easily free. Moreover, there were still some slaves who believed what Vivian said. When the time was right, Soren would give freedom to some of the hardworking people. Inside the big tent in the center, Soren frowned as he scribbled on a piece of white paper. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "They should have returned to Port Tylon by now, right? It will take half a month to go back and forth. I should be able to bring back what I need in January next year, and then I can start the next step of the plan." The end of December. It looks like the new year is coming, right? Soren walked out of the tent and silently calculated in his heart. He found that it was indeed the new year in a few days. In this world, there were no strong New Year celebrations, but the tradition of preparing for the new year was still there. When Soren came, it was the middle of December. Now it was the end of December, and the new year was coming in a few days. The new year was actually not that bad. The most important thing in this world was the Harvest Festival. This was the grandest celebration of the year. And this celebration was common to most gods. In the south, they sacrificed to the goddess of agriculture; in the north, and in the coastal areas, they sacrificed to the goddess of the sea. Even the drows would pray to the queen of spiders for a year's harvest during the Harvest Festival, every year. After all, for any race, filling their stomachs was the most basic and most important thing. Soren looked outside and walked towards the sea. He let his pirate leaders drive away 2 ships, but there were still some warships left outside. The cargo ships of the Chamber of Commerce also went back. Soren's order was a large amount of materials. They would take 3 months to ship a part of it every half a month. The most important part was the slave resources. If Soren wanted to develop and grow, he could not do without labor. In a short period of time, the pirates would not rebel, but if they were really used as labor, these pirates would complain. For now, they knew that the base camp had just been built, and no one could avoid hard work. When the base camp was built, these pirates would not be so diligent. On the other side, Vivian's petite figure squatted next to a mud pit. Her white little hands played with a pile of mud as if she was molding a clay figurine. She used her small hands to mold the mud into various shapes. The little girl squatted beside the mud pit and seemed to have played for a long time. Even her snow-white princess dress was stained with mud. After about 10 minutes, she kneaded the mud into what looked like a cube. Then, she raised her small hand and began to cast a spell. Mud to stone. A faint magic aura emerged, and the mud in front of her gradually turned into stone, but it did not seem to be solid. It looked like the kind that was weathered. The little girl's expression seemed to be a little annoyed. She kicked the mud away and murmured, "It's so difficult. Why is it so difficult to learn spells above the 5th circle? Obviously, 4th circle spells are quite easy, but why does the difficulty increase so much after entering the 5th circle? Lillian? Why do you think we can't master this spell?" There was a short silence. Then Lillian said a little matter-of-factly, "I don't have to go through so much trouble to learn spells. Those who need to learn spells are not real geniuses." Yes. That's it. Needless to say, Vivian also knew that she asked in vain. The little girl got up and snapped her fingers. Then there was a faint magic aura, and then her body became clean. Vivian clapped her little hands, raised her hand to tidy up her skirt, and then planned to go back to sleep. But at this moment, she heard a noise coming from the bushes in the distance, and then a figure rushed out from inside. It was an ugly man with a tattoo on his face. His ears were full of earrings, and there was a scar on his skull. This was a pirate. There were a lot of strange people among Sauron's men. Anyway, there were very few guys who could be considered as good-looking. He was a sentry sent out to monitor the movements nearby. Vivian's face did not show the slightest panic. Although she was only a little girl who had just turned 9 years old, she was quite calm at this time. The little girl approached little by little, while also paying attention to the nearby movements. She saw a blow dart on the back of the pirate sentinel in front of her. It was a weapon as slender as a needle. Most of it was smeared with a rather potent poison. It either had the effect of sealing one's throat upon contact with blood, or was able to quickly anesthetize a person to death. The little girl approached carefully, and at the same time, she had several spells on her body. The bushes in the distance moved a little. However, no one chased out. When Vivian walked over, the pirate was not completely unconscious, but he said in a somewhat intermittent voice, Miss. Native. Native." After saying that, he directly fainted. It seemed that the blow dart had a nerve anesthetic on it, and not a poison that could kill blood. This kind of thing was very troublesome. It had to be a compulsory test of vitality. Maybe Soren had a higher chance of passing it, but the other pirates would have a hard time resisting it. Vivian stretched out her finger to check his breath. After confirming that he was not dead, she ran toward the camp. The natives had appeared. This must be told to Brother quickly, because the natives were very xenophobic, and it was very likely that they would attack. Inside the tent, Soren stood in the middle with a serious expression. In front of him was a man who was surprisingly well-dressed among the pirates. He even wore a monocle. But don't underestimate this guy. Looking at the calluses on his slender palms, you could see that he was an expert in using short weapons. He also had good throwing knife skills. He was one of the few pirates who could read and learn. He was also a doctor among the pirates. He was proficient in various surgical operations and had quite good medical skills. This man who looked like a noble tutor reached out and checked the breath of the unconscious man on the ground. Then he opened his eyelids and looked at his tongue. He slowly said, "Your Excellency." It seems that he wasn't poisoned, just temporarily unconscious. However, when he would be able to wake up would depend on his physique. Under normal circumstances, he should be able to wake up tomorrow morning. This guy's physique is still very good. Soren heard this and nodded. Then he walked around in a circle. He had actually sent out quite a number of scouts, but it seemed like only one of the 5 would return. If the other 4 didn't die in the hands of the Aborigines, they should have been caught by them. The area of this island was actually quite large. It was about 500 square kilometers. Because of the tropical rainforest-like climate and the fact that it was connected to other islands, there was a high possibility that there would be an Aboriginal tribe here. Soren had long sent people to explore the nearby area. For this reason, he lost 3 to 5 people. At present, the exploration of the entire island was mainly concentrated around 10 kilometers around the camp. The most dangerous place was still the remains of those strange plants. Soren himself didn't dare to easily explore the secret. Then the more dangerous place was near the southern coast. There was a high cliff where about 3 groups of about 10 large pterosaurs lived. Then there was the direction near the northwest. After passing through the jungle and a big river, there was another place full of strange flowers and plants. Unsurprisingly, the Aboriginal tribe was there. It was about 30 kilometers away from Soren. There were several more dangerous areas in between, including the territory of some dangerous and fierce creatures in the outer islands. Your Excellency? A bald and ugly pirate raised his head to look at Soren and cautiously asked, "Do you want us to teach those native monkeys a lesson?" Soren turned around and looked at him. He slowly shook his head and said, "There's no rush. After all, this is still their territory. These Aborigines are more familiar with the terrain than we are. The most important thing for us is to figure out our surroundings and make sure that there are no creatures like army ants or flying insects nearby. Then, we can have a good fight with them. If we want to turn this place into our territory, we have to get rid of these Aborigines. It's fine if we don't make a move, but once we do, it must be a thunderous one." He couldn't act rashly. Soren was very clear about the troubles of the Aborigines. Because they had a scattered tribal system, they were maintained by the same totem beliefs and in-laws. There were very troublesome relationships between the tribes. He didn't want an endless war, so once he started a war with the indigenous people, he had to defeat them with a thunderous force. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for these guys to hide and harass him. The indigenous people had a semi-slavery system. The main members of the labor force were ordinary people and slaves. Most of the slaves came from the wars between the tribes. The indigenous people belonged to a sense of separation between soldiers and farmers. The indigenous people who were qualified to become professionals would be selected, trained, and then participate in hunting operations. These indigenous people were first-class warriors and hunters. They were quite dangerous, more dangerous than many professionals. The challenge level of the entire outer islands was raised by them. This group of people could be regarded as warriors who had been trained since childhood. They were proficient in sneaking, archery, tracking, and other skills. Most of their tasks were hunting and fighting. The wars between the indigenous tribes were cruel and bloody. They occurred frequently throughout the outer islands. In the structure of an indigenous tribe, the most important thing was the shaman priests and combat members. Most of the other ordinary people served as labor force. The hierarchy in the tribe was quite strict. The strength of a tribe was measured not only by the population, but also by the proportion of warriors in the population. Because for the indigenous people, they only needed to conquer and defeat a tribe to capture a large number of slaves. These people were actually wealth and goods like gold. The slave trade in the outer islands was also developed in this way. Most of the indigenous slaves were not warriors. They lived a slave-like life from childhood and were responsible for supporting the entire tribe. Soren took out a quill pen and drew a few circles on the map. Those were the areas that had been explored. Because he was responsible for guarding the camp, the pirates would go out to investigate. The 5 most dangerous places were in the south, west, and north of the camp. The first was the place with strange plants, the second was the nest of large pterosaur, the third was the swamp area occupied by crocodiles, the fourth was the territory of a group of man-eating insects, and the last was the river that divided the island in the middle. This river passed through the entire island, flowed from the inlaid islands next to it, and then flowed to the sea. Strictly speaking, this river was the most dangerous place, but it was only when people fell in. This was because there were a large number of piranhas that were only half the size of a palm. These piranhas had very sharp teeth. When they moved in groups, they could eat any creature that fell into the water. Even an elephant could be eaten clean in a short period of time. In the end, not even the bones were left behind. This kind of piranha was distributed in many places in the outer islands. This was one of them. The number was huge to millions, and they were very sensitive to the smell of blood. To cross the river, one must rely on a boat, even the indigenous people couldn't swim over, not to mention the large electric eels in it. Electric eels were creatures that could electrocute an adult man near land. It was even more difficult to deal with them here. The large electric eels were almost as fast as a spell attack. The intensity of the electric current was quite dangerous. Some of the special electric eel bosses could directly electrocute a grade 3 profession. Your Excellency. A one-eyed pirate next to him looked at Soren, who was in deep thought, and carefully said, "What do we do now? Don't we care about them? If we don't teach those indigenous monkeys a lesson, I'm afraid they'll think we're easy to deal with. The indigenous people deserved a beating. Their xenophobia was quite strong. If you didn't kill them, they would treat you as a soft persimmon." Even the pirates knew about this. Soren looked up at them and said, "Don't care about them for now. You guys prepare enough food and bring out the wine on the ship. It's almost the new year. Let the others have some good wine and meat first. Then we'll deal with them. During this time, I'll personally investigate them. For now, don't move too far away from the camp." Because Soren didn't touch a drop of alcohol, the pirates also banned alcohol during this time. The pirates below had already complained, but because they were afraid of Soren's prestige, no one dared to say it out loud. There were many drunkards among the pirates. During this time, there were also many who secretly drank a few mouthfuls, but there were still few who drank openly. There were too many pirates who were addicted to alcohol. Soren had to control them. Otherwise, there would be people who were drunk all day long. Soren wasn't against them drinking, but when it came to serious business, he definitely wouldn't allow people to drink and mess things up. The group of pirates quickly retreated from the tent. Although they didn't understand why Soren wanted them to celebrate the new year, the pirates below were really tired. There were already many who were complaining. Now that they were celebrating with wine and meat, it would be better to appease them. After all, pirates weren't soldiers. Their discipline was very low, and they obeyed orders out of respect. The ban on alcohol was lifted, and soon there were cheers in the camp. Many of the pirates secretly took out a small bottle and put it to their mouth to take a big gulp. This was the pirates' usual equipment, and it was filled with strong rum. This kind of rum had a high alcohol content, and it could be used to disinfect when necessary. It was a habit passed down from the northern pirates. Perhaps it was because the new year was coming, but the pirates' tempers were much better. They didn't even beat or scold the slaves. Boxes of supplies were moved out. There were smoked meat, vegetables, salted fish, and so on. Soren actually prepared a lot of things, including things that the pirates didn't think would be useful. A day passed just like that. Soren looked at the rare happy atmosphere in the camp, and the corner of his mouth showed a trace of a smile, but it seemed a little cruel. Let them have a good new year. He looked up and murmured, "Next year will be the most difficult year. Whether we can gain a foothold here will depend on whether we can get rid of the indigenous people next year. The other dangerous areas and all kinds of wild monsters could wait. Because the monsters had an area of activity. If no one provoked them, the monsters in the outer islands wouldn't easily run to other places, including the most aggressive and predatory large pterosaur. Most of their hunting areas were fixed. So the most troublesome thing was the indigenous people. As long as the indigenous people were defeated, there would be time to clean up other small problems. Moreover, for Soren, the indigenous people had a greater meaning. He needed slave labor for his development, and in the end, he would have to find a solution from the indigenous people. If this was the case, then things would have to be carefully planned. P.S. After some adjustment, I'm in a much better state. I'm back to normal. There will be more at the end of the month. In the evening, Soren had changed into a tight suit. He cut his shoulder-length hair with a curved sword and cut it to about the length of his earlobe. At this moment, his appearance was a little different from before. There was almost nothing on his body. His wrists and legs were wrapped with cloth strips, and he didn't wear any armor, not even light leather armor. The only thing that stood out was the battlemaster gloves on his hands. Almost all of his equipment and weapons were in it. Next to Soren was Vivian with a pout. The little girl looked unhappy and muttered, "I want to go too. Brother, why don't you let me go with you? If we go together, we might be able to kill those aborigines directly. I'm worried about you going alone. There are so many of them. What if you're discovered?" Soren squatted down when he heard this. He reached out and stroked Vivian's little head and said softly, if I go and you go with me, then there will be no one to guard the camp. If something happens, those pirates will easily collapse. I'll be more relieved if you stay here. Besides, there won't be any danger if I go alone. There are almost no people in this place who can stop me from coming and going freely. Speaking of this, Soren's face showed a confident smile. He had been to many dangerous areas. There were many monsters in the abyss that could see through invisibility and seal the plane, but he still went back and forth. Although his strength was not as strong as before, there were no real gods in the outer islands. At most, there were some legendary monsters that were close to the demigod level. Throughout the thousands of years of the outer islands, no one had heard of a god with weak divine power. Perhaps it was because the Storm Lord was above them, and he would kill any signs of a god with weak divine power. Okay. Vivian nodded gently, but the expression on her cute little face was still a little unhappy. She looked at Soren seriously and said with a serious expression, "Brother, you can go alone, but you have to let me leave a spell mark on you. That way, if you're in danger, I can find a way to teleport to help you." Spell imprint? Soren didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, "All right." Vivian clapped her hands and stood up. She looked around with her big round eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Once Soren agreed, she immediately began to cast her spell. Something was wrong. Soren felt that something was wrong when the little girl started casting her spell. Spell imprint was a very simple low-level arcane spell. With Vivian's strength as a legendary warlock and her powerful talent, it was impossible for her to take such a long time to cast it. Although Soren's spellcraft identify wasn't high enough to determine what spell the little girl was casting, he was sure that it was a very difficult spell. It was probably a level 6 or higher spell. He wanted to interrupt the little girl's spell casting, but he was afraid that it would hurt her. "Vivian. You. What are you doing?" Soren had no choice but to stare at Vivian until she finished chanting the last part of the spell. Only then did he understand what spell she was casting. A terrible pressure shrouded the area. This pressure was stronger than the dragon's aura of an adult dragon, but it wasn't as overbearing. Following the appearance of a spell, a portal opened in front of the two of them. A creature full of power and divine radiance appeared from the portal. It first glanced at Soren, then its eyes fell on the little Vivian. This creature full of divine power and divine radiance stared at the little girl in front of it. It couldn't help but frown slightly and said in a dull voice, "Spellcaster. Are you summoning me? You look like a little girl who hasn't grown up, whether it's your body or your soul. Are you sure you want to make a deal with me?" Jinn. When Soren saw the creature in front of him, he immediately guessed what spell Vivian had just cast. Limited Wish. Level 7 spell. The Jinn in front of him looked a bit like the monster in Aladdin's magic lamp. Its upper body was still in human form, and its skin was pale blue. Its pupils seemed to flash with lightning from time to time, which was the light of divinity. Any Jinn summoned by wish was at the level of a god. The strength level of the one in front of him couldn't be judged, but it was definitely a Jinn above the demigod level. The Jinn of the elemental plane had special rules. They followed the constraints of contracts and laws, and would trade with spellcasters when necessary. This was a Jinn above the demigod level. Now it was its avatar, not the main body of the Jinn. Only some very special transactions could make the main body of the Jinn appear. It was even possible to summon the oldest elemental god, knowledge, war. The creatures of the wind elemental plane once beat up the abyss demons, and these Jinn were the vanguards. Vivian looked up at Soren, and then said to the Jinn in front of her with a serious face, "At hashtag yen asterisk hashtag at yen hashtag at hashtag percent at hashtag yen percent hashtag yen percent at hashtag yen at hashtag percent at hashtag percent hashtag." As soon as the little girl spoke, Soren was instantly dumbfounded because she was speaking the demonic language. He had never felt so deeply that learning a foreign language was so important, especially when it came to the demonic language, which was widely used in many planes. The Jinn was a neutral creature. The 4 elemental planes were basically not involved in the battle between the upper and lower planes. Unless there was any idiot who was ready to unify the universe and transform the entire multidimensional plane into one form, the 4 elemental planes would basically not stand up and do anything. Therefore, the Jinn could also trade with the demons. As long as it was any spellcaster who used the wishing spell, they could trade with them. So the Jinn also said in the demonic language that Soren could not understand at all, at hashtag yen hashtag percent, at and asterisk at hashtag at and asterisk percent at hashtag and asterisk, at hashtag yen and asterisk at hashtag yen. This was going to kill him. Soren wanted to interrupt Vivian and let her communicate in the common language, but he was afraid that this would anger the Jinn. These Jinn were actually not easy to talk to. But before Soren could speak, the Jinn seemed to have reached some kind of consensus with Vivian. Then it took out a roll of parchment out of thin air, held a quill pen and began to write quickly. Soon, it filled a contract scroll. It squatted down and handed the contract scroll in its hand to the little Vivian. The little girl looked at it carefully for a while, then pointed out one of the points and argued fiercely with the Jinn. It was obvious that the difference in strength between the two sides was huge, but in the face of the little girl's impolite tone of argument, the Jinn was not angry at all. Their contract was full of all kinds of traps. Anyone would bargain with them before trading with them. Not much time had passed. Soon, the Jinn's face showed a trace of amazement and said seriously, "Very good. According to the contract, I will take a part of your divine power, and then give you some other abilities in return." Little girl. If there is no problem, then sign it. Vivian was very fast. She picked up the quill pen and signed it. Then the Jinn's face showed a satisfied smile. It raised its hand and pointed at Vivian. A special contract power emerged and took a part of the little girl's divine power. Then it stretched out its finger and pointed at Vivian and Soren, and a divine light appeared in its eyes. In an instant, as if he had been electrocuted, Soren couldn't help but tremble. Then he felt Vivian beside him. He didn't see her with his eyes, but he felt it with his soul. It was a very wonderful feeling. He could determine Vivian's position and how far away she was from him. As long as he concentrated, he could lock the little girl's specific direction. It was like a very strong telepathy. Under the dim light of the night, Soren's figure flew out, shuttling through the dense tropical jungle, moving towards the distance at high speed. He was not unfamiliar with such a terrain. When he came to the outer islands to complete a legendary level mission, Soren also fought with the best trackers here. This group of guys had a very powerful tracking ability. They could track the target through footprints, smell, environment, and so on. Even Soren had improved a lot of tracking skills after fighting with them. Pata, Soren's toes tapped lightly on a big tree, and then slowly landed on the ground. There were many messy footprints in front of him. Although a lot of them were covered by weeds, the traces left by high-speed movements were still very obvious. Soren raised his hand and looked for traces of something being dragged away. It was a bit like the traces left by heels. He found a little dark red blood, but there was not much blood. It seemed that the battle was over soon. Soren could already imagine the situation at that time. The pirate scouts he sent out were suddenly attacked, and before they could react, most of them were killed. Then one of them successfully escaped, and the other scouts were dragged away. Looks like they're all masters. Soren's eyes showed a trace of coldness, and his face showed a cruel expression. He slowly said, "Kill these scouts first. They seem to be the elites of the indigenous tribes." Jungle fighting was different from flat ground fighting. The most common thing here was encounter and ambush fighting. Even a grade 4 profession could die in the hands of a low-grade profession that was proficient in tracking and hiding. Because there were too many environments for ambush, and there were many natural traps that could be used. Many brilliant trackers could kill other professions that were 5 levels higher than them here. The most dangerous ability of these indigenous people was tracking and hiding traps, and then there were the use of blow darts and hidden weapons, etc. However, this time, they might not be so lucky, because rogues were also experts in this field. Soren moved quickly along the traces in the grass. His tracking ability was not very good, but it was not enough to lose the traces left today. Brilliant rangers could even track the traces left a few days ago, and even distinguish what kind of enemy left them. Therefore, Soren had always attached great importance to tracking skills. He moved quickly along the grass. He could be sure that the indigenous elites had not returned to the tribe, because they could not know the number of Soren's men if they were not close to the camp. Shadow hiding. After crossing a stream, Soren's figure gradually disappeared into the night. He heard a little movement. It was a scream. It seemed that the pirate scouts sent out during the day were not all killed by them, and 1 or 2 survivors were brought back by them. A trace of killing intent appeared in Soren's eyes. His whole body was shrouded in shadows, and he approached the mountain wall in front of him where some screams came from. There were many places in the outer islands that looked like the Irish coastline. The landscape structure here was completely different from the southern continental shelf. What Soren saw in front of him was a natural cave. It seemed that the enemy was quite familiar with the nearby terrain. No one had come to this cave for a long time. It was a little dark inside, and the cave was not very deep. Soren heard a slight scream again, and saw a faint fire in the cave. It seemed that there was a corner in the cave. He did not recklessly sneak in. Soren reached out and touched the ground, carefully observing the surroundings. His dark vision allowed him to see as clearly at night as during the day. Soon he found a rather clever alarm trap. The indigenous people were very cunning, and their living environment was also very harsh. For someone who could easily kill the pirate scouts sent by Soren, it was impossible for them to be unprepared at night. Soren's trap skills were not enough. He glanced at it and felt that he might not be able to successfully remove the trap without making a sound. Even if he was lucky enough to remove it, it would take too long. Soren reached out and grabbed the edge of the cave. Then, he climbed into the cave along the corner as if he was hanging in the air. He was just 1 or 2 centimeters away from the alarm trap. The people inside the trap would be immediately alerted. The scream continued. There were broken stones in the cave, so Soren had to be careful. He heard the common language and the indigenous language, but he could not hear what was being said clearly because the screams were interrupted. The enemy seemed to be interrogating. Soren did not dare to be careless. His figure slowly approached in the dark. As he turned a corner, the situation in front of him appeared in front of his eyes. He saw 5 indigenous people with oil paint on their bodies. The skin of these indigenous people was darker, but it was not like the black race. Instead, it was like a mixture of the black race and the Native Americans. The bone structure of these guys was thicker, obviously thicker than the bone frame of the mainland people. They were interrogating a pirate scout. The pirate who was being interrogated was badly mutilated. His appearance could not be distinguished at all. His breathing was also very weak. It seemed that he would not last long. There was an indigenous person who looked different next to him. It was obvious that he did not have oil paint on his body. A cold light appeared in Soren's eyes, because he recognized that this indigenous person was one of the slaves who escaped from him. Because he knew the common language, he was helping to translate the interrogation and telling them the information in the indigenous language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Soren's eyes were full of killing intent. He quietly approached the enemy who had been asking questions and looked like the leader of the indigenous people. Backstab. Shadow strike. An icy cold light suddenly appeared. Soren's figure emerged from the shadows. The legendary curved sword Icing Death drew a cold light and instantly pierced the heart of the indigenous leader. The tip of the sword penetrated from the back to the chest. The other party's expression was full of shock. Before he could change, he died under Soren's hands. A row of data quickly appeared. Shadow strike successful. Shadow strike launched. Backstab launched. Successfully launched backstab, causing 116 plus 10 piercing damage to the target. Piercing the target's heart. Triggered the test of death. Target's test of death failed. Target dead. Extracting the target's soul energy. Received 3250 Slaughter EXP. As the Slaughter EXP data emerged, Soren immediately guessed the approximate strength of the opponent in his mind. It should be an enemy above profession level 15, a leader in the indigenous tribe. The enemy seemed to have more than 100 HP, but because his heart was pierced, he did not pass the test of death. Therefore, he could not survive for a period of time like some of the enemies that Soren had encountered in the past. Sword form, spinning strike. After killing the enemy's leader with a sneak attack, Soren did not retreat. On the contrary, he rushed up directly. Another curved sword appeared in his hands out of thin air. He spun it in a circle and slashed at the other 2 enemies in front of him. Caught off guard, this was the most common reaction under a sneak attack. Many people were caught off guard, and their ability to dodge and parry was greatly reduced. In this case, it was the best time to test one's ability. One of the indigenous people almost subconsciously dodged sideways, then rolled to open the distance, but the other indigenous person was a little slower. He was directly hit in the chest by Soren, and even a large part of his lung was cut open. The former was an indigenous person with a reflex evasion ability, while the latter obviously did not have any powerful evasion ability. Once he encountered a sudden situation, he would inevitably be slower by half a beat. Swoosh, in the face of Soren, who suddenly appeared and killed their leader, the indigenous people reacted quickly. They began to fight back quickly. However, instead of pulling out a weapon, they quickly took out a blow dart. With a few faint cold lights, the blow dart flew out like steel needles. They hit Soren's body, but it did not have the effect it should have. Stone skin. The blow dart did not break through Soren's stone skin. These blow dart with strong anesthetic had no effect at all. Dang. Dang, the blow dart fell to the ground, but Soren jumped out and slashed at the seriously injured enemy. A row of data quickly appeared. Shadow Strike activated. You've dealt 56, plus 10, / damage to the target. You've dealt 26 / damage to the target. Target dead. Extracting target's soul energy, gain 2150 slaughter EXP. Soren's sword was extremely fast, almost at the same time as the icing death in his right hand slashed the enemy. The curved sword in his left hand immediately slashed the enemy's abdomen. Soren, who had mastered greater dual wielding, could almost achieve the effect of left and right mutual attack. The curved sword in both hands could fight independently. When he killed the indigenous person in front of him, his left hand almost immediately turned around and directly blocked the attack from the side. Then he bent forward and slashed the enemy's arm with his right hand. Dang. Dang, with a splash of blood, 3 fingers were cut off. Thump. Soren's 2 swords turned into cold lights, and he turned around to cut off half of the hand. At the same time, a distorted shadow appeared beside him, and then 2 heads fell to the ground. Shadow Strike. Summon Shadow. Sword form, beheading. Soren's eyes were cold, and he did not hesitate at all. When the summoned shadow in front of him entangled the enemy, he slashed at the enemy's head. Thump, a headless body fell to the ground. Soren was covered in blood, and there was only one enemy left in front of him. Facing the last enemy, Soren still didn't hesitate at all. His 2 swords turned into a cold light that shrouded the enemy's vital points. Because he didn't need to keep the enemy alive, and he didn't need to torture anything from the indigenous people in front of him. Since Soren had already planned to explore the enemy's details, there was no need to torture information from the captive. More importantly, the 2 sides didn't speak the same language at all. Plop, blood splattered out of the wound. Soren stabbed into the abdomen of the skinny aborigine in front of him, then suddenly cut open the abdomen with the tip of the sword, and finally cut off a head with his right hand. Since mastering the sword form, beheading, Soren had become more and more fond of beheading the enemy. As long as the enemy's head was cut off, they would die directly. But if the other parts of the body were cut off, they could still hold on for a while. Of course, this may also be related to the hidden violence in his heart. As a rogue, he actually had the blood of a berserker deep in his heart. A row of data emerged. Soren glanced at it and found that the enemy gave a lot of slaughter EXP. The bottom level of the indigenous people was similar to ordinary people, but the warrior class of the indigenous people was very strong. Their task was to hunt and fight, which was basically a way to gain experience and strength. The ordinary work was basically all on the bottom level of the indigenous people. The 5 enemies were all professions above grade 3. Because there were no spellcasters among them, the slaughter EXP they gave was similar to wilderness monsters of the same grade. A total of 21,500 slaughter EXP was given to Soren. It seemed that they were indeed elites. After killing 20 or so of these enemies, Soren could easily level up his profession by 1 level. Sure enough, sneak attacks are more suitable for me. There were 2 keys to Soren's easy victory. One was that the sneak attack of backstab caught the enemy off guard. In this situation, it was easy to expand the victory in an instant. The other was that he had the support of stone skin, so he didn't have to be afraid of the enemy's blow dart. Because even if Soren had more than 20 points of constitution, he didn't have much confidence to resist the poison on the blow dart. One thing that must be admitted was that these indigenous people had good skills in toxicology. Some were even better than the alchemists on the mainland. There were very few spellcasters among the Aborigines. However, he could not rule out the existence of special beings with psionic powers. There were basically no wizards here, only sorcerers and shamans. Shaman priests were a different kind of priest, and their spells were quite different. Since there were no real gods in the outer islands, the spells of the shaman priests were more inclined towards elemental attacks, which were similar to evocation magic attacks. In areas where totem beliefs were distributed, this kind of shaman priest was more common. There were also ancient shaman doctrines that simply worshipped the souls of their ancestors. Surveys had shown that the more civilized a place was and the more widespread the written education, the higher the possibility of spell casters appearing there. Soren started to collect the loot. The Aborigines didn't have anything valuable on them, and Soren wasn't looking for gold, silver, or jewelry. He rummaged through the bodies of the Aborigines and soon found 6 blowers and a small bottle of unknown potion. There were steel needles soaked in it. Soren tried to identify the item, and when he saw the attributes, he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Item type, blow dart, +3, item grade, rare, grade 3, item description. This is a very special blow dart that originated from the Aborigine scouts in the outer islands. In the thousands of years of history of the Aborigines, although it didn't bring them civilization and wisdom, it allowed them to develop some other special skills. This blow dart is smeared with a refined and purified neurotoxin. It will start to take effect in the blink of an eye after hitting the enemy. The dosage of a blow dart can anesthetize an elephant for a short time. There are very few humans who can successfully resist it. Requirements: none. Effect: causes 5 to 10 poison damage to the target, and then after hitting the target, a test of anesthetizing toxin with a difficulty of 20 points will be initiated. Any target that can't pass the test will faint in a short time. Damn, it's actually a grade 3 rare item. Soren immediately broke out in cold sweat when he saw the item's data because he found that the probability of him passing the test was less than 50%. Fortunately, he activated the stoneskin spell in advance, or else he might have failed miserably. Soren took a quick look and put away the blow darts, needles, and potions. Then, he leaned over and looked at the captured pirate scout. The pirate was already breathing out more than he was breathing in. The tendons in his hands and feet were all cut off. It was basically impossible to save him. Unless there was a high-grade priest to cast a restoration spell on him, he would be paralyzed even if he was barely saved. The key was that there were no priests in the camp. "I've avenged you." Soren walked over with a blank expression, held his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let me relieve your pain." A cold light appeared. After relieving the pain of the dying pirate, he slowly closed his eyes. There was no other way in this situation. Many times after a battle, there were wounded people who needed others to relieve their pain. After all, the number of priests was only a small number, and it was difficult to popularize expensive divine spells. Otherwise, the disputes in various places would not be at this level. Soren slowly stood up and glanced coldly at the indigenous slave who was killed by him. If this guy didn't escape, the indigenous people probably wouldn't have found them so quickly. Bang! Soren stepped on the indigenous slave's head and then walked out of the cave. Killing these scouts was only the first step. Since Soren had the intention to kill the indigenous people, he naturally had no mercy in his heart. Under the pitch-black night sky, Soren's figure moved forward at high speed in the jungle. The night was his best disguise. At the same time, with the blessing of dark vision, Soren was even more drowsy than drowsy. Some night-hunting beasts began to appear, and Soren carefully avoided them. There were some strange fluorescent plants around. If a flying insect approached, it would be swallowed immediately. There were many types of carnivorous plants in the outer islands, so even animals would not easily get close to some places. The sound of a river came from the front. Soren moved forward quickly. This island was not very big, about 50 kilometers in length. It was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. There was a large primitive jungle inside, and then there was a river flowing from another island. The width of the river was about 50 meters. There was nothing strange on the surface, but it was different after people went down. Soren was not in the mood to care about these piranhas, even if they could provide about 2 slaughter exp. The signs of human activity in front began to become obvious. Soren even saw abandoned broken fishing nets by the river. The indigenous people's source of food was not all hunting. They also knew how to farm, but the area of land that could be farmed was not much. Soren's figure gradually merged into the darkness. He moved along a muddy road that was obviously often used by people, and soon he saw the cultivated land. There were no crops in the land now, but there were crops like corn and sorghum stacked next to the field. There was the light of torches in the distance, and there was a faint sound of people. Soren first made sure that there were no hidden sentries nearby, and then gradually approached. He was not sure if the indigenous people here had any special means, so he did not get too close. In front of him was a simple village. Looking at the number of houses, the population was about 1,500 people. The indigenous people's population was more densely distributed because they could not survive in the outer islands with a small number of individuals. The periphery was the indigenous people at the bottom. They all lived in low shacks, and the surroundings were very messy. In the center, there was a tall building, and in the distance, there were torches and guards. The indigenous people had a tribal system, similar to the tribal system in Africa where one could marry more than 100 wives to work. The internal hierarchy was strict, and the gap was quite large. Sauron glanced at it for a moment, and then quietly sneaked in. As soon as he entered the tribe, Soren immediately smelled a strange smell. He couldn't tell what the smell was, but it was indeed a little stinky. The environment of the entire tribe was very dirty and messy. There were feces left by children everywhere on the ground. Even the road was not deliberately smoothed, and there was black mud when he stepped on it. The tribe was surrounded by low huts. The simple fences were useless to Soren. He could see the lower aborigines gathered in a mess. There were more than 5 or 6 members in a family. It gave him a feeling of an African tribe. Even if it had a history of thousands of years, there was no civilization at all, war, chaos, and killing. The environment destroyed the hope of civilization. Only the oldest traditions and order were still maintained, and the Num rulers ruled these lower aborigines. The low huts formed a circle, and only the center of the tribe could be lit with relatively rare resin torches. Everything here was so primitive and barren. Soren could even see simple stone tools. Steel was also a very rare resource here, and it was mainly used for weapons and knives. However, he could see some bronze tools. The small indigenous tribes were basically quite primitive. Only the tribes that had established towns had many skills. In fact, life was far from as easy as you think. The most basic things were clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Clothes were ranked before food. Perhaps in the more civilized mainland areas, clothes were something that could be bought with money, but there were not many transactions here. Soren saw a lot of lower aborigines who were not fully clothed. Many of the aborigines' children were basically sleeping with their buttocks naked. The clothes in the outer islands were mainly animal skins, linen, and other plant fibers. Animal skins were more valuable, and linen also needed to be planted and exchanged. If the location of the tribe was far away from the indigenous town, many of the most basic needs of life could not be met. Here, the finished cloth was something that could be used as money for transactions and consumption. Note, it was similar to the cloth used as a substitute currency in ancient China. Soren soon saw their food. Basically, as expected, it was a kind of black porridge mixed with vegetables, leaves, and all kinds of other things. There was also a kind of ugly black bread on the side, which was similar to a hard wooden stick. Soren could tell that they had plenty of food, but there wasn't much oil or water. Their food was messy as well, because Soren saw a palm-sized spider. Most of the huts were like this. The inferior aborigines lived in groups. Even if they were mating, they did not avoid children. The children here were considered adults when they were about 13 years old. Soren didn't stay for too long. He walked along the muddy road towards the center of the tribe. To be honest, Soren couldn't understand the thinking of the aborigines. They had so much manpower, so why didn't they just clean up the road? Maybe they were used to this kind of living environment. Patrolling guards appeared in front of him. The ground near the center was actually paved with broken stones. Soren had just lurked nearby when he heard a series of rapid breathing, crashing sounds, and moaning sounds, and they came from more than one place. Maybe it was because of the habit of working at sunrise and resting at sunrise. The Aborigines basically had no other entertainment at night. So their only entertainment at night was mating. As warriors with higher status in the tribe, they enjoyed more food, more resources, and more mates. Everything in this area was much better than the outside. There were even decorative sculptures, and smoked meat, salted fish, deer legs, and so on hanging under the beams. The Aborigines living here were the warriors of the tribe. They were basically professionals and had strong fighting power. They were supported by the inferior Aborigines and had the right to speak in the tribe. The number of warriors was uncertain. But according to Soren's estimation, at least 5 people were needed to support one warrior. If this tribe didn't annex other tribes, at most there were about 300 warriors. In terms of numbers, they didn't pose much of a threat to Soren, because he brought a lot of pirates with him. They could basically participate in the battle. However, there were a lot of old and weak women and children in this tribe. As he got closer and closer to the center, Soren inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. He carefully lurked closer and could see a few tall and majestic buildings. One of the buildings was very luxurious. Even the ground was covered with fur, and there were 2 tall Aborigines standing in front of the door. This should be the residence of the chief of the indigenous tribe. It seemed that the living conditions here were no worse than that of many generations of aristocrats. Soren could also hear the sound of maids walking around. Soren heard the sound of people and footsteps, but he was not sure what was going on inside. In addition to this luxurious residence, there was only a large courtyard nearby. The source of Soren's uneasiness was this courtyard. Judging from the strange statues placed in front of the door and all kinds of mysterious patterns, it was no surprise that this was the place where the shaman lived. Soren felt a weak fluctuation of magic, but he didn't dare to approach because the spellcaster could set up an alarm trap, and this trap was very difficult to remove. It was possible that if he approached slightly, the other party would directly use a magic trap to discover him. There was a very strong smell of medicine near the shaman's courtyard, a very, very strong smell of medicine. The smell was a little pungent, and it made people feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if they would be poisoned if they stayed for too long. The nearby houses were quite far from here. It seemed that the other people in the tribe feared the shaman more than they respected him. There were a lot of strange plant roots and body parts near the courtyard. Soren couldn't identify most of them, but this didn't prevent him from confirming that the shaman inside was an expert in potions, at least in the branch of potions, toxicology. He was a first-class expert. The indigenous people were good at using poisons. This kind of knowledge was mainly in the hands of the shaman. They would pass on part of it, but the most important part was passed down orally by the shaman. Because of long-term exposure to potions, many of these shaman had poison resistance, and some even had a body that was directly immune to poison. They also had some abilities similar to dark witchcraft, including some strange curses. There was a row of trees near the courtyard. It was a kind of strange tree, about 25 meters tall, and the leaves weren't very wide. It looked like a kind of arbor, and the bark was white and gray. Soren glanced at it, and his expression gradually became serious. He quietly approached it, and then a throwing knife appeared in his palm out of thin air. "This is?" Soren carefully pierced a small hole in the trunk, and then carefully observed it. He only saw a trace of milky white liquid flowing out, and there seemed to be a faint fishy smell in the air. His expression was serious, and he murmured, "Throat sealing? Arrow poison wood? Throat sealing." It was a kind of naturally poisonous tree, and its name was arrow poison wood. It was a kind of tree that was commonly seen in tropical rainforests. When the milky white venom touched the wound, it would quickly paralyze the poisoned person's heart, seal the blood vessels, coagulate the blood, and finally suffocate to death. This kind of poison was very dangerous. If the dose of poison was relatively high, even an extraordinary body may not be able to withstand it. As for the ordinary pirates under Soren, if they were poisoned, they basically needed an antidote, and the probability of surviving was quite low. It seems that my decision was right. Soren couldn't help but have a cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced that he decided to come here personally today, and didn't recklessly let his men fight with the indigenous tribe. Otherwise, when the real fight began, the casualties of his men would definitely be quite heavy. Not to mention the indigenous people's other means, just the throat-sealing poison alone was enough to make many people suffer. Most of Soren's pirates would be dead before they could even see them summon their elemental spirits. It seems that I have to think about it at length. If I want to make a move, I have to catch them off guard. Soren's figure lurked in the darkness. He took a deep look at the courtyard in front of him, then turned and walked out of the tribe. The shaman here was a big problem. If he wanted to deal with the indigenous tribe, he had to carry out a decapitation operation. He and Vivian had to take the first step to get rid of the shaman. Although he couldn't determine the level of his profession, it shouldn't be higher than the 4th grade. Basically, there were very few legendary-level shamans in the outer islands. Even if there were, they would be in the large indigenous tribes with tens of thousands of people. This indigenous tribe seemed to have a lot of resources, whether it was population, land, or other materials. Even the arrow poison wood was of great use to Soren's trip this time. He confirmed the threat of this indigenous tribe, and also confirmed his determination to get rid of them. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? These indigenous people were so dangerous, Soren absolutely couldn't allow them to live on this island. Perhaps the indigenous people's attitude towards outsiders was similar, but because they didn't know Soren's background, they didn't rush to attack. Only one of them was destined to survive. P.S. I got up at 6:30 in the morning to write. Maybe I feel that the updates during this period of time are not good enough, so I have to quickly compensate you. Futazi, who was working hard to write. Today at 3 o'clock. Port Tylon. In a tavern near the port, the half-elf first mate was sitting at the bar waiting. Next to him was a prostitute, but he was not interested in looking at her. There was a sign outside the tavern. The sign was painted with a great white shark. There were many people waiting outside. Many of them looked fierce, so ordinary people passing by did not dare to approach. About 10 minutes later, a skinny man came in. He looked around, then turned and went into the tavern. "How is it?" The half-elf first mate glanced at the skinny man who came in and said in a deep voice, "Have you found the person I need?" The skinny man quickly bowed his head and replied, "Because it's near the end of the year, many people have left here. Dwarves have been rare during this time. Maybe it's because of the City of Wealth, now the whole coastal area is a bit depressed." The half-elf first mate frowned and said, "I don't care what the reason is. The person I need must be found for me, or I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The skinny man heard the words and had a cold sweat on his forehead. He quickly said, "I will do it as soon as possible. I will do it as soon as possible. However, there are a lot of people who know how to make bricks, but it's very difficult to find someone who's proficient in it. I heard that some slaves were recently shipped from the east, among which there are craftsmen who know how to make porcelain. This batch of slaves seems to be sent here for some reason. Anyway, many people have received the news recently. Some of them will be sent to the City of Wealth for auction, and the other will be sent to the Principality of Rossard." The half-elf first mate showed a look of interest and said slowly, "Eastern slaves? Porcelain?" "Yes." The skinny man quickly nodded and said, "Among the slaves sent from the east, there are many craftsmen who know how to make porcelain. It seems that something big happened over there. Many Easterners were demoted to slaves. Since these people even know how to make such exquisite porcelain, it should be no problem to make simple bricks and tiles. They should be able to meet your requirements." "Porcelain? Slaves?" The half-elf first mate raised his hand and touched his chin as if he was thinking about something. He said slowly, "It seems to be useful. Where are they? You also have to find me the dwarf who built the furnace. You know His Excellency Throatcutter's temper. If he is unhappy because things are done too slowly, I'm afraid another batch of heads will be cut off in Port Tylon." The skinny man quickly nodded and left after saying a few more words. After he left, the half-elf first mate raised his hand and beckoned to the scarred man next to him. He then ordered, "Go to Snake Island to gather people and prepare a batch of fast boats. Those craftsmen will definitely be useful. Let's go and grab them." They were pirates. Pirates spent money to buy things because they had moral integrity. Robbing them was their professional ethics. Scarface's subordinate quickly nodded and left. The half-elf first mate nodded with satisfaction, and then began to think about how to take down the slaves with the least casualties and the fastest speed. His Excellency Throat Cutter recently needed a lot of labor, and this batch of Eastern slaves seemed to be very valuable. At the other side. After the skinny man left the tavern, he quickly made his way into an alley. He entered from a back door and came to a room. Outside the room, there was a powerful female Amazon warrior guarding. Inside, there was a woman with a scar on her face and a dagger. She glanced at the skinny man who came in and asked, "How is it?" "It looks like he took the bait." The skinny man quickly bowed his head. The Amazon woman with a scar on the side of her face showed a smile and said playfully, "Very good. That batch of goods is secretly controlled by the Pirate King Ashrod. As long as this group of throat cutters men snatch the goods, their conflicts will soon become more and more intense. The Pirate King Ashrod has long felt threatened and dissatisfied with the rise of Throat Cutter. Now he should make a move, right?" The skinny man quickly nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, "But that batch of goods seems to have more than just some slaves transported by the way, right? Some of the things in it are very valuable. I'm afraid that they will benefit in the end. And I'm afraid that Ashrod can also guess the information we revealed to them." The Amazon woman looked at him contemptuously and said slowly, "It's just 50 or 60,000 kindlers' goods. If it can make the two pirate kings fight, it's worth paying a little price. That man thinks that he can run rampant on the sea with the support of the Naga royal family behind him. It's not the first time he has done things secretly behind the Sea Temple's back. Now we just have to sit back and reap the benefits." The skinny man didn't speak, but his expression was inexplicably worried. Instigating the struggle between the two pirate kings on the south coast would definitely put a little pressure on him. As long as either side knew, his end would be very miserable. Now he only hoped that after they fought, no one would be in the mood to pay attention to a small character like him. The Outer Islands. Soren returned to the camp at dawn. Vivian seemed to have not slept all night. After feeling that he was back, she closed her eyes sleepily. The little girl was worried that Soren would be in danger. Because she had used limited wishing, the two of them had a telepathic ability. She was ready to teleport at any time when Soren was in danger. Now that Soren was back, she was naturally relieved. The little girl, who had been very sleepy during this time, quickly fell asleep. It was really enviable. The little girl slept most of the time every day, but her strength grew faster than Soren. It was as if sleeping could improve her combat power. After Soren came back, he immediately became busy. On the one hand, he strengthened his vigilance. On the other hand, he also studied how to uproot the indigenous tribes. There were two most troublesome problems in dealing with the indigenous tribes. The first was the spirit that they worshipped and sacrificed. Most of the spirits had legendary combat power, and there was more than one spirit. If the tribe maintained the worship of the ancestors, then the number of spirits might be more. The most powerful of them was probably above the legendary level. The other souls were directly transformed into souls after the death of the high-grade warriors in the tribe. This kind of existence was a bit like the war spirit. It was more common in totemic areas, and it was a common situation in the far north and Iceland. Souls were a bit similar to holy spirits. Both had a weak divine power. It was not that easy to deal with souls. Anything that was related to the power of the gods was not easy to deal with. Even if Soren and Vivian worked together, it would be more troublesome to deal with the souls sacrificed by the indigenous tribes for generations. Secondly, the Aborigines were proficient in the use of poisons and medicines. Whether it was the blow darts that could force people to faint or the poisons and liquids that could be smeared on weapons, these things were quite dangerous and troublesome. Moreover, the speed of these poisons was quite fast. Once you were poisoned, you would fall to the ground in a short time. Soren had a headache dealing with them, not to mention the other pirates. This was the most troublesome thing in the Outer Islands. There were too many poisonous things here. With a little knowledge of potions, it was easy to find the poison things here. Soren frowned and thought, his fingers gently stroking the table. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Because Soren ordered to lift the ban on alcohol and let the pirate minions celebrate the new year, the whole camp was now in a celebratory atmosphere. No matter how fierce the pirates were, they were still humans, and humans would certainly have some other emotions. There was no need for decorations for the new year, but a bonfire had to be set up. Large bowls of wine and large pieces of meat were also necessary. Some of the pirates were prepared to hunt, and some were prepared to go out and fish for seafood. Many of the pirates were fishermen and sailors. Recently, the pirate minions had a little understanding of Soren's eating habits. They knew that the throat cutter liked seafood, such as sea cucumbers, shark fins, lobsters, and so on. Even the king crab, which was rarely eaten, was quite liked by him. Many seafood actually had a strong fishy smell. In this era, spices were very expensive. Many people directly boiled the seafood they caught, and there was basically no seasoning. A group of pirates was ready to go to the sea. They planned to catch some rare seafood and bring it back to Soren. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a trace of a ship in the distance. It did not look like a warship, and there was no flag on it. The pirate leader under Soren still knew the severity of the situation. After seeing the ship in the distance, he immediately ordered his minions to go back and report. Then they sent out a fast boat and rowed towards the approaching ship in the distance, ready to inquire about the identity of the other party. But it seemed that they did not need to ask, because the pirate leader had just approached and recognized who the person in front of him was. The other party had two obvious characteristics, such as black skin, silver-white hair, and scarlet pupils. Drows, strictly speaking, they should be half-drows of mixed blood. Standing on the bow was the drow warrior that Soren let go. Behind him was a whole team of drow warriors. Although their equipment looked a little worse, and many of them had some traces of damage, they were much stronger than the pirates. The pirate leader in front of him was stunned for a moment, but he did not stop them to ask. He just let the team of drows in front of him go ashore. On this day, after waiting for more than a month, Soren finally received a response from the drows. However, the time was much later than he expected. The City of Wealth. The shadows left by the chaos and killings that happened some time ago have not yet dissipated, and the city was still a bit deserted. There were not many pedestrians on the streets, and now a lot of trade has turned to Shipwreck Bay. So much so that the life of the lower class of the City of Wealth has become difficult. In the past, there were endless jobs to be found on the docks at this time, but now the docks had to be picky. Many families who relied on selling coolies to live were now very poor. Especially because of the arrival of the new year, and the spread of chaos within the mainland, the gradually increasing food prices made them even more miserable. Many people have regretted it. Many people lost their relatives and friends that night, but after that night, they found that they lost more than that. The paladins laughed. They actually succeeded in changing the place and reducing the evil here, but they did not let the poor live the life they wanted, because they were weak, and the weak were so fragile after the chaos. The gang forces in the City of Wealth have been reduced a lot. Many gangs were destroyed that night, but the destroyed gangs left a lot of empty spaces, and too many bloody incidents have occurred in the fight for these interests. From that day until now, the curfew in the City of Wealth has not been lifted, and there are many guards patrolling every day. The temple also seemed a bit silent. They don't seem to have any plans to do anything about the City of Wealth that is gradually losing its former prosperity. Maybe they have already done something, or made other decisions. No one knows what the temple is planning. Maybe they don't care about this temporary depression, but for the poor at the bottom, they only know that life is getting harder and harder. Food prices are still rising, work opportunities are getting fewer and fewer, and the merchants who come here no longer provide economic consumption. Even the business of prostitutes and female prostitutes has begun to deteriorate a lot. In the past, 2 silver thalers could get a pretty prostitute, but now 1 silver thaler could be played twice, and even let her open her mouth to taste the flute for a while. At the corner of the street, 2 shop owners with some sad faces sat together. One of the chubby shop owners raised his hand to wipe his sweat and complained, "I heard that there is going to be a war in the south. Recently, the price of goods has increased by 30%, and there are fewer things being shipped from the south. I heard that some trade routes have been cut off. I also heard that the Red Dragon appeared in Whiterun, and now everyone is in a panic." The other shop owner, who was skinnier, also sighed and said slowly, "That's not too bad. We could have taken the sea route." But now, after such a commotion, many merchants did not dare to come over. "I heard that there's a pirate king named Throat Cutter in Port Tylon and Shipwreck Bay. He's different from the previous pirate kings. He doesn't like to take his men to rob, and he restricts others from acting recklessly." Now, many merchants are running to these two places. The fat shop owner was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Not robbing? Then where would his money come from? There are many pirates who make a living on the sea. If they don't rob, won't they all have to starve?" The skinny shop owner looked outside and replied, "I'm not sure either. But there must be other ways to earn money." It was said that some of the pirate leaders had changed professions and started a caravan. In addition to the filial piety on the surface of the sea, it would definitely be enough to feed a group of subordinates. Besides, most of the trade on the south coast was supported by the outer islands. That's a lot of money. TSK, one ticket is enough for us to earn in 2 or 3 years. That's right. I heard during this period of time that His Excellency Throat Cutter did not rob merchants at all. Recently, Port Tylon and Shipwreck Bay have heard that they are selling flags. It's a big black flag. It's said that pirates on the sea will not attack merchant ships if they hang it up. Those who don't hang flags are a bit uncertain. Anyway, I'm not too sure. The world has changed too fast recently. Something will happen every few days. I've been very worried recently. I'm wondering if I should sell my shop, and then make some preparations to go back to the manor in the countryside." The two men kept chatting, and they talked too much about recent events. Suddenly, they seemed to have heard a scream, and then their whole body shivered. There was a lot of chaos during this period of time. The day before yesterday, someone was hacked to death in front of their shop in the middle of the night. The two men did not dare to go over when they heard the sound. Instead, they hurriedly called the patrol guards. It took about 10 minutes for the guards to come over. There was no movement in the alley where the sound came from. However, this was also good. People who didn't see anything, didn't hear anything, and didn't know anything could live longer. As soon as they entered the alley, even the patrol guards could not help but take a deep breath. There were many corpses inside. One of the guard captains with a beard and full body armor turned over and looked at the corpses. The expression on his face suddenly became serious. He looked around and said, "It's a very powerful master. These corpses were all killed in one blow. The time of death was less than a minute. Such a powerful master has probably crossed that threshold. This is not something we can control. Let's report it and let the higher-ups deal with it." There were 12 corpses on the ground. All of them were killed in one blow. The time of death was less than a minute. The last scream seemed to be because of something else. Otherwise, there was no movement at all. This was already the combat power of a legendary level, not to mention that the guard captain just took a look and found that there were adventurers with similar skills as him among the corpses. 3 of them were at least grade 3 professions. The matter was quickly reported, but it was hard to say whether anyone would care about it next. On the other side, on a hidden beam, a young man in a cloak sat in the corner of the house. He was playing with a golden gold coin in his hand. His expression seemed to be a little excited. The gold coin in his hand was quite special. It was not in the style of Kindler. There was no portrait of the Lady of Riches on it. Instead, it was engraved with the image of another goddess. There were strange patterns on the front and back of the gold coin. Many of them could not be understood at all, but it did not affect people who saw it at first sight. The young man stood up, picked up the gold coin, and smiled in the direction of the sea. "My luck is really good. This time, not only did I get a big order, but I also happened to meet someone who found the legendary lucky gold coin in the underground ruins. It seems that the Lady of Luck is really looking after me this time. Throat Cutter? If I kill you, I will have a big harvest this time." From the desolate desert to the east, across the boundless Gobi, into the fortress surrounded by mountains, a young man in tattered armor was walking alone. He had just finished a battle and dealt with an ogre that was wandering nearby. At this moment, he was wiping the blood on his sword, then he put his sword back into the scabbard and walked toward the fortress surrounded by mountains. The fortress was built halfway up the mountain. It was undoubtedly very time-consuming to build at such a height and in such an environment. This place seemed to have a very long history. Just by looking at it, one could feel the vicissitudes of the fortress. There were some black marks on the walls, which were the blood that seeped into the rocks and finally became what it was now. The young man took a deep breath and then slowly stepped into the fortress. No one seemed to be surprised by his arrival, and no one stopped him from entering. He walked all the way to the center of the fortress. There were 6 marble pillars in the hall, and there were almost no other decorations. There were some relief paintings on the walls, and it looked quite empty. At the front of the long table sat a rather burly man. He had a standard square face, a strong heroic spirit, clean short hair, thick eyebrows, and a rather sharp gaze. The man was wearing heavy armor and had a 2-handed heavy sword on his knees. When he heard the footsteps of others, he could not help but raise his head slightly and put down the quill in his hand. In front of him were piles of scrolls, which were almost a meter thick. Many of them had been flipped through and put aside. It seemed that he had been sitting here for a long time. Next to him was the food he had eaten at noon, which was just very simple bread and soup. "You're here." The burly man stood up. He was probably more than 2 meters tall, much taller than the young man in front of him. He put down the quill pen in his hand and also put down the book in his hand. His sharp and heroic eyes stared at the young man in front of him. Time did not leave too many traces on his face, but his chiseled and resolute face still made others feel the traces of time he had experienced. This was a profession above legendary. Powerful strength had transformed his bloodline, and his lifespan was much longer than ordinary people. The young man knelt down on one knee and humbly lowered his head. He held the top of the sword hilt and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, Judge." The burly man didn't answer. He just quietly looked at the young man in front of him. After a while, he slowly walked down and came to the front of this former Saint Samurai. He pulled out his sword and placed it on his shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "Since you have the qualifications to come to me, it proves that you have passed all the previous tests. I don't know what you've been through, what you've seen, or what you've understood. None of this is important to me. The important thing is that from today onwards, you have to learn to look at the world from a different perspective. Now, I want to teach you your first lesson." The tall and sturdy man picked up a heavy book and handed it to the young man in front of him, saying in a sonorous voice, "Justice. Either by force or by law. From today onwards, you will follow me and learn all the laws of the continent. Once you've learned all the laws, I'll teach you how to use force to seek justice. Young people, you have to remember that force is always the last resort. You have to learn to use your wisdom before using force. The law is also our most effective weapon, even if we have to use force to maintain the law in the end." Judge. A former Saint Samurai who was almost forgotten by history. Many people had completely forgotten this legendary Saint Samurai. However, if Soren were present, he would recognize that the tall and sturdy man in front of him was a more powerful and special existence than the Silver Hand. Not many people still remembered his past, but Soren knew that he was one of the few legendary professions in the world who had the ability to fight against powerful gods. He was also the only Saint Samurai who dared to draw his sword against the God of Light, the City of Wealth. In a dark basement, a woman with a grimace mask frowned and shouted coldly at the others below, "What? The lucky gold coins were stolen? You bunch of useless trash. Hurry up and get them back for me." The angry voice was like a cold wind blowing, making the others below tremble. One of the men couldn't help but muster up his courage and whisper, "Your Excellency, please calm down. According to the prophecy, we must gather all 12 lucky gold coins to unlock the secret of that place. We still have time. We must have time to get the lucky gold coins back." The woman with the grimace mask looked at him coldly and said slowly, "I'll give you half a year. If you can't get the lucky gold coins back after half a year, then you can talk to His Excellency the Saint in person." Lucky gold coins. A legendary special item that was said to bring good luck to people. There were a total of 12 lucky gold coins. The front was engraved with the oldest goddess of luck, not the current goddess of luck. The back was engraved with 12 astrological signs, representing different meanings. There were very few records about the lucky gold coins. It was only known that they could bring good luck. However, there was also a special legend. It was said that after gathering all 12 lucky gold coins, one could find the 13th gold coin that represented misfortune and bad luck. This was a very ancient artifact, it could even be used to curse the gods. It was an artifact made by the goddess of luck for self-protection. The Outer Islands. Soren didn't have much joy on his face for the appearance of the drow warrior. Because the other party arrived much later than he expected. According to his original plan, the drows should have arrived before he set off for the Outer Islands, instead of waiting until he had set up a camp in the Outer Islands. A team of drow warriors appeared in the distance. Although their equipment was a bit shabby, their momentum was very strong. There were only 31 drows, but their neat pace and cold eyes were more shocking than hundreds of pirates. These drow warriors were easy to associate with the elven army in The Lord of the Rings. Among the warriors of many races, the discipline of the elves was the best, and among all the elves, the rule of the drow army was the most cruel and ruthless. The training time of an elven warrior was quite long, far more time-consuming than that of warriors of other races. So in terms of quality in all aspects, the elven army was one of the best. As for the drow warriors, they were even stricter. The training they received was far more than that of other races. All of them were professions above grade 3, Soren just glanced at the drow warriors in front of him and inferred their abilities. Almost all of them had the combat power of a pirate leader. This kind of combat power could be a patrol captain in a city on the surface, but in the Underdark, they could only be a more elite patrol guard. They were not even qualified to apply to be a petrified lizard knight. It seemed that their race had weakened a lot. Soren couldn't see many grade 4 drow warriors among them. The strict standard for a drow warrior in the Underdark was a profession level of 15. Your Excellency. The leader of the drow warriors seemed to intend to show his strength. After stopping, he turned around. The drow warriors behind him also turned around neatly at the same time. There was no movement during this period. Everyone seemed to be one. This might seem very shocking and oppressive to the pirates, but Soren was used to it. In his previous life, the discipline of military parades was child's play. Perhaps their fighting power was not as good as these drow warriors, but in terms of formation, he had seen more shocking things. Soren nodded indifferently and said slowly, "The others stay outside. You come in with me. I have something to talk to you about." These drow warriors came at the right time. Soren just needed such a group of thugs. P.S. I'm a little slow today. I can only write 2 chapters. The sky gradually darkened. Darkblade did not look very good when he walked out of the hall. The drow warriors he brought had been settled in another residence. When he returned, there were already people waiting for him. These drows did not seem to be completely at ease with Soren. They were still fully armed after settling down, just waiting quietly for the return of their leader. Drows were very suspicious, intelligent creatures. It was difficult for them to trust others in a short time. "How is it?" A young-looking drow warrior stood up and asked, "Lord Darkblade." "What did that lord say?" Darkblade looked at the others and noticed that they also wanted to know what Lord Darkblade asked for. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. "He wants us to serve him and fight for him. As long as we can do this, the tribe can get a steady stream of supplies. He even promised to let us move here to live." These words made many people silent. At first glance, it sounded like a good condition, but after careful consideration, it was suspicious of annexation. The drows did not want to be controlled by a human. Cooperation was the limit they could accept at present. Unless Soren was so powerful that they could not resist or refuse, and could easily erase their existence. Before coming here, the female priests had made a decision. In fact, the group of women was still a little disgusted and distrustful of human beings. Otherwise, the leader would not be a male drow. It was important to know that males were naturally inferior to females among the drows. "Lord Darkblade." A young drow warrior hesitated and said slowly, "Didn't we think this would happen before we came? After all, there is no free food in the world. He will definitely need us to pay something. If it's just fighting for him, it's not a big deal for us. After all, it's not the first time we've dealt with the natives. What was the most abundant in the Outer Islands? The natives. This group of drows had fought with the natives more than once or twice. Basically, in the outer islands, where the living environment was slightly better and the surrounding materials and food were richer, there would be large or small native tribes. They had mastered many ways to deal with the indigenous people in this cruel environment. After all, they were drows, which were equally dangerous and evil creatures. Even if they gave up their faith in the Queen of Spiders, there was still a trace of cunning and cruelty in the nature of the drows. I know. Darkblade looked at the others and slowly said, but this lord wants to directly attack and destroy the aboriginal tribe. His words caused a huge uproar. The other drows could not help but widen their eyes and murmur, Master Darkblade, didn't you tell His Excellency what was in the indigenous tribe? Those spirits are rather difficult to deal with, and they don't have bodies of flesh and blood. When we first encountered them, we suffered heavy losses. With the pirates in the camp, it's basically impossible to defeat the spirits, unless there's a relatively powerful spell caster. The drows had also fought against the native spirits. However, there was no doubt that they had failed. It was because they were not strong enough, and also because there were too many enemies. Without the power of the adepts and priests, it was very difficult for a group of powerful melee warriors to kill the half-energy soul lifeforms. Right. Spirits were immune to any attack from non-rare weapons. If it was a spirit with the power of a demigod, it would be immune to any rare weapon attack below grade 3. Its immunity was not much different from that of a demigod lich, but it did not have the powerful physical damage reduction ability of a demigod lich. After all, a lich's body was just a skeleton. In the entire camp, if they encountered a demigod spirit, except for Soren's legendary curved sword, Icing Death, no other weapon could hurt it. One could imagine how passive this group of drows with simple equipment was at that time. It was almost a one-sided situation when facing the spirits. In many cases, there was no way around it. It was like if you didn't have Dragon Slayer equipment, sometimes you couldn't break the defense of a giant dragon. I've said it. Darkblade looked at the others and said in a deep voice, but His Excellency's attitude was quite firm, and I didn't dare to reject him obviously. After all, you know the situation of the tribe now. It's definitely not a wise choice to anger a pirate king. But fortunately, the indigenous tribes here are much weaker than the ones we encountered. The population is estimated to be only more than 1,000. According to the customs of the indigenous people who participate in hunting are considered warriors, there should only be about 300 people who can fight. The indigenous warriors did not participate in farming or labor. In addition to regular hunting and fighting, they were all supported by the lower-level indigenous people. The leader of the drows looked at the others and said slowly, His Excellency said that he was sure to deal with the spirits, so our task is to assist the pirates to deal with the indigenous people. There was a short silence. A drow's warrior who looked not young stood up and said in a deep voice, If His Excellency can deal with the spirits, we are not afraid of those indigenous people. According to the time, it's almost time for the antelopes and horned zebras to migrate. During this time, all the indigenous tribes are hunting. The source of meat for next spring depends on this hunt. So they should not launch an attack for the time being. Maybe we can choose a good time to attack them. If we are lucky, the casualties will be reduced a lot. The outer islands were a bit similar to Africa. Many of the islands here were scattered, but there were also connected islands because it used to be a continental shelf. The creatures in the jungle also had the habit of migrating north and south. When migration occurred, the number of herds would be quite large. Sometimes they would encounter migrating elephant herds. This was the hunting season for the indigenous tribes. Most of their meat for the coming year came from here. The indigenous people would use sea salt to cure the meat, which could be maintained for a long time until the next autumn's fishing season. The fishing season was the migration of fish. Sturgeon, swordfish, striped fish, and so on would go to warm areas to reproduce every autumn and return to areas near the north in the spring of the next year. During this period, the number of fish was quite spectacular. You could see a large number of fish on the migration route of the fish with the naked eye. Simply put, you could catch dozens of fat fish by throwing a big net down. And because the fishermen did not hunt much, these fish were very clumsy and could be speared with a harpoon. In some ways, the resources of the outer islands were indeed very rich. Knowledge, geography, the outer islands as a whole are a narrow island-connected area. The length reaches the scale of the continental shelf, but the width is less than 1/10. The edge of the Gulf Islands will extend to the extreme north, and eventually close to the Great Glacier that stretches for thousands of miles. On the other side, Soren walked back and forth in the hall, then looked up at his man in front of him and said, "Pay attention to the drows. If there are any changes, tell me immediately." "Yes." A scarred man immediately responded and left. Just as the drows could not fully trust Soren, Soren did not fully trust them because he had dealt with the drows more than once or twice. He knew a lot about these intelligent creatures that were cunning by nature. If you wanted to control the drows, you either had power or benefits. Otherwise, they would easily betray you. Soren closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then said, "No female drows appeared, and no spellcasters were seen. Has this group of drows declined to such a state, or have they still not decided to fully cooperate with me? If it's because of me, their value will be greatly reduced. A group of drows that has lost their spellcaster inheritance has no future. If it's the latter, then they still feel repulsed by me. I'm afraid they can only cooperate because they have no other choice. I must have great power to completely tame them, right?" This group of drows was very valuable. If they were included in Soren's plan, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Besides, the drows were naturally suited to do some shady things. Soren had many means that the pirates might not be able to do, but these drows could definitely do it. He must capture these drows in his hands. P.S. Today's update. The sky was just starting to brighten. Soren had already woken up. He washed up and went to the training ground outside his room to stretch his muscles. Soren's mastery of sword forms had once again entered a period of accumulation. He was now practicing the White Raven tactics. It was much harder to master compared to sword forms. He had been practicing it for a few months, but he still hadn't made much progress. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 to 5 years to master a portion of these high-level combat skills. Sword forms belong to a single attack, while the White Raven tactics belong to a set of attacks. It was like the difference between a powerful sword form and a set of powerful sword forms. There were also techniques for explosive power, techniques for accumulating power, and techniques for combining attacks. These things required specialized training and mastering the corresponding skills. For example, Soren couldn't immediately use sword form decapitation after using heavy slash. Only sword saints could master these techniques. There were many combat skills that only they could use. Soren exercised for a while, and the sky gradually brightened. He took out a 3-shot crossbow and quickly loaded it with ammunition. He then fired at a target 100 meters away. The distance wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either. Soren didn't even aim. He just raised his hand and fired at the target. With his current strength and attributes, he didn't need to aim. His accuracy was quite high. All attribute abilities extended to various fields, so attribute abilities were also the most difficult to improve. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, all 3 arrows hit the target, and all of them hit the bullseye. However, there was no trace of pride on Soren's face because this was just the simplest shooting skill. This kind of skill was nothing in the eyes of many people. He calmly continued to load the crossbow and ran from left to right. He moved at an astonishing speed, and at the same time, he fired at the target in the distance. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, all 3 arrows hit the target, but this time, only one of them hit the bullseye. Soren looked at the target in front of him and couldn't help but frown slightly. He hadn't mastered any skills in long-range shooting. It wasn't easy to hit the target while moving at high speed. He had to rely on his strong dexterity attributes, balance, coordination, hit rate, etc. However, this was really nothing. A true expert could directly shoot the heart of the target while moving at high speed while the enemy was also moving at high speed. Only then could he be considered a true godly archer. If it was a sharpshooter according to the standards of ordinary people, then most of the elves who were good at crossbows could do it. The conditions were still not enough. Without modern training equipment, high-speed shooting had to be mastered in actual combat. Soren played with the 3-shot crossbow in his hand. Then he loaded it and fired. There was a burst of applause in the distance, and then the drow that Soren had let go came over. His name was Darkblade Andri. He was a master of combat among the drow and the leader of the drow warriors. There were two people behind the drow warrior. He looked at Soren in front of him and bowed slightly. He then praised, "Your skills are amazing." It was a little fake. Soren knew his shooting skills, but his face didn't change at all. He just smiled and said, "It's just a casual practice. Drows are the masters of shooting." Darkblade Andre smiled and then said, "Do you like to use crossbows?" "Yes." Soren frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand why the other party said this. The leader of the drow warriors in front of him glanced at the target in the distance, then lowered his head slightly and said, "In my opinion, with your strength, you shouldn't use such a heavy and slow crossbow at all. Only some people who are not talented enough are suitable to use a crossbow because it takes too long to load, and its power is not stronger than a bow. From my personal point of view, your strength, agility, and physical fitness are far superior to others. From the perspective of an archer, you are a genius in using a bow." Genius? Soren couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. In terms of attributes, he did have quite enough attributes to use a bow. It was just that he had always used a crossbow before, and it had become a habit, so he almost never thought about switching to a bow. Until today, when the leader of the drow warriors in front of him mentioned it, Soren realized that with his current attributes, using a bow might be better than using a crossbow. "Come." Darkblade Andre turned around and looked behind him, then ordered, "Bring me my elven war bow." One of his subordinates quickly left. After a while, he came back with a dark golden elven war bow. The surface of the bow was very smooth, and there were exquisite carvings on it. It looked like it was painted with some kind of dye, but Soren wasn't too sure what it was. This elven war bow was not an ordinary item at first glance. In fact, all elven war bows were not ordinary items. They were at least +1 rare grade weapons. This was because the bows made by the elves were more sophisticated than those made by humans. The craftsmanship and materials used could not be compared. Elven war bow, +2, rare grade item. Darkblade Andre handed the elven war bow in his hand to Soren and said slowly, "Why don't you try this war bow? Maybe you will find that a bow is more effective than a crossbow." Soren reached out and took the elven war bow. In the past, his way of fighting was to fill the crossbow with ammunition in advance, and then throw it away when the battle was over. In fact, Soren rarely filled the crossbow with ammunition continuously in battle. He only used it as a one-time consumable. However, today, the words of the drows in front of him had attracted his attention. He also wanted to test the lethality of the elven war bow. The follower next to him quickly brought over a quiver full of arrows. Soren stood about 120 meters away from the target, then reached out and picked up an arrow. He smoothly knocked the arrow on the bow and shot it at the target. He didn't use the bow much, but it was not that he was completely unfamiliar with it. It was just that it was not as convenient to shoot as a crossbow. After all, a crossbow could be fired after it was loaded, but there was a process of knocking the arrow on the bow. However, the continuity of shooting with a bow was undoubtedly much better than with a crossbow. Swoosh! A sharp arrow was released, and Soren easily hit the bull's eye. His strength wasn't high, but his dexterity was 24 points. This meant that Soren's balance and coordination were very good. He was very outstanding in anything related to skill. This arrow didn't mean anything. Soren was just trying out his skills. When he got a feel for it, he raised his hand and took the quiver, then he continuously shot at the target in front of him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 5 arrows were shot out in succession. Soren's shooting speed was quite fast. Although his strength wasn't very high, his endurance was quite good. It took him about a second to aim and shoot. In other words, he shot continuously for 5 seconds at the target at a rate of 1 arrow per second. In the next moment, 5 arrows pierced through the air and hit the bullseye in the distance. He didn't seem to be unaccustomed to using a bow. Perhaps it was because of the omnipotent hands, his accuracy was very high when he aimed and shot. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Soren didn't stop at all. He had a total of 30 arrows in his quiver. He shot 10 arrows at each target, which took him about 36 seconds. During this period of time, he didn't need to rest, and he didn't have any stamina that couldn't keep up with the consumption. When he finished shooting all the arrows in his quiver, he felt a slight numbness in his arm. The targets in the distance were full of arrows. Soren basically didn't miss the target, but only 27 arrows hit the bull's eye. 3 of them didn't hit the bull's eye. From the angle of aiming and shooting, this result should be considered pretty good. The drow next to him was slightly surprised. On the other hand, Soren looked at the targets in the distance that were full of arrows and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He seemed to have overlooked something in the past. Perhaps the crossbow wasn't suitable for him. Soren needed a long-range attack. Because in the past, he often followed a team, but now he was mainly alone. Wizards had too few spell slots. It was unrealistic to rely on spell slots for long-range attacks unless one was a high-grade wizard. Soren used to use a crossbow, but now he thought that a bow was more suitable for him. However, there was also a limitation to this equipment. That was, to use the bow, he must carry a quiver on his back. At the same time, if there was a close combat, the bow must be carried on his back. In that case, a turn would be fatal. One could imagine rolling and dodging with a bow on his back. In some ways, a bow was not as convenient as a crossbow, but Soren did not have these concerns, because he had a piece of equipment that he had never had before. It was the Battlemaster gloves. As long as he had this equipment, he could switch weapons at any time. Using a crossbow was as convenient as using a bow. He could take out and put back the bow at any time, and then take out his curved sword to fight in close combat. In other words, this equipment solved the problem of Soren using a bow before, and it also perfectly solved the problem of the bow affecting his performance in close combat. Soren found another way to fight, but he was not in a hurry to change his way of fighting. The reason was simple. Using a bow required a considerable amount of skill, and at the same time, it also required the support of a variety of abilities. He only had high attributes and did not have any abilities. Maybe he could deal with ordinary people, but it would be difficult for him to hit the enemy with a high-grade profession. If he wanted to use a bow to fight, he at least needed to master the abilities of precise shooting, moving shooting, and eagle eye. Very interesting. Soren returned the elven bow in his hand to the drow in front of him and nodded slightly. Your suggestion is very good. It is indeed useful to me. Darkblade bowed slightly, but he did not reach out to take the elven bow. Instead, he bowed his head and said, "That would be my pleasure. Your Excellency, I think this bow is more suitable for you. In the future, you will be able to exert its greatest power. Please accept it." Soren smiled slightly when he heard this. He nodded and put it away. It was a grade 2 extraordinary bow. Moreover, it was an elven war bow. Although it was not as valuable as legendary equipment, it was still relatively rare. At the moment, there was not enough special wood to make bows, short bows, long bows, and so on. Most of them were +1 rare grade items. This was similar to the enhanced crossbow. Tier 2 extraordinary ranged weapons were already relatively rare, and Tier 3 extraordinary ranged weapons were even rarer. The most powerful crossbow Soren had ever seen was a +3 heart-piercing bow. He had heard of legendary crossbows before, but he had never seen one before. The increase in the power of the crossbow was mainly due to the arrows and bolts. Item type, Elven War Bow, +2, item grade, rare, grade 2, item description, this is an Elven War Bow with a certain history. It was made with wood from the ancient war tree and took 3 years to make. It has tenacity and durability far surpassing other war bows. The surface of the war bow was engraved with strange patterns. This was the symbol of enchantment, but it was unknown why the maker did not complete the enchantment process. At the bottom of the war bow, there was a sword mark that had been repaired. Its history was unknown, but it was still a powerful elven war bow. Requirements, 12 STR, strength requirement +2. Weapon effect, hard bow, continuous shot, +2 penetration, +1 armor break. It seemed like this elven war bow had some history. Soren looked at it and was slightly surprised. If this elven war bow was completed, it should have its own name, but it seemed like it was not completed for some reason. He touched the engravings on the body of the bow. They did look like engravings left behind by enchantment, but since it was not completed, it was only a grade 2 elven war bow. This weapon is not bad. It even has the effect of armor break. Soren looked at it and thought to himself, the power of the bow mainly depends on the arrow. Although there are no explosive arrows or frost arrows in the outer islands, there are a lot of tools that are dipped in poison. As long as we destroy the indigenous tribe, we can directly use the poison on the arrows in the future. It should not be a problem to mass-produce poisoned arrows. The blow darts used by the indigenous people could reach +3 extraordinary level. If they used their poison skills to make arrows, they might be able to make +3 poisoned arrows. Then, with the help of the elven war bow, the power would be more terrifying. It would definitely be more useful than many spells. At this time, the sky was already bright, and many people had already woken up. Soren just wanted to say something, but he saw a one-eyed pirate coming from outside. He carefully walked to Soren's side and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, it's ready." "Okay." Soren nodded. He looked at the leader of the drow warriors in front of him and said in a deep voice, "We'll attack tonight. Tell your people to get ready." So fast, Darkblade hesitated, but he still nodded and said, "Yes. I'll arrange it now." Soren smiled with satisfaction, then waved his hand to summon one of his men. He whispered a few words in his ear, and then said a few words to the one-eyed pirate. Immediately, the two men ran in different directions. Soon, the camp began to operate. All the elite pirates under the pirate leaders gathered, but they did not enter the jungle area. Instead, they all went to the port and boarded the warships outside. There was a river on this island that led to the sea. They could approach the indigenous tribe from the estuary. In the room. When Soren walked in, Vivian was already dressed and waiting for him. When she saw him come in, the little girl smiled sweetly, but her expression was a little excited. She said in a clear voice, "Brother. Let's go. Kill all those nasty aborigines." Today, Vivian was wearing a black princess dress. For some reason, the little girl liked to wear black and white princess dresses recently. She rarely wore other clothes. Maybe it was because he gradually got used to the little girl's gradually changing clothes. Soren did not feel strange in his heart. He just nodded slightly and said, "Do you remember all the things I taught you? The most important thing for a spellcaster is to protect yourself. Remember not to be too impulsive. Our goal is those souls. As long as we kill the souls, we can deal with the other indigenous people at any time." The souls were the key to everything. Because whether it was for Soren or Vivian, killing the souls could increase their divine power. As long as the souls were killed, the threat of the indigenous people would be reduced by half, and they could deal with them at any time in the future. Moreover, Soren had now accumulated 9 divinity points. As long as he casually killed a soul with divinity, he could accumulate 10 divinity points and get the buff of minor divinity. At that time, Soren's all attributes would be +1, which was equivalent to an additional 6 points of total attributes. This was quite a huge increase in combat power. Hearing Soren's order, Vivian nodded obediently, and then said cheerfully, "Brother. When are we leaving? I can't wait to show off my skills." He did not know why. Soren felt that the little girl was more belligerent than before, but he still liked this change. Because as the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer, Soren's pressure in his heart was increasing, especially when the future enemies were likely to be gods. He might not be able to protect Vivian's safety at all times, so it was definitely right to let the little girl have a little more strength to protect herself. Fighting also required courage. If she did not even have the courage to face killing, then fighting would become a joke. Soren nodded gently and said in a deep voice, "We'll leave in a while, we'll go by sea. P.S. There are 2 more updates today, but the time may be late. I just went to eat." Under the dark night sky. A warship with black sails entered the island's river from the estuary. Soren was quite patient. He waited until it was dark before he quietly approached the indigenous tribe's territory. This time, he did not bring many people. Even with the drow warriors, there were only 121 people. Most of the pirate minions were left in the camp. Because to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, there must be few people and they must be strong. Only an elite force could catch the enemy off guard. The night was getting darker. Soren and his men disembarked from the ship 10 kilometers away from the indigenous tribe. This distance was just right. If they were too close, it would be easy to alert the enemy. If they were too far away, it would be inconvenient to travel in the night. This time, most of the men Soren brought out were strange. They either had many scars on their faces and necks, holes in their ears, or strange tattoos all over their bodies. More than 70% of these guys were fierce-looking pirates. There was no doubt that they were also the elites among the pirates who had survived many battles. The pirate profession was the survival of the fittest. Basically, after 3 battles, the pirates who could survive would not be too weak. In this case, the pirates could improve their strength very quickly. After all, they were originally professionals. The pirates Soren brought out this time were all grade 2 and above. Among them, there were also 20% of the leaders around grade 3. These pirates were far better than ordinary pirates in terms of combat experience and equipment skills. The pirates' equipment was basically private. Soren did not have to pay for their equipment. They would use the bounty to buy equipment themselves. The worst of these pirates had exquisitely forged military weapons. Some of the leaders also had rare grade 1 weapons. Then, the drow warriors came down from the ship. They looked much better than when they first came. This was because Soren had replenished their equipment. Before he came, he had prepared a large number of standard military weapons, enough to equip nearly 300 people. This also included some leather armor and inlaid iron armor. As for better armor, it was difficult to get, mainly because the higher the price of armor, the higher the price. The price of a full body armor would even make Soren's heart ache. Now, all the drow warriors were wearing new leather armor, and nearly a third of their weapons had been replaced. After all, Soren had taken a +2 elven warbow from them, so he had to give them something in return. He was a very fair person. The overall strength of the people brought this time was very strong. Drows had quite strong night vision and basically had no problem fighting at night. After all, there was not much light in the Underdark. Most of these drows were albino elves and half-elves, and they still had infrared vision in the dark. Then there were the pirates that were brought over. Basically, there was no possibility of night blindness, so during a night raid, their combat power would not be reduced too much. Stop. Soren looked at the others behind him, then gave Vivian a look and said slowly, "We killed their scouts last time, so I'm afraid they'll be prepared. I'll go check if there are any hidden sentries." After that, he nodded to the others, and his whole body disappeared into the darkness. Soren's figure was completely covered by the night. After he entered stealth, he approached the indigenous tribe in front of him, and the people he brought over stayed nearly 3 kilometers away. Remove the hidden sentries. This was the most common job for rogues, and Soren was good at finding hidden sentries. There was a glimmer of light in front of him. Soren approached carefully along the edge of the road. He did not enter the tribe, but very cautiously circled around. Soon, he felt a slight movement coming from the bushes in the southwest. It was also very difficult to keep watch at night. The indigenous people could not stay still all night. Soren quietly crept over from the side, and then saw a skinny indigenous person crawling among them. The indigenous people of the outer islands were short, a bit like the indigenous people of Indonesia. They were often jokingly called indigenous monkeys by pirates. Soren lurked with no expression. When the distance was about 15 meters, he suddenly began to accelerate, but there was no sound. A faint cold light appeared, and Soren directly rushed over. He stretched out his hand to cover the other person's mouth and nose, and at the same time, his sword pierced through the back of the other person's heart and came out directly from the chest. A stream of blood came out, and the indigenous person that Soren blocked twitched, and then turned into a corpse. A row of cold data appeared. "The battle is over. You launched backstab at the target. Caused 86 piercing damage. You hit the target's heart. Triggered fatal damage test. Target's fortitude test failed. Target died. You've gained 1750 slaughter EXP. Although Soren did not scan the strength of the indigenous people, according to the slaughter EXP, he could still roughly judge the opponent's profession level, which should be around grade 3. Due to the lack of knowledge of civilization, and not too many sorcerer bloodlines, there were very few spellcasters among the indigenous people. Most of the spellcasters were concentrated in the shamans. However, there were some people here who could control psionic abilities, and under normal circumstances, they would not appear in such a small tribe. It should be a large tribe with tens of thousands of people. The proportion of psionic abilities was probably much smaller than the proportion of sorcerers. Plop. A very slight sound. Soren put down the corpse in his hand, and then covered it a little bit with the grass. Then he went into stealth mode again and moved along the indigenous tribe. Since he had found the hidden sentry, there must be more than one. There must be other indigenous people nearby. Soren, who was in stealth mode, was very careful. After circling around and finding nothing, he began to expand the area and continue to search. Because if there was a hidden sentry that was not taken out and found them in advance, the effect of a sneak attack in the night would be greatly reduced, and they might even suffer heavy losses here. He was very patient. After circling around 3 times in a row, Soren finally found the second hidden sentry. It was actually hiding in a big tree near the south. If it was not for his sharp hearing, it would be really difficult to find it. Soren spent a whole hour to take out 3 hidden sentry outside the indigenous tribe. When he was sure that there were no more hidden sentry nearby, he went back to the place where he started. It was close to 1 o'clock in the morning. He entered the island river from the sea after it was completely dark. Along the way, he cleaned up the hidden sentry. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning now. This was the best time for a sneak attack. Soon, Soren returned to the beginning. At this time, the gap between the drow warriors and the elite pirates could be seen. In terms of strength, the difference between the two sides was not very big, but after more than an hour of waiting, the difference in discipline between the two sides was obvious. The drow warriors were still silent, but they would wipe their weapons from time to time. However, the elite pirates were a little restless. Many unruly pirates were a little impatient. If it were not for Soren's prestige and the suppression of the pirate leaders, they would have begun to stir. The discipline of the two sides was not at the same level at all. The former reminded Soren of the years in the Underdark. At that time, he deeply experienced the cruel rule of the drow and the strict discipline of the drow army. However, the pirates were all elites, and they were a little impatient after waiting for more than an hour. They were completely used to being undisciplined. Soren saw the situation in front of him and immediately had the intention to train them well in the future. Let's go. With the appearance of Soren, the pirates immediately seemed to have found their backbone, and the restless elite pirates also settled down. When he gave the order to move forward, the others immediately began to approach the indigenous tribe. Vivian blessed herself with fly and invisibility, and flew directly to the front of the team. He did not know how the little girl's strength increased so much. Soren was very envious of her. She had been sleeping every day recently, but her flying and casting skills were so smooth. On the other hand, Soren could not master any other casting skills except for the ability to control spells. The drow warriors were still quite quiet and followed the team in silence. The pirates, on the other hand, made some noise from time to time, and complained in a low voice because of the bad road, but they were immediately reprimanded by the leaders. Darkblade shook his head. He did not have much hope for today's battle. In fact, he had already planned to retreat if the situation went wrong. After all, there were not many warriors in the tribe. The elite and precious drow warriors should not be wasted here. Now, he only hoped that they could succeed in their sneak attack, and that Sir Throat Cutter could also kill the spirits. The distance was getting closer and closer. With a glimmer of light in front of them, Vivian gradually lowered her altitude. The pirates were a little better. After all, they had seen the little girl fly and cast spells before, but the drows were a little scared. He felt that the little girl in front of him had unfathomable strength. She had already cast several spells in a row. Haste. The first spell was Haste, which was a group buff spell. It could increase the speed of people within a certain range. Vivian could buff about 20 people at a time, so she only used it 3 times in total to buff some of them. Dragon Strength. This was a spell that was meant for Soren, and it could greatly increase his combat prowess. The little girl didn't spend too many spell slots on buffs. After casting a few simple spells, she immediately began to cast a defensive spell on herself. Then, she nodded at Soren. Their mission was to kill the shaman priest. They must not give the spellcaster a chance to attack. Otherwise, their side would suffer great losses. Squeak. Soren easily opened the wooden fence of the indigenous tribe, and then a group of people quietly sneaked in. The guard on the watchtower had already been killed by Vivian's disintegrate, and the other was directly hit by Soren's enraged charm. Because of the buff spell, the drow warriors entered very quickly. During this period, the inferior indigenous people on the periphery were awakened, and before they could speak, their throats were cut. There was no mercy, no sympathy. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen corpses here. "Don't worry about the others." Soren looked around at his men and said in a deep voice, "Dark Blade. You take people to attack the chief in the center of the tribe. I'll kill the shaman priest, and then come back to meet you." He didn't know when the spirit would appear, so Soren could only kill the shaman priest first. His figure went directly into the shadows, and then walked toward the courtyard that he had confirmed at the beginning. Vivian's figure was flying in the air, and she had already cast greater invisibility on herself. The two quickly approached the position of the shaman priest. On the other side, Dark Blade had already led the drow warriors to launch a surprise attack and rushed directly to the center of the tribe. On the way, they inadvertently startled the indigenous people, but whether they were men or women, old or young, as long as they appeared in the line of sight, they were all killed. The drows would not pity these aborigines, and the pirates had no sympathy at all. Along the way, corpses and blood flowed. Those who wanted to resist were killed mercilessly, and soon there were nearly 100 more corpses. The drows were close to the center of the tribe, and the noise here awakened the indigenous warriors. However, many of them were killed on the spot by the drows who rushed in before they could pick up their weapons. It was already about 2 o'clock in the morning. Under normal circumstances, most people were sleeping soundly, and even if they heard the noise, they would not react so quickly. "Kill! Kill!" The blood and screams finally alarmed the entire indigenous tribe, but it was a little late now. In just the first round of confrontation, the drows with night vision had completely gained the upper hand. Although they only had about 30 people, the number of heads harvested in the battle was twice that of nearly 100 pirates. They were indeed a race that could survive in the Underdark. When they killed, they would not be soft-hearted at all. "Follow me." Dark Blade felt that there was a chance of victory, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Rangers, follow me. Shoot those guards. Attack the big house in front of you and kill the chief of the indigenous people." The elite pirates had begun to fight with the enemies who were gradually reacting. These guys were screaming when they fought. Although their momentum was quite amazing, it also alarmed more and more indigenous people. Casualties began to appear on their own side. 7 or 8 pirates died in a while, and more than a dozen were injured to varying degrees. More than half of them directly fainted. However, the casualties of the drows were very small. Only 3 of them were injured, and no one died because they had night vision and were more adapted to the current combat environment than the indigenous people. Blood flowed. The indigenous warriors were not gathered together. Although they lived in the center of the tribe, they lived in separate houses with their wives and children. Some of the half-grown children were also fighting, and they even killed 1 or 2 pirates. Dark Blade's expression was indifferent. He raised his hand and took out several throwing knives from his waist, and threw them at the indigenous children who looked at most 12 or 13 years old in front of him. The throwing knives hit the other party's chest, and the indigenous children fell directly to the ground. Then they heard the roar of an indigenous man nearby, followed by a scream. The drows did not have any change in expression, and the pirates were still murderous. On the other side, Soren and Vivian approached the shaman's courtyard. As soon as they arrived near the courtyard, the little girl could not help but frown and whisper, "Brother, there's a strange atmosphere here. I don't like it very much." Soren was just about to say something. Suddenly, the house in front of them shook, and then a behemoth appeared in front of them. It was a huge brown bear about 5 meters long. Although it had the appearance of a brown bear, it did not have the aura of a living creature. After it appeared, it growled silently, and then rushed towards Soren, directly raising its huge bear paw. Clang! 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 Soren naturally would not be hit by the enemy so easily. He dodged the attack, and then swung his 2 swords at the huge brown bear in front of him. But to his surprise, the icing death in his right hand broke through the opponent's defense, but the curved sword in his left hand seemed to have hit some kind of tough energy field, and it was deflected to another place, causing almost no damage. Soren's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Spirit bear?" Spirit bear. It was a kind of animal spirit, mainly born from totem worship. Although its external manifestation was that of a bear, in fact, most of its spirits were composed of the souls of intelligent creatures. They belonged to the half-energy life form, somewhat similar to the form of a saint, but not as powerful as the saint form. The one in front of Soren was a spirit bear totem. The indigenous people liked to worship some fierce beasts, or it may be because their ancestors had interacted with some beasts, and then they believed in a certain kind of beast as a totem. The most common totems were wolves, bears, tigers, eagles, snakes and so on. Soren didn't know much about totem worship, but he knew that there was a kind of indigenous tribe whose totem worship must not be provoked easily, and that was the tribe that worshipped insects as their totem worship. This kind of indigenous tribe was quite difficult to deal with. Perhaps there were not many of them, and their strength did not seem to be too strong, but in fact, the danger was higher than many indigenous tribes with tens of thousands of people. Many legendary professions had fallen in their hands. Dang dang dang, the spirit bear in front of him was huge, and naturally gave Soren enough opportunities to attack, but the grade 1 rare curved sword in his hand seemed to be unable to do any damage to the spirit bear. Only the legendary curved sword could break the strange energy field of the enemy. The opponent was a half-energy life form, and almost had no fatal points, and was immune to any backstab attacks. The only thing that could work on them was heavy damage, but any heavy damage could not trigger the test of death. Vivian. Soren twisted and rolled to avoid the huge bear paw that had set off a gust of wind, and said in a deep voice, "You go and deal with the shaman first. I'll hold off the spirit bear." He didn't know how strong the spirit bear was. Its paw could set off a gust of wind, and it made Soren feel like he was dealing with a 1,000-year-old black bear in Eastern mythology. But even if the bear spirit in front of him seemed to be quite difficult to deal with, Soren was most afraid of the shaman who did not show up in the house. His long combat experience made him understand how much a spellcaster could change the situation in a battle, so the first thought in his mind was to let Vivian deal with the shaman. Even if the opponent's profession level might not reach level 15, Vivian had always obeyed Soren's words, so she didn't think too much about it. She raised her hand and threw a fireball at the door, causing half of the wall to collapse. Vivian continuously buffed herself with several defensive spells, and then cautiously flew in. The enemy seemed very cunning. From start to finish, the shaman priest didn't show himself. However, the little girl was not afraid at all because in the face of absolute strength, any strategy was useless. It was almost impossible for a legendary spellcaster to lose to a spellcaster below legendary. Bang! Soren dodged 5 consecutive attacks from the spirit bear and was finally forced into a position close to a dead end. He had no choice but to block the opponent's attack with his curved sword. Plop! Soren's figure flew out directly, and before he landed in midair, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. His body hit the wall behind him, and directly knocked out a human-shaped dent in the earthen wall. Even with his extraordinary 21 points of constitution, at this moment, he felt that his internal organs had been turned upside down. The strength of the spirit bear was somewhat beyond Soren's estimation. It was probably more than 25 points. Just now, it had directly dealt crushing damage, causing him to enter a state of serious injury. Cough cough. Soren coughed after he landed, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The spirit bear in front of him did not hesitate at all. After it sent Soren flying with its paw, it rushed over and opened its bloody mouth to bite his head. Just the damage of a paw parry caused nearly 50 bruises on Soren's body, which was higher than the damage of being hit by other people. Soren estimated that the strength of the spirit bear could reach about 27 points, and it was very likely to be close to 30 points of strength, because the strength of each of its attacks was estimated to reach more than a ton. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Slaughter transformation. Soren's figure disappeared in an instant. His whole person escaped into the shadows, and then the huge body of the spirit bear rushed over. Because it suddenly lost its target, it could not stop the forward momentum and directly knocked down the house in front of it. At this time, Soren's figure also appeared in the distorted shadows. He only had a curved sword left in his hand. When the spirit bear's momentum could not be stopped, he suddenly stabbed the sword into the spirit bear's anus. Even if there was no fatal point, he did not believe that the whole sword would not be able to cause heavy damage to the spirit bear's anus. In fact, Soren did think too much. He stabbed the sword into the bear spirit's anus. With the increase of strength in the form of the slaughterer and the effect of Vivian's dragon strength, Soren almost stabbed the whole curved sword into the bear's anus. However, he did not feel like he had stabbed the intestines. Instead, he felt like he had stabbed into a tough muscle layer. This made Soren wonder if the spirit bear in front of him had internal organs. It looked like it only had the outline of a spirit bear's body, and there might not even be internal organs inside. Roar. Although he did not hit the heavy hit effect, Soren's attack unintentionally completely angered the spirit bear, and at the same time, it also caused a lot of damage to it. The position of the spirit bear's heavy hit was relatively special. It required the legendary ability, Expose Weakness, to accurately find it. Although Soren did not hit it, the damage was greater than other places. Poochie, even in his slaughter form, Soren still did not dare to fight the spirit bear head-on. Because the strength of animals was far greater than that of humans, the normal slap of an ordinary brown bear would cause almost instant death to humans. An adult brown bear's front paw was enough to crush the back of a bison, and the power of the spirit bear in front of him was even more terrifying. It was estimated that in the entire Outer Islands, only a kind of gorilla jokingly called King Kong could compete with it in terms of strength. Knowledge, creature, variant of silverback King Kong. The sword was pulled out. Soren did not see any blood on the blade, as if there was no blood in the body of the spirit bear in front of him. With an angry roar, a huge bear paw swept across. Soren did not dare to take it head-on, and could only dodge. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped the back of the spirit bear. Vampiric touch. The effect of the spell was still effective, and the opponent was not a demigod spirit. With the higher degree of conversion of the body's energy, in addition to being immune to any non-rare weapon attack, the spirit could also be immune to many level 1 to 3 low-grade spell attacks. This was due to the accumulation of spell resistance. If a legendary profession had high enough spell resistance, it could also offset many lower spell effects. Vampiric touch directly stole the target's life energy, so the spirit bear almost took all the damage. At the same time, Soren's pale face showed a trace of blood. A very pure life energy poured into the body, and Soren's injuries recovered a lot. Shadow Strike. Not daring to fight the enemy head-on, Soren could only move around. Fortunately, creatures with too much strength were more clumsy and heavy when moving. The strength of the spirit bear was estimated to be higher than many giants, but its agility was only at the level of a normal person. As long as Soren paid attention not to be blocked by it, he could consume its strength little by little. According to the calculation of the damage received by blocking, the normal attack of the spirit bear could reach about 80 points, which was equivalent to the attack of a legendary sword saint. Soren could only withstand 3 attacks from it at most. Shadow Strike. The sound of magic explosion came from the house. Soren did not dare to be distracted to observe the situation over there, and could only take a look when he jumped into the air to avoid it. Vivian seemed to have encountered a little trouble, but his telepathy told Soren that the little girl was not injured, but there was some annoying trap inside. He could feel a trace of anger in the little girl's heart. Shadow Strike was a very useful combat skill. Its role was to use shadow energy to erode the target's body, which meant that it would be effective as long as there was contact. Soren's rogue was level 10, and Shadow Strike could cause an additional 10 points of shadow erosion damage as long as there was contact. Maybe this damage was nothing. But the accumulation of 10 chances per day was nearly 100 points of additional damage. Boom. There was a sudden explosion in the house, a bit like the explosion of a delayed fireball. Soren could not identify the level of the spell, but he could feel the elemental energy of the explosion. The explosion was like preparing a large amount of high explosives. The whole roof was lifted up, and then there was debris all over the sky, as well as a nauseating smell that made one feel weak all over. When Soren transformed into a slaughterer, he actually felt a little affected by the smell. He did not know what this thing was refined from. Shadow Strike. Soren's curved sword once again slashed the back of the spirit bear. Just as he was ready to continue to pull away from it, the spirit bear in front of him suddenly roared. Spirit bear battle roar, legendary skill. The sudden appearance of this roar shocked Soren. He had a feeling of seeing stars, and there was a trace of blood oozing out of his eardrums. It felt like he was suddenly hit by the legendary lion roar. This roar formed a substantial wave of air that vibrated and spread out like ripples, causing the nearby houses to tremble. Sound wave attack. One of Soren's most hated and feared attacks. Sound wave attack. It was one of the most difficult attacks to defend against, and it was also the most troublesome attack for rogues. Whether it was the melee profession's berserk roar, war roar, fear roar, or the spellcaster profession's roar, infrasonic wave, banshee's howl, etc., these attacks were all difficult to defend against with conventional means. Unless it was a spell that protected against sound wave attack, there was only one key to determining whether you could survive this attack, and that was whether your fortitude was enough to pass many tests. As for sound wave attacks, many were like various versions of lion roar, and there were few ways to defend against them. Even spellcasters would still stumble on this. As soon as the distance was shortened, it was almost impossible to pass the test of fortitude by relying on the weak constitution of the spellcaster without a spell in advance. In fact, at this moment, even Soren could not completely pass the test of fortitude. The sound waves of the roar made him dizzy, as if a cannonball had exploded directly beside him, and the shock wave made his eardrums bleed. Although he did not faint, Soren's current state was also very bad. He almost had no time to dodge the bear spirit's attack, and was directly slapped 7 or 8 meters away. Plop, Soren's figure landed on the ground, his chest was slightly sunken, and 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken. If it wasn't for the protective energy of stone skin on his body, it would have caused bruises of nearly 100 HP. Soren had just recovered a part of his HP with the help of vampiric touch, and his HP had decreased again, and his whole body had entered the state of serious injury. However, this attack also woke him up. He activated a legendary item almost without thinking, and at the same time, his whole body rolled in an awkward posture to avoid the second attack. Summon Earth Elemental. Summon Shadow. A portal connecting to the elemental plane soon appeared, and then a heavy Earth Elemental appeared in front. Boom, the Earth Elemental hit the bear spirit with a fist, temporarily attracting its attention. At the same time, in a distorted shadow, a shadow that seemed to have a human shape appeared and directly launched an attack on the spirit bear spirit. Both of Soren's summoning spells were cast very quickly. One was the summoning ability of a legendary item, and the other was the supernatural ability of the Shadow Dancer. The attacks of the two summoned creatures obviously slowed down the pace of the spirit bear, and also bought precious time for Soren. He was finally free from the negative status effect caused by the sound wave attack. Even though he was heavily injured, Soren was still filled with fighting spirit. This was because the spirit bear in front of him had also been slashed more than 10 times. Coupled with the shadow erosion effect of Shadow Strike, it had also caused 100 to 200 points of damage to the enemy. In other words, the spirit bear's injuries would not be any better than Soren's. The intelligence of spirit creatures was not too high, and the fact that it used its ultimate skill meant that it had sensed danger. Soren didn't dare to fight it head-on, but it didn't mean that he had no other way. The curved sword in Soren's hand disappeared, and then a beautiful elven war bow appeared in his palm. He took out the quiver and put it behind him. Then he put an arrow on the bow and shot directly at the spirit bear's head. With Soren's dexterity, it would be impossible for the opponent to keep up with him if he tried his best to pull away, unless it could launch another roar attack. Stone to mud. Just when Soren shot the spirit bear, Vivian's petite figure also appeared in midair. She raised her little white hand and pointed in the direction of the spirit bear. Then the hard and solid ground turned into mud, and the huge body of the spirit bear sank directly. It took a long time for it to climb out of it. This level 5 spell had many uses, and how to use it depended on the person. Soren had asked the wizard to help him set up a huge trap with this spell. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Soren shot 5 or 6 arrows in a row, and then pulled out his curved sword. There were no special arrows in his hand. Ordinary steel arrows could not cause much damage to the spirit bear. If he wanted to fly a kite, he had to be able to break through the spirit bear's defense. At the very least, he had to have 20 explosive arrows, frost arrows, poisoned arrows, and so on. Only then could it be possible to kite some powerful enemies. Ordinary arrows completely relied on the +2 armor penetration attribute of the elven war bow to cause 2 or 3 points of damage. It was quite difficult to kill the spirit bear, and it could only be used to reduce the opponent's HP. Missile Storm. Acid Arrow *2. Flame Arrow *3. After Vivian temporarily trapped the spirit bear with stone to mud, she began to cast continuously. It seemed that the little girl's combat experience was much richer than before. She actually judged in advance that as a divine creature, the spirit bear in front of her was difficult to control with ordinary spells. From its appearance, it could be judged that it had a very strong immunity ability. So the spell Vivian chose was not a control spell, but the stone to mud could have a control effect. Many wizard spells did not have to be controlled to be used to restrict the enemy's activities. A barrage of spells fell from the sky. Some of it was offset by the spirit bear's magic resistance, but the other part still seriously injured its body, especially the attack of the acid arrow and flame arrow, which caused quite a lot of damage to it. Soren's figure also rushed up at this time. The shadow bit and attacked around the spirit bear. It was a shadow creature and almost didn't have much weight. Although the earth elemental was about to fall apart, it still had 30% of its combat power. Die. Soren held his sword with both hands and slashed on the head of the spirit bear. It had already been in a state of near death by Vivian's spell bombardment, and finally ended under a round of siege. It was directly cut off by Soren. A bear's head fell to the ground. But there was no blood gushing out. The body of the spirit bear in front of Soren's eyes quickly dissipated, like fireworks, turning into a slightly shining light in the sky. This was the power of the elements, a fairly pure elemental energy. It was a body in a semi-energy state. The flying energy dissipated. Some of it condensed and became a crystal-like substance. This was a crystal stone after the elemental energy was highly condensed. It was a very rare tool. Other than legendary creatures that would leave it behind, only a part of it could be found in the elemental plane. This was an important material that many spellcasters needed. A row of data appeared. Launched beheading attack. Beheading successful. You've dealt 49 damage to the target. Target dead. You've gained 7500 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Automatically extracting divine energy from the target's body. You've gained 2 divinity points. A power full of divinity emerged and gradually integrated into Soren's body. He originally had 9 divinity points, and now he had accumulated 11 divinity points. He didn't know if it was because the spirit bear itself didn't have much wisdom, but Soren didn't feel a strong will in this divine energy. Instead, it was like some kind of chaotic and hazy subconsciousness. It was as if many people's prayers had gathered together and finally formed a consciousness with simple thoughts. This consciousness was quite weak. Because it didn't have much self-concept, it could be ignored compared to the will of the Dreadlord. Soren swallowed it without hesitation. Then, a divine light appeared in his eyes, followed by a series of data prompts. Fused divinity points. Divinity fusion successful. You fused 2 divinity points. Current total divinity points is 11. You've automatically mastered the Minor Divinity talent. Minor Divinity, innate ability. You have a very weak divinity in your body. Although this divinity is nothing to many powerful existences, it has allowed you to gradually step into the realm of transcendence and sainthood. Due to your own ability, the transformation of the divinity you possess is biased towards the lower planes, so the effect of the minor divinity you possess is similar to other high-grade demons who are born with divine power. This divine power will gradually strengthen as your divinity points increase. All attributes +1. All attributes +1. When Soren had the minor divinity, he looked completely different. Although his appearance was still the same as before, the aura he exuded was somewhat similar to that of a deity. If one had to describe it in Eastern terms, then there was a trace of unity of heaven and man, but this aura was obviously the unity of heaven and man of the devil path. Soren's originally delicate face now had a trace of evil charm. It was difficult to describe in words, but it was a real change. This kind of change in aura could easily attract mortals to him. The strength of the abyss demons largely came from the divine power they were born with. Basically, the high-grade demons in the abyss had a trace of divinity. The power of divinity could be gradually accumulated, so the struggle between high-grade demons was also very cruel. Many existences even robbed others of their divinity to strengthen their own strength. The almost endless demon army was the best target to rob divinity, but unfortunately, there were very few people who could succeed in the end. There must be an ancient history mentioned here. That was the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. He was one of the oldest existences in the whole world. It was said that when he was first born, it was because of the appearance of the source of chaos. There were very few clear records about that history. It was only known that demons appeared in the source of chaos, which was the first demon army. This was the oldest demon army. Many of them were burning with raging flames. It was the ancestor army of the current third generation of Tanaree demons, a terrible creature born from the source of chaos. The demons crossed the universe uninvited and seriously threatened the oldest group of gods at that time, which was the ancient gods of order that had only a few records. This battle lasted for quite a long time. The ancient gods of order were tired of the endless war, so they began to create a creature to help them fight against the demon army. These creatures were angels. Of course, Soren preferred to call them otherworld god's servant. Among these warriors with beautiful wings, Asmodeus was the most brave and the most beautiful one. He killed more demons than any other angel, and even more than any other god. But countless years had passed, and Asmodeus and other battle angels had gradually been infected with some of their enemies' characteristics. Gradually, their originally beautiful appearance became ugly, and the ancient gods of order and other angels began to fear them. They were devouring the divinity of the primitive demons. Even if this process was passive, they still changed day by day and became stronger day by day. Asmodeus' power became more and more amazing. Although he was still a servant of the ancient gods of order, he had begun to use the law to gain power for himself. The privileges and rewards he asked for from the ancient gods of order were gradually more powerful than many gods. The divinity of the demons was further eroding their bodies, and Asmodeus and his oldest subordinates were all transforming. Finally, demons were born. Asmodeus became the Lord of Hell, the ruler of the devils. He was the only one who could fight against a powerful god just by relying on his divinity and not his divine domain. There was also one of the few existences that could be great divinity. By the way, the devils had inherited part of the divinity of the primitive demons, so many of them were completely immune to fire damage, and many of the existing demons were not immune to fire damage. There were many legends about Asmodeus. But this was the one that Soren thought was most likely, because there were records in some ancient ruins that recorded the scene of Asmodeus fighting against the source of chaos. That was an era that was much older than the bloody war in the abyss. Almost none of the existing gods had lived from that era. Even many of the so-called ancient gods might not have been born in that era. Including the material plane that Soren was in, there were no gods in that era. It was even more impossible for gods to be born in this material plane. Soren had entered the realm of demons. Although he did not realize it himself, after obtaining minor divinity, he was indeed close to becoming a demon. The only difference was that there was a trace of a demon's aura on him. Demons were crazy existences, but demons were quite calm. If Soren's current strength was close to the demons, then his inner strength was close to the demons. As the main force of the bloody war in the abyss, demons were almost irreconcilable enemies. But one thing that was undeniable was that whether it was the current third generation of Tanaree demons or the demons that had survived until today, part of their power source came from the most ancient primitive demons, which was the evil power born in the source of chaos. Demons were still demons. Devils had only inherited the evil while maintaining the order of things. Knowledge, myth. The body of the spirit bear dissipated. An amber-colored gem-like crystal was left on the ground. Soren's eyes showed a trace of divinity. A row of data appeared in front of him. Acquired, minor divinity. The bloodline of the son of slaughter has acquired divine power. Awakened potential demonic abilities. Automatically mastered, minor fire resistance. Automatically mastered, minor poison resistance. Automatically mastered, minor electric resistance. Acquired supernatural ability, telepathy 10 feet. A large number of data displays appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Maybe it was because the divine power had broken through the critical point. Dense zeros and ones began to appear in front of his eyes, and then gradually calmed down. Then, he gained 3 more basic resistance specialties and a supernatural ability. Minor fire resistance, personal ability, minor divinity gives you a part of resistance to fire damage. From now on, you are immune to any cold damage below 1 point. When attacked by spells or spell-like attacks, any damage with cold effects will be reduced by 1 point. With the strengthening of divine power, you will gradually increase your resistance to fire, and eventually may be completely immune to fire damage. Prerequisite: minor divinity. The 3 minor resistance abilities were the same. Unlike the cold resistance that Soren had acquired before, this resistance was not trained by him, but it was an effect of minor divinity, so it could only be strengthened by the improvement of divine power. Demons had naturally resistant skin. In the end, it was possible to be immune to any fire, poison, and electric damage, but most demons had lost their most ancient bloodline. Only the Baler, which was considered to have the purest bloodline, could be completely immune to fire, poison, and electric damage. So far, there were not many things that could be verified. The only thing that Soren knew was that almost all primitive demons were immune to fire damage, and the Baler was one of the more orthodox demon descendants that survived. The last one was a supernatural ability that was added by divine power. Telepathy 10 feet, supernatural ability. Divine power gives you a supernatural telepathy ability, and the range of this ability will gradually increase with divine power. Telepathy can be used in many situations. It can strengthen your abilities in all aspects, and at the same time, it can be stacked with special perception-type abilities, such as Sixth Sense, Evasion Intuition, Super Sixth Sense, and so on. This ability will gradually increase with the level of divinity. This was a very good supernatural ability. In a way, it made up for Soren's weakness of not having Evasion Intuition, but the range of its effect was still too small. According to the information in Soren's memory, the Baler was born with telepathy 100 feet. Speaking of which, he really couldn't understand how Cui Heighten killed the Baler with a challenge rating of 20 with just 1 slash. One had to know that his profession level was not as high as the Baler's challenge rating at that time. Under normal circumstances, even if he just stood there and let him kill it, it would take him a long time to kill it. Didn't you see how long Gandalf the Berserker Wizard fought to kill the Baler? After that, he directly leveled up to Gandalf the white-robed Berserker Wizard. The power of divinity fused with the body. Soren's pupils were slightly red. This was not the influence of divinity, but the bloodthirst of the slaughterer form. Just killing the spirit bear was not enough to satisfy his bloodthirst after transforming into the slaughterer form. Soren had to kill more enemies to prevent himself from entering the slaughterer state. Vivian's petite figure landed on the ground. She seemed to be a little worried as she looked at Soren, who was in front of her with a strong murderous aura. At this time, Soren saw the true face of the shaman priest. It was actually an extremely thin natural dwarf. He was probably not young. No wonder he was so cunning and refused to come out. But in the end, he still died in the hands of Vivian. Because the difference in strength between the two was too obvious, there were very few legendary professions in the indigenous tribe. Most of them were similar to the earthbound spirit that only appeared in the tribe. Let's go. Soren looked around and said in a deep voice, let's go and help them. Although the spirit and the shaman priest were killed, the battle was not over. There were still a lot of fighting power in the indigenous tribe. Soren had to suppress them as soon as possible and let these indigenous people surrender. Otherwise, when the battle was over, more than half of his pirates would be killed or injured. Just now, the proportion of his men who were injured had reached nearly 1/3. This group of idiots, even the inferior aborigines, had begun to resist, but they did not notice that they were about to be surrounded by thousands of ordinary people like dumplings in a moment. Discipline -3. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The indigenous tribe was filled with cries and shouts. Many houses had been swept away, and the ground was a mess. There were also many bloodstains and corpses that had not dried yet. The strong smell of blood attracted many dangerous beasts, but after seeing the village in front of them, they were smart enough not to approach. Piles of hides, belongings, and swords were collected and piled up in front of the chief's house in the center. There were also a lot of gold and silver weapons. The indigenous people liked to use gold and silver to show their status. The empty space in the center was filled with a dense mass of human heads. All the weapons were confiscated, and the captured indigenous people were all separated into women, children, and adult men. Then they were all tied together with ropes. There were not many old people among the indigenous people because their average life expectancy was less than 40 years old, so most of the indigenous people were adults. Children who were over 14 years old were also considered adults. They had not forgotten the battle last night. The bloodstains on the ground made these indigenous people full of fear. Especially the way they looked at Soren, it was as if they were looking at a very terrible existence. The battle ended soon after the soul essence was killed. There was basically no accident. Ordinary indigenous warriors could not block Soren's attack at all. Although he had just reached the realm of a high-grade profession, he was not without the slightest confidence in fighting against a legendary creature. The number of captives had not been counted, but there should be 800 or 900 people. After all, the people who escaped last night were only a few. The drows quickly controlled the situation. After all, the drows were also a race that relied on slaves. Sure enough. Soren looked at the busy men in front of him and said to himself, the drows' ability to do things is indeed much better than the pirates. Whether it was the discipline during battle or the process of capturing slaves, the drow warriors were completely superior to the elite pirates under Soren's command. The drow society was supported by slaves, so they were also good at controlling slaves under the influence of what they saw and heard. However, the best at enslaving other races in the world were the soul suckers. That kind of creature was born to control other races. The drows were still good at the dark arts, but for Soren, their abilities were indeed much better than the pirates. Sir. A one-eyed pirate approached Soren and bowed respectfully. I've finished counting. Soren looked at him and asked, how are the casualties? One-eyed dragon turned his head and looked behind him. He looked a little guilty and said in a low voice, 26 died, 42 were injured, and the rest were basically just minor injuries. I've already given those who couldn't be saved a quick death. The casualties were so high? Soren's face did not look good. He turned around and glanced at the drows. Darkblade was collecting the bodies of his companions. A total of 3 drows were killed, and most of the others were injured. The difference between the two was too great. This was the difference between disciplined and undisciplined in battle. Nearly 30 elite pirates had died. If it were other pirates, their morale might have collapsed. Looking back at the drows, only 3 of them had died, and only a dozen of them were injured. It seemed that in a large-scale battle, the strength of the pirates was indeed not that great. Send a signal for people to come over. Soren looked at One-Eyed Dragon in front of him and ordered in a deep voice, use ships to transport these slaves back. First, transport the children and women back, then the adults. Let the people in the camp come over and help. If there are any strange movements, kill without mercy. The indigenous tribes did not have much wealth. All the spoils added up to 10 or 20,000 Kindler coins worth, and this was including the fur goods they had accumulated. These things had to be transported to the south coast to be exchanged for money. Here, they were just ordinary daily necessities. Most of the captured indigenous people were ordinary people, but there were also a small number of professions. These people were strictly guarded, and there were only about 50 or 60 of them. As for the original chiefs and high-ranking nobles, they had long been slaughtered by Soren. These high-ranking indigenous people must not be left alive. They must all be killed to control them. The pirates began to get busy. One by one, the ferocious pirates kicked and drove the indigenous slaves away. Many of their brothers had just died last night, so they were naturally not in a good mood now. Soren did not have much pity in his heart. He just warned them that they must not break the slaves because these were important assets that he needed. Long ropes tied the wrists of the indigenous slaves, and then pulled them forward one by one like animals. The warship had been docked in the river in front, and these slaves would soon be transported back to the camp. Set fire. Soren looked at the ruined village in front of him and said in a deep voice, burn it all. A big fire ignited. Many of the aborigines wailed and cried. Their former home had turned into a sea of fire. Now, they didn't even have a place to stay. Seeing that the tribe was completely turned into ashes in the fire, many indigenous people were angry, but more of their expressions gradually became numb, as if they had lost hope and let the pirates take them to the warship. They were homeless, and their tribe had been wiped out. They were now slaves and goods. Without a place to stay, they had no hope and no more choice. They did not even have the courage to resist. Thick smoke rose. Soren looked at the village that turned into a sea of fire in front of him, and then turned to look at the slaves tied up with ropes. He could not help but show a smile on his face. He finally had a foothold in the outer islands. After getting rid of the indigenous tribe in front of him, this island was his territory. Unless he took the initiative to provoke other indigenous tribes, the chances of them attacking Soren would be greatly reduced. At this time, he finally had time to slowly develop, and these nearly 1,000 slaves also provided him with a lot of labor. The progress of the construction of the camp would be greatly accelerated. It's a pity for these cultivated lands. Soren stood on a higher slope and looked at the cultivated lands near the tribe. He could not help but feel pity. These cultivated lands are ripe after many years of cultivation, and there are specially dug ditches. Although the area is not very large, it is quite valuable. It's a pity that the place to develop is not here, and the river here is not very convenient to connect to the sea, so I can only give up all these cultivated lands. The cultivated lands could be developed again. However, the location of the natural port was difficult to change by manpower. Soren could not change his plan for a little land. His strength could not be dispersed because the outer islands were very dangerous. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. The first batch of indigenous slaves was transported back to the camp. The other pirates who did not participate in the battle all watched with curiosity and excitement, watching them drag groups of slaves from the ship. These indigenous slaves were relatively short, with dark skin and rickety bones. No one knew if they were born like this or if it was caused by living habits. The pirates kicked and kicked the indigenous slaves down, and then all of them were locked in cages in the camp. These slaves could not start working right away. Qualified slaves must be professionally domesticated. The slaves that were originally transported by Soren were still busy working. After seeing these captured slaves, they could not help but show curiosity and gloat, but there was not much pity and sympathy. Because there were not so many people in the world who were overflowing with sympathy, otherwise, the paladin would not have become a spiritual symbol. Strictly speaking, this was an era of moral decay. Whether it was the noble class or the rich class, their lives were relatively luxurious and debauched. Even the poor of the lower class were not necessarily kind-hearted. Because of the hardships of life, many of them were full of resentment and extreme hatred. It was just that there was no chance for evil yet. Otherwise, no one would use the paladin as a tool. This situation would continue until the devils appeared. Their provocative words would arouse hatred in the hearts of these lower-class poor people, and eventually turn into widespread riots and rebellions. This was the precursor to the beginning of the Age of Turmoil. When rebellions and riots occurred, the arrival of the Avatar crisis was already very close. Vivian's figure appeared on the deck. The little girl seemed to be indifferent to everything in front of her. Although she was a very kind little girl and was very sympathetic to others, as long as things involved Soren, then her moral concept would become her brother is always right. So she just looked at it calmly, then turned and entered her room. In her mind, another guy was about to bare his fangs and brandish his claws, making the little girl want to pull him out and give him a good spanking, just like how Soren would occasionally spank her a few times when she made a mistake. Lillian. The little girl raised her slender eyebrows, raised her little white hand and knocked her forehead, and said to herself, "What are you doing? Hurry up and calm down." He knocked himself on the head. At this moment, the little girl looked a little silly, but also cute. Looking at her, one could not help but want to laugh. "Do you feel it? Do you feel it?" Lillian's voice sounded very excited, as if she had discovered an earth-shattering secret. She waved her claws in Vivian's mind and said, "Didn't you feel it? You actually didn't feel it? You really are an idiot." Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Big Brother is the closest to me. Am I the only one who felt it? There was a hint of anger on Vivian's adorable little face, and she harumphed as if she were a little unhappy. "Lillian. Are you crazy? If you have something to say, say it quickly. If you do this again, I'll lock you up. You should know that I'm in control of this body now." Lillian finally behaved herself. There was no other way. Although she was a little stronger between the two of them, Vivian was the one in control after all. Her control of the body was innately higher than hers, especially after Vivian also began to master divine power. Lillian seemed to be a little angry, but she did not dare to refute blatantly. She was like a naughty child who was completely suppressed by her parents. She held her breath and said, "You really are an idiot. You didn't even realize that Big Brother had merged with the divinity of the spirit bearer. Big Brother also looks like a deity." She finally noticed something. In the past, although Soren also killed the son of fear, he only absorbed the divinity, and the divine power was transferred to Vivian. Therefore, the two little girls did not notice the difference in Soren. They just thought that the power of the killed son of fear had been transferred to them, but it was not completely transferred. However, everything that happened when dealing with the spirit bearer made Lillian notice a slight difference. That was, there was no transfer of divine power, and the divinity was directly merged with Soren. Son of fear? Vivian was startled when she heard the words, then she frowned and murmured, "Is Big Brother also a son of fear? But why didn't he become like us? Big Brother doesn't seem to have divine power?" The room was silent. Vivian and Lillian seemed to have thought of something else, and they were all lost in thought. Soren could absorb divinity, but was he a son of fear? This time, even Lillian was not so sure. On the other side, the tribe of the indigenous people had been turned into ashes. Soren led his men to watch over the indigenous captives, and at the same time, he ordered the leader of the Drow warriors. Darkblade Andri's expression was a little hesitant. It seemed that he was not willing to accept Soren's request, but he could not refuse it. In the end, he could only helplessly say, "Your Excellency. We have sworn to give up our faith in the Spider Queen Lolth, so we have abandoned many cruel skills. I'm afraid your request will make us feel very embarrassed." "Is that so?" Soren had a playful expression on his face, and he said slowly, "The Dark Maiden has fallen for so long. Is the faith of your tribe still maintained? Without the divine skills bestowed by the gods, your decline is almost inevitable. Are you still pedantically pursuing the so-called kindness? You have been wandering in the surface world for so long, haven't you seen through the nature of this world? Kindness requires strength to maintain. Without strength, kindness will become weakness that can be bullied. You are already so weak, do you still want to abandon the important skills inherited from the Drows? They may be evil and cruel, but at least they can maintain your tribe, right? Look at these indigenous people. If we don't find a way to strengthen ourselves, it will be difficult for us to survive here for a long time." Soren's words were like the devil's temptation, and Darkblade showed a struggling expression on his face. The Sur in front of him was tempting them to fall again and find some evil traditions that had been abandoned. Those bloody, cruel, and ruthless methods were the key to the Drow's reputation in the Underdark. When they were pursuing kindness and the surface world, they had given up many cruel methods. These included extremely cruel punishments, as well as various methods of control and slavery. "Look." Soren raised his hand and pointed to the indigenous slaves in front of him, and said in an impassioned voice, "There are nearly 1,000 people here. They can work for us, provide us with food, build cities for us, and in the future, cultivate some of them for handicrafts. What we need, these people can bring us. Do you still expect the warriors in your tribe to work for us? I have been to the Underdark. I know very well how evil and cruel the traditions of the Drows are. I also hate the ruthless killing. But those are forcibly distorted wills to please the Spider Queen. We can abandon the traditions that appeared to please the Spider Queen and find the oldest dark skills of the Drows again. So that we can have a foothold here. Maybe you should ask the female priests in your tribe to come and talk to me. I think they will agree with my point of view." The Drows were really strong. If you knew anything about this race, you would find that every family of the Drows was in a cruel internal struggle, and from time to time, children and brothers would kill each other. Then you would open your eyes and look, and you would find that every family of the Drows was fighting among themselves. The families in each city were still fighting among themselves, and the cities were still fighting among themselves. In such endless internal fighting and killing, the Drows could still dominate the entire Underdark and become the most powerful force. From time to time, they could also send elite troops to counterattack and harass the surface elves. One could only imagine how powerful they were. Anyone who understood the traditions of the Drows could clearly feel that they were a race that courted death. The cruel rule of the Queen of Spiders was also quite courting death, but it was this constant courting of death that made both the Queen of Spiders and the Drows grow stronger step by step. When Soren walked in the Underdark with others, there was only one intuitive view in his mind. That was, if the Drow family and the Drow city united, they could form a huge army that was so powerful that it was terrifying in an instant. In the Underdark, the attack on the surface elves was carried out by a Drow city. In other words, the Drows were city by city, and very few Drows were united. No one knew what the Queen of Spiders was thinking. Anyway, she had always encouraged the cruel struggle among the Drows. Perhaps she thought that this would make her feel happy. Punishment, slavery, assassination. The dark skills of the Drows were useful skills that Soren valued. They were crueler than pirates and more professional than slave traders. Especially the female priests among the Drows, they were experts in this category. Soren needed these evil means, otherwise, it would take a long time for him to control these. Indigenous slaves. In the entire Underdark, the Drows' means of controlling slaves were second only to the Soul Eaters. They were more skillful than the Beholders, who were completely controlled by spells. Every Drow city had a large number of slaves, and their dark skills were accumulated over a long period of time. Of course, their evil also manifested in obscenity, chaos, depravity, taboos, and so on. What Darkblade was worried about was that once the door of evil was opened, his people would return to their original lives, unless there was a strong external force to force them out of the abyss of complete depravity. Otherwise, the tradition of assassination within the Drows would gradually recover. It was difficult for people to become good, but it was a matter of a moment to become bad. A day passed quickly. In order to transport these indigenous slaves back, Soren mobilized 3 large ships. Because they were worried that these indigenous captives would resist, they could only transport them in batches, escorting about 100 people at a time. After running back and forth several times, the final count of captives was 1,056 people. These captives were very useful. As long as they could be controlled, Soren's construction progress would be greatly accelerated, and it would save him the trouble of transporting captives from Port Tylon. Batches of people were transported back. By the time Soren was done, it was already dark. There were suddenly more than 1,000 people in the camp, and both space and food became tight. Fortunately, there were still a lot of rations in the indigenous tribe. Soren should have no problem supporting them for about 2 or 3 months. Because the number of indigenous captives was too large, Soren had to order his men to guard them strictly. All the captives were divided into 3 parts, and 50 or 60 people were left in each place to take turns to keep watch. Even the Drow warriors were arranged to be in charge of guarding the captive indigenous warriors. These were very troublesome. It would be best if they could be subdued, but if they couldn't, Soren was ready to kill them all. At least he could get tens of thousands of slaughter exp manpower was really important in a relatively barren era. Logically speaking, Soren's strict arrangement should not have any problems. Because he hardly slept that night, he just closed his eyes and took a nap for about 3 hours. There were only more than 300 pirates in the camp, and only 30 Drow warriors, but the number of slaves and captives reached more than 1,300. In this case, it was difficult for Soren to rest in peace. He was even prepared to use cruel means to suppress the resistance of the captives. However, the real problem wasn't the captive natives, nor the slaves that were brought over. It was Soren's own men. His men were missing. There was more than one missing person. 3 people suddenly disappeared in the middle of the night. The pirate in charge of guarding the fence tower patted his chest and promised that no one went in or out at night, and no one approached the fence. But even so, 3 of Sauron's men were still missing. They disappeared completely inexplicably, leaving no trace behind. The pirate minion in charge of their shift stated that the 3 of them had completely disappeared from the campsite in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. How is this possible? Soren was sitting in the hall in the wee hours of the morning. He frowned as he listened to the one-eyed man's report. He murmured, how could 3 living people just disappear all of a sudden? These were all pirates who had experienced many battles. At the very least, they were Tier 2 pirates. His disappearance was so strange, this was probably not something that could be done through conventional means. Keep looking. Soren looked at his subordinates in front of him and said in a deep voice, search the entire camp. I don't believe that 3 living people would disappear for no reason. The one-eyed pirate below nodded in response, and then the pirates set up their torches. Groups of pirates began to walk around the campsite. This sudden movement also caused some commotion among the captives, but no one acted rashly. The slaves of the inferior natives were still relatively high. One by one, the pirate minions scattered around the campsite. Some people even searched outside the fence, but there was still no trace of them. Half an hour quickly passed. Many people had returned to their original positions, but they couldn't find any trace of them. There were also no footprints leading outside. As for the footprints in the campsite, it was too messy to trace them. Time passed little by little. Soren naturally had to let his men rest when he couldn't find them. But he felt like something was pressing down on his heart, and he kept feeling that something was wrong. Soren naturally couldn't sleep in this situation. So he sat in the hall until a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. But at this time, Soren suddenly heard a commotion outside, and then some people's screams and screams. He, who had been sitting on the chair, opened his eyes almost instantly. Then he saw Soren's figure turned into a shadow and rushed to the place where the commotion occurred at an amazing speed. In front of him, he saw a group of patrolling pirates. These pirates were hugging a person. In front of them, there were minions shouting and waving their swords, as if they were trying to stop something from getting close. The smell of blood, Soren frowned and leaped. His toes touched the wall of the house, and then his whole body flew through the air like an eagle, and then landed in front of the group of pirate minions. What Soren saw in front of him made his whole body tremble. Then a cold light appeared in his palm, and without hesitation, he slashed at the vague shadow in front of him. Shadow distortion. The space in front of Soren was like a distorted picture. Under the shadow of the house, there was a gray crack that looked like a crack. Inside it, there were 3 to 5 distorted shadows and 2 badly mutilated corpses. From the characteristics, scars, and clothes of these corpses, it was almost certain that they were Soren's pirates. The shadow crack, the space channel that connected to the shadow plane, appeared for some reason. It had supernatural spatial power, and it was possible to directly suck people who were close to it into the shadow plane. Most of these shadow cracks appeared in places that were strongly connected to the material plane, and there were supernatural forces that maintained the operation of the cracks. Most of the time, they would appear at a certain time, and then when the operation of the energy deviated, these shadow cracks would gradually disappear. Retreat! Soren yelled at his subordinates beside him. Then, he leaped and passed through the shadow rift. Sword form, spinning strike. The scimitar in his hand drew a cold light and avoided the distorted shadows nearby. Then, he kicked the corpses of the 2 pirate subordinates into the air and returned to the material plane from the shadow plane. Bang! The 2 corpses fell to the ground. The space of the shadow crack seemed to be gradually closing because the sky had begun to brighten. A string of data appeared in Soren's eyes, but he had no energy to look at it at this time. At this moment, the things that appeared in front of him had already shocked him greatly. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses, stomped his foot, and rushed back to the material plane through the gradually closing crack of the shadow plane. At the moment when he returned to the material plane, Soren looked deeply in front of him. It was a tall tower that pierced the sky, a wizard tower that was almost intact, with gray stone walls, no more than 3 kilometers away. The location and direction were similar to the place where Soren found the mutated plant in his memory. The only difference was, the one in the material plane was a ruin, but the one in the shadow plane was a complete wizard tower. Space closure. When Soren's figure came out of the shadow fissure, the sun just happened to rise from the horizon. Then, there was some kind of unpredictable energy change, and the shadow fissure that appeared quickly disappeared under the shadow of the corner of the house. There was a blood stain on Soren's back, which was left behind by the twisted shadow. This kind of half-energy, half-material shadow creature was very difficult to deal with. Although it was only a 3rd-grade monster, it could threaten the lives of high-grade professions. They had a natural ability to dodge attacks, and half-energy attacks. The injury on Soren's back was nothing, and his powerful regeneration ability had already begun to heal. He calmly put away his curved sword, and then bent down to look at the two corpses on the ground. There were not many wounds on the corpses, and they did not die in the hands of the twisted shadow. Evil spirit? Or curse? Or something else? Soren's understanding of the shadow plane was second only to the Underdark, so after looking at the corpses, he knew that the pirates in front of him did not die in the hands of the twisted shadow. After they entered the shadow plane, they explored it for a while, and then found the exit, but they encountered the twisted shadow. How is it? Soren looked at the others around him and said in a deep voice, "Can the other one be saved?" Of the 3 pirates that disappeared, 2 of them were dead, and the last one was covered in blood and had fainted. No one knew what happened to them when they fell to the ground. At this moment, the pirate who knew medicine had already rushed over. He stretched out his hand to check the breath of the unconscious pirate, and even opened the pirate's eyes to check other characteristics. With a serious face, he said, "Your Excellency. He seems to have been cursed. I'm not sure. Whether he can survive or not depends on his luck." There were some pirates who knew a little about magic. After hearing his words, Soren's face did not look very good. He turned to look at the others and said in a deep voice, "Seal this place. No one is allowed to come near this area." The shadow plane was connected to his camp. It seemed that there was some incredible power in the shadow plane. This secret was most likely related to the ancient arcane empire. The tower Soren saw was even taller than Gloria's wizard tower. It was so tall that it looked like it was piercing through the clouds. This kind of construction was quite difficult, and it was built in the style of the arcane empire. This was because the legendary great arcanists were quite arrogant. They built such tall adept towers with the intention of standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Most of the ancient wizard towers in the material plane had been turned into ruins. Soren didn't expect that there would still be a wizard tower from the arcane empire in the shadow plane. This thing was very dangerous, because if it was controlled by someone, then it would be a terrifying strategic weapon, basically not too far from an atomic bomb. But if it was not controlled by someone, then it was also quite dangerous. This meant that it had a terrifying defense program, so no one had controlled it until today. Soren was not naive enough to think that this wizard tower had been waiting for his arrival. There were also native creatures in the shadow plane. Although many of them were not very intelligent, it was easy for them to find this wizard tower, not to mention travelers from the material plane. 4 thousands of years. Someone must have found it, but he didn't know who had successfully entered it. In front of a resplendent and magnificent building, Adele Isabella stood in front of the door with a box in her hand. In front of her was a heavy steel golem. This was one of the territories of the Alchemist Guild. The great arcanists were still as arrogant as ever. It was quite difficult to meet them. Even the red-haired female pirate, who was a grade 4 profession, took 3 days to meet the person appointed by Soren. In the end, the other party was still busy with experiments and did not have time to meet an irrelevant woman. The glory of the wizards could still last for a while. At this stage, the great arcanists all over the world were still high and mighty. The Wizard Alliance's sphere of influence covered the whole continent, and they maintained contact with each other in a loose structure. Adele Isabella's face was not very good, because if someone wanted to see someone and waited for 3 days without seeing them, they would be in a very bad mood. She looked at the steel golem in front of her and said helplessly, "Well then. If Sir Lucian is really busy, then please help me pass this box to him. I believe he will be interested in the things inside. There is also a letter my master gave him." The steel golem looked at her, then nodded and put away the things. Don't underestimate these alchemy puppets. The great arcanists had already extended their magic to the range of souls. These alchemy lifeforms were all creatures with souls, but they were not complete souls, but some broken soul fragments. They had simple wisdom. Although most of them could not think directly, they were equivalent to smart computers. As for the more advanced alchemy puppets, they were complete lifeforms. They had souls, could think, and could even learn to create, but they were quite emotional. The most common place for these lifeforms was the Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. The red-haired pirate sighed helplessly. She looked a little frustrated. Before she came, she was ready to complete the task given by Soren, but in the end, she did not expect that she could not even see him. This was not a small blow to her, and it even made her doubt her own ability. There was also a sense of urgency in her heart. Now she only hoped that the great arcanist would take the time to look at the things she brought. Otherwise, she would not know how to explain to Soren. In the past, she did not have much contact with high-grade spellcasters. But now, Adele Isabella found that those high-grade spellcasters were really quite difficult to deal with. In the camp. Because 3 people suddenly disappeared last night, the other pirates could not help but have a trace of panic on their faces. Even if Soren ordered to block the news, the pirates still vaguely knew about the shadow plane. For ordinary people, supernatural things were very rare, and the things that crossed the material plane were more of a legend to them. The shadow plane was quite unfamiliar to the pirates. Many of them did not know what the shadow plane was, so many of them felt a little afraid because of the unknown. Knowledge of the plane, this was indeed a very distant thing, because many people, except for wizards and other spellcasters, had to wait until they were close to the realm of half-legends before they could expand their vision to the scope of the plane. Soren's knowledge of the plane was not very rich. After all, he had only explored a few planes, but he was still very clear about the shadow plane. This was the core plane that was connected to the material world. Like the spirit world, it directly overlapped with the material world. It was like 2 folded pieces of paper, about the same size, but one was at the top and the other was at the bottom. There was a slight difference between the two. The shadow plane belonged to the half-material plane, and there were many half-energy life forms in it, so it was more closely connected to the material plane. The spirit world belonged to the energy plane, and there were almost no flesh and blood life forms in it. Most of them were spiritualized beings, which were completely energy life forms, and were directly connected to the kingdom of death. Wizards had many spells that could let the soul enter the spirit world, or directly spiritualize the body to enter. These spells were a bit like the projection of the astral plane, the material plane, the half-material plane, and the spirit energy plane. These were the core 3 layers of paper. Outside these 3 layers of paper were the other planes of the multiverse, and everything was wrapped in the almost endless sea of the astral plane. Soren knew very little about traveling in the astral plane, but he knew that traveling in the astral plane without the strength of a legend was basically suicide. Most of the time, traveling in the astral plane was done through projection. It was rare for the real person to go there, because the astral plane was too dangerous. Soren returned to the hall. The pirate leaders below were all gathered by him, and then they were assigned tasks one by one. Soren's face didn't change at all, as if what happened last night was nothing at all. As the core of the camp, he must be as steady as Mount Tai at all times, so that the people below could work with peace of mind. Time passed quickly. The order in the camp seemed to have been restored. Except for an area where no one else was allowed to approach, everything else was almost the same as before. The slaves were busy working, and the pirates were speeding up the construction. Some of the native prisoners captured yesterday had already started working, and there were double the number of guards next to them to watch over them. These people couldn't be raised for nothing. When the drows began to move, soon all the native slaves had to start working. "Brother!" Vivian's petite figure appeared in the hall. She seemed to have just woken up. She raised her little white hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes, and wondered, what happened? "Why do you want to surround that area?" Soren looked at the little girl who had just woken up, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He concisely said, "This place is also connected to the shadow plane. 3 people went missing last night. I found a shadow crack there in the early morning, and I saw a complete wizard tower inside." "Vivian, are you sure you can enter the wizard tower?" The little girl's expression was serious. After a moment of contemplation, she said seriously, "Brother, a wizard tower is quite dangerous, especially a complete wizard tower. Even the 2 of us may not be able to crack its defense program. If it's really a complete wizard tower, I suggest you invite Sister Gloria. I'm afraid only she can crack many of the core keys." Eastern Sea Route. 3 ocean cargo ships appeared in front of them, and the sailors on the deck could be vaguely seen. But because they were too far away, they were all small black dots. The half-elf first mate took off his delicate monocular with a grin, then made a gesture behind him. Immediately, a fast ship was released. Most pirate ships paid attention to speed, and the hull of the fast ship was relatively narrow. This kind of ship could not carry anything, but it was quite useful for intercepting cargo ships. "Get close." The half-elf first mate's expression was a little excited, and he said in a deep voice, "Gunners, get ready. Catch up with the fast oars. Others, get ready to board the ship." Since he got the information about Eastern Sea Route, the half-elf first mate had been preparing to rob them. Not to mention the other goods on the ship, the craftsmen from the east were very important. These were all the manpower needed by His Excellency Throat Cutter. The half-elf first mate had been recruiting in Port Tylon, the city of wealth, and Shipwreck Bay for a long time, but he still could not find first-class craftsmen. He heard that the woman, Adele Isabella, had gone to complete another task given by His Excellency Throat Cutter. As the half-elf first mate who had always wanted to be Soren's #1 fighter, he naturally hoped that his ability to complete the task could be better than the red-haired female pirate. In order to successfully take down the other party, he mobilized the elites of Port Tylon, Shipwreck Bay, and Snake Island at the same time this time. Soren took away some of the elite pirates, but there were still some left. "Want to run?" The ocean cargo ship in front obviously noticed that something was wrong, and it seemed to want to go around and escape. The half-elf first mate showed a playful smile and said in a deep voice, "Where can you run to on this sea? This south coast is the territory of His Excellency Throat Cutter. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. Men, raise the black flag. Prepare for battle." A black flag was hung up, and the pirates shouted excitedly. The cargo ship in the distance was obviously a little flustered, but they began to arrange calmly. This made the half-elf first mate a little surprised. After all, their numbers were much higher than the other party. But it didn't matter. Recently, Soren's men had greatly expanded, and more pirates wanted to join. There were nearly 1,000 people near Shipwreck Bay. A small number of casualties were within the acceptable range. After all, the world was different, and most pirates were low-level professionals. Otherwise, according to the standards of Soren's previous life, a pirate king like him was equivalent to a pirate's nest owner who ruled over a region, with thousands or even tens of thousands of people under his command. One of the most representative figures was Jing Chunggong of the Ming dynasty. He monopolized a part of the ocean trade routes and used the wealth of ocean trade to support an army. Gloria, Soren could not help but fall into deep thought. As a former legendary rogue, he naturally knew how dangerous a wizard tower was, not to mention that it might be a wizard tower left behind by the Arcane Empire. Judging from the position of the wizard tower, Soren suspected that it was the work of an arcanist who built 2 wizard towers at the same time. One was built in the material plane, while the other was built in the shadow plane. These 2 adept towers resonated with each other, and then acted as a passageway to open up the space between the planes, which then opened up a dimensional passageway to develop a dimensional demiplane. Their final form. It was the legendary floating fortress at the core of the twin towers. The 2 wizard towers would rise at the same time and connect to each other. Soren had explored many ruins, and this kind of twin tower masterpiece was common in the ruins of the Arcane Empire. Because the great arcanists were very afraid of death and were very careful, they were afraid that someone would use the shadow plane as a springboard to find their weakness, so they simply built a wizard tower in the shadow plane. After all, they were quite rich. Soren's judgment was based on evidence, because the location of the 2 wizard towers was similar, and there was a strange energy field in the material plane. It seemed that after the collapse of the wizard tower on the surface, there was still a part of the ruins underground. This was the sign of preparing to build a floating city. The wizard towers built in the current era would not develop a large underground space. Only the Arcane Empire liked to build a huge underground community under the wizard tower. If it was really a wizard tower from the Arcane Empire, then Soren had to be very careful. There was no other reason. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the standard combat guards of the Sorcerer Tower were not steel golems, but the legendary, magical construct. Puppet, in fact, Soren preferred to call them Magic Reaver. The technology of golems was passed down all the way from ancient times. This kind of technology had peaks and valleys, such as the Nesser era, the Silver Age, the Arcane Empire, and so on. There were also many valleys, such as the current golem technology. Soren had fought against some very difficult golems in the underwater ruins, so it could be said that he was quite afraid of this. It was simple to understand. It was like having someone take a sword and dismantle a Gundam. Just thinking about that scene was enough to make one drunk. Gloria? Soren looked at Vivian in front of him and gently nodded. If you can invite her over, it will be a lot easier. I just don't know if she is willing to come to such a remote place. Vivian heard the words and rolled her eyes at Soren. Her voice was a little cheerful. Sister Gloria will definitely be willing to come over. Because my brother is here, and I am here too. Besides, if this is really a wizard tower left from the Arcane Empire, there must be a lot of very precious information in it, as well as the spells of the Arcane Empire. Sister Gloria must be very eager to get this knowledge. It would be best if she could come over. The Avatar crisis had begun to ferment, and it would not be long before the Queen of Spiders' plan began to be arranged. She was one of the first gods to come to the material plane, and soon the drows would gradually appear in the eyes of the world. Basically, in Soren's memory, there was no particularly safe place on the continent. The territory of the northern witches was also affected by the chaos, and the demons of the abyss and hell took advantage of it. If Gloria stayed in the north, she might not be as safe as in the outer islands. Soren actually cared about her very much. Maybe he could take this opportunity to invite her over. After all, he couldn't directly say that the world was going to change, that the world was going to collapse, and that the gods were all falling down to fight, causing the mountains and rivers to collapse, the sky to collapse, and the earth to sink. The demon army was killing everywhere, and the devils were sowing discord. In the end, the whole world was almost broken into pieces. If he said that, Gloria would probably think that he was crazy, or that he was so crazy that he couldn't be cured. Soren cared about very few people. Although his bottom line was getting lower and lower, and he was becoming more and more ruthless in his actions, he still hoped to be able to keep the people he cared about by his side so that he could protect them when necessary. 3,000 miles south of the north, this was a lush high-slope area, which used to be a lush forest. However, as the human kingdoms began to develop this area, a large number of trees were cut down, causing quite serious soil erosion. The consequences of this soil erosion directly led to the emergence of a yellow river, but it was not called the Yellow River in this world, but the Nile-Dona River. This was the language of the Ascenda, the descendants of humans during the Arcane Empire, who could live to more than 120 years old. This name meant Turbid River. Looking south of the Nile-Dona River, there were scattered villages and towns. These were the gathering places of human beings. Since 300 years ago, they had been constantly cutting down trees here. Now, from the Lost Forest to the Dark Forest area, the number of trees had decreased by at least 1/3. These trees were like the Han people in the Central Plains. For various reasons, they cut down the forest in the upper reaches of the Yellow River, and then completely led to uncontrollable soil erosion. Regarding this matter, it could be said that the Druid conclave was quite dissatisfied. There were fierce conflicts between the two sides because of this, but because there was no powerful droll organization in this area, and there was another very special existence, so in the end, the result was still inconclusive. However, after the soil erosion was more obvious, humans began to notice some problems, and a little restrained the cutting and development in the past. There was almost a budding industry here, but in the end, it was suppressed in the beginning by all forces. At this time, near the edge of the Lost Forest, a graceful and vigorous figure was moving forward at high speed. She was wearing an exquisite leather armor with a special emblem on her chest. Even though she was covered in dust, it could not cover up her heroic spirit. This was a knight in silver. She seemed to have been on the road for a long time. When she saw a thick smoke in front of her, she could not help but speed up her pace and rushed toward the place where the smoke was coming from. A village appeared in front of them, but it was eerily silent. They couldn't hear the sounds of chickens and dogs barking. There were no signs of human activity. A loud and clear cry of an eagle rang out. Then an eagle flew down from the sky and turned into a middle-aged droll with thick hair for a moment. He glanced at the knight in silver next to him and said in a deep voice, "There is no one else nearby. I don't know why the Droll Council suddenly sent us here to investigate. Is there something more important here?" The knight in silver's expression was serious as she whispered, "Listen. There's no movement at all. There's almost no one alive here. The two of them headed towards the village. The village in front of him was almost destroyed. There were burn marks everywhere, and there were many corpses on the ground. The knight in silver leaned over and looked at the corpses. Then, with a solemn expression, she said, "It wasn't done by bandits. None of their belongings were taken. It seems like the cause of their deaths is a little strange. Over there." The middle-aged droll closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then, he pointed in a direction and rapidly approached. The knight in silver quickly followed. As they passed through the burned ruins of the house, everything in front of them made their faces pale. This was because they saw many corpses. There were men and women, young and old, as well as women and children. There were many traces of burning firewood nearby. In the center, there was a corpse that was almost burnt to a crisp. There were many messy footprints on the ground. It seemed that many things had happened before everything happened. Fallen? The middle-aged droll looked around, turned around, looked at the knight in silver, and asked, "Were other evil existences?" The knight in silver's expression was serious. She picked up a small piece of dark red skin from the ground and looked at it. Then, she said, "It's the devil. Let's go. We must report to the council immediately. A devil has appeared here. Damn it. How did the devil of the purgatory of Bator come out?" Eastern Sea Route. The half-elf first mate stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his arm. He had just been stabbed by a sneak attack, but the injury was not serious. As a pirate, he was used to being injured. Next to him, his men were bandaging him. Some fierce pirates were kicking the surrendered captives, mainly some crew members who had no fighting power. "How are the casualties?" The half-elf first mate asked his men to tie a knot directly on the bandage. Then he stood up and said, "How many died? How many were injured? Have all the enemies been cleaned up?" A rather shrewd-looking pirate ran over, bowed his head and said, "Your Excellency. 32 died, and about 50 or 60 were injured. All the enemies who resisted were killed. There were still people under the cabin who wanted to resist, but they were also killed by us. All the things are sealed under the cabin. We know the rules of His Excellency Throat Cutter. We can guarantee that no one will sneak down." "Okay." The half-elf first mate nodded slightly and said with satisfaction, "Don't touch the things below. When we return to Port Tylon, there will be rewards for you." He stood up and walked down the cabin where the slaves were transported. Those things were nothing at all. There were other ways to make money. What he really cared about the most was the slave craftsmen from the east. The task given by His Excellency Soren was still the most important. The half-elf first mate quickly brought his men to the bottom of the cabin. Most of the slaves locked up inside had oriental characteristics. They looked a bit like people from the desert, but their skin was a little yellow. The outline of their faces was not as clear as the people here, and the lines of their faces were softer. "Who are the craftsmen?" The half-elf first mate looked at the 50 or 60 slaves in front of him. The eastern trade route would not transport those cheap goods, so the quality of the slaves in front of him was relatively high. A quick-witted guy quickly came over and answered, "There are more than 30 craftsmen here. There are more than 10 over there. All of them are imported Eastern gladiators. They will be sent to the City of Wealth and then sold to the underground arena on the south coast. These slaves are all very valuable." "Gladiators?" The half-elf first mate showed a look of interest on his face. He walked in front of an Eastern gladiator and looked at the strong man in front of him. The man's muscles were not very strong, not as exaggerated as many of the warriors here, but his muscle lines had a sense of strength and fluidity. It was said that the Eastern gladiators were more agile, and some of them had been trained by Eastern monks. It seemed that the rumors were true. Note, many of the Eastern warriors are level 1 or 2 martial monks. Their training method is similar to that of martial monks. "Take them all back." The half-elf first mate glanced at the shackles on the other party's hands and said, "These people look a little useful. His Excellency Throat Cutter is in need of manpower. Maybe there will be a chance to use them." "Huh?" He glanced at the innermost part of the cabin, then walked over carefully and asked, "What's in the cage over there? Why is there no sound at all? Is it empty?" Someone immediately brought a torch over. As the light shone, the creature in the cage appeared in front of them. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, someone suddenly realized something and said, Is this an Eastern warbeast? What appeared in front of them was a little girl. She was a very, very small girl, at most 6 or 7 years old. She was wearing a floral dress and her face was a little messy. However, one could see her big eyes and fair skin. That wasn't the most amazing thing about her. What was even more amazing was her ears. They were furry like a cat's ears, and there was a small cat's tail sticking out of her butt. A warbeast? The half-elf first mate couldn't help but look at her in surprise, then murmured, It seems to be the legendary Catwoman? I thought this kind of warbeast was extinct. I didn't expect to find one in the East. Whoosh, facing a group of ferocious-looking pirates, the little girl in front of them seemed a little afraid. However, the courage in her heart made her bare her teeth at them, revealing an obvious pair of small canine teeth as if she was wild and untamed. Warbeasts began to decline significantly after the Arcane Empire and were now very rare. The specific reason for their appearance was unknown. Anyway, legend said that it was related to something taboo. After all, the great arcanists had always wanted to get their hands on the realm of the gods, including the part of creating life. The half-elf first mate looked at her curiously, then ordered, Don't hurt her. This Catwoman looks quite rare. Bring her back and give her to the young mistress as a gift. The young mistress he mentioned. Of course, he was referring to Vivian. But in fact, he was mainly referring to Vivian because only she would occasionally order them around. Now, among Soren's core subordinates, who didn't know that Vivian was the apple of Soren's eye, not to mention, Vivian's strength was somewhat unfathomable to them, the half-elf first mate walked out quickly. There were already a few people waiting outside. One of them, a middle-aged man with a pair of single-rimmed glasses, looked a little gentlemanly, and didn't look like a pirate. Instead, he looked more like a merchant's shopkeeper. The goods on the 3 ships have been counted. There are a total of 26 boxes of porcelain, 21 boxes of tea bricks, about 12 boxes of other spices, and some rare silk fabrics. The total value is probably more than 50,000 Kindler coins. If we can sell them to the local nobles, the value is estimated to increase by 50%. Hearing these words, the half-elf first mate couldn't help but stare blankly. Then, he murmured, So much? So valuable? He felt that something was a little wrong. Because the value of the goods on the 3 ships seemed to be quite high. And they were the most expensive and valuable goods on the Eastern Sea route. In the hall, Soren fell into deep thought. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision. He raised his hand and called in a few words, then walked towards the place where the slaves were held. The Drow's enslavement skills were quite brilliant. Not only did they use a variety of punishments, but they also used powerful psychological cues. Many ordinary creatures would gradually become more obedient once they accepted the change of their status as slaves. After further training, they would become qualified and docile slaves. The slave's consciousness of resistance was actually not too strong because most creatures had a servile nature. It was better to be alive than dead. The inferior natives that were captured last time were basically working. Their status in the tribe was similar to that of slaves because the basic structure of the native tribe was chiefs, priests, nobles, warriors, inferior people, and slaves. However, these natives would slack off from time to time, and they didn't work that hard. They needed to be whipped by the pirates in charge of supervising them to be obedient. Soren walked around a little, then went to the place where the shadow crack appeared. At this time, he also took out the information prompt that he had read once. You've entered the shadow plane. You've completed your first official interplanar travel. You've obtained part of the information of interplanar travel. Your dexterity has reached 25 points. You've successfully entered the shadow plane. You've obtained part of the information of the legendary skill, Shadow Realm. This was the information prompt that he got when he entered the shadow plane. Soren was not too unfamiliar with the legendary skill, Shadow Realm, so it was not surprising that he got the information prompt of this legendary skill because this legendary skill was composed of 3 parts. In other words, this information prompt needed to appear a total of 3 times, and it had a very high requirement. After successfully meeting the requirement, Soren could master the legendary skill, Shadow Realm. Back then, he had received the first message even earlier than now, because someone had opened the shadow portal for him at that time. For now, it would take some time to get the third information prompt. Soren had to at least raise the total profession level of the rogue to above 15 before he could get the second information prompt of Shadow Realm. As for the third information prompt, the requirement was even higher. Soren's life form must have a certain connection with the shadow plane. Any kind of domain ability was quite difficult. Naturally, it was quite difficult to master. There was another notification. That was the first notification that appeared. It was a passive supernatural ability. Stats were one of the most important foundational abilities in a player's body. Normally, once a player reached 20 points, they would enter the realm of transcendence. Among all the stats, Constitution was the easiest to break through. When a player reached 20 points, they would be able to obtain their first passive ability, which was the regeneration effect that Soren had chosen at the beginning. As for the later special abilities, they would need to have at least 25 attribute points. Coincidentally, Soren's dexterity had increased to 25 points after obtaining Minor Divinity. Thus, he mastered a passive ability. Epic Dexterity, gifted ability, your dexterity has exceeded the limits of mortals. Be it your sense of balance or coordination, they are all at a level that mortals can't reach no matter how hard they try. I'm afraid that only characters from Legends and Legends, as well as the incarnations of gods that descended to the mortal world, would be able to compete with you in terms of agility. From now on, your agility has completely surpassed the realm of mortals. You will gain an epic +1 point in all agility-related tests. At the same time, your basic evasion will be permanently +2. Note, legendary evasion is a prerequisite skill. This was an important passive ability for rogues. Not only because of the epic +1 point, but also because of the permanent +2 evasion bonus. Basically, many powerful legendary abilities in the future required the corresponding epic attribute as a prerequisite. For example, epic constitution was the basic condition for many powerful abilities of warriors. As a qualified legendary profession, at least one attribute must be increased to more than 25 points. Half a day passed quickly. At night, Soren and Vivian both came to the place where the shadow cracks first appeared. Although he intended to invite Gloria over, Soren was still going to go in and check it out first. After all, as long as he didn't get close to the wizard tower, it was relatively easy for him to deal with the creatures in the shadow plane with his current ability. Not to mention that the creatures in the shadow plane were cross-plane enemies. Although it was quite difficult to deal with them, there was an innate reward of about 20% slaughter EXP. But for cross-plane enemies, compared to the monsters in the material plane of the same level, there was basically a 10% to 20% slaughter EXP reward. That was why many people liked to run into the abyss of hell. Time passed little by little. Soren waited until early morning, but he didn't see the shadow cracks appear. At this time, Vivian, who was sitting next to Soren, was a little sleepy, and her little head was leaning on Soren's leg. It seems that it may not appear today. Soren reached out and stroked the little girl's hair, and said softly, "Vivian, why don't you go back and rest first, and I'll wake you up when it appears." The shadow cracks didn't appear regularly. There were many factors that could affect its appearance, and even its location could change. So when it did not appear until now, Soren knew that today might not be the day for it to appear. Anything that could cross planes required a little patience. Back then, in order to wait for the entrance to the underground ruins to appear, he had waited in the desert for an entire month and a half before the dimensional passage to the ancient ruins appeared. The final reward was naturally quite rich. Vivian gently shook her head, and then shrank into Soren's arms. Since she didn't want to go back and rest, Soren couldn't force her to go back. He took off the cloak from his back and covered the little girl's body, and then silently watched the shadow in front of him. The night passed just like that. Soren waited until the sun rose, but the shadow cracks still didn't appear. He wasn't too worried about it. During the day, he was still busy giving orders to his subordinates to supervise the slaves' work, and the whole camp was built little by little. Then when night fell, he went to the location where the shadow cracks appeared, and waited quite quietly for the night. Time passed like that for 2 days. On the third day, when Soren came to keep watch, a crack gradually appeared in front of his eyes, and he could see another grey world through it. It appeared. Soren waited for 3 whole days, and finally, the shadow fisher appeared. He turned around and glanced at Vivian behind him. Today, she was wearing a black princess dress with a beautiful bow on her head. After noticing Soren's gaze, the little girl smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother, I'm so happy to see you. Don't worry. I've read a lot of information about the shadow plane. I'm sure there won't be any danger. Besides, Sister Gloria used to tell me a lot about planes and half-planes. Maybe she knows more than you." The shadow plane. Soren was most familiar with this plane, even more so than the prime material plane. It was a transitional plane, connecting the material plane with other planes. Strictly speaking, it was a large semi-material plane, a spatial world between matter and energy. From the shadow plane, one could reach most planes, so there were a lot of unpredictable dangers in this plane. Especially at the edge of the overlapping planes, one could be directly sucked into space turbulence. That was why Soren was very careful every time he entered the shadow plane. There were a lot of dangerous areas and powerful creatures here. The most common one was the shadow dragon. There weren't many types of dragons in the shadow plane, but the shadow dragon was the most numerous. Strictly speaking, though, Soren did remember where the nests of many shadow dragons were, but he couldn't beat them at all. Even if he had Vivian with him, it would still be a little difficult because he remembered that the shadow dragons were all mature and above. The world began to turn grey. As Soren's figure passed through the shadow fissure, his whole body was dyed with a grey hue. The shadow plane didn't reject other colors, but any color here would have a grey shadow. This change came from the structure of the plane. No one could resist it unless they used a spell. It was one of the rules of the plane. For example, the sky and sun of the shadow plane. Sometimes it would rain, snow, and hail, but the color would always be grey. No matter how bright the sun was, it could only ever be a bright grey color. That was why it looked like dusk. This was the paradise of shadow creatures. Be careful. Soren turned around and looked at Vivian, who was looking around. The little girl seemed to be very interested in this plane that was completely different from her original world. She even curiously reached out to pull out the weeds on the ground. The color of the plants was grayish-green, and there was no difference between them and the material plane. There were many unknown secrets about the existence and characteristics of the shadow plane, and some were even unknown to the gods. Therefore, there were still many inexplicable things about this place. For example, the buildings here might be extremely similar to those in the material plane. And it might not necessarily be the current material plane. It was possible that the shadow plane retained the buildings of the material plane thousands of years ago. Projection. The incomprehensible projection interfered with matter and was then replicated in the shadow plane. This kind of projection could not be understood with common sense, and not everything could be projected. So far, no one had been able to figure out this secret. Most of the things that could be projected into the shadow plane seemed to be random, but there was an energy limit to this projection. For example, a castle from hundreds of years ago in a material plane could be projected into the shadow plane, but a wizard tower built in a material plane could not be projected into the shadow plane. This was because most of the castles were ordinary buildings, but wizard towers were covered with a considerable amount of energy. Soren had traveled back and forth in the shadow plane so many times, and the only thing he knew was that most of the buildings projected from the shadow plane were things that had existed in the material plane for a long time. If it was just a house built this year, it was basically impossible to project into the shadow plane. However, if the house had existed in the world for hundreds of years, it could be projected into the shadow plane. Therefore, there were many cities and towns in the shadow plane. The places where these projections appeared could be quite ancient, and there were some shadow creatures living there. The projected buildings were not much different from those in the material plane. They would gradually disappear with time, so there were very few things that had existed in the shadow plane for a long time. A wizard tower appeared in front of him. Looking at it from afar, he could feel the majesty of it. It was different from the current wizard towers. During the Arcane Empire, wizard towers pursued height. The great arcanists often liked to build wizard towers to overlook the earth. The overall structure of a wizard tower was a bit like a lightning rod. Today's wizard towers were generally relatively short, and they rarely exceeded 300 meters in height. Therefore, it was easier to identify wizard towers from any period. Be careful. Soren raised his hand to stop Vivian, who wanted to go over and take a look. He whispered, "There are distorted shadows nearby." Distorted shadows. Semi-energy life forms, due to certain reasons, may have the characteristics of a soul. To put it simply, many of them were transformed from souls. Distorted shadows, shadow life, gregarious species, grade 3. Challenge rating 12, personal level 14, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes 20, lowest attributes 10, total attribute points 90 to 95. Special abilities, shadow characteristics, semi-energy body, soul molding. Difficulty, B+. Soren was quite familiar with the ability of the distorted shadows, but he still found it difficult to deal with them because these creatures were not vulnerable to physical attacks. Semi-energy life forms were born with more than 20% concealment ability. If they were half-energy life forms, they could also reduce physical damage by 50%. It was very troublesome to deal with them with ordinary weapons. Although Soren had the legendary curved sword Icing Death, he basically did not have the ability to kill a distorted shadow in one hit. Moreover, these shadow creatures liked to live in groups. Therefore, their difficulty was B+, and they were a very difficult enemy to deal with. Sizzle. There was a faint sound coming from somewhere. Soren quickly took a step forward and protected Vivian's small body behind him. At the same time, he carefully looked around. There were not many life forms in the shadow plane. Strictly speaking, there were not many living creatures with flesh and blood. Therefore, the animals living here were quite rare. Sometimes, it was so barren that even the shadow dragons had to go to the material plane to eat a big meal. The life forms here were full of destructive and aggressive. They were a combination of chaos, hatred, and bloodlust. In essence, they were not much better than the bottomless abyss. Distorted souls could be reborn in the shadow plane. This was the origin of many half-energy life forms. There were also a lot of undead here. Creak. The sound became louder, and Soren also heard the source. It came from under the soil in front of him. Under the soil, Soren's rich experience in the past made him ready to fight in an instant. At the same time, he said to Vivian beside him, "Be careful. There are undead ahead. They smell the living on us." Undead. Supernatural monsters. There was only one kind of undead in the shadow plane, and it seemed to be a difficult monster to deal with. Skeleton undead. When Soren saw a monster crawling out of a tomb-like mound in front of him, his face gradually became serious. Because the skeleton undead in front of him was a little different. Its height was more than 2 meters. Although its bones had been twisted and mutated into sharp bone blades, it could still be seen that it was a tall and dangerous creature when it was alive. The next level of this undead was the skeleton demon, a quasi-legendary undead with a challenge rating of 12 and a monster level of 20. There was no priest. There was no way to dispel the undead. Soren glanced at Vivian beside him, nodded gently, and flew away. It seemed that he really needed to find a priest partner in the future. After all, whether it was healing or dispelling the undead, a priest's role was quite important. They were the core members of the Iron Triangle. But the problem was, where could Soren find a priest above grade 3? This kind of priest status was not low. Just look at the pivotal position of the Naga Siren priestess in the coastal area, and you would know how high the status of a high-grade priest was. Dang. Dang, dang. Soren's curved sword in his hand made a burst of metallic sound on the body of the skeleton undead. At this level, the undead were not simple skeletons. They were very dangerous supernatural creatures. Ghoul touch. When Soren slashed several times on the body of the skeleton undead, suddenly there was a foul smell around. A dark red glimmer appeared in the eye sockets of the skeleton undead in front of him. This smell made Soren very alert and took a step back, but the undead still touched him slightly. Spell-like attack, it was the innate ability of the high-grade undead. Soren almost had no time to react, and a series of data appeared in front of his eyes, affected by the spell Ghoul touch. Mandatory test of exemption triggered. Test of Fortitude passed. You are immune to the paralysis effect of this spell. A control-type spell. Soren suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and then he slashed the enemy's leg bone with his sword. Fortunately, he had high constitution and fortitude, so he was directly immune to this second circle spell. Otherwise, he would have been paralyzed directly, which would be quite dangerous. Fortitude, will, spell, and so on. All kinds of immunity were quite important. Rogues were not as muscular as warriors, so they were at a disadvantage in terms of test of exemption. Be careful. Vivian's reaction was also very fast. When Soren was hit by the skeleton undead, she began to cast spells quickly. However, the little girl's talent was really amazing. While casting spells, she could also pay attention to the surrounding environment. When she saw distorted shadows around her, she immediately shouted, "Brother, be careful. There are a lot of distorted shadows around you." Twisted shadows. These half-energy shadow creatures did not need to eat like other monsters, and they did not have a fixed nest. They did not even leave traces of movement. Therefore, most of the time, there was no way to determine their location at all. Only when these monsters emerged could one know which shadow they were hiding in. Fortunately, these monsters basically had no intelligence. They acted purely on instinct and were full of destructive desire and aggression. Otherwise, they would be quite difficult to deal with. Clusters of shadows emerged. These twisted shadows had a characteristic, that was, in the strange twisted bodies, there was a vague and hazy human figure hidden in the shadows. It was said that this was their soul. Twisted shadows were said to be the souls of many creatures that died in the shadow plane. These shadow-like monsters were everywhere in the shadow plane, especially in the cities of the shadow plane. These shadow-like creatures were often seen. Flame arrow. Acid arrow. Missile storm. Because Soren was in the range, Vivian did not dare to use a large-scale attack spell. She could only kill the twisted shadows one by one. At the same time, she used acid arrow to aim at the skeletal undead. Acid was very corrosive to bones. Although acid arrow was only a spell below grade 3, it was very lethal to many creatures. Stoneskin shield. Haste. Soren did not dare to be careless in this situation. He directly activated the elemental stone, and at the same time activated a piece of equipment that he obtained from the legendary naval battle. It could temporarily activate the haste effect, but it could only be used twice, and the duration was relatively short. High-grade rare items were too rare. There were not many of them on the south coast. The best equipment Soren had was the 2 items given to him by Princess Royal of Arendelle. It seemed that after dealing with the outer islands, he would have to take time to go to the desert area. Soren remembered that there were 3 legendary items there, as well as the Cloak of Anti-Detection, which was very important to rogues. Dang! Dang, dang! His curved sword turned into a ray of light and slashed at the skeletal undead. Soren jumped more than 10 meters and slashed at the twisted shadow at the same time. The blade seemed to have cut into tough rubber. Soren furrowed his brows as he slashed at the shadow. At the same time, he retreated. However, the shadow had already pounced on him. Even though the shadow's arm only brushed past Soren's shoulder, he couldn't help but tremble. A row of data popped up. You've been attacked by distorted shadows. Distorted shadows has dealt 1 bruise to you. You've been affected by shadow erosion. Received an additional 14 damage from shadow corrosion. Shadow strike. Soren countered the attack with a backhand slash. Twisted Shadow's corrosive attack was similar to Shadow Strike. Both attacks used shadow energy to corrode the opponent. The distorted shadows didn't have high HP. After being hit by Soren a few times, one of them finally died. Soren received a total of 3,250 Slaughter EXP. Shadow-type monsters gave 20% Slaughter EXP. Hailstorm. As soon as Soren put some distance between them, Vivian took the opportunity to cast a spell. The little girl quickly chanted the spell, and then a whistling wind and sharp hail appeared within a 40-foot radius. This was a level 4 spell. It wasn't a very common spell, but it was perfect for the current situation. It just so happened that Soren was out of the spell's range. Compared to the explosive impact of Fireball, Hailstorm was able to slightly affect the enemy's movement while killing them. Sword form, spinning strike. Sword form, beheading. Soren took the opportunity to kill 2 distorted shadows around him. After enduring the shadow energy's corrosive attack, he finally got rid of the trouble around him. The next part of the battle became a lot easier. Vivian's hailstorm caused a lot of cold damage. Soren turned around and began to harvest the distorted shadows' heads. He received nearly 20,000 slaughter EXP in one breath. However, the skeletal undead died in the hands of Vivian in the end. Its cervical vertebra was directly melted by the acid arrow. Otherwise, it would have given about 5,000 slaughter EXP. He simply cleaned up the battlefield. The skeletal undead didn't give anything. Instead, the distorted shadows dropped 3 gray crystal fragments. These were materials for alchemy. A kind of crystal that contained soul energy and elemental energy. Only a few special creatures would appear. This crystal could be directly used to exchange equipment in the hands of high-grade wizards. Soren carefully put it away. He had been too busy recently to learn alchemy. Vivian focused on learning spells and basically didn't dabble in alchemy. The brother and sister probably had less than 50 alchemy points combined. The two rested for a while and then moved forward again. However, this time they had to be more careful. Vivian didn't dare to run around because it was obviously more dangerous than the material plane. There were almost no monsters after that. Soren led Vivian forward for about 300 meters. A broken building appeared in front of them. They were already close to the periphery of the wizard tower. There were many broken buildings nearby. It seemed that there used to be a group of people living around the wizard tower. Be careful. Soren turned around and looked at the little girl. He then said, "Let's see what's here. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. Don't get close to the wizard tower so that you don't trigger its defense mechanism." Vivian nodded gently, and then said with a serious expression on her little face, "Big brother. There seems to be a legendary defense lock in front of us. This might be the wizard tower of an arcanist." It was gray in front of them. The space under the wizard tower seemed to be a little distorted, and it didn't look real. Maze lock was a technology from the Arcane Empire, and it could be understood as a very powerful array. Those who could set up a maze lock were basically arcanists. During the period of the Arcane Empire, not all wizards were arcanists. This was an advanced profession that required a lot of talent. It could be understood that only legendary wizards could advance into the Great Wizard. The two were advanced professions with a certain origin. Soren nodded slightly and then pushed open a door on the left. It was full of dust. There didn't seem to be any monsters, but there didn't seem to be anything either. When Soren was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to have found something. He immediately squatted down and knocked on the wall with his hand. Then he pulled out his curved sword and stabbed it in, directly digging a hole in the wall. It was empty. There was a delicate box in the hole about 30 centimeters wide. Fortunately, my searching ability is not bad. Soren reached out and knocked on the box. He then signaled Vivian to step back. He took out a lockpicking tool from his multidimensional bag and was about to open the box. There would be many secret compartments in the ruins. This was related to the habits of the people in the current world. Whether it was nobles or wizards, many liked to set up some secret compartments in their homes to store things. This habit was similar to the ancient landlords in the Central Plains who liked to dig cellars to store gold and silver. Some even put the cellars in places that others could not imagine. Therefore, in the adventure of the underground ruins, it was necessary to have a teammate with good search skills and intuition about the location of the treasure. This kind of person was usually a rogue. A teammate with the intuition of a treasure-hunting mouse was also very popular in the adventure of the wilderness ruins. Soren's intuition was not very strong. Strictly speaking, he basically did not have the talent of intuition. It was entirely based on careful observation and rich experience in the past that he found that there was something wrong with the wall just now. There were different traces in the seam, and the color was slightly lighter. Then he reached out and knocked on the wall. The hollow wall could be felt with a knock. Then he directly used his curved sword to cut the wall open. For this kind of ancient ruins, it was not realistic to find the location of the opening mechanism because it might have been completely damaged. When Soren had just started his career, he was blocked by a stone statue for a long time. He could not find a way to open it. In the end, the barbarian among his companions came with an axe. They found that the mechanism of the hidden compartment had been damaged. If they did not open it by force, they would not be able to find the mechanism outside for a lifetime. Then Soren began to study the aesthetics of violence. He mastered the violent demolition technique in the exploration of the underground ruins. The key to this demolition technique was to destroy the mechanism without damaging the things inside. It was also a very useful skill, and it had a significant effect on many underground ruins. Dang dang dang. Soren touched the box and knocked it a little. After making sure that it was not a trap device, he began to prepare to pick the lock. However, he had just inserted the lockpick tool into it, and then he pulled it out. He picked up the handle of the legendary curved sword, Icing Death, and smashed it directly at the position where the box was locked. After 3 consecutive bangs, the lock of the box was finally broken. Soren turned around and glanced at Vivian. The little girl's mouth was slightly agape. She had seen her brother pick locks with exquisite skills, but she had never seen him smash them open so violently. After all, Soren used to be a skilled thief, and he wasn't as strong as he was now. Soren turned around and glanced at Vivian. Slowly, he said, the lock inside is already rusted. There's no way to open it. Be careful, step back. I wonder if there are any traps inside. Vivian nodded and took a small step back. There was a saying in adventure, break locks, break doors, break boxes, and guarantee that you won't die. Soren put the box on the ground and opened it carefully. There was no sound of a mechanism being activated, nor was there any magic being triggered. It looked just like an ordinary box. This kind of trap was impossible to guard against. He was used to being careful. After all, there were many rogues who failed miserably. There weren't many things in the box. Soren saw 2 gems, one was a diamond, the other was a carnelian, and then there was a magic scroll and an empty crystal bottle. Catch. Soren threw the diamond and carnelian to Vivian behind him. The little girl reached out and caught them. Her beautiful big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. She wiped the dust on the gems with her sleeve and put them away. Vivian liked gems. Whether it was diamonds, emeralds, or carnelian, she liked these things very much. The little girl had now filled a small box. Part of it was given to her by Soren, and the other part was from her robbery of the pirate leader below. But it was mainly because Lillian would do it. In this regard, Lillian refuted, I'm the witch of fear. If I don't have a lot of gems, won't I lose face? So what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Yes, yes. That's it. The bottle was empty. It might have been filled with some kind of potion in the past, but this kind of crystal bottle used oak stoppers. The potion inside might have evaporated long ago. Even if the potion inside was still there, Soren didn't dare to taste it. This potion was at least 100 years old. Back then, there were people who died in a daze. They dared to taste the potion that sank in the ruins 1,000 years ago. As a result, they died instantly from the poison. One of Soren's rules was to not eat anything in the underground ruins. Including water, the spell scroll was still intact, which surprised Soren a little. This was because the material of the spell scroll must be very good to be able to be preserved for such a long time. He carefully opened the spell scroll, afraid that it would be damaged by too much force. But it seemed that Soren worried too much. This scroll was made of an unknown leather, and it felt quite tough to the touch. This might be a high-level spell scroll. Thinking of this, Soren's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise and expectation. The value of a high-level spell scroll was quite astonishing. If he could get his hands on one, then this trip would be worth it. However, when he saw the mark engraved on the spell scroll, Soren couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. There were engravings on the spell scroll, which represented the circle of the spell recorded. This was a third circle spell scroll. Because there were 3 intersecting engravings on the top corner, no one would deliberately make a mistake. So this spell scroll should only be a third circle spell. A third circle spell. It didn't seem to have much value. Soren had already bought a batch of spell scrolls from the City of Wealth. Among them, the proportion of third circle spells was not small. Maybe the scroll in front of him was one of the scrolls that he bought. But when Soren looked at the spell scroll in front of him, he suddenly felt a little confused because he couldn't understand the symbols on it. This seemed to be a spell scroll from the time of the Arcane Empire, and it used some kind of spell code that was more difficult to understand. This kind of scroll was like an anti-theft code. You could activate it to use it, but it was very difficult to copy it. It didn't seem simple? This was the first thought that came to Soren's mind. Because there was no need to use a spell code for a third circle spell, unless it was a very special and powerful spell, or someone's unique spell. Spells were not static. Many times there were innovations and changes, but most of the spells that were passed down were the same. Unique spells were rarely passed down, and some of them were even lost. For example, the spell Mordenkainen's Sword that was very commonly used by wizards. This seventh circle spell was originally a unique spell, and later it gradually spread to the hands of other wizards. Couldn't understand it? No problem, Soren could take it back and study it slowly. Besides, Vivian was right beside him. Just because he couldn't understand it didn't mean that Vivian couldn't understand it. Soren carefully picked up the spell scroll, then handed it to the little girl next to him, and said in a deep voice, "Vivian, see if you can understand the symbols on it. This seems to be a special spell scroll." The little girl heard him and took it. Then she frowned and looked at it. Then she whispered, "Brother, it's full of spell code. I can't understand a lot of it, but I know the name of this spell. Melf's Minute Meteor. This seems to be a third circle spell. It actually uses meteor as its name. It seems to be very powerful. Melf's Minute Meteor?" When Soren heard the name of the spell, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Then there was a hint of surprise on his face, and he murmured, "No wonder. No wonder. It's actually this spell. No wonder it needs to be recorded in secret. Third circle god slaying spell. The legendary Melf's Minute Meteor." The reason why Soren was so impressed by this third circle spell was very simple. It was because someone used it to successfully slay a god. He killed the first demigod lich that appeared during the Avatar crisis. He was also the first demigod lich to be killed in a cross-level challenge at that time. Melf's Minute Meteor became famous because of this. It almost became the #1 cross-level challenge spell among the low-level spells. It was also the only low-level spell that could break the force field of the divine law. Melf's Minute Meteor, evocation, alteration, the caster creates miniature meteors in his hand. This energy creation is regarded as a +5 rare weapon. It can cause 3+ spell power explosive damage to the target, as well as an additional 3 points of fire damage. The number of miniature meteors created is equal to casting level +1. Before all the miniature meteors are consumed, no other weapons can be used to fight. A spell that didn't look very impressive. In terms of damage, it was not comparable to the fireball spell at all. This was because the fireball spell of a high-grade caster could reach nearly 100 points of spell damage. But there was a very special thing about Melf's Minute Meteor, that was, it was a magic creation and was regarded as a +5 rare weapon. Even the demigod lich was not immune to the explosive damage caused by it. In terms of damage penetration, even the icing death in Soren's hand was not as good as Melf's Minute Meteor, so it was also called Dragon-Slaying Meteor. Because it could break the dragon's dragon scale protection, the effect was similar to a grenade explosion. Wherever it hit the dragon, there would be a small dent there. Finally, another reason why it was sought after by countless people at that time was that it was really cool when it was cast. The caster's hands would be wrapped in flames, and then 2 small meteors would be formed in the palm of the caster's hand. When attacking, the caster would throw the meteors. The meteors that were shot out would roar out and explode violently after they touched the target. At the same time, the caster's hands would automatically generate new meteors until the number of meteors that could be created by the spell reached the limit. One could imagine the scene of the adepts hurling meteors down from above. It was really cool. Unfortunately, this spell was not so easy to learn. It had always been a rare spell. Melf's Minute Meteor. The biggest significance of this spell for Soren was that it could break through the defense of almost any enemy, whether it was a dragon, a demon, a devil, a demigod lich, or a god descended from a saint. Melf's minute meteor could break through the protective force field on their bodies and cause a certain amount of damage to these enemies. Perhaps the damage was not high because these enemies had quite a terrifying damage reduction, and some could even reach more than 90%. However, as long as it could cause damage, it meant that the enemy could be killed. The last thing that was needed was a tactical arrangement. In the past, many guilds joined forces to slay the gods, and they used this grade 3 spell to open the way. Pure-blooded dragons were immune to most physical attacks that did not have armor-piercing properties. High-grade demons and devils were immune to ordinary weapon attacks. In theory, demigod-level liches could be immune to at most +3 rare weapon attacks, and the gods who descended in the form of saints could be strengthened by the power of the law. Only rare items of +5 or above could break through their protective field. After all, legendary items were too rare. There were even fewer weapons that could reach the legendary level. These weapons were all famous equipment, and most of them were in the hands of powerful storyline natives. Therefore, the ability of Melf's minute meteor to break through the defense had a strategic position. And the damage reduction of this spell was very little, and it could cause full damage to many enemies. Therefore, it was also known as the easiest god-slaying element to obtain. For Soren, getting the scroll of Melf's minute meteor was a complete surprise. Because this spell could cause full damage to the spirits. In theory, it could break through the defensive force field of a demigod spirit and eventually kill some demigod spirits that were difficult to deal with. In addition, it belonged to a spell that was close to being lost. It was born before the Arcane Empire, and it was still in the hands of a few wizards. Soren carefully put away the scroll, then he looked at Vivian in front of him and motioned the little girl to go out with him. The nearby buildings were connected together, but they had already been damaged quite badly. There was basically no breath of life here. Soren walked around a little, and after finding no other hidden compartments, he approached the wizard tower. It was very troublesome to search the entire ruins carefully. Soren didn't have so much time now, so he could only explore the situation here first. It was unknown when. There was a trace of grey mist rising nearby. When Soren walked to the periphery of the settlement, he could not help but tremble. Because he saw a round ball. No. It shouldn't be called a sphere, but a cover. It looked like a glass cover, and inside it was a wide shelf. There was a skeleton on the shelf, but it didn't look like a human. It had sharp fangs, thick bones, horns on its head, feet like a cow, and a pair of bone wings extending from both sides of its spine. Soren recognized what it was. Because he had seen this kind of skeleton several times in the past, but it was all in the abyss of hell. In front of him was a demon skeleton, and it was a high-tier demon that was hard to deal with. If Soren remembered correctly, it was one of the hardest demons to deal with, the Baler. Challenge rating 16, creature level 21 and above. Large otherworld creature, chaotic, transdimensional, evil, it was a creature on the same level as a dragon. The Baler that Soren was familiar with was one of the strongest Balers. Who was the owner of this wizard tower? Soren couldn't help but stop, and at the same time reached out to stop the curious Vivian. He whispered, "It's the skeleton of a Baler, and it looks like it's been dead for a long time. The owner of this wizard tower should be a very powerful legendary arcanist. This Baler was obviously captured or summoned by him, and then forcibly imprisoned inside. He hadn't even gotten close to the wizard tower, and he already saw this thing." Soren's heart sank, and he felt that everything in front of him was beyond his ability to deal with. A legendary wizard. A very terrifying existence, a legendary arcanist. An existence that was comparable to the gods. If someone told Soren that there was an army of golems in this wizard tower, he would probably believe it. This was because the battle that made the legendary sword saint famous, the Battle of Golems, was because someone accidentally activated the defense mechanism of a high-grade wizard tower. At that time, there were more than 10 diamond golems, more than 100 steel golems, more than 100 puppet golems, as well as hundreds of clay golems, stone golems, and iron golems. Let's stop here. Soren stood in front of the skeleton of the Baler for a long time, and then said in a low voice, "Vivian. Let's stop here. I have a bad feeling that the danger here is beyond our expectations. It's best to wait for Gloria to come. After all, she knows more about the wizard tower than we do. Maybe she can enter without activating the defense mechanism." they couldn't just barge in. Neither Soren nor Vivian could be sure that there was a defense lock here. To put it simply, they didn't know enough to tell if there was something like an 8 trigrams formation in front of them. If they rushed in recklessly, they might be hit by a disintegrate spell or be teleported into another dimension. The simplest way to understand the defense lock was that it was a fantasy version of the 8 trigrams formation. If you couldn't find a way out of the formation, you could only force your way out. "Brother, look over there." Vivian nodded her head lightly. Although there was another voice in her head that was clamoring that a mere Magus tower was nothing, and that she could destroy it in a matter of minutes, the little girl still forcibly suppressed the arrogant troublemaker who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Vivian's intuition told her that there was danger ahead. She would never allow Lillian to rush in recklessly. The little girl looked around, and as the fog in front of her faded a little, she seemed to have seen something. "Brother! The plants over there are strange." "Plants?" Soren heard her and looked over. His eyesight was not as good as Vivian's. It was not a matter of vision, but the difference in strength between the two. Soren still used the eyes of a mortal to see things, but Vivian used the vision of a saint to see things. The power of divinity could see through some of the fog. However, Soren now also had a weak divinity. He gradually saw through the fog in front of him and saw some strange plants. They were very familiar. Because these plants were very similar to the mutated man-eating plants he saw in the material plane. They didn't grow randomly like in the material plane. Instead, they were more like fixed in certain areas. If the picture of their growth and distribution was like something, Soren felt that it was like a man-made garden, where the owner planted them in different places in the garden. In front of him was like the front yard of a mansion. "Big brother?" Vivian narrowed her eyes and carefully observed the area in front of her. She then signaled Soren to carry her and said in a crisp voice, "Big brother, carry me. I think I saw a small path over there. It's to the left of the garden, near the pile of rocks. I think there's a small path over there, but I don't know where it leads to." "There's a small path?" Hearing this, Soren immediately picked up the little girl next to him, and then directly put Vivian on his shoulder. A pair of small feet stepped on Soren's left shoulder, and then a small white hand wrapped around his head. After carefully observing that side for a while, she whispered, "We can go around from the left. There doesn't seem to be any fog there, but we don't know where it leads to." The fog in front of them should be part of the defense lock. Just like how there was fog in the 8 trigrams formation, many defense locks would have corresponding illusions. These illusions could only be seen through by the golden gaze fiery eyes. Otherwise, it could only be dispelled by spells, special abilities, and divine power. It seemed like the power here had weakened a lot. Otherwise, a real defense lock would create illusions instead of just fog. Even a defense lock set up by a lich could create a dark sky canopy, let alone one set up by an arcanist. "Let's go." Soren didn't hesitate for too long. He immediately said, "Let's go around and take a look." He didn't dare to enter the defense lock directly because he was careful, cautious, and worried about Vivian's safety. However, if he didn't even dare to explore the side entrance, then he didn't have the courage to take the risk. Taking a risk was always risky. Soren knew that the risk wouldn't exceed the limit of his strength, not that he didn't dare to take any risks at all. It seemed like the path on the side had been destroyed by time. Even if there was any danger, it wouldn't be more dangerous than going through it directly. This way, he could also estimate the difficulty of going through it directly. "Be careful." Soren put little Vivian down and began to pay attention to the surroundings. He even tapped the ground with the tip of his foot from time to time. He was detecting if there were any traps nearby. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any, but he still felt that it was necessary to be more careful. The path passed through the corner of the garden. There was a pile of broken stones on the side. There were no strange plants nearby, but there were traces of cracks on the ground. Sauron looked around and whispered, "Vivian, you're right. Don't you think this road is a bit like the road to the backyard?" This was Soren's intuition. Judging from the layout of the surroundings, this was the front yard of the wizard tower. Since the path was from the side, it looked like it led to the backyard, or to the kitchen or something like that. Arcanists had a large number of servants, unlike wizards who only needed golems to serve them. During the time of the Arcane Empire, wizards were the ruling class. Other than having a large number of servants, they also had a certain number of followers. A little. Vivian nodded gently. There seemed to be two different worlds in front of him. On the right was a strange garden surrounded by fog, and on the left was a ruin with many broken stones without fog. Soren took Vivian through the place carefully. When they walked about 300 meters, a well-preserved house appeared in front of them. This house had a very obvious feature, that was, it had a chimney. Generally speaking, houses with chimneys served the same purpose. Soren felt that he had guessed correctly at the beginning. Brother. Vivian raised her hand and pulled Soren's sleeve, whispering, "It really looks like a kitchen." Yes. Soren nodded gently and said, "Be careful. Let's go in and have a look." Creak, Soren pulled out his curved sword, icing death, and then gave Vivian behind him a look. Then he directly pushed open the door that had not yet decayed, and immediately there was a burst of dust. When Soren walked into the house with the little girl, he immediately found that it was covered with dust, nearly half a centimeter thick. No one knew how long it had been since a living person appeared. "Brother, look." After Vivian entered the house, she glanced around, then pointed to a chair in front of her and whispered, "There seems to be something over there." Something? Soren moved his feet alertly, then picked up a stone and threw it at the position of the chair. The force deflected it a little, and then they saw a rather short skeleton on the chair. The height of the skeleton was only about 1.25 meters, but the bones were quite thick compared to the height of the body, especially the position of the leg bones and the foot bones were larger. With such a bone shape, if an experienced person were to identify it, they would be able to tell at a glance what kind of creature it used to be. Soren glanced at it and whispered, "It's the skeleton of a halfling, maybe an arcanist chef." Whoosh, just as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew through the almost sealed house. The cold wind caused people to shiver involuntarily. Then, a series of sinister and strange laughter sounded. Undead, vengeful spirit, earthbound spirit, Soren's mind changed several times in an instant, then he protected Vivian behind him and said in a deep voice, "It's a spirit-type enemy. It looks like an earthbound spirit. Be careful. It should be watching us from the spirit realm now. Let's wait for it to appear before attacking." Undead-type enemies. The more common ones were the skeletal undead that they encountered in the outside world. This kind of undead had a body, so it was easier to deal with. The other kind was the one in front of them, which was born from ghosts and evil spirits. It belonged to the category of monsters without a body or a semi-energy form. This kind of undead was more difficult to deal with, and normal physical attacks did not have much effect on them. Kikik. Sad and strange laughter came from all directions. Soren's expression did not change, but Vivian seemed to be a little unhappy. She snorted and said, "I hate you undead the most. Get the hell out here." A faint light of magic appeared. Protection from evil. Vivian first cast a level 1 spell, Protection from Evil, and then continued to cast spells. Detect Undead. An invisible light of magic appeared and covered the whole house in an instant. Then, behind a wall, a shadow in the shape of dark red light appeared. Most of the undead creatures were dark red under the detection of magic, which meant that they were very evil. If it was a paladin, they would have to destroy them. Immobilize undead. Another light of magic appeared. Vivian raised her hand and pointed at the undead in the distance. Then a faint light appeared, followed by a shrill howl. All of a sudden, the undead behind the wall seemed to have gone berserk, and charged towards Vivian. Ferociously. The control spell had failed, and the enemy had passed the test of immunity, so Vivian was identified as the first target. Shang. The curved sword in Soren's hand was instantly unsheathed, and then he slashed at the half-illusory earthbound spirit. Shadow Strike. The legendary curved sword Icing Death had ice damage, which had a special effect on the undead. Although physical attacks were almost ineffective against it, the rogue's Shadow Strike was useful. It was a type of shadow energy damage. Soren's curved sword instantly hit the earthbound spirit that rushed over. It felt like hitting cotton candy. The blade directly passed through the earthbound spirit's body. Only the ice energy and shadow energy hurt the earthbound spirit. The physical damage caused by the attack was estimated to be 1 or 2 points. Fear, instant cast. As a high-level undead creature, the earthbound spirit had a very special ability. It could instantly cast a fear-type spell. It could be intimidation, fear, or even a spell like the Robe of Fear. However, when the earthbound spirit in front of it threw out the fear spell, it was a little dumbfounded because the two people in front of it seemed to completely ignore the fear spell. There was no need for them to pass the test of fear at all. Yes. They directly ignored the fear spell. There was no need to mention Vivian. She was the son of fear, so how could she not be immune to a mere fear spell? As for Soren, his resistance to the fear spell was also quite high. Not to mention his accumulated strong will, just absorbing the divinity of fear was enough to make him immune to the fear spell cast by non-legendary enemies. Dominate humans. The earthbound spirit in front of them seemed to have a certain level of intelligence. After knowing that the fear spell did not work, it immediately changed its tactics. It cast a talent spell, Dominate Humans, trying to control Soren, who looked like a warrior, and then use him to kill the little girl who made it feel dangerous. However, it miscalculated again because the Dominate Humans it cast did not have any effect at all. It was directly immune to Soren's strong will. What a joke! He had experienced so many storms along the way, how could he be easily controlled by others? Didn't Soren walk barefoot for thousands of miles in order to be able to deal with the current situation at all times? As long as his will was strong enough, he would be immune to most charm, mind, and control spells in the future. This was very important for a rogue whose immunity was lower than a warrior's, a will as strong as steel. This was the most important factor for Soren's survival, so when he successfully resisted the Dominate Humans cast by the earthbound spirit in front of him, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he once again swung his sword at the enemy in front of him. Shadow Strike. The curved sword once again went through the enemy's body. Although the earthbound spirit's body wasn't made of flesh and blood, it felt as if he was cutting through jelly. He didn't feel any force at all. However, the shadow energy condensed by Shadow Strike still affected its body, and at the same time, the legendary curved sword icing death stained it with a cold silver-white color. This was because Soren's weapon was not high-end enough. With a weapon enchanted with advanced elements, it could easily take away half of the earthbound spirit's HP, summon the undead. Phantom Mirror Image. After being hit several times by Soren and suffering from Shadow Strike twice, the earthbound spirit finally felt the threat of death. A strange light of magic appeared in its eyes, and then its figure split into 5, becoming 5 almost identical figures that appeared in the same place. This was not the wizard's shadow creation, because shadow creation made the same movements and could only be used to confuse lower-level enemies. However, the earthbound spirit in front of them turned into 5 phantoms that made completely different movements. It was almost impossible to recognize them at a glance. Creak. The sound of bones trembling could be heard in the house. In the small room that Soren did not go in to check, there was a series of strange sounds. Then, skeletons appeared one after another. Among them, there were large and small skeletons. There were almost no skeletons of the same race. After they woke up, their pupils emitted the light of the undead, and then they rushed out to Soren and the others in front of him. "Brother, get out of the way." Vivian's voice sounded behind Soren. When he heard the little girl's voice, Soren immediately jumped back without hesitation, and at the same time, lifted the table with his foot to block in front of him. Because he felt a burning breath behind him. When Soren lifted the table in front of him, Vivian also raised her hand and cast a fireball. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The whole house shook as if it was going to collapse. Fireball was not to be underestimated. After all, it was also a grade 3 spell. When a high-grade wizard cast it, it was almost as lethal as a howitzer. Back then, the 5 fireballs divine sect had used it to open up a path. Even the city gates had been blown up. The heat wave from the explosion spread out. A crater appeared on the ground, and the flames ignited the other things in the room. Some of the things that were relatively well preserved were immediately set ablaze. But this was just the beginning. Vivian didn't stop after casting the first fireball. She immediately threw out the second fireball, and then the third. By the time the little girl's continuous fireball spell ended, the scene in front of them was about to turn into ruins. The undead summoned by the earthbound spirit were all dead, and there were only 2 illusions left, both of which were about to dissipate. Harvest it. Soren's eyes lit up. He was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the enemy and gain some slaughter EXP. However, Vivian reached out to stop him. "Brother!" The little girl shouted and said hurriedly, "Don't kill it. I'll imprison its soul. It seems like it still retains a certain amount of intelligence. Perhaps there's a way to get some information about the Adept Tower from it." Soren withdrew his sword in an instant and almost brushed past the earthbound spirit as he retreated. Imprison its soul? This was a very difficult thing to do, although there were many supernatural powers in this world, and there were many powerful gods and so on. The realm of the soul was still a very mysterious and unknown thing in this world. Any spell related to the soul was at least a level 5 spell, and any spell related to the soul was at least a level 7 spell. There were even some special spells that could only be cast by legendary wizards. Soren's soul was in a weakened state, and it required a level 5 restoration spell to repair it. One could imagine the power needed to touch the realm of the soul. Vivian's power was enough. She should now be a legendary sorcerer and a low-grade wizard, which was undoubtedly very powerful in terms of power. But when did the little girl learn soul spells? In Soren's memory, it seemed that Vivian had been sleeping recently. Occasionally, she would read books or practice her spellcasting ability. She didn't learn many spell scrolls, so how did she suddenly learn soul spells, hold the undead? Vivian's movements were very careful. She still used hold the undead again in the face of the violent earthbound spirit. This time, the earthbound spirit did not pass the immunity and directly stayed stiff in place. Clap. The little girl patted her white little hands, and her expression seemed to be a lot more relaxed. She said in a crisp voice, "Brother. There's no problem now. It can't move for the time being. We have to quickly find something that it used when it was alive." Something that it used? Soren frowned, then walked in the direction where he found the skeleton. He looked around, picked up the skeleton, and finally threw a wine bottle that looked like an iron kettle to the little girl. He looked around carefully and wondered, "Is this okay? I found it next to his body." Halflings were addicted to alcohol. Thinking about Aladdin's alcohol tolerance, one would know that they actually liked to drink very much. Vivian reached out and took a look. Then a light of magic appeared on her fingertips, and she said happily, "Yes. It's something that it used when it was alive. Soul Shackle." Vivian began to cast quickly. This time, the spell was very long and took nearly half a minute. During this time, there was a lot of demonic language that Soren could not understand at all. However, he could still see the effect of the spell. He saw a soul mark appear on the wine bottle, and then Vivian raised her hand and pointed. Some kind of demonic power began to work, turning the earthbound spirit in front of them into a soul form, and then sucked it into the wine bottle in front of them. "Okay." Vivian patted her little hands and said in a crisp voice, "It's a pity that I don't know Soul Shackle. Otherwise, I can just use a gem to imprison it." "Brother. We can interrogate him now." The little girl picked up the jug and snapped her fingers. Then, a translucent soul shadow appeared in the room. It was a halfling with a long beard. He seemed to be in a daze and didn't seem to have much consciousness. When he was summoned by Vivian, he began to be in a daze. After a while, he suddenly said, "Master. I was wrong. Master. Don't punish me. Please. Don't punish me." What happened? Where did Master go? Run. Everyone run. Memories of death. When Soren saw the scene in front of him and heard the words of the undead, he had already realized what was happening in front of him. This was because he had seen such a scene before. When an undead was restored to its soul form, it was possible for it to recover part of its memory. At this time, it would remember some things. This kind of memory was mainly focused on the period before death because the soul could only remember very few things. This situation was a bit like when a soul entered the abyss of hell and was reincarnated, it would also forget part of its memory in the material plane. Souls were similar to currency for many beings. Many low-level demons in the abyss and the Bautor Inferno were reincarnated from the fallen souls in the material plane. Only the worst souls and those who had given up on themselves would be directly sent to the river Styx. Of course, this kind of reincarnation was to reshape the soul. If anyone had seen papermaking, they would have a deep impression of it. The souls were directly piled up, then crushed into powder and finally sent to the machine to make new sheets of white paper. The voice of the earthbound spirit gradually faded. He seemed to have remembered something and suddenly began to cry. After crying for a while, his expression became dull again. He just stared at Vivian and Soren in a daze. He didn't retain many memories because he had died a long time ago. Some people always couldn't tell the difference between souls and undead. In fact, the two couldn't be classified as the same. A soul was a pure body of energy. A soul could become an undead, but an undead wasn't a pure soul. Almost all undead were close to evil because they were born with a strong obsession. This obsession was often full of aggression and resentment towards the living. Therefore, most detection spells would be close to blood red when they encountered an undead. Undead were existences that violated the rules of death, but souls were part of the rules. Strictly speaking, the rules here might be longer than the teachings of many gods. But in a simpler way, the earthbound spirit in front of them was an undead in the beginning. Now, he was a soul that had lost most of his memories. Expiation, perhaps this word was simpler to describe. Vivian's transcendence was not a kind and righteous release, but a forceful and tyrannical method to seal the soul. It was equivalent to killing the part of the soul that belonged to the undead, and sealing the part that belonged to the soul in the wine pot. Therefore, the soul in front of him was considered to have been transcended. As long as the spell sealing it in the wine pot was removed, its soul could return to the river Styx. This kind of soul had already lost too much of its power, and it was difficult for an impure soul to have too many choices. Death is not necessarily the beginning. Pure souls, regardless of whether they were good or evil, would always have new opportunities placed before them. Brother. Vivian picked up the iron jug and glanced at the undead in front of her. What's your name? The undead, Vivian sighed and looked at Soren. It even forgot its own name. It seems like it has really lost itself. I don't know how much it still remembers from the wizard tower. Forgetting his own name. This meant that the soul was about to lose itself. Names were very important, so Vivian's first question was this. Vivian held the jug and continued to ask, where is this place? What's around here? How do I get to the wizard tower? The undead, the little girl asked 3 questions in a row, but the undead was still in a daze. She couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. This made her feel that her initial decision was wrong. This undead was completely useless after its soul was sealed. It didn't remember much at all. Even the memories of its death were just a bunch of mindless words. Give me the jug. Soren spoke at this time. He gestured Vivian to give him the jug, then held it and asked, where's the kitchen? The jug was a phylactery. It was something similar to a phylactery. Only by holding it could one control the undead in front of them. Compared to Vivian's question, Soren's question was the simplest one. It was so simple that it seemed useless. Thus, under the little girl's puzzled gaze, the undead in front of her was a little stunned. It then led Soren to the second room at the back. There were 3 rooms here, which should be the kitchen, the storage room, and the last room of unknown use. Soren nodded with satisfaction and followed it. He seemed to have noticed the little girl's puzzled expression, so he opened his mouth and said, it seems that he was indeed a chef of the Adept Tower when he was alive. If the Arcanist who once owned this Adept Tower was not a crazy researcher who only needed to use magic to create food to satisfy his needs, then he must have needed a chef. During the Arcane Empire, life was all about luxury and pleasure. This wizard tower is one of the typical examples. All the buildings nearby were built for the servants of the Arcanist. Vivian was only 9 years old this year after all. Soren said so much to guide her thoughts and use practical actions to teach her how to deal with things. The undead stopped in front of the second room. Then its expression became blank again. However, Soren seemed to be thinking about something. He looked around and continued, prepare the food. After hearing Soren's words, a slight change appeared in the undead's eyes. It then began to move mechanically. In fact, it didn't pick up anything. It was just repeating the action of making food. In the end, it even filled up a pile of air like it was holding a plate. As the chef of the wizard tower, what he did the most was preparing food. Therefore, it was the easiest thing for the undead to remember. Even if it had almost forgotten, the instinctive habit would still be branded in the depths of its soul. Just like the undead guards in some places, they would still patrol the ruins even after they had forgotten everything. This was what Soren had learned in the past. Very good. Soren smiled and said in a deep voice, "Send the food up." The critical moment had arrived. This house was built independently on the side of the wizard tower. It wasn't directly connected to the wizard tower. In fact, it was impossible to build a kitchen next to the wizard tower. Just thinking about it made one feel uncomfortable. Therefore, there must be a path to the wizard tower. This path should be quite safe. It should avoid the defense mechanism and the defense mechanism. The undead was stunned for a moment. Then, its expression changed. It stopped for a moment and walked towards the back door as if it was carrying something. "Hurry up and follow it." Soren quickly called out to Vivian and said in a deep voice, "It should be taking the safe path. Let's follow it and remember the path to the wizard tower." According to normal eating habits, a person needed to eat 3 meals a day. Even if it was only 1 meal a day, the undead must have walked this path thousands of times before it died. Therefore, even if it had lost its memory, it could still remember the path. The two of them quickly followed after him. After the undead walked out from the back door, it immediately entered the area covered by the fog. However, it was at the edge. Soren and Vivian followed closely behind it. When it moved, the two moved. When it stopped, the two also stopped. At the same time, Soren used his eidetic memory to memorize the path and the surrounding environment. He was also prepared to fight at any time. However, they didn't encounter any battle. The two followed the undead for about 200 meters in the fog. Then, they seemed to have passed through a corridor. Everything in front of them opened up. They arrived in front of the wizard tower. At this moment, they were less than 30 meters away from the wizard tower. They could clearly see the traces of time on the tower. There seemed to be a side door on the left. The undead didn't stop, it directly walked towards the side door. Because of its different form, it directly went through the door. Soren immediately followed it. He wanted to see if he could open the door. However, Vivian immediately reached out and pulled him back. Her small face was full of seriousness and she said in a serious voice, "Brother, be careful. There seems to be something behind the door." As soon as the little girl finished speaking, with a creak, the heavy side door in front of them opened. Then, they saw the undead walking up the stairs. However, it didn't move at all. There was also a creature that looked like a construct. Its body was made of metal parts. Beside it were 2 huge and heavy diamond golems. When they noticed Soren approaching, they simultaneously came to life and approached the side door. Soul scan. It looked like a mechanical construct. Its head was golden. It seemed to be mixed with adamantine and other materials. In its eye sockets were 2 golden gems. After discovering Soren's presence, 2 rays of light shot out and enveloped them. At the same time, it said in a metallic voice, "No soul imprint left. An unauthorized visitor. Alert level 1 alert. Anyone who approaches without permission will be treated as an intruder. Thaling number 7 has taken over command. Construct spawn activated. Target 1's danger level is E. Target 2's danger level is C. No need to activate magic armor. Mana crystal pulse cannon decharging. Diamond golems activated. Activating order to expel or kill intruder. Diamond golems charged. Order activated." The series of changes was dazzling. There seemed to be a faint flash of light at the top of the wizard tower. It seemed that something had just turned. Then, heavy footsteps were heard. 2 diamond golems that were about 3 meters tall and weighed more than a ton moved. Their eyes were shining with energy. They walked towards Soren and Vivian. Shit, the corner of Soren's eyes twitched, and he pulled Vivian back almost immediately. At the same time, he handed the jug to her and said in a deep voice, "Summon that soul back. Let's retreat and leave this place first." Diamond Golem. And there were two of them at once. It seemed like the defense mechanism of this place was beyond Soren's expectations. Under normal circumstances, the Diamond Golem was regarded as the top fighter of the Wizard Tower, but here, it was the first tool to be used. One had to know that any Diamond Golem was a legendary construct, and it was also one of the most difficult golem to deal with. How difficult was it to deal with? Looking at the statistics in Soren's memory, he knew a thing or two. Diamond Golem, Grade 5. Challenge rating 16, Rune level 21, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes 25, lowest attributes 10, total attributes 90 to 100. Special abilities: crushing damage, damage reduction, magic resistance, poison attack. Resistance statistics: 100 points of strong acid resistance, 100 points of cold resistance, 100 points of lightning resistance, 125 points of fire resistance. 90 points of crush resistance, 90 points of pierce resistance, 90 points of slashing resistance, 90 points of ranged resistance. Magic resistance 100. Damage immunity: immune to normal weapon attacks, immune to +1 rare weapon attacks, immune to +2 rare weapon attacks, immune to poison attacks, immune to backstab attacks. Difficulty: A++. Diamond Golem. Under normal circumstances, it was the most difficult golem to deal with. It had around 90 points of physical resistance, and was immune to most physical attacks below 90 points. At the same time, it had more than 100 points of resistance to cold, acid, lightning, fire, and also 100 points of magic resistance. To put it simply, any elemental damage below 100 points or spell damage below 100 points would have no effect on them at all. They couldn't break through their defense at all. This was close to the highest level of golem. Only legendary wizards could create them, and they were very expensive because the core material to create them was Diamond Golem. It was also commonly known as Diamond Golem, the original body of a diamond, that's right. This was a golem that used Diamond Golem as its core material, and only the richest legendary wizards could create them. Damn it. That was why Soren ran away as soon as he saw them. With his current strength, even if he used all his strength, he would only be able to barely break through their defense. One could imagine the scene of him using a sword to cut a diamond. Then, one could understand how powerless he was right now. This was an existence that made many rogues helpless in the past. They could only rely on the special terrain to find ways to exhaust them to death. But now, there was certainly no way to use the terrain because the surroundings were quite empty, and it seemed that there was more than one enemy. Soren turned around and ran with Vivian. The little girl held the wine jug and chanted a sentence in the demonic language. Then, she saw that the sluggish soul in the room disappeared, and a faint magic light appeared on the wine jug. Heavy footsteps could be heard coming from behind them. 2 diamond golems that weighed more than a ton stepped out. Soren didn't even need to look at them to know that their strength was over 25 points. Conservatively speaking, 3 of their attributes were over 20 points. Don't think that all puppet golems are heavy and slow. When you see the diamond golem, you will discover that it is running faster than you. Haste! Vivian obviously realized this as well. She raised her hand and cast a haste spell, then continued to cast another spell, grease. A greasy liquid suddenly covered the ground. Although this did not have any obvious effect, it still slightly affected their sense of balance at first, and then it was useless at all. Let's go. Soren picked up Vivian's petite body and then said in a deep voice, "Stone to mud is effective on them." They couldn't fight the diamond golems head-on. With their current strength, they had little chance of winning. After all, in Gloria's wizard tower, there was only a batch of steel golems. In terms of strength, the steel golems were not even enough to carry the shoes of the diamond golems. Any diamond golem in front of them could break all the steel golems made by Gloria into pieces of iron. To deal with this kind of puppet golem that was close to the top, they could only use tricks. Go. The speed of the diamond golems was a little slower because the ground under their feet suddenly turned into a mud pit, and then their legs went down a little first, but they soon climbed out. Soren had already rushed out a short distance. When a fog appeared in front of him, he suddenly stopped and closed his eyes to think for a moment, then rushed directly into it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Soren's brain was like a high-speed supercomputer. What he saw in front of him was not just fog, gravel, and enemies, but pictures like pictures. The picture was the scene when the Revenant took them through the edge of the maze at the beginning. Everything that he saw was like a high-speed camera imprinted in Soren's brain. With the help of eidetic memory, encyclopedic knowledge, and sage, all of it was extracted at this moment. This was a very thrilling moment, although it looked very normal. It was just Soren walking through the fog and running outside little by little. But in fact, if he took a wrong step, there was a possibility that he would trigger the defense mechanism of the maze, and then be directly trapped in the formation. Then, the 2 diamond golems would catch up with them. As for whether they could win in the end, and what they would face after barely defeating the 2 diamond golems, these were all things that Soren could not predict. But fortunately, none of this happened. Soren's temporary memory was extracted at the crucial moment. Even if he only walked once, he completely remembered the route, and then successfully passed through the edge of the maze without triggering any defense mechanism. The sound of heavy footsteps was getting further away. When Soren returned to the original position of the house, a faint light flashed in the eyes of the 2 diamond golems, and then they turned around and returned to the side door. The target had been expelled, their range of defense was around the side door, and Thaling 7 did not give them the order to chase after the target. Everything gradually calmed down. Soren hugged Vivian's petite body, took a breath, and then put her down. He turned around and looked at the wizard tower behind him, then reached out his hand and patted the little girl's head, and slowly said, "Let's go. Let's leave this place. This is not a place that we can explore yet." Under the gray sky, Soren carefully left with Vivian. In his mind, he had already listed the wizard tower in front of him as the most difficult challenge. The difficulty of this challenge would not be any easier than the saints who had descended to the mortal world. If the monsters on the first floor of the wizard tower could already encounter the diamond golem, Soren would not be surprised if he encountered the mana armor or construct spawn after entering the tower. Because the difficulty of this wizard tower was above level 25, some things were completely beyond Soren's expectations. Even he had never seen such a difficult wizard tower before, unsurprisingly. It should exist for the construction of the floating city, because only the floating city required a large amount of Thaling to maintain the operation of the floating city. A normal wizard tower only needed 1 Thaling. Thaling was a special life form, a bit like the interstellar era's artificial intelligence. It was a soul construct spawn, and its strength level was basically above level 21. It could control various areas of the wizard tower, and when necessary, it could replace the wizard to direct the operation of the entire wizard tower. The signature feature of a high-level wizard tower was the Thaling. For example, Gloria's wizard tower did not have a Thaling in it. Otherwise, it would not have been attacked by the Hand of Despair. Therefore, her wizard tower could only be considered as an incomplete low-level wizard tower. There were some moving shadows on the empty grassland. These shadows were not very aggressive, and they were souls that had just been transferred to the shadow plane. Among them, there might be some aborigines that died under Soren's hands. The destination of souls was full of randomness. Although most of them entered the Styx's reincarnation, there were still many souls that passed through the plane barrier and entered other dimensions, including the creatures of the 4 major elemental planes. Many of them were formed by souls that entered the material plane. However, in that case, almost all of their memories were lost, and in the end, only their elemental consciousness was left. Don't worry about them. Soren looked up at the sky, secretly calculated the time, and then said, "Let's find an exit, or else we'll be trapped here for a day." Interplanar teleportation required coordinates. Vivian was at a disadvantage in this aspect because she had only learned magic for a short time. The 2 of them began to search for the shadow crevices. Occasionally, they would encounter some ghosts that were attracted to them, but Soren would kill them with a single slash. These newly born shadow beings were very weak and gave very little slaughter EXP. One of them only gave Soren 120 slaughter EXP. They walked around the place they came from and suddenly heard something. Soren immediately went into stealth mode and signaled Vivian to cast an invisibility spell on himself. Thump 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 thump, he couldn't tell what the sound was, but it gradually became the sound of wings flapping in the wind. From the sound, it seemed that the creatures approaching were very large, and there were many of them. Otherwise, the sound wouldn't be so obvious. Soren led Vivian to a secluded corner, and the two of them looked up at the sky at the same time. Shadows began to appear above their heads, and they gradually approached the wizard tower. "It's a shadow raven." Soren frowned and looked at it with a serious expression. He then explained to Vivian in his arms, "It's one of the species that lives in the shadow plane. It has a certain level of intelligence, almost as smart as a chimpanzee. It's very difficult to deal with. It lives in some parts of the shadow plane and likes to live in large groups. Sometimes, they even dare to fight with a shadow dragon." Shadow raven. What appeared in front of them was a huge bird that was 8 meters long with a wingspan of 6 meters. From the outside, it didn't look much like a raven. It was a special kind of mutated life form. The origin of its appearance was unknown, but it was definitely related to the Arcane Empire. There were many taboo experiments that eventually led to the appearance of many mutated species. Shadow ravens had sharp beaks and claws. They lived in flocks in the shadow plane and were the top predators here. They were level 16 mutated creatures. A flock of shadow ravens dared to challenge an adult shadow dragon. The scene in front of them was a bit strange. The shadow ravens circled around the wizard tower, but they didn't dare to get close to the magic lock. They circled around again and again, making unpleasant croaking sounds, and then flew back to where they came from. This scene made Soren a bit confused, but he still remembered it. The shadow ravens wouldn't come here for no reason. There must be something here that attracted them. In addition, he further confirmed his guess. There must be some kind of anti-air defense mechanism near the wizard tower. Maybe it was the mana crystal pulse cannon. That was why the shadow ravens flew around the wizard tower but didn't dare to get close. "Brother." Vivian stretched out her white little hand and patted Soren, whispering, "I think I've seen that thing in a book. It said that it can be tamed into a flying mount. But they look so ugly. It's not cool to sit on them." Taming ravens? It seemed like something that could be done. It was similar to taming wyverns. But it was too time-consuming. Unless there was some kind of special inheritance, taming these creatures was not worth the cost. In the Orc Kingdom near the northwest, even if there were tens of millions of people, the number of wyverns that could be tamed was less than 300. These mounts could eat 3 sheep in a day. The cost of keeping them in captivity was quite shocking. Soren hadn't thought about this yet. To him, the most important thing was to build 2 fleets. The two of them waited for a while. After the flock of shadow ravens flew away, they continued to look for the shadow rift. Soren spent almost an hour to find the location of the shadow rift. Many of these rifts weren't fixed, unless a wizard built a stable teleportation circle. The two of them quickly returned to the material plane. Before leaving, Soren took a deep look at the wizard tower, then turned around and walked into the shadow rift. Vivian also looked at the wizard tower for a while, then clenched her little fist, as if she had secretly made up her mind. In her mind, for the first time, Lillian was very honest and didn't act wildly. She also didn't clamor about how she could tear down the wizard tower in minutes. Perhaps she also realized that the difficulty of this wizard tower was higher than dealing with the demigod vampire. Note, Lillian likes to clamor about killing the demigod vampire. The scene in front of them gradually changed. Everything began to be colorful. After returning to the material plane, Soren squinted his eyes for a while to adapt to the changes in the surrounding colors. The sky in the shadow plane was gray. After staying in there for a while, it was visually shocking to see things outside. At this time, the sky was still dark. It was estimated that it was about 4 o'clock in the morning. Soren gave a few instructions to his confidants, then took Vivian's little hand and went back. "Brother." The little girl was very obedient and followed behind. After thinking for a while, she looked up and said seriously, "This wizard tower seems to be very powerful. I've read a lot of books about wizard towers, but I've never seen such a thing, and the lowest level is actually guarded by a diamond golem. If we can control it, I'm afraid that except for the gods, no one can threaten us." Vivian also noticed it. After all, she had read a lot of books. Since Gloria owned a wizard tower, she naturally collected a lot of books related to wizard towers. Soren didn't answer this question. He was still not sure whether this wizard tower could fight against the gods, but he was very sure of one thing. With the current strength of the two of them, even if Vivian was a legendary sorcerer, the possibility of taking down this wizard tower was less than 1 in 10. Even if they invited Gloria, their success rate was still only close to 1 in 10. This wizard tower could be understood as a super dungeon with a difficulty of level 25. Soren's mind now was roughly like this. He was a half-baked rogue, and he was barely equivalent to a legendary rogue. Vivian was a half-baked legendary sorcerer, and with the help of divine power, she could barely meet the standard of challenge difficulty. Then there was no then. In the team challenge mode, the legendary warrior who was responsible for the meat shield was still nowhere to be found. The legendary wizard who was responsible for the overall control was not qualified yet. The legendary priest who was responsible for protecting the healer and taking over the warrior's position was even more difficult to find. They didn't meet the standard of this wizard tower at all, and even if they had enough people, the success rate was only 50/50. Vivian was right, this could indeed be a sorcerer's tower that could rival the gods. Soren's mind was constantly calculating, and at the same time trying to recall some important information, but there were still very few clues he could think of. In the end, he could only reach out and touch the little girl's head, and slowly said, "Let's wait for Gloria to come. I believe that with such a wizard tower here, she should be happy to come and see it." He had to invite Gloria to come over. She was the real professional expert. A northern witch who had received formal wizard education was much better than them, who were only dabblers. Vivian looked up and said, "Brother, when are you going to invite Sister Gloria to come over? Can you take me with you?" Soren hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and touched the little girl's head. He said softly, "I'm afraid not this time. I'm going to go directly by sea in 2 days, from the route of Shipwreck Bay to the north. After I leave, I need someone to guard this place. Maybe you need to stay here to deter those guys." "Vivian, can you do this well?" The little girl's face showed a hint of excitement and joy, then she nodded vigorously and said, "Yes. Brother, don't worry. With me here, they will definitely be obedient." She was very happy. Because she could finally help her brother like an adult, although she was only 9 years old this year. Day 32 of quitting smoking, willpower +1. Also, stop flirting with our deputy moderator. Her name is EE, not Xianxia. Finally, those who have votes can vote. The embodiment of justice, Stupa. There was a reason why Soren didn't let Vivian go with him. The Sons of Fear had the ability to perceive each other, and they could find each other after a certain distance, so Soren was a little worried about encountering the demigod vampire. He was now the most powerful Son of Fear, and he also had the form of a god. If they met him, there was almost no chance of winning. From this point of view, it was safest for Vivian to stay in the Outer Islands. After all, she was the first Son of Fear, and it could be said that she was the target that the demigod vampire wanted to kill the most. Seeing that they had already laid a foundation in the Outer Islands, Soren naturally didn't want to complicate things. As long as the base was established, and then the drows were recovered, he could soon explore the outside world, and at the same time, make arrangements for Vivian to deal with the Dread Lord in the future. Although the demigod vampire was one step ahead of them, in terms of situation, he was definitely not as good as them. As long as Soren's plan was successful, he would soon be able to overtake the other side. After all, the believers of the demigod vampire were vampires. From this point of view, it was an inherent disadvantage. The number of vampires could never be too many, which was not allowed by other forces. A day passed quickly. When Soren woke up the next day, there was a noise outside. He frowned and walked out, and then saw the half-elf first mate in front of him. Some of the men he sent out had returned, but the red-haired female pirate had not returned yet. The half-elf first mate brought back a lot of people, and behind him was a row of pirate minions carrying a lot of boxes, and then a group of shackled slaves, all gathered together. In addition, there was something that surprised Soren. It was a special cage, and there was a very petite figure in the cage. What was very eye-catching was that she had a pair of cat ears. And a cat tail. War beast? Soren glanced at her in surprise and murmured, "Catwoman? It seems to be a war-beast that is close to extinction? Where did you find it?" The half-elf first mate bowed slightly, "Your Excellency. When we went back, we accidentally received some news. Then, we found that the people you needed were in the hands of another fleet. So, we took them back." This feline girl was an unexpected discovery. She seemed to have been brought back from the eastern countries. "We're going to give her to Eldest Miss as a toy. Eldest Miss also needs a maid to serve her." Soren frowned when he heard that. He glanced at the feline girl next to him and looked away. Then, he looked at the other pirates in front of him, mainly the slaves that were transported here. As an adventurer who had traveled across half of the world, Soren could tell at a glance that the slaves were of Eastern descent. Furthermore, from their facial features and hands, he could tell that many of them were Eastern craftsmen. Soren nodded and asked, "How's the harvest?" The half-elf first mate hesitated for a moment and then whispered, "We captured a group of slaves and seized 3 large ocean-going ships. The loot that can be quickly sold is about 24,000 kindler. Other valuable goods that are more difficult to sell, such as porcelain, tea, silk, and so on, are all stored in the warehouse on Snake Island. According to the manager's estimation, all the goods plus the 3 ocean-going ships should be worth about 120,000 kindler." Soren's face showed a trace of surprise, then his expression became serious. He was surprised by the profit of this robbery. The return was a bit too high. Soren put his hands behind his back and turned a few times. Then, he pondered for a moment and looked up. "Is it the Pirate King Ashrod's goods?" The half-elf first mate's forehead had a trace of cold sweat, then he carefully said, "Yes." "Who gave you the information?" Soren frowned slightly and asked. The half-elf seemed to tremble, and his voice was a little nervous. "It's the Amazon women. They secretly sent someone to tell me that the craftsmen you need are on those ships." Soren closed his eyes and paused for a moment, then raised his hand and patted the half-elf first mate on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You did a good job this time. Although the behavior was a bit reckless. But to be able to bring back so much profit, I must give you some rewards. From now on, the 3 ocean-going cargo ships will be under your command, and then I will allocate some manpower to you. From today onwards, you will be in charge of the trade between Port Tylon and the outer islands. Don't let me down." The half-elf first mate's face showed a hint of excitement. He knew very well that he made the right bet. Originally, he commanded 2 warships, and now he had 3 more cargo ships. It could be said that his current status and subordinates had completely surpassed the red-haired female pirate. But he hesitated for a moment and still said with some worry, "Your Excellency. We robbed the Pirate King Ashrod's cargo ships. Will they retaliate against us?" Soren nodded faintly and said slowly, "Possibly. But when we dealt with the Swamp King, he also robbed us of the spoils on the Devil Island. This account will be settled with him sooner or later. Now, it's just a little interest. You robbed his goods this time, and it's possible that he will retaliate against us. Tell the others to be careful during this period of time. When the time is right, we will destroy them in one fell swoop." The half-elf first mate nodded with a dignified expression, and there was a trace of ambition and excitement in his eyes. If he could destroy the Pirate King Ashrod, Soren would dominate the south coast. His status would naturally rise, and he would be under one person and above thousands of people. The people below quickly retreated. Soren sat at the table and pondered for a moment, then called in a person and gave a few instructions. The half-elf first mate had returned, but there was no news of Adele Isabella. It seemed that the development of the guano stone was not very smooth. This time, Soren may need to go in person, but he also happened to be going to the north. Maybe he could find a wizard who knew alchemy and could process the guano stone into high-quality fertilizer. In addition, this time, his subordinates robbed the Pirate King Ashrod's cargo ship. He was afraid that the Pirate King would not let it go easily, and he might even attack him. However, if he wanted to deal with a large number of people, he would definitely not be able to hide it from the Sea Temple. So Soren thought that the possibility of Ashrod sending people to assassinate him was the highest. He had to make some preparations in advance. No one would have expected that Soren would be so careful and prepared in advance because his subordinates robbed the Pirate King. The half-elf first mate brought back some people, and the number of people in the camp suddenly increased a lot. Soren went out to check the goods he brought back, and then he ordered his men to supervise the slaves. After dealing with these things, he went back to his room and sat down. Soren closed his eyes and thought for a while, then he began to pick up a quill to write and draw. As a rogue, his fingers were quite steady. Even if he didn't use any tools when drawing, the straight lines he drew were like using tools. About 30 minutes later, Soren completed the first drawing. At a glance, one could see that it was an architectural drawing. The simple structure of the entire camp was drawn on it, as well as various internal and external layouts, including sewers, building distribution, statistics of the camp area, fence towers, and so on. After Soren finished all this, he began to write other parts, which were some of the construction arrangements and precautions. Among them, there were strict requirements, such as sewers, toilet distribution and sanitation, as well as the division and construction of roads, etc. He specifically wrote them down in detail. The rainy season in the outer islands was very easy to accumulate water. If the town was built according to his requirements, if there were no specially designed sewers, then they would have to be prepared to deal with waterlogging. Sewers were actually very simple things. As long as they were properly distributed and dug deep, there would be no problem. The Roman period had a good understanding of this. But even so, many cities in this world didn't care about this simple point. So many cities were dirty, messy, and smelly. Although Soren wasn't a clean freak, he definitely didn't want his territory to become like that, especially the pirates who liked to urinate and defecate everywhere when they were drunk. So he had high requirements for hygiene. Even urinating was not allowed, and even the tools used to commit crimes were cut off. This was the outer islands, and the environment was more primitive and desolate than the mainland. If they didn't pay attention, it was easy to breed diseases. The pirates were better. They drifted on the sea all year round, and their bodies were strong, but the slaves were not. If an infectious disease happened, it would be a great loss. Note, currently lacking doctors and medicine. After drawing the map of the camp, Soren began to draw a house. It was not a beautiful house, nor was it his own residence. Instead, it was a simple brick house, the kind that was commonly seen in the countryside. The area of a brick house was about 50 square meters. The beam structure was quite simple. It was a one-story bungalow. In front of the house was a drainage ditch and a four-way road. He requested to build more than 300 such houses, a total of 3 rows of houses, about 100 in each row. These houses were mainly built near the west gate and the south gate. The north gate was still a wooden house for the slaves. These buildings all had space reserved for them, so there was no need to rush to demolish the wooden houses that had just been constructed. After Soren finished drawing the blueprints of the houses, he proceeded to draw the layout of the roads. It wasn't just the four-way roads in the camp, but also the distribution of roads outside the camp. He needed his subordinates to build a road that directly connected to the natural harbor. The length of this road was about 5 kilometers. Under the current circumstances, the length of the roads could not be too high. As long as the roads were flat and not full of potholes, it would be fine. In the future, when there was enough manpower and material resources, they could repair them again. What Soren drew was the route of the road, avoiding areas where dangerous creatures might be active. Next was a new piece of paper. This time, Soren didn't draw anything. Instead, he wrote a letter to the drow priest. The content of the letter was needless to say. After Soren finished writing the letter, he asked someone to call Dark Blade, Andri, and then handed the letter to him and asked him to arrange for someone to bring it back. At the same time, he also brought back a batch of supplies, mainly daily necessities. This time, the half-elf first mate brought back 3 ships of supplies, enough to support them for more than half a year. In fact, Soren's calculation was very accurate. After deducting the time needed for the current arrangements, he would be back in about a month. At this time, it would be the beginning of February. He could start to command the slaves to farm and then plant spring wheat for self-sufficiency. At that time, the camp would really have a firm foothold. As the leader of a force, Soren naturally couldn't come and go as freely as before. He took out the blueprints that he had prepared at the beginning. One copy was given to the half-elf first mate, who was responsible for the construction plan of the entire camp. The other copy was given to the one-eyed man, who was responsible for supervising the slaves' work. Finally, Soren came to another place where the slaves were held. He was ready to see the eastern slaves that were transported over. These people were all skilled craftsmen. Bang, Soren pushed the door open. The room where the slaves were held smelled very bad. There was an obvious stench. He waved his hand and signaled the people below to open the door for ventilation. Then he slowly walked in front of the eastern slave craftsman and said in a deep voice, "Who can speak the common language?" Many of the eastern slaves looked at each other. As a wizard, Soren was unintentionally a failure because he knew too little language. The eastern slaves in front of him didn't seem to know much of the common language. They often used the desert language and eastern dialects. In theory, people who could speak many languages were knowledgeable. After all, this was an era where many commoners couldn't write their own names. In this era, being able to read was a sign of status. One could find a relatively easy job in the city that could support oneself. Even though most of the slaves in front of him were craftsmen, the language they knew was still limited to the East. They didn't know much about the common language here. Simply put, there was a language barrier between the two sides. No one knows the common language? Soren couldn't help but frown. He then asked his subordinates, "Does anyone know the Eastern language? I remember that someone went on the Eastern Ocean route." There was a short moment of silence. Then he saw that among the Eastern slaves, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s who stood up. He looked at Soren with some fear, then lowered his head and said, "Your Excellency, I know the common language." Soren glanced at him and immediately said, "Very good. From today onwards, you will be their foreman. According to the customs of the mainland, since you fell into my hands as slaves, you are considered as my personal property. However, I am a very generous and benevolent person. As long as you work hard for me, I will give you the freedom you deserve. From now on, I will mobilize people to make brick kilns for you. Your next task is to make bricks, the more the better. Once you have burned 1,000,000 bricks, I will grant freedom to some of you." Soren paused for a moment. He looked at the middle-aged man who had a surprised expression and said in a deep voice, "Translate these words to them. You will be their foreman from now on. I will allocate a group of people for you. If I don't see satisfactory progress when I come back, your head will be hung on the flagpole outside." The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Then, it turned into fear and he quickly nodded. These people were all craftsmen with skills. In this world, craftsmen were valuable, so Soren was much more tolerant of them. After waiting for the middle-aged man in front of him to translate, he called a small leader, gave a few instructions, and left. Then other slaves began to be mobilized, and a group of capable pirates were in charge of supervising. Perhaps because Soren was very orderly, his minions gradually began to behave. Although there was not much discipline, it was much better than before. Because they were too presumptuous, they were all dealt with. Soren arranged things here, and then went to see the indigenous slaves who were captured. During this period of time, about 30 people died. The cause of death was not because of escaping, but because of the way the drows controlled the slaves. This was a very complicated process, involving criminal law, psychological suggestion, enslavement control, and so on. Some things were really not suitable to be said, but the general effect was still very obvious. That was, the indigenous slaves were now not so resistant to working hard every day in exchange for food. They did not work hard, but they did not slack off because they knew the terrible punishment for slacking off. A day passed quickly. Soren gave a lot of orders and made a lot of arrangements on this day. Anyone who saw the plan, even the pirate leaders, could feel that Soren was not just building an overseas base. However, they did not have any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were a little excited. After all, not everyone liked the wandering life of a pirate. With a foundation and a guarantee, at least they could leave something for their children and families in the future. Even if they were alone, they would not always like to live a life of uncertainty. Recently, some people in the camp had been discussing that His Excellency Throat Cutter's arrangement seemed to be preparing to develop the outer islands. If they could really develop here, if they had any injuries in the future, they might be rewarded by His Excellency Throat Cutter. In this way, even if they were old and weak in the future, they would have a foundation to support themselves. Maybe they could even be a small landlord or something. Many pirates were forced to enter this industry. Although there were many vicious and bloodthirsty people among them, there were also many people who longed for a stable life. Soren was quietly changing everything. Perhaps this change was not very obvious, but everything seemed to be in order. One day, this change would amaze the whole world, because a new force was rising. The next day, Soren was ready to leave the camp and go to the north to invite Gloria. The Northern Witch was the only high-grade spellcaster that they had a good relationship with, and Soren had some unclear feelings for her. No one could tell when it started. Maybe it started when they encountered the believers of the god of hunting, or maybe it slowly developed over time. But one thing was for sure, Gloria, the Northern Witch, had a very high position in Soren's heart because she was one of the few people that Soren cared about. Strictly speaking, Soren was a very cold person. Being able to make a cold person care about her meant a lot of things. Vivian seemed a little sad about Soren's temporary departure, but she was still a child after all. After finding her new toy, she immediately became happy again. Because she had a new gift. It was a very cute cat girl. She was only 7 years old this year, 2 years younger than Vivian, but because of her race, she looked about the same age as Vivian. This little cat girl was Vivian's maid. Although she was still clumsy and didn't know how to do anything, the little girl still felt that she could train her into a first-class maid. It was strange. This cat girl, who didn't show any kindness to anyone, even if Soren was close to her, would bare her teeth and pounce. But after meeting Vivian, she was unusually well-behaved, just like a domestic kitten. Maybe it was because they were about the same age and looked similar in size, or maybe it was because of Vivian's amazing charm. Anyway, the cat girl was very obedient after meeting her. She would do whatever she wanted her to do and play whatever role she wanted her to play. The little girl took out all the exquisite dresses that she had collected but had never worn before, and then changed her into them one by one. She even bathed her and dressed her up like a doll. It seemed that with this cat girl, Vivian would be very happy during this time, but what made Soren a little frustrated was that he originally thought that after Vivian tamed this wild cat girl, he could also see how she was different from ordinary people. But he didn't expect that after seeing him approaching, the little cat girl would immediately bare her teeth and pounce on him. Sure enough, different people were treated differently. People with high charisma would be more popular in whatever they did. No wonder so many lazy people chose the sorcerer as their core profession. Vivian had a playmate. Although she was not a normal human, but a little beastkin, Soren was happy to see her. After all, the little girl was sometimes quite lonely. In the past, Soren rarely had time to accompany her because he had to survive. And he had no time to accompany her. Now there were countless things, and there was the coming Avatar crisis. It could almost be said that it was more difficult for Soren to rest leisurely with her. So having such a cat girl around the same age by her side should also make the little girl much happier. Yes. Vivian was much happier because of this playmate. This was because she had a playmate. Although she was a cat girl, the little girl still named her Lulu because she couldn't speak yet. Other than her strange and incomprehensible pronunciation, she could only meow and shout Lulu, so her name was Lulu. Lulu was a very playful, obedient, and well-behaved cat girl. She was also very cute. After she was cleaned, she looked very beautiful, like a delicate doll. People couldn't help but hug and pinch her. However, Vivian was also a little worried. Because she was a little afraid that Lillian would play with Lulu until she broke. Recently, Lillian had apparently become more interested in this cat girl. Let's hope she doesn't mess around. Soren set off. But he didn't bring too many people with him. He only prepared a warship and secretly controlled the ghost ship. It would probably take nearly a month to go to and from the north because he had to go to Port Tylon and Shipwreck Bay to deal with some things. Soren was different from other pirate kings. He had strong control of the sea and had high requirements for his men. This time, he went to the north to invite Gloria, so he naturally had to arrange the things that needed to be dealt with. After all, no matter how strong his men were, they were still much weaker than Soren's own arrangements. Otherwise, the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella would have returned by now. It seemed that she had failed. It was indeed difficult for a pirate to successfully persuade a proud wizard to cooperate with a pile of stones. If they were unlucky, it would be difficult to even meet. Sailing was a very boring thing. The first day passed uneventfully. Soren brought his man back along the original route. This situation lasted until the third day, when he saw something interesting in the exclamations of his pirates. Fish tide. Or more technically, it was the fishing season. Many fish here had the habit of migrating. In front of him were some fish that migrated in spring. Soren didn't know most of them, but he saw about 2 meters long fish that looked like hairtails. They had silver scales on their surface and were quite eye-catching in the sea. There were also things that looked like shrimps, which were a little different from the lobsters that Soren saw last time. He didn't know how many rich resources there were in the sea that had not been explored by humans. "Look over there." The lookout on the battleship suddenly shouted, and then everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Sharks. Soren saw a lot of sharks. The fishing season was a harvest season for the Aborigines, and for other creatures in the outer islands, it was also a harvest season. However, the shark man that appeared in the distance didn't seem to be fishing, but more like driving the fish in a certain direction. There were quite a lot of sharkmen. With Soren's eyesight, there were at least a few hundred of them. Among them, there were about 30 to 50 sharkmen that he had tamed. These sharkmen were active in the fishing season. From time to time, they would make strange cries, or blow some kind of special conch shell. They quickly found Soren and the others. However, after a sharkman riding a sharkman came closer to observe, he avoided Soren's warship. The sharkmen were still busy, and the two sides passed each other peacefully. Soren silently watched all of this. His expression was deep in thought, as if he had thought of something. P.S. I like to write a relatively realistic world. Is this a quirk? It was a rather boring 7 days. In fact, this kind of boredom was what others dreamed of, because if it was not boring, it meant that they encountered a sea monster. This was definitely a disaster in the boundless sea, and an important reason for blocking the trade routes of the outer islands. It turned out that Soren's initial decision to get close to the sea temple was correct, because with the support of the sea goddess behind him, not only did his warships not have to worry about deep-sea monsters, but even his other fleets did not have to worry about attacks from sea monsters. The only regret was that he had not been able to have an effective contact with the Sharkmen and the Naga Sirens. Naturally, there was no way to talk about deep-sea trade. If the profits of overseas trade were enough to make people take risks, then the profits of deep-sea trade were enough to make people ignore their beliefs. Unfortunately, deep-sea species were quite repulsive to land creatures. The 7-day route was not very long. Soren encountered a storm on the 5th day, but it was not very serious and would not affect their course. About the morning of the 7th day, Soren returned to the south coast, but his first stop was not Port Tylon, but Snake Island. Snake Island was now used as a storage base, with about 200 pirates stationed there for a long time. These pirates were all low-level thugs, and there was a small leader responsible for the security here. The real elites were basically brought to the outer islands by Soren. But this did not mean that the defense of Snake Island was weak. On the contrary, the defense here was better than other places. Because there was a mutated giant tiger shark here. Soren first used the blessing of the sea goddess to control the giant tiger shark, not knowing if it was because it had killed too many people or because it had eaten too many people. Now it was obviously developing in the direction of a mutated sea monster, and because of the control effect of the blessing of the sea goddess, it had a feeling of obedience to Soren. This kind of control was stronger than its previous master, and because of the improvement of its wisdom, it could gradually distinguish between friend and foe. It was mutating into a magical creature. The giant tiger shark was about half the size of the past, and at this rate, it would eventually grow to the size of a warship. At that time, it would probably be able to overturn a warship like a giant octopus. Due to the strange perception of magical creatures and some kind of hidden spiritual connection, when Soren just returned to the waters near Snake Island, the giant tiger shark swam over from other places, and then emerged from the sea to meet him. It swam around the warship and seemed a little happy. Soren stood on the deck and watched the tiger shark swimming near the warship. He had a smile on his face, and after watching for a while, he asked his men behind him, "Are there any sheep on this ship?" A pirate behind him turned and trotted to the cabin to ask, and then ran back and said, "Your Excellency." There are also 3 goats, half a deer, and some other things. Yes. Soren nodded and said, throw all the sheep down. Soon. 2 strong pirates came up with a sheep each. After they saw Soren nodding, they came to the deck. The 2 pirates looked at the giant tiger shark swimming near the warship with a face full of awe and fear, and then threw the 2 sheep down. The tiger shark had a very powerful blood-tracking ability. After it sensed the smell of blood in the water, it immediately swam over. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the 2 sheep, and then quietly followed behind the warship. This giant tiger shark was raised freely. In the south coast where fish were abundant, there was no need for Soren to feed it. Feeding it was just to increase the intimacy. The tiger shark followed Soren to the vicinity of Snake Island, and then it gradually dived into the sea and swam towards the outside. It was now equivalent to a sea monster that occupied a part of the sea. It was active in the deep sea near Snake Island. Some time ago, some of his men saw it fighting with a giant octopus. At that time, the pirate leader below also ordered his men to help it. That was why Soren promoted the pirate leader to the steward of Snake Island. Until the giant tiger shark had completely left, the pirate sailors below were still talking about it. Their eyes were filled with awe and pride from time to time. It would not be long before some of them would brag about what they had seen and heard in the taverns of Port Tylon. There was no doubt. Pirates were also a group of people who liked to brag, especially when they drank too much, or when they wanted to attract the attention of a barmaid. The environment of Snake Island had changed a lot. First of all, the area it occupied was much larger. Since it was Soren's transit station and warehouse, of course, it had to have enough space. Snake Island was now the hub of the entire South Seas smuggling trade. Whether it was going to Port Tylon, the city of wealth, or coastal trade to Shipwreck Bay, Snake Island was a place they could not avoid. Smuggling by sea was the biggest source of profit for the South Coast. Because there were too many checkpoints in land trade, there were often guards and nobles who exploited the profits. Therefore, shipping directly by sea could save a lot of money and avoid most of the taxes. This business was like selling illegal salt. No matter what, there was a way to survive. As soon as Soren arrived at Snake Island, the pirate leader in charge immediately came to greet him. Soren did not remember the name of this man at all, but he remembered his physical characteristics very clearly. This pirate leader only had 1 ear, and the other ear was cut off by the enemy. Snake Island had been renovated several times. Now there were open roads on both sides that led directly to the camp. Some of the snakes at the back had been cleared, and now the snakes were mainly active in the south of the island. Soren glanced at the pirate leader who only had 1 ear in front of him and directly said, "Take me to the warehouse." The pirate leader in front of him immediately nodded and bowed, "Yes. Your Excellency, please come with me." The group quickly walked towards the warehouse. In front of them, a pirate guard opened the door of the warehouse and saw that it was full of things, all kinds of goods. It was easy for pirates to hoard goods because not all goods could be sold after they looted once. Only the goods that sold well could be sold through the black market merchants. The other goods might be overstocked for a while. After all, from an official point of view, almost all cities and kingdoms rejected the pirate black market. "Where's the goods from the east?" Soren turned around and asked the people around him. Immediately, someone led him to the back. Soon, a pile of carefully placed goods appeared in front of him. Without even looking, one could tell that it was filled with porcelain. It was a very precious commodity. On the continent, exquisite porcelain was sometimes more popular than silver. At the same time, because porcelain was easily broken, it was easy to have accidents during transportation. Therefore, the price of exquisite porcelain had always been high. Although there were some porcelain crafts on the continent, only porcelain from the East was the best. Only authentic porcelain from the East could be sold at a relatively high price. It was just like how wine tasters liked to pursue the origin of the wine. "Why are there so many broken?" Soren glanced at it and frowned. He said in a deep voice, "Almost all the boxes here are broken." Hearing Soren's words, the pirate leader behind him immediately broke out in cold sweat. He braced himself and said, "The idiot below was careless and fell when he was transporting it. I've already hung him up and gave him 20 lashes. If you're not satisfied, I'll punish them later." "Forget it. Soren waved his hand and said slowly, "Since they've already been punished, forget it." He looked at the porcelain in front of him and then turned to the box next to it containing spices, tea leaves, and silk. The goods from the east were quite valuable. He came here not only to sell them, but also to bring some gifts for Gloria. In the past, she helped Soren and Vivian a lot. In the past, he didn't have the ability to express his gratitude to her. However, Soren was now one of the pirate kings of the south coast. This time, he invited her to go overseas empty-handed. Courtesy demands reciprocity. In essence, Soren still had a lot of traditions from the past. Gloria probably wouldn't need the other gifts, but the spices, tea leaves, and silk from the east were definitely useful to her. This was because wizards liked spices and tea leaves. Many things that had the effect of calming one's mind were helpful for wizards to learn and understand spells. As for silk, it was needless to say. In this era where the overall level of civilization was close to the Middle Ages, silk was something that most women couldn't refuse. Take all of these and transport them out. Soren glanced at them and picked out the best ones. Then, he ordered his men to move them out. This batch of goods was quite high-end. Soren opened the 2 boxes and looked through them. He found a mermaid symbol in the corner of the box. Of course, this was not a mermaid. In fact, it looked more like a mermaid from the east. This thing was called a mermaid in the east. It was completely different from the fishman in the west. This symbol represented a very powerful force in the eastern world. It controlled nearly 60% of the trade in the eastern world. Whether it was goods transported through the desert on land or by sea, most of them had to be purchased from the cities under their control. This organization was quite strange. Soren had interacted with them before, and there were many experts among them. In addition, these Easterners were not afraid of the drows at all. They were also one of the few humans who would trade directly with the underground drows, even if this kind of trade was relatively hidden and not many. Soren quickly picked out the gift. He didn't stay on Snake Island for long. After preparing the gift for Gloria, Soren took his men to Port Tylon. Now that he was back, he had to meet the Naga Siren priest. Otherwise, she might be dissatisfied. If he didn't come to see her, she might think that Soren was arrogant. After all, she was the presiding priest of the south coast. In Port Tylon and the cities close to the mainland, the influence of the Naga Siren priest was still very strong. Soren still needed the power of the sea temple. It didn't take too much time to go to Port Tylon. In the afternoon, Soren arrived at Port Tylon with his men. The approach of the battleship did not alarm too many people, but there were still some leaders of the Chamber of Commerce who learned of Soren's return. Some of them were ready to come and meet him, just like how Soren wanted to meet the Naga Siren priest. As soon as Soren arrived at the port of Port Tylon, he ordered others to send his gift to the sea temple. Then he was ready to stay here for one night, and then set off for Shipwreck Bay. When it was time to send a gift, he still had to send one. Even if Soren forced the Naga Siren priest to give in and bow her head at the beginning, now that things were over, if there was a chance to ease the relationship, he still had to win her over a little. If Soren wanted to gain a foothold on the south coast, he must hold on to the golden thigh of the sea goddess. As long as he held on to the golden thigh of the sea goddess, even if it was a big thing, the sea temple would share some of the pressure for him. Soren was willing to serve the sea goddess. Wasn't it because he wanted to enjoy the shade under a big tree? Of course. It was not enough to just hold on to a big tree. Soren's ultimate goal was to make himself a big tree. As soon as the pirate who sent the gift left, the head of the Chamber of Commerce in Port Tylon came over and brought gifts one by one. These guys had a lot of eyes and ears. Pirates always liked to leak information, so it was not surprising that they knew about Soren's return. For the arrival of these guys, Soren knew clearly in his heart, because what they wanted was nothing more than the black market smuggling trade and a new route to the outer islands. These things could not be given to them. The reason why Soren did not attack merchant ships and was able to support so many of his men was because he had a firm grasp on the smuggling trade. The profit in it was quite amazing. Soren now had more than 2,000 pirates and Chamber of Commerce sailors under his command. These people ate and drank gold and silver from the smuggling trade. The protection fee at sea was not enough to support these people. As for the other route to the outer islands, Soren could not share it with them. In the future, this would be a way to make money. A meaningless greeting. Soren had a smile on his face as he dealt with people from all walks of life. He accepted all the gifts that were sent over, but he did not reply to any of them who wanted to inquire about overseas trade routes, or to probe into smuggling trade and so on. This attitude made many people helpless. Many people could only leave the gifts and leave with disappointment. Time passed like this for a quarter of an hour. When Soren finished dealing with the heads of these Chamber of Commerce, suddenly a strange figure appeared behind him. Then a cold light appeared, and a strange knife pierced through his back and directly hit Soren's heart. Blood splattered out of the wound. Soren's figure stiffened for a moment, and then his face showed a trace of pain. The knife pierced his heart. No one knew when the assassin appeared. Even Soren didn't notice it. The enemy's strength was a little beyond his estimation. It wasn't until the moment before the enemy stabbed him that Soren realized that someone had ambushed him. His powerful dodging ability and amazing physical fitness made him want to avoid the attack from behind, but it was too late. Because he didn't have the ability, danger sense, the moment he was ready to dodge, the enemy had already stabbed him in the back. The tip of the sword pierced his back, and it was impossible to dodge. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Soren's mind, but in the end, the will to survive dominated his body. When the enemy stabbed him in the back, he instantly activated Stone Skin, but the tip of the sword still pierced through his muscles and pierced his heart. At that moment, Soren could only activate Slaughter Transformation at the same time. Then, in the next moment, his body began to undergo a shocking change. His racing heartbeat squeezed out his blood, and in less than a millisecond, his entire body's quality was greatly improved. Then, he entered the Son of Slaughter form. The tip of the sword pierced his heart. Soren's body stiffened for a moment. The feeling of his heart being pierced was so painful that it made him lose some of his strength. However, the additional ability of the Son of Slaughter form had been activated. The person who assassinated Soren seemed to be a legendary assassin, because only a legendary assassin could get close to Soren without him noticing. However, as an assassin, the enemy's strength didn't seem to be high. The tip of the sword that should have pierced through Soren's heart was stuck after it pierced his heart under the effect of Stone Skin and Slaughter Transformation. His strength was exhausted, Soren's muscles clamped the enemy, and then when the enemy was about to twist the sword and crush his heart, a cold light appeared in the palm of Soren's hand. Then, the legendary curved sword, Icing Death, appeared in his hand and directly slashed at the enemy's throat. This was a fierce counterattack. Obviously, the legendary assassin who tried to assassinate Soren hesitated for a moment. In his mind, Soren was almost a dead target, so he certainly didn't want to die together with Soren. So, the enemy took 3 steps back, pulled out his dagger, and dodged Soren's attack at the same time. TSK TSK. The assassin let out a mocking exclamation. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary sailor, but Soren knew that this was not the enemy's true face. In front of him was an assassin who was proficient in disguise. This was an uncommon type of basic skill. Compared to the disguise that could be removed by magic, this kind of disguise that relied on craftsmanship was more exquisite. The legendary assassin stared at Soren in front of him, licked his lips and said, "You're still alive after being stabbed in the heart. You really have a tenacious life force. No wonder that person was willing to pay me a high price to kill you. But how long can you last with this kind of injury?" The assassin's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. He was also looking for Soren's weakness. This was because he felt a sense of danger when he transformed into the slaughterer. Soren's pupils turned blood red. Blood flowed out of his back, but the muscles he controlled temporarily stopped the bleeding. Soren would not die from excessive blood loss in a short period of time. He was now like the Null Hunter who was successfully assassinated by Soren. At that time, Soren also stabbed the Null Hunter's heart, but because the Null Hunter's vitality was too tenacious and his constitution was more than 20 points, he did not die immediately. He held on for a while before dying from excessive blood loss. A row of blood-red data appeared. "You're under attack. You've been stabbed in the back by the enemy. You've received 126 piercing damage. You've received 21 shadow damage. You've been stabbed in the heart. You've triggered the test of death. You've successfully passed the test of death. You've entered a heavily injured state. You've entered a heavily bleeding state. Your remaining vitality will be drained quickly. A backstab. Even with Soren's extraordinary constitution of 22 points, plus the 2 points bonus from the Slaughterer transformation, and the defensive effect of the Stoneskin spell, he still could not reduce the enemy's damage by much. This stab directly entered a heavily injured state. Even if he temporarily passed the test of death, being stabbed in the heart meant that he would quickly enter a near-death state and eventually die. I can't die here. This was the only thought in Soren's mind. Then, the willpower that he had been training for a long time began to show its effect. Soren suppressed the pain in his body, and also suppressed the fear of death. His brain worked quickly in an instant, and in a short moment, he found a chance for himself to survive. At the same time, he also found a chance to counterattack. The Sea Temple. As long as he could escape to the Sea Temple, the Naga Siren Priest could heal his injury. Although this kind of fatal injury was very scary, as long as Soren could be saved from the jaws of death. The injury to the heart was completely healed, and the bleeding injury was nothing at all. As long as Soren escaped to the Sea Temple, even if his heart was destroyed, he would not die because greater restoration could even regenerate the heart. Now, the Naga Siren Priest would definitely not sit back and watch him die. The two sides were currently on the same front. If there was no Soren as the knife in her hand, the Naga Siren Priest would eventually be alone, and her life would definitely not be better than now. Escape, he must escape from there. Only a high-grade priest could heal his fatal injury, but where would he get the chance to escape? How could the enemy in front of him let him escape? He had such a heavy injury on his body. The chance of escaping from the enemy's hands was quite low. Not to mention that there was still a long way to go from here to the Sea Temple. Fear. Instant cast, summon shadow. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Soren launched several abilities in a row in an instant. First, it was an instant cast of fear brought by a weak divinity, then he summoned a shadow, and then his whole person disappeared into the shadow. But this time, Soren was not trying to fight back against the enemy, but to escape from the enemy's attack. His figure appeared from a shadow in the distance, and then he instantly drank a bottle of expensive healing potion and fled in the direction of the Sea Temple. The Naga Siren Priest had given him a high-grade healing potion, which could temporarily prolong Soren's death. You want to run? A cold light appeared in the eyes of the legendary assassin. His figure suddenly jumped back into the shadows, but he did not enter stealth. Instead, his body directly blended into the shadows, then disappeared in the next moment, and then appeared about 30 meters ahead. This strange assassin's silhouette appeared in the shadows, but he did not stay in the same place for too long. In just a moment, he disappeared again and then appeared in the shadows very close to Soren. Shadow Leap. This was a special ability that legendary rogues could master. It was similar to the effect of Shadow Leap, but they did not need to enter stealth. As long as they were in the shadows, legendary rogues could perform space jumps across planes. The effect was similar to the wizard's blink spell. This special ability belonged to the category of supernatural ability. It had a certain distance of space jumps, but there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Under normal circumstances, legendary rogues could perform a shadow leap of up to 100 meters a day. This supernatural ability was similar to the short-distance blink spell. It could be divided into 10 meters and then used 10 times. And there was no need to enter stealth, as long as the body was in the shadows. Until now, Soren's pirates finally reacted, but they were of no use in this legendary battle. By the time they were ready to rush over to help Soren, the two of them had already used their supernatural abilities to rush hundreds of meters away. The injury on Soren's back was very serious. The violent movement accelerated his blood loss. Even if he had a strong regenerative ability, he could not regenerate his heart. At this moment, a stream of blood gushed out from his back, almost dyeing his whole back red. The enemy was still gradually closing the distance, perhaps because of the approaching death. Soren's perception ability was also pushed to the limit. He could feel that the enemy was just a dozen meters behind him, and was still catching up with him little by little. Because the enemy seemed to have some legendary item in his hand that could buff him in an instant, similar to instant escape and haste. In this case, Soren's chances of escaping were quite low, So he made a decision in an instant and rushed directly to the place where there were many people in the distance. Thump thump, after Soren's figure passed by, the crowd was in chaos for a moment, and then people and horses were thrown off their feet. The carriage in the middle of the road suddenly seemed to have gone mad, and the horses pulling the carriage neighed and rushed forward. There was a knife mark on the horse's buttocks. When Soren passed through the horse, he made a cut with his knife. Then, the whole street was in chaos. Several people were sent flying by the galloping horses. No one knew if they were dead or alive after they landed on the ground, but the panicked crowd had achieved the effect Soren wanted. Soren's figure was temporarily blocked by the rushing carriages and the fleeing crowd. The enemy was slightly slower in catching up to him. Do you think you can escape like this? The eerie figure shuttled through the crowd, avoiding most of the things that were in his way. Occasionally, there would be pedestrians blocking his path. A cold light would appear in his palm, and then a corpse would be left behind. Soren's injuries were too severe. Wherever he walked, there would be bloodstains. The enemies behind him could use this to lock onto his position, even if they had temporarily put some distance between them. Bang! Soren's figure rushed into a narrow alleyway. In just a breath's time, another eerie figure appeared and rushed into the alleyway as well. He had a playful expression on his face, like a cat trying to catch a mouse. He seemed to enjoy Soren's final struggle because he was certain that Soren would not be able to escape from his grasp. However, when he rushed into the alleyway, what he saw was not Soren's back. Instead, he saw a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they were about to strike back at him. Swoosh! When the enemy behind Soren rushed into the alleyway, a faint cold light suddenly appeared, and the enemy's figure froze for a moment. Blow dart +3. A steel needle that was almost difficult to catch with the naked eye flew out. Before the legendary assassin in front of him could react, he was hit on the spot by Soren's sudden attack. Life and death were decided in this moment. The legendary tier assassin only felt a slight pain in his body, and then he could no longer feel anything. Even though he knew that he had fallen into Soren's trap, he did not care at all. He was still prepared to kill Soren first. In his opinion, a steel needle was not enough to kill him. However, he had only taken a few steps when his body began to feel that something was wrong. His speed had obviously slowed down, and his body was quite stiff when he moved. In the end, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. Damn it! The legendary tier assassin's face showed a trace of despair and panic because he found that his body was getting stiffer and stiffer. What the hell is this? It's actually so powerful. He was hit. Soren's figure turned around in an instant, and then a cold light appeared in his palm, directly striking the enemy in front of him. As a former legendary thief, Soren knew the weaknesses of rogues too well. Although rogues had all kinds of mysterious means and various special skills, they were still one thing that could not be changed. One thing that could never be changed was that they did not have as many terrible spells as wizards, and they did not have as strong resistance as warriors. Even now that Soren had accumulated 22 constitution, it was difficult for him to compare with a warrior of the same level in terms of fortitude. Therefore, if even he could not pass the +3 fortitude skill, the enemy in front of him would at most have less than a 50% chance of passing the +3 fortitude skill. Half and half, life and death depended on whether the enemy's constitution was strong enough. In the past, when many quasi-legendary tier and legendary tier professions were exploring the outer islands, they failed miserably because of these blow darts. From the beginning, Soren planned to fight back. He wanted to bet on whether he could use the blow darts to knock down the enemy in front of him. Plop! The legendary tier assassin in front of Soren suddenly stiffened and almost fell to the ground. Such an opportunity was absolutely impossible for Soren to miss, so when the enemy in front of him lost his balance, the curved sword in his hand also drew a cold light. Sword form, beheading. Blood spurted out, and a head fell to the ground, its eyes wide open. Soren's figure gasped for breath for a moment, then shook slightly as if he was a little unstable. He didn't care about the corpse on the ground. Soren staggered out of the alley without looking at the legendary loot on the corpse. His vision was a little blurry, and everything he saw seemed to be shaking. There seemed to be some data flashing in front of his eyes, but due to excessive blood loss, his brain began to become unclear. Soren felt more and more difficult to breathe, and the strength in his body was gradually draining away. If it weren't for a strong will supporting his body, he would have fallen down long ago. A row of data appeared, health points reduced to less than 90%. You've entered a state of near death. In a state of continuous bleeding. You will die in 30 seconds. You passed the test of death in a state of near death. You've acquired part of the special ability, Death's Toughness. Soren's vision became more and more blurry. His vitality was gradually draining away, but he was not willing to die like this. Because he couldn't die yet, and he shouldn't die in the hands of such an enemy. In the Avatar crisis, there were many legends and gods. He had experienced so many life and death killings along the way. He had even fought with the great divine power twice. Now, how could he be so easily killed by a legendary professional? He had already reached a higher level than before. As long as he was given a little time, Soren believed that he could be countless times stronger than he was at his peak in the past. Piercing his heart was depriving him of his vitality. Even the weak divinity couldn't heal Soren's injury, because this kind of injury was fatal for many high-grade demons. Unless the divinity was strong enough to ignore the body, the heart was still a fatal weakness of flesh and blood. Soren's vitality was on the verge of death. His strength was getting weaker and weaker, and his spirit was getting more and more tired. It seemed that he could fall down at any time. But he was still moving forward slowly. Everything he had experienced in the past, his will that was tempered by walking barefoot for thousands of miles, and his worry and reluctance for Vivian made him not fall down easily. Then, he heard a person's voice. As if the last of his potential had been squeezed out, Soren suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were glowing with a blood-red light, and the person who appeared in front of him seemed to be a woman. Soren could no longer see the man's face clearly, but he could feel the man's nervousness. Anyone would be shocked to see a man covered in blood walking out of an alley. The woman seemed to be an Amazon warrior. When she saw Soren, she was very alert and was ready to pull out her weapon. But at this time, Soren suddenly sped up and rushed toward her. Sorry. Soren seemed to have exhausted the last of his strength. After squeezing out all his potential, he gently said sorry, then pointed his finger at the Amazon woman who happened to appear nearby. Vampiric touch. As Soren's finger touched the woman's body, a strong vitality was transferred from the Amazon woman's body to Soren's body. The wound on his back seemed to have healed a lot, and even the pierced heart seemed to have healed a little. This was the effect of spell control. Soren was trying his best to control the vitality absorbed by the spell to transfer to the position of his heart, using it to heal the vital part of his heart that was pierced by the enemy. Soren's breathing gradually became stronger, and everything in front of him became clearer. A trace of blood even appeared on his originally pale face. He was close to death, but because of this spell, he was forcibly pulled back to a seriously injured state. Even his pierced heart was still bleeding. Vampiric touch, minor divinity. When activating this talent, you can condense negative energy to erode the enemy's vitality and temporarily transfer it to yourself. After activating this ability, any enemy directly touched by you will lose divinity plus spell power, *3 HP that you have. A maximum of 60 HP will be absorbed. These HP will be transferred to your body and heal your injuries. If the amount of HP exceeds your HP, the HP will be retained for 1 hour, increasing your maximum HP. The effect of this spell cannot be stacked. The target may die directly because of the exhaustion of vitality. This ability will increase with the level of divinity. Once per day. Bang, a cold corpse fell to the ground. As Soren's injuries gradually healed, the Amazon woman in front of him became weaker and weaker. Finally, her whole face seemed to have lost its luster, and her skin became pale and dim. Finally, she completely stopped breathing. Vampiric touch was a necromancy spell, and it was also one of the few spells that wizards could use to heal themselves. This spell could kill the enemy. If the vitality absorbed exceeded the limit of the enemy, then the target would be completely sucked dry and die. Soren had strengthened his divinity to minor divinity. With his current divinity, casting this spell could almost achieve the maximum effect, and the Amazon woman in front of him didn't seem to have more than 60 HP. So she died. Soren said sorry before reaching out to touch her because he knew that it was difficult for people who had their vitality absorbed by him to survive. but he didn't regret it. Although this seemed to be the first time he took away an irrelevant life in order to let himself live. There was no time to think about it. The wound in Soren's heart had not completely healed. As long as it didn't heal, his vitality would continue to drain. Soren didn't look at the corpse on the ground and directly rushed in the direction of the sea temple. There was still time, after using the spell, Vampiric Touch, to drain the woman's vitality. Soren could at least hold on for a while. I can't die. I can't die. I can't die here. There was only one thought left in Soren's mind, that was, he couldn't die so easily because the Avatar crisis hadn't come yet, and Vivian's fate hadn't changed. If he died here, it would be difficult for the little girl to survive in the cruel battle. The obsession to live was so strong, it was so strong that Soren had nightmares all night. When he opened his eyes the next day, he found himself naked in a pool of blue sea water. In front of him was the Naga Siren priest who closed her eyes. When she noticed that Soren had woken up, she slowly opened her eyes, then raised her hand and threw a golden coin to him, and said in a deep voice, "You owe me a favor. The other things on the assassin's body are my rewards. This gold coin seems to be a bit special. Only when it is close to you will there be a faint magic aura. Maybe it will be more useful for you." Snap. Soren reached out and caught the gold coin. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to feel a slight electric current. Then it seemed that there was nothing, and the gold coin in his hand became almost the same weight as the other kindlers. Soren stood up in the blue pool. He looked at his naked body, then reached out and stroked his back. He could feel the new muscles where his heart was. Without the countless guilds in the past, there were fewer and fewer high-grade priests that could be trained. In the whole South Coast area, the only high-grade priest that Soren knew was the Naga Siren priest in front of him. He didn't know what to do during the Avatar crisis. Without a high-grade priest, the casualties would be terrible. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be so embarrassed with such an injury. The priest in the team would immediately cast a restoration spell and he would be able to fight again. But now, he was forced to use Vampiric Touch to extend his life, and finally, he was lucky enough to reach the Sea Temple. In the past, even when Soren was alone, he could meet some priests that were trained in other guilds from time to time. After all, priests were the core of the lineup, and they were absolutely indispensable. In this way, if he was injured, he could spend more money to save him. But now, he couldn't even find a priest. It was quite difficult to meet a second-grade priest outside. "I owe you a favor." Soren stood up slowly. His things were placed on the side of the hall, and it seemed that no one had touched them. However, the legendary assassin's things seemed to have been taken away by the Naga Siren priest. Soren couldn't say anything about it. After all, it was her restoration spell that saved his life. Soren was actually feeling very bad now. For the first time, he urgently found that he needed to find a priest who could cast high-grade divine spells as a teammate. Because if he didn't have such a priest by his side, it was almost impossible for him not to be injured if he encountered a powerful enemy. If he was still injured like today, even if he relied on fortitude to resist the test of death, he would still die in the hands of the enemy in the end. This time against a legendary enemy. Soren had relied entirely on luck. He had relied on the fact that the blow darts of the Aborigines had a very high degree of immunity. In the past, it had also caused some legendary professions to fail miserably. Only then did he seize the opportunity to kill the enemy. It could be said that if it weren't for the blow dart +3, Soren's chances of survival would have been quite low. After all, the enemy was a pure legendary level rogue. The disadvantages of having a part-time job were now apparent. Soren was a level 10 rogue, but he didn't even notice when the enemy had sneaked up behind him. This was the difference between pure classes and subclasses. Subclasses didn't have any obvious shortcomings, but they also couldn't develop to the limit in a certain field. Once they encountered a pure class enemy, they would be left far behind. Soren's rogue level was only half of the opponent's, and his wizard level was not enough to play a supporting role, which was why he was so passive this time. Soren got up and put on his clothes, then bowed slightly to the priest in front of the hall before leaving. Then, he left the Sea Temple. After Soren's figure had completely left, another hazy figure appeared. It seemed to be some kind of strange sea creature. "Your Excellency." The hazy sea creature looked out of the hall and said in a hoarse voice, "Is this the new pirate king who killed the Swamp King? Didn't he make things difficult for you some time ago? Why don't you take the opportunity to kill him? It's just right to control his pirates, so our power will be strengthened." The Naga Siren priest frowned, then looked at the other party coldly and said slowly, "The real value is him. Not the group of trash under him. Besides, if he dies, who will help me deal with Ashrid? You?" Speaking of this, the Naga Siren priest's face showed a hint of sarcasm and said, "Go back. You are all good at fighting for power, but none of you really dare to fight with Ashrid. In my opinion, only he can kill that damn Ashrid. Pirate King Ashrid. At least before getting rid of this thorn, she couldn't let Soren die like this." Moreover, on the corpse of the legendary assassin, the Naga Siren priest also saw a letter of entrustment. The contents of the letter were needless to say. After reading it, the Naga Siren priest was mad. She couldn't let Soren die like this. At the same time, she strengthened her determination to support Soren. However, this letter couldn't be shown to Soren yet. It was a very useful tool. When she was ready to kill Astrid in the future, the Naga Siren priest believed that as long as she showed this assassination letter to Soren, he would never let go of Astrid. Soren left the Sea Temple. Such a life-and-death experience made the pressure in his heart much stronger. He was also deeply aware of his own lack of strength. As time went on, the chances of legendary professions appearing would become higher and higher. Now, there were already legendary assassins to assassinate him. Would the chance of meeting other legendary professions in the future be far? Legendary professions were a ticket. Without this ticket, he would not be qualified to control his own destiny in the future. Soren felt that he had too many things to do, but there was not enough time at all. It seemed that after dealing with the recent matters and laying the foundation of the base in the Outer Islands, it was necessary for him to go to the Underdark. This was the place Soren was most familiar with. It should also be the easiest place to reach the legendary level in the material plane. He had to go and meet those drows again, because only in the dangerous Underdark, there were so many monsters that Soren could harvest enough slaughter EXP to reach the legendary level as soon as possible. Until Soren returned to his warship. He had time to check the data that appeared. Killing the legendary assassin gave him more than 27,000 slaughter EXP. Sure enough, it was a legendary enemy. The slaughter EXP was much higher than other enemies. Soren now accumulated about 5,000 slaughter EXP to level up as a wizard. Legendary was a watershed. Basically, killing a legendary creature would give more than 10 or 20,000 slaughter EXP. In the entire material plane, if there was a place where legendary creatures gathered the most, then the Underdark would definitely be at the top. Because there were beholders, mind flayers, drows, and all kinds of quite dangerous creatures. Because of Soren's understanding of the Underdark, it was slightly easier for him to deal with these creatures than with legendary professions. The warship soon set sail. Although Soren had just walked between life and death, he still calmly ordered to move toward Shipwreck Bay, as if the assassination yesterday did not happen at all. As for what he was thinking deep in his heart, perhaps only he knew. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. Princess Anna's pretty figure stood at the top of the castle, looking down at the city in front of her. At this moment, the temperature had begun to warm up, and the ice and snow were showing signs of melting. Arendelle was still as lively as before, but there was a tense and depressing atmosphere spreading in the palace. This was something that had never happened before, but now the whole castle was heavily guarded. Because Princess Royal had left. If Princess Royal was still in Arendelle, it wouldn't matter even if there were no guards in the entire palace. But now that Princess Royal had left, the security of the palace needed guards to protect it. In fact, no one thought that Princess Royal would leave so suddenly. Even Princess Anna didn't think that her sister would disappear without a trace after giving her a few simple words. No one knew where she went. Maybe she was no longer in the current world, but somewhere they didn't know. My sister has been away for 3 days. Princess Anna looked at the harbor in the distance, turned to look at the captain behind her, and whispered, "I don't know where my sister went, and why she left in such a hurry this time." The captain behind her didn't answer, but whispered, "Her Majesty the Queen must have left for something important. Your Royal Highness doesn't have to worry too much. After all, there are very few people in this world who can threaten Her Majesty the Queen. Princess Anna nodded gently and said slowly, I know. I just miss my sister a little. I used to think that the person I missed the most was him, but after my sister left, I realized that the person I cared about the most in my heart was still my sister. If she was there, I would feel very relaxed, as if I didn't care about anything. No matter what I did wrong, my sister would help me deal with it. But now that she suddenly left, a lot of things are suffocating me. I'm worried that I'll do something wrong and mess up Arendelle. The captain glanced at her and said softly, Princess Anna has been doing very well. Ta ta ta. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside, and then a panting voice said, Not good. Your Royal Highness. The pirates in Iceland seem to be making some strange movements. The fleets of the southern islands also seem to be up to no good. They seem to be colluding with each other and are approaching our waters. Patter, it sounded like something had fallen to the ground and broken. Then, there was a series of hurried footsteps. Soon, several fully armored generals entered the palace. About 15 minutes later, the palace wizards of Arendelle also gathered. The ice witches all came to the palace hall and seemed to be arguing about something. The guards outside would eavesdrop from time to time. Although he didn't understand a lot of things and didn't hear the complete story, he felt that a war was about to break out in Arendelle. It had been 20 years, ever since Princess Royal was born, Arendelle had never been involved in a war. Now that Princess Royal had just left, the dark clouds of war were approaching. This caused people to feel a trace of unease. Soren stood on the deck and stared at the sea. After a while, he took out a gold coin from his pocket and played with it. This gold coin was about the same weight as an ordinary kindler, but the pattern on it was different. This was because the pattern on it was not the goddess of wealth, but the oldest goddess of luck. As for the mysterious runes on the back of the gold coin, Soren didn't recognize them at all. As a wizard, he was too unprofessional. A lot of things were half-baked, and he didn't have enough time to learn them. But Soren wasn't completely out of ideas. He actually had a simpler way to unlock the secret of this gold coin, but the cost was slightly higher. Pay 7,000 slaughter EXP. Soren actually knew from the beginning that this gold coin seemed to have some kind of sealing power, but he didn't want to give up so much slaughter EXP. But after thinking about it carefully, he decided to pay the slaughter EXP because this should be a legendary special item. When Soren first touched it, he felt an electric current. He didn't know if it had anything to do with the blessing of the goddess of misfortune on him. After all, the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune appeared from the corpse of the goddess of luck. A faint light appeared. The gold coin in Soren's palm seemed to have a layer of fog lifted, emitting a strange golden light, and then gradually calming down. Item type, Lucky Gold Coin, Number 3, Item Grade, Grade 3 Legendary Item, Item Description, this is a very special lucky gold coin. It is said that it was originally created by the goddess of luck. It carries the blessing of the goddess of luck and can bring good luck to the owner. There are a total of 12 of these gold coins. It is said that after collecting all 12 gold coins, an even more amazing secret can be found. But it seems that no one has collected all of these lucky gold coins so far. Only 1 or 2 lucky gold coins would appear occasionally, and in the end they would be obtained by other epic heroes. It seems that these lucky gold coins have a special connection with the legendary Card of Fate. The legendary Great Arcanists seem to have researched the mysterious field of luck as well. Requirements, none. Special effect, Hero's Luck. When holding this gold coin, any owner will receive the ability, Hero's Luck. When triggering any test, whether it's attack, dodge, hit, immunity, negotiation, or any other field, the owner of the lucky gold coin will permanently receive 1 point of luck bonus. Note, legend has it that the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune are also looking for these gold coins. Give them to the priests of the 2 goddesses first, and you can receive their rewards. Lucky Gold Coin. This was the data that Soren identified after unsealing it. It seemed to be a legendary item that couldn't increase combat power too much, but it seemed to be quite useful. In the simplest way, this lucky gold coin could provide a special effect of luck +1. This kind of luck bonus could be used in any field, whether it was attack, dodge, immunity, etc. It could give an additional 1 point of luck bonus. It was possible that an enemy that couldn't be hit in battle would suddenly be hit because of a little bit of luck, and an attack that couldn't be avoided would suddenly be dodged by falling down. Who knew about this thing called luck? From a personal point of view, Soren felt that it should be very useful. But he didn't know if the effect of this lucky gold coin could be stacked because according to the description, there were a total of 12 lucky gold coins. If the effect of this lucky gold coin could be stacked, then after all of them were collected, there would be an additional 12 points of luck bonus. This was a rather frightening thing. It could be said that he was a born protagonist with good luck. When he went out and picked up money, he could do whatever he wanted and the enemy would coincidentally bump into him. It seemed that since ancient times, only the gods who were in charge of luck could increase someone's luck to such a degree, right? According to the past data conversion, 2 points of strength can provide 1 point of attack bonus, 2 points of agility can provide 1 point of evasion bonus, and 2 points of physique can provide 1 point of tenacity bonus. According to this calculation, all judgments can get 1 point of luck bonus, and the real effect of the conversion is quite amazing. Strength, agility, physique, perception, intelligence, charm. These 6 attributes all affected the judgment effect. If converted in this way, it was equivalent to getting 12 attribute points of judgment bonus as a reward. The effect was amazing when he thought about it carefully. Soren played with the lucky gold coin in his hand and put it away. It seemed that both the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune wanted this thing. He didn't know what the hidden secret was. The next day, Soren came to Shipwreck Bay. There were not as many things here as in Port Tylon. He came mainly for the slave trade. There were too many indigenous slaves in the outer islands. These indigenous people were wild and untamed and did not know how to farm. If they wanted to develop and grow, the slaves on the mainland would be more useful because most of the slaves on the mainland knew how to do deep farming. In other words, fine farming. Recently, the situation on the mainland had become more and more chaotic. Many nobles took advantage of the situation and annexed the land, turning many civilians who originally owned land into the proletariat. Some of them were directly reduced to slaves. Now the slave market on the south coast was quite popular, and there were people selling themselves as slaves almost every day. In addition, the price of food seemed to have risen by nearly 50%. Many people smelled something wrong. They were either desperately buying food or stopping selling food and hoarding goods. This kind of basic food had risen by half, and the impact on the lower class of the poor was even greater. Especially now, when there was a shortage of manpower, Soren kept these changes in mind, but he didn't care about the food problem at all. He had long known that the closer it was to the period of turmoil, the higher the price of food would be, so he bought a lot of food supplies in advance. The buyers behind the scenes of the bulk food trade in Port Tylon were all Soren's men. At present, the food he had hoarded was enough to support him for a long time. After explaining the slave trade, Soren continued to go to the north along the sea route. However, what made him quite surprised and a little dumbfounded was that because he had brought a lot of gifts to Gloria in the north this time, and because of the assassination attempt by the legendary assassin, he was very careful not to show his flag this time. Then, he was robbed. The ones who wanted to rob them were the northern pirates, a group of fierce pirates without much organization. The most powerful pirates in the north were in Iceland. These pirates that Soren encountered were the kind that was small because the core of the northern sea trade route was in Arendelle. That was the real rich route. Northerners. This was a very interesting regional race. Their physical characteristics were a bit like the Siberian race, with a relatively tall physique and quite exuberant hair. Most of the northern men were brave and warlike. Because of the cold climate, they needed strong alcohol to warm their blood for a long time. The way of thinking of the northerners was also slightly characteristic of a fighting nation. The women in the north had fair skin and delicate facial features. If the skin was more delicate, it was easy to become a beauty, similar to the women in the Crimea. Gloria was a typical northern beauty. And she was the most beautiful one, therefore, in a place like the north, you would often see some ridiculous things. Even the pirates here were a little brainless. Many of them were famous for their stubbornness. They were a group of people who were not easy to deal with. For example, in the pirate army that besieged Soren on Snake Island, there was a pirate warship from the north. When the others saw that the situation was not good, they all surrendered. Only they fought hard and escaped with casualties. Because of this strange temperament, the northern pirates were almost the weakest group of pirates. The reason was very simple. They were not convinced by each other. There were almost no strong pirate forces on the entire north coast. They were all scattered into small groups of northern pirates. Because the trade on the north coast was mainly concentrated in the Arendelle area, and Arendelle had a very strong navy, it was often seen that northern pirates crossed the border to make a living in other waters. Although their overall strength was relatively weak, the individual strength of the northern pirates was generally higher than that of pirates in other places. The ones who robbed Soren were relatively ordinary northern pirates. However, they had a good dragonhead warship. This was the habit of the Vrykal people in Iceland. They liked to install a dragon head on their warships, and this habit was inherited by the northern pirates to show their strength. The Vrykal people were the only pirate group capable of unifying the north coast. Unfortunately, they were quite xenophobic. Because of the belief of the war spirit totem, even the other races in the north were excluded by them. They were also the only pirate group who dared to attack Arendelle's route. No one knew why the Princess Royal did not destroy them. The sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling came from the front. As soon as Soren saw the northern pirates' warship, one of the captains immediately ran over to ask for his orders. He looked at the northern pirates' warship in the distance and said, "Bait them." This time, Soren had brought quite a number of elites with him. These were all veterans of naval battles. After hearing Soren's orders, they immediately understood his intentions. Then, they saw the captain below laughing strangely as he ordered the others to take action. They turned the ship around and made it look like they wanted to escape but were somewhat flustered. At the same time, they deliberately slowed down a little so that the pirates in front would feel that they could catch up. As expected, the enemy soon fell into the trap. A bare-chested pirate leader with a bearded face and a wolf head tattoo on his chest stood under the mast of the dragon-headed warship and shouted to his men beside him, "Don't fire. Get closer. Their speed is not as fast as ours. Prepare for boarding battle. This time, we have to take down the goods along with the ship." The spoils of war that pirates looted from merchant ships were of various grades. The most valuable items were not necessarily the goods on the ship. Sometimes, the value of the merchant ship itself was higher than the goods. Therefore, when the conditions allowed, pirates preferred to board ships to defeat their enemies. This way, not only would they not destroy the valuable goods on the ship, but they could also bring the ship back with them. Soren's pirate leader used this to attract the pirates, making them feel that they could catch up. This way, they would approach the ship and fight. They won the battle. Soren's ship was theirs. They lost the battle. Their ship naturally belonged to Soren. Waves of shouts and howls came closer and closer. The northern pirates in front of them were so excited that they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. From time to time, some of them even roared like battle cries. Their faces were full of excitement because they realized that there were not many people on the ship. When both sides could see each other, the northern pirates immediately swung their ropes over. Bang, the hulls of the two ships collided slightly. About 20 northern pirates roared and rushed over. Behind them, about 30 pirates were preparing to board the ship. Clap! Clap! Soren, who had been sitting by the side and watching the show, clapped his hands. Then, a large group of fierce-looking pirates with scars all over their bodies rushed out of the cabin. The pirates' intuition was actually quite sharp. When the group of northern pirates swung their ropes over to Soren's ship, they immediately realized that the ship in front of them was not a merchant ship. This was because the sailors in front of them did not show any signs of fear. They did not even show any signs of nervousness. Among the many scarred sailors in front of them, there were actually some who were excitedly licking their knives. Their expressions were even more ferocious and cruel than the pirates, as if they were lambs that had sent themselves to their doorstep. Kiki! A burly pirate carrying a battle axe that weighed more than 100 pounds rushed over. He was the ship's field commander. He seemed to have a trace of some other bloodline. He was about 2 meters tall. Howling excitedly, he directly swung his battle axe and split one of the northern pirates in half. Then he roared, "Guys! Kill these idiots! You're looking for your own death." Raise the battle flag. Let these guys die a little more knowing. Suddenly, the pirates who rushed out of the cabin were extremely ferocious. With just a round of attacks, they directly knocked down the northern pirates who rushed over. Then, one of the nimble pirates went over to raise the battle flag, while the others rushed over to the opposite pirate ship. The battle was naturally not to repel the enemy's attack, but to take away their warship. A black flag was raised. There seemed to be a commotion on the opposite pirate ship. One of them seemed to recognize the flag and exclaimed, "It's the throat cutter. It's the flag of the southern pirate king." There was a commotion. The northern pirates in front of them seemed to be frightened. Then, when Soren's elite pirates rushed over, they were immediately thrown into chaos. The battle had been going on for so long. There was almost no need for Soren to do anything. The elite pirates that he brought back from the outer islands under his command only needed 2 rounds of attacks to defeat the northern pirates. Some of them even threw away their weapons and surrendered. However, this proportion was obviously much less than the southern pirates who surrendered in the battle. They were obviously weaker than Soren in terms of strength and numbers, but there were still some northern pirates who were desperately fighting. This might have something to do with their traditions. There were many traditions among the northern pirates that advocated death in battle. They believed that the souls of those who died in battle were more noble than those who died of old age or illness. And in the southern pirates' customs, they would not fight to the death if they could live. Swoosh. Soren did not join the boarding battle. His identity was now different, and sometimes there was no need to rush to the front line. However, he also needed to gain some slaughter EXP, so when the battle began, he took out the Elven Warbow +2 that Dark Blade gave him. Shooting with a warbow in a naval battle was actually quite fun. Soren specifically chose to shoot the wounded enemy pirates. With his strong basic attributes as support, the probability of hitting the enemy was quite high. Not to mention, he also had the lucky gold coin, which gave him a permanent +1 luck bonus. Soren killed the northern pirates in front of him one by one. Although his mastery of the bow was not very good, it would not be a problem if he accidentally killed his own men. After all, he could still gain slaughter EXP. Fortunately, this did not happen. Soren harvested 7 or 8 heads one after another, and then all the northern pirates who were desperately resisting were shot dead. The battle was over. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, and the northern pirates who wanted to rob Soren were robbed instead. Soren's fleet had one more warship. Take them down and interrogate them. Soren frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on the deck. He then put away the Elven Warbow and ordered, "See if you can get anything useful out of them. Then get someone to clean up the bodies and clean up all the bloodstains on the deck. This time, we are going to the North Coast city. Try not to cause any unnecessary trouble." "Yes, Your Excellency." A burly man with a battle axe that weighed more than 100 pounds bowed respectfully. Then, when he turned around and ordered the other pirates to clean up the bodies, his expression was quite fierce and arrogant. He looked a little arrogant. As the elite pirates under Soren, many of them had a strange temper. But no matter how strange their tempers were, these people were respectful in front of Soren. They would only become arrogant and domineering when facing others. There were pirates cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils on the bodies. Some of them went to the opposite pirate ship. They might need to bring the ship back to Shipwreck Bay. Behind the deck was a group of captured enemies. Next to them were elite pirates who were watching over them. There was a ferocious-looking executioner who was interrogating them. From time to time, screams could be heard. After such a series of battles, the survival of the fittest among Soren's men had finally cultivated a group of elite troops that could be used in battle. About a few minutes later, the pirate in charge of interrogating ran over and whispered something in Soren's ear. Then, Soren stood up in surprise and frowned. "Dragon? Are you sure he's not lying?" Standing in front of Soren was a pirate with a rather ugly face. He patted his chest and promised, "Your Excellency. With my years of experience, they can't hide from me if they're lying. And there are others below who know a little bit about it. These guys came to the northwest for this matter." "Is that so?" Soren nodded slightly and showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he looked up and glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, "Don't leak the news." Although it's just an adult white dragon, it looks like it's worth our time. Slaying a dragon. Thinking of this, Soren's expression could not help but become a little excited. For any adventurer, slaying a dragon was a very meaningful thing. Not only did it represent a dangerous challenge, but it also represented an amazing reward at the same time. Although Soren had encountered a lot of dragons during this period of time, they were basically all subspecies of dragons. This time, he had the opportunity to kill a pure-blood dragon, so he would not miss it no matter what. White dragon. An adult white dragon. Although the white dragon was very weak among the pure-blooded dragon species, it was much stronger than other subdragon species. An adult white dragon also had the strength of a legendary level. Its frost dragon breath could freeze a person into ice in an instant. As a pure-blood dragon, the white dragon also had a natural dragon template. Their spoils of war were 3 times the standard, their vitality was stronger than most monsters, and at the same time, they also had extremely tough dragon skin and dangerous dragon claws and fangs. The basic health of an adult white dragon was more than 20 points. Under normal circumstances, their vitality was quite strong. Many people used to think that the white dragon was the weakest among the pure-blood dragons, so they looked down on it. However, when the time came, they realized that even though the white dragon was the weakest among the dragons, it was still much more dangerous than other creatures. The challenge rating of an adult white dragon was 16. If it had rare grade items and 1 or 2 legendary equipment, this challenge rating could be lowered to 12. It was difficult for ordinary weapons to break the white dragon's skin and scales, so at least a grade 1 rare grade weapon was needed to deal with it. There was a period of decline for the dragons. The specific reason was not known, but there was a period of time when the pure-blood dragons could not cast many spells. Sometimes, they could not even cast as many spells as the dragon disciple sorcerers. Therefore, during that period of time, the dragons were the easiest to kill. It was roughly around the time of the Silver Age and the Arcane Empire. During this period of time, the dragon's ability declined for some reason, and their general challenge rating was lowered by about 2 to 5 levels. Then, after the Arcane Empire, the dragons became a lot stronger. Originally, the adult white dragon could only cast wind, which basically relied on its claws and fangs to attack. But now, it could cast fog and ice wall. Wizards believed that this fluctuation in ability was related to the elemental tide, but the specifics were still unconfirmed. Note, adepts believe that the elementium in the world will move like the tides of the sea. This ebb and flow will affect the elementium energy structure of the world. Therefore, a species like the dragon race that relied solely on their innate abilities would easily be affected by the elemental tide and experience changes in their overall abilities. However, the time span of this change is over thousands of years. Soren wasn't too sure about the growth conditions of the dragon clan. However, based on his past experience, he knew that dragons that lived in special environments would have 1 or 2 more spells than other dragons of the same species. The information that his subordinates had interrogated was actually not very complete. Because even these pirates had only heard that an adult white dragon had flown over here, and that the white dragon seemed to be slightly injured, swaying a little when it flew. After receiving the news, they sent people to the north to inquire about the situation. Yesterday morning, they just learned that a white dragon had attacked humans near the Deepwater port. This white dragon that suddenly appeared near the human town caused a lot of panic. In the end, the Chamber of Commerce was forced to pool money and hire adventurers to deal with it. At that time, it attracted a lot of adventurers from the north. However, in the end, it seemed that they didn't succeed in killing the white dragon. They only injured it a little, and more than half of the adventurers who dealt with it died. After the white dragon encountered the adventurers, it flew to the sea, and then it happened to be seen by some people. The news also spread to some people. These pirates went in the direction of the white dragon to try their luck and see if they could find its resting place. However, they didn't expect that they would unfortunately meet Soren. According to Soren's judgment, the white dragon's nest might be on an island in the middle of the sea, because dragons would not build their nests near human settlements. It must be for some reason that it appeared in a place called the Deepwater port. However, it seemed that after being injured, the white dragon wisely chose to leave and wanted to fly back to its nest to recuperate. There were many dragon subspecies in the north. However, there weren't many pure-blooded dragons. The number of white dragons was also relatively small. They were mainly distributed in the depths of the glacial mountains and the cold islands in the sea. If its nest was near the deepwater port, it would be difficult for the dragon to abandon its nest and run away according to the dragon's habits. If its nest was in the glacial mountains, then the dragon wouldn't fly to the sea. Therefore, Soren thought that the possibility of its nest being on an island in the north coast was as high as 80%. But the problem now was, there were so many islands in the sea, where would its nest be? Tap tap tap. Soren gently tapped his fingers. After listening to the story, he slowly said, "We only know the direction it flew to, but we don't have the exact location. I'm afraid it's difficult to find its nest in the vast sea. How can this kind of thing take so much effort?" "No. They must know where the white dragon's nest is. At least they know the approximate location." Soren frowned and stood up. He said in a deep voice, "What about the leader of the northern pirates? Bring their leader here." As Soren's voice fell, the pirates around him couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, seeing Soren's frown getting deeper and deeper, one of them finally mustered up the courage to say, "Your Excellency. Their leader has been shot dead by Your Excellency." Dead? Soren was stunned for a moment, then he rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He didn't have any recollection of it at all. The leader of the northern pirates was too insignificant. Even if someone mentioned him now, Soren couldn't remember when he killed him. He was one of the targets that Soren killed. "Torture them." Soren frowned and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Torture them one by one. I don't believe that they would come here to try their luck just because they saw a dragon fly by without knowing where its nest is. Time couldn't drag on for too long. The dragon race had a strong regenerative ability. If they dragged on for too long and found the white dragon, they would have to face an unharmed giant dragon. The pirates in front of him did not seem to be very strong. They dared to slay the dragon because the white dragon was injured. Therefore, they must be confident that they could find the dragon in a short time and kill it before it recovered from its injuries. Screams could be heard coming from the cabin. About half an hour later, one of his men came up with a bloody nautical chart and bowed respectfully in front of Soren. "Your Excellency. Everything is out. The dragon might have gone here." The man in front of Soren spread out the nautical chart. It was a map of the south coast, found from the corpse of the northern pirate leader. He pointed at an island in the northwest and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency. It's here, I think it's called Shark Reef. They think that the dragon's lair might be nearby." Hearing this, Soren reached out and took the nautical chart. After looking at it with a frown, he asked, "How is the route? How long will it take?" The man beside him quickly ran down to ask, then came back and said, "Your Excellency. There aren't any dangerous areas on this route, but there are a lot of hidden reefs here, so we need to be careful. In terms of time, with our ship, it will take at most 1 day. We should be able to reach this place by tomorrow morning." Shark Reef. Soren tapped his finger on the table, thought for a moment, then opened his eyes and said, "Tell Old Sea Eagle to come here." A minute later, a well-built middle-aged man appeared in front of Soren. Unlike the other pirates under Soren's command, Old Sea Eagle seemed to have the demeanor of a noble. It was a very special temperament, and it was different from the other pirate leaders under Soren's command. This middle-aged man was indeed a small noble, a lord of the south coast. Unfortunately, he lost his title and wealth for some reason. In the end, he became a pirate and became a somewhat famous pirate. He was a small pirate leader under Soren's command. There were many people like him under Soren's command. After all, most of the pirates in the south coast had to listen to his command. "Give this letter to the master of the wizard tower." Soren raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He took out a quill and quickly wrote a letter. Then he sealed it with wax and handed it to the middle-aged man. He ordered, "Send the gifts on the ship over later. I've already arranged the location and route for you. You can take the test at the estuary and head to Ice River City. After you deliver the gifts, you just have to wait there. If the master of the Sorcerer Tower has anything she wants to ask you, just answer her." There were valuable gifts on this ship. Soren did not plan to use this ship to challenge the White Dragon. After all, it was an adult giant dragon. Giant dragons could easily overturn a ship if they went all out. Therefore, he decided to divide his troops into two groups. He would let his trusted subordinates deliver the gift to Gloria's wizard tower, and then he would take part of the elite troops to search for the white dragon. A pure-blooded adult dragon species should not be given up so easily, not to mention that it was injured. Soren planned to use the northern pirate's ship to find it. Even if it was damaged, he would not feel bad. The middle-aged man in front of him nodded gently, then he put away the letter and respectfully said, "Don't worry. The gifts will be delivered in perfect condition." Good. Soren looked at him with satisfaction and reminded him, "Don't trespass the wizard tower. Just send the message as I said. She should meet you after she knows the news." "Okay. You can go now." Soren had always been a strict person. After he decided to divide his troops, he immediately ordered his subordinates to set sail for the northern wizard tower. He himself went to the dragon-headed warship that captured the pirates. It was not necessarily useful to deal with a giant dragon because many people could only stare blankly when the dragon flew into the sky. Therefore, he only brought the elite pirates with him. There were only about 20 of them. As for the captured pirates, they were still kept on the ship. If they could be recruited, they would be recruited. If not, they would be sent to do manual labor. Otherwise, Soren would have already harvested their heads. Soren actually had a lot of men under his command, but compared to the other two pirate kings, they were still a little lacking. If he wanted to fight the pirate king Ashrod in the future, he was afraid that he would lack stronger elite pirates. These northern pirates were basically grade 2 and above. With a little training and more experience, they would be able to become grade 3 pirates. These were the backbone of the pirates. The two warships soon separated. Soren's original ship continued to sail to deliver the gift to the northern tower, and at the same time, it brought a letter from him. As for the dragon-headed warship from the northern pirates, it went to a place called Shark Reef. That was the place where the white dragon most likely built its nest. If it was found, Soren would kill it. If not, Soren would give up and go to the north. A day passed very quickly. Because the captives who knew the route were also on the ship, Soren easily passed through the reef. Then, on the morning of the second day, an island appeared in front of him. It looked a little like the distribution of the Spratly Islands. In the vast sea, there were dozens of large and small islands. The area was basically not very big, and the smallest was only a few dozen meters wide. However, at a glance, he could see that there was a larger island with a diameter of more than 30 kilometers. The whole island was independent like a cliff, and there was a dense forest on it. Because it was close to the northwest, the terrain of the island was a little strange. If he really wanted to say what it was a bit like the Ice and Fire Island in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. On the north side of the island there was obviously ice and snow, and on the south side of the island there was a volcano. However, it seemed that the volcano had not erupted for a long time. He just did not know if it was an extinct volcano or an active one. This kind of terrain was very attractive to dragons. Many kinds of dragons liked to build their nests in such an environment, so the possibility of the white dragon flying here was very high. Dock. Soren picked up the monocular and looked at the island in front of him, then ordered, "Dock at this better place. Let's go to the island and take a look." About an hour later, the Dragonhead warship docked at one side of the island. Soren brought some of his elite subordinates to the beach, and left 3 to 5 people on the ship to guard it. As soon as he arrived on the island, Soren felt that the situation here was a little strange. The reason was simple. There were very few animals here, and the whole island was very quiet. There were not many birds in the dense forest. Under normal circumstances, there should be many animals living here, and birds also liked to build their nests here. However, it seemed that there was nothing here, which could only mean one thing, and that was that there was a terrifying creature nearby. The most likely was a dragon. Draconic aura was a kind of ability that could cover a large area. Even the weaker white dragon, as a pure-blooded dragon species, had draconic aura. Any creature that came close to it would have to undergo a will immunity test, or else it would be enveloped by fear. Draconic aura would expel other creatures near the dragon's nest, and other creatures would not dare to come close unless they were enslaved by the dragon. It seemed that there were no seabirds here, and it was probably because the dragon would fly by from time to time. Gigi Gulu. Some strange sounds attracted Soren's attention. Just as he raised his hand to signal the others to be careful, a sharp sword suddenly shot out from the forest and directly hit one of his subordinates. Then, he saw the bushes in front of him shake, and dozens of short humanoid creatures with messy hair and oil paint rushed out. They held simple weapons in their hands, but their movements were fast and fierce. These humanoid creatures had the same outline as humans, but they were very thin and small like monkeys. They were about 1.2 to 1.4 meters tall, and their movements were very fast. Their eyes were wild and fierce, and they roared as they rushed over, as if they wanted to kill all of them. "It's the barbarians!" A pirate captain shouted and said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful. These barbarians are very agile. Be careful of their weapons, they might be poisoned." Shang. A sword appeared in Soren's palm, but then something unexpected happened. His own sword did not hit the barbarian in front of him. The barbarian's short body was able to dodge in midair, and when its body was in the air, there was basically no point for it to dodge Soren's attack. But that was all it could do. After Soren's attack missed, a cold light appeared in his other hand, and then the barbarian in front of him was cut in half. Sword form, waist cut. Soren put away his sword to defend, and held a curved sword in each hand to block the attack of another short barbarian. Then he jumped back 3 steps and rushed forward to perform, sword form, spinning strike. Poochie. Streams of blood splattered into the air. A series of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Target killed. You successfully activated, sword form, waist cut. You dealt 76 damage to the target, heavy hit. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 1800 slaughter EXP. Target killed. You successfully activated, spinning strike. You dealt 56 damage to the target, heavy hit. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 1560 slaughter EXP. A series of slaughter EXP notifications appeared. Soren was very surprised to find that the barbarians in front of him were probably grade 2 or above, but most of their dexterity was above 20 points. At the same time, the slaughter EXP they gave seemed to be about 50% higher than the enemies of the same grade that Soren had dealt with before. The barbarians in front of him basically had around 1500 slaughter EXP. A series of screams were heard. Although a large number of the savages in front of them were killed, the pirates that Soren brought over also suffered a lot of losses. Because these savages used simple weapons, in order to pursue lethality, they smeared poison on their weapons. This kind of poisoned weapon was more troublesome as long as it hurt people. Fortunately, these pirates were all elite troops, and most of them had a decent physique. Otherwise, they would have died in the first round of the poison test. As long as they survived the test of death, even if they were poisoned, it would not be completely fatal. Because the physique of the professions in this world was generally stronger. Be careful. From time to time, there would be a cry of alarm. The savages in front of them could use blow darts, but they were not metal arrows, but wooden ones that were as sharp as toothpicks. This kind of blow darts did not have an anesthetic effect, but they were quite poisonous. Several of the elite pirates brought by Soren fell to the ground, but fortunately, the others were experienced in fighting and quickly blocked the attack of the savages. These savages did not have any armor, and they were wearing simple animal skins. As long as they did not dodge the attack, they would be killed in one blow. A cold light of the sword appeared. Soren saw that 3 to 5 of his men had died, and the murderous intent in his heart became stronger and stronger. He used the curved sword with both hands to activate the last haste on a rare grade item, and then his whole body turned into a shadow and rushed into the savages. With the effect of haste, it was much easier to deal with these savages. Soren's 2 swords danced wildly and turned into a sky full of light. Blood splashed in front of his eyes, and heads fell to the ground. In just a few minutes, more than 10 savages were beheaded. Gulagalahi. Strange sounds were heard. Seeing that they were no match for these people in front of them, the savages actually ran away directly. More than 20 savages that rushed in at the beginning died, and the remaining 10 or so relied on their agile hands to escape back into the forest. These savages' climbing ability was very strong. After getting into the forest, only the leaves and shrubs could be seen shaking, and then they disappeared in a moment. Soren did not let his pirates chase after them. Instead, he looked at the other wounded and ordered, "Take the wounded to the ship, the rest of you follow me to go around here." The savages were widely distributed. On the islands within the range of the sea, the figures of the indigenous people could often be seen. Soren touched the bodies of the savages in front of him and found some strange signs. Then, he found a sculpture carved out of wood on one of the savages who looked like the leader. This sculpture was a bit like a totem, but it was not the beast that Soren was familiar with, but it looked like a hovering dragon. That's right. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a dragon. Soren's face when he saw it, and he was a little bit excited. "Be careful. There should be a dragon here." Here. Of the savages were of the savages. Of the savages of course, they were not enslaved by humans. Instead, they were enslaved by some powerful and terrifying creatures, such as the giant dragon that set its nest here. Of sof them. Of sof them. Of the of sof them. Dragons actually had strong enslavement abilities. They could enslave most of the monsters, including subspecies of dragons and those of their own kind that were weaker than them. Therefore, you should never think that you only need to face a dragon when you want to slay a dragon. In the past, many people thought that they could slay a dragon just by reading a little guide. They took for granted that dragons were the kind of creatures that would fight on the ground. As a result, when they really encountered a dragon, they were all dumbfounded. Warriors could not fly to the sky to attack, wizard spell damage was not enough, and archers could not break the dragon's scales. When the dragon swooped down and gave them a chance to attack, it often meant a fatal attack. If a falcon's dive could tear through leather armor, then how much damage could a dragon's dive do? Soren remembered this very early on. As a melee profession, he must try his best to prevent the dragon from flying to the sky to fight. Because at that time it had the initiative. And because it could escape at any time. After all, this world still had its own rules. Even the legendary Sword Saint's explosive power on the ground was so terrifying that it may be able to kill a pure-blooded dragon in 1 or 2 rounds. However, he still couldn't use Dochi or anything like that to fly. Most melee professions were at a disadvantage in the air, unless they increased their strength to the level of a saint. "Bring the things here." Soren jumped onto a cliff, looked at the surrounding environment, and then looked at the north side of the island covered with ice and snow. Then he jumped down from above and ordered his men, "Bring all the things I prepared at the beginning." Yes. Soon, his men returned to the ship. About 10 minutes later, someone ran over with a bundle of javelins. These javelins looked a bit like spears, and some of them were connected to chains. There were also heavy javelins made of steel. They looked like short javelins made of pure steel, but they were used as throwing weapons. "Take 2 each." Soren looked at the pirates behind him and ordered in a deep voice, "Leave the rest to me. When the opportunity arises, attack its wings." Dragons were very powerful. Even a white dragon was quite dangerous. The dragon scales and dragon skin on its body had very strong defensive capabilities. Even if you broke the dragon scales, you would still have to face a layer of tough dragon skin. So from ancient times to the present, in the anecdotes of bards, it seemed that the most important thing was to find a weapon that could break the dragon's defense. But in fact, only those who had really slain dragons knew that the most important thing to do was to destroy their ability to fly. There was a saying, "To shoot a man, shoot the horse, to catch bandits, capture the king." The dragon's wings were the only place on the dragon's body that was not covered by dragon scales. It was also the place with the largest area of defense and the weakest defense. Although this place was not fatal to the dragon at all, but the strategic significance of attacking this place was quite huge. It was equivalent to destroying half of the dragon's flexibility, and also making it unable to use dragon wing flaps, dive attacks, dragon wing sweeps, and so on. The protagonist in the anecdotes of bards could stupidly attack the dragon's fatal point, and then after a back-and-forth struggle, suddenly seize the opportunity to kill the dragon with more than half of its HP left. But if you played like this, you would definitely die miserably in the end. Heavy weapons were needed to deal with the dragon. The javelins that Soren brought over were quite important props. There were many exotic flowers and herbs on this island. Unfortunately, Soren didn't know much about the herbology branch of alchemy, so he couldn't identify the medicinal properties of these plants. He took his men around the island from the side, and he could feel that the closer they got to the north of the island, the lower the temperature was. This was a very rare phenomenon, probably due to the geothermal heat emitted by the volcano in the south of the island. The north of the island was covered with ice and snow, but it was mainly concentrated in one area. Soren judged that it was most likely the white dragon's nest. Because there was a dragon living here, it was almost impossible to see any other beasts. Soren and his men walked for about half an hour before they finally got close to the snow-covered mountain. The surrounding cliffs were very smooth and steep, and they were also covered with a layer of ice. It didn't look like a natural situation, but more like a deliberate arrangement by some creatures. Dragons liked to make their nests as steep as 90-degree mountain walls, so that other creatures that could not fly would not be able to get close to them. As for the white dragons, whose abilities were slightly weaker than the other giant dragons, they also liked to use their dragon breath to cover the vicinity of their lairs with ice. This kind of ice would make it very difficult to climb around the cliffs, and any enemy that dared to challenge it near its nest would be negatively affected by the ice walk status. They would have to do a reflex appraisal related to agility when moving, or they might slip and make mistakes in their attacks. However, white dragons didn't have such a problem because they were born with a special ability called Ice Walk. The Ice Quetzalcoatlus that Soren fought in the past had part of the white dragon's bloodline, so they also liked to cover their nests with ice. Details in Volume 1, Hide. Soren gestured to the other men behind him and said in a deep voice, "You guys stay nearby. I will find a way to lure the white dragon out of its nest, and then you guys find a chance to attack its wings with heavy javelins." Heavy weapons had a natural armor penetration ability. It could be simply understood that heavy weapons were much better than ordinary swords to deal with a knight's plate armor. These heavy javelins had a hidden armor penetration ability. It might be a little difficult to throw them out to break the dragon's scales, but it was quite easy to break the dragon's wings. There were obvious barbs on the javelins, which looked similar to the barbs on a spear. Some of the javelins were even connected to a chain, while the other end was a heavy steel javelin. What kind of weapon, if used properly, could lock a dragon's wings and make it completely lose its ability to fly? Unless the dragon forcibly tore off the javelin along with the flesh of the dragon's wings. Shadow Hide. Soren's figure slowly disappeared into the shadows. He scanned his surroundings and approached the mountain wall on his right. Because it was covered with a layer of ice, the entire mountain wall was very smooth. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible to climb up. However, for Soren, who had 25 points of agility, this wasn't a problem at all. A pair of daggers appeared in his hands, and he quietly climbed up the mountain. Soon, he reached an open platform on the mountain wall. This was a very big platform. The diameter was probably more than 50 meters. It was difficult for nature to create such a neat platform. Soren just glanced at it and knew that it was prepared for him by the dragon. Dragons flew like eagles. They liked to swoop down from high places and soar into the sky with a flap of their wings. Therefore, many of them would prepare such a platform for themselves. Even the dragons that occupied ancient castles liked to swoop down from the highest point of the castle when they flew. This was a habit. After walking along the platform for a little distance to the left, Soren felt that something was wrong. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if his whole body was involuntarily breathing heavily, his heart was beating faster, as if he was frightened. His back was covered with goosebumps, and there was an inexplicable sense of powerlessness and exhaustion. It felt like he had a bad cold, and his whole body was weak. This was Draconic Aura. Almost at the same time as this feeling appeared, a row of data appeared, affected by Draconic Aura. Triggered Test of Will. Test of Will passed. You have successfully avoided the negative effect of Draconic Aura. You have successfully avoided the fear effect of Draconic Aura. The feeling of powerlessness gradually subsided. It didn't last long, and Soren gradually returned to normal. One of the most troublesome things to deal with when slaying a dragon was the Draconic Aura of a pure-blooded dragon. This was a permanent ability that didn't need to be activated. It was also a natural ability that dragons had. They could exert their draconic aura on any creature that came within a certain range of them. This kind of draconic aura ignored both friend and foe. Although it couldn't directly kill the enemy, it could create a deterrent effect. It could be said that it was quite useful to deal with creatures that were weaker and didn't have strong wills. Most of the dragons used draconic aura to open up a path for their slaves, and it was easy to subdue some monsters. Ordinary people couldn't withstand draconic aura. Therefore, using human wave tactics to deal with dragons wasn't necessarily useful. This was because the sight of a dragon would frighten many ordinary soldiers, and they wouldn't be able to fight in the end. The specific effect could be imagined as a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a group of wild elephants rushing towards you, and then you would have a long sword and a shield in your hands. In this situation, if you had the courage to stand still and fight, then your will would definitely pass. If you couldn't do this, you might fail to resist draconic aura. Will assessment 16+. Soren was a person who valued the will attribute very much, so it wasn't surprising that he was immune to the negative effects of draconic aura. However, whether the pirates he brought along could successfully resist the negative effects of draconic aura would depend on whether their will was strong enough. However, people who sailed on the sea all year round, withstood the storms and waves, and often faced the dangers of killing and fighting sea monsters would definitely have a stronger will than others. Will was really important. Ever since Soren went to the abyss of hell, he deeply understood this point. From the side to the entrance of the dragon's cave, Soren quickly found his target. It was a huge adult white dragon. The depth of the dragon's cave wasn't very high. In fact, adult dragons were more impatient. They sometimes appeared a little careless, just like young people who had just reached adulthood who were easily impulsive. Only when they entered their old age would they begin to become cunning. At that time, they began to avoid direct combat and liked to use traps to deal with intruders. Their dragon's cave would gradually become a huge maze over a long period of time, and then the treasures would begin to be hidden deeper and deeper. Some dangerous monster guards would also begin to appear in the maze, such as the most common Tauren and so on. As for ancient dragons, just think of the ancient red dragon in Whiterun City. Until now, other people thought that it was just an adult red dragon that appeared there. It was estimated that it would take a while for others to discover that there was an ancient red dragon hidden there. Then, it would cause a huge uproar in the southern plains and cause a lot of panic. At that time, it would be a big scene, but Soren didn't know if the development of the situation would be the same as what he knew in the past. If there were conditions, he would still try his luck in the future because there was a divine artifact in this ancient red dragon's cave. White Dragon. The weakest of the chromatic dragons, a creature of the chaotic evil alignment. The dragon's cave in front of him was similar to the one in Soren's memory. White dragons liked to dig their dragon's nest down. Although the dragon's nest was on a higher mountain, the cave's entrance was sunken downwards, and the surroundings were frozen because of its ice dragon breath. It looked like a huge ice cellar. White dragons were not picky when it came to food. Like other dragons, they could eat almost anything. The digestive ability of dragons was as brittle as steel. However, white dragons preferred to freeze their prey with their dragon breath before eating it. Many white dragons lived in overseas areas and would dive into the sea to hunt for fish. There was one more important thing: white dragons were the dragons that liked to attack from high places the most, and they would always use their dragon breath for their first attack. This was because white dragons could use their dragon breath more than other dragons. When a white dragon was in its infant stage, its scales would reflect light like a mirror. As it grew older, the luster would gradually disappear. When it reached adulthood, the characteristics of a white dragon would become grayish-white. This was an important basis to judge the strength of a white dragon. Soren only glanced into the dragon's cave and roughly judged that this was a white dragon that was in its late adult stage. It was close to its prime. Most of the dragons could be judged based on age. Their strength could be calculated based on their age. Their growth stages were Baby Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 1, Infant Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 4, Juvenile Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 7, Adolescent Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 10, Adult Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 13, Adult Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 16, Old Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 19, and Old Dragon Stage, Challenge Rating 21. Basically, a white dragon would reach this stage. Further up were the ancient dragons. These dragons basically had divinity. It could be said that the difficulty of fighting them was not much different from challenging the saints. Therefore, killing ancient dragons required a lot of luck. The white dragon in front of him was transitioning from its adult stage to its prime stage. This was not good news. This was because pure-blooded dragons, even the weakest white dragon among the pentashade dragons, would have an additional physical resistance and magic resistance when they transitioned from their adult stage to their prime stage. They would be immune to any physical damage and magic damage below 10 points. This natural talent would gradually increase over time, and in the end, it could evolve into immunity to certain types of damage. Fortunately, when these dragons were killed, their dragon scales and dragon skin would inherit part of the defensive resistance, which could be directly made into first-rate rare-grade equipment. This was a little troublesome. Soren quietly watched the adult white dragon, which was about 50 feet long, in his sight, and carefully moved towards it. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Soren's footsteps were getting lighter and lighter, and his speed was getting slower and slower. Dragons had excellent hearing abilities. Even with Soren's high dexterity, it was still possible for the dragon to detect him sneaking in. Fortunately, it was a white dragon in front of him. It didn't have a high level of magic, and only had some spell-like abilities. Otherwise, Soren would have to be careful of magic traps when sneaking in. Once a dragon's nest had evolved into a maze over time, there would definitely be a lot of traps. The adult dragon in front of him seemed to be sleeping, but that didn't mean it couldn't sense the outside world. Sleeping was a very important process in a dragon's life. They still retained about 50% of their basic abilities while sleeping, and could sense other creatures approaching or slightly heavier footsteps. While sleeping, the dragon's abilities would gradually increase, and at the same time, its injuries would recover at a faster rate. This required it to eat a lot of prey in advance. Soren saw that the adult white dragon was recovering from its injuries. He noticed that there was a wound on the left wing of the white dragon. The wound was about 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters deep. It seemed to be caused by a two-handed heavy sword. This would affect the white dragon's ability to fly. Then there was another wound on the white dragon's throat. There were small, dense scales there. The seemingly weak defense was actually the toughest part of the dragon's body. It was difficult for ordinary weapons to break through. The one who attacked it must have used a long sword or a rapier. The wound was small, but it was very deep. It seemed that the person who attacked it had a dragon-slaying weapon. When dealing with any pure-blooded dragon, you could imagine that most of its body was covered in full-body armor. In the anecdotes of bards, there was always a place on the dragon's body called the reverse scale. This was the dragon's fatal point. As long as you hit the reverse scale, you could kill the dragon even if it didn't hurt its heart. But in reality, dragons didn't have reverse scales. They had weak spots on their body, but they definitely didn't have a fatal reverse scale. No one knew when it started, but there was this saying in the bard's stories. Many people believed it to be true, and many naive adventurers thought that they could easily slay a dragon if they found the reverse scale. After all, the stories always said that the hero hit the dragon's fatal point and killed it instantly. Its defense must be at least 25. Soren closed the distance to about 20 meters and observed the body of the adult white dragon in front of him, mainly the color, thickness, and distribution of the scales. Based on his rich experience, Soren could tell that the adult giant dragon in front of him had a defense level of around 25 points. In other words, the dragon scales and dragon skin that covered the surface of its body could resist close to 25 points of physical damage. This defensive strength was equivalent to an adult man holding a weapon with both hands and attacking with all his strength. In other words, an adult man wielding a two-handed weapon and attacking with all his might only be able to break through the dragon's defense. It was just enough to break through his defense, and the damage was probably less than 3 points. Soren had a serious expression on his face as he sneaked closer to the other side. At the same time, he thought to himself, with the elite pirates that I brought with me, it shouldn't be a problem to break through its dragon scale defense. But if it doesn't deal any heavy damage, it's estimated that the damage will be in the single digits. This was not a good thing. It was not easy to kill an adult giant dragon with just Soren's damage output alone. Following the side of the dragon's nest, Soren could see a pile of treasures. Because there were not many of them, they were directly covered by the huge body of the giant dragon. As the weakest white dragon among the chromatic dragons, although it had accumulated wealth to adulthood and had double to triple the loot standard, the treasures it had were not as exaggerated as the red dragon's. Because the red dragon was the most powerful chromatic dragon, and it was also an evil giant dragon that liked to collect loot. However, in front of Soren's eyes, there were some small things that were sparkling and refracting light. Those were diamonds. The white dragon was one of the giant dragons that liked diamonds the most. As long as they found a diamond, they would always find a way to take it for themselves, unless this behavior was very dangerous. Among all the gems, the white dragon liked diamonds the most. Therefore, in almost any adult white dragon's nest, there were some eye-catching diamonds that could be found. Therefore, in the treasure that the white dragon did not seem to be rich, it was often possible to hide a valuable loot. The key was the number of diamonds. After all, this thing could be sold for a very high price as long as one piece. There was not much gold in the dragon's nest. Because it was close to the sea, Soren could hardly see much kindler. Most of it was fine gold sand and gold nuggets. There were not many gems, but there were a lot of diamonds mixed in. Soren saw nearly a dozen pieces. There was a moment of pause. Soren squatted in the corner and memorized the environment of the entire dragon's nest. At the same time, his brain began to make tactical arrangements. He had two plans. The first was to take advantage of the fact that the giant dragon had not discovered him and quickly pull out the legendary curved sword icing death to attack. As long as the distance was within 10 meters, even if the dragon's perception found him, Soren could still fight for 2 or 3 opportunities to attack. If he was lucky enough to hit the leader's vital point, Soren could cause a lot of damage to the enemy at the beginning of the battle. But in this case, the next battle would not be easy. Because the space in the dragon's nest was too narrow, the white dragon would definitely spit out dragon's breath when it reacted. At that time, Soren would have nowhere to hide. Never take the dragon's breath head-on. This was a special point in the rules of dragon slaying. The second plan was to lure the white dragon out so that there would be no chance for a sneak attack. But it could also make the white dragon think that he was a thief who sneaked into the dragon's nest. Under normal circumstances, the white dragon would definitely chase him out of the nest. In this way, Soren could lead it down and give the ambushing elite pirates a chance to attack. If he could keep the white dragon on the ground, the final victory would be as high as 80%, soon. Soren made a plan in his mind. His figure suddenly flew out and rushed directly to the white dragon in front of him. Then he reached out and grabbed the treasure under it, grabbing a lot of gold and diamonds in one breath. After getting the treasure, Soren immediately retreated. Almost when he was about 5 meters away from the treasure, the sleeping giant dragon also moved slightly as if it sensed something, and then suddenly opened its huge dragon eyes. Dragon sense, 10 meters. Soren's figure had almost escaped to the outside of the dragon's nest, and only a blurry background could be seen. Roar. An angry roar sounded. The adult white dragon in front of him suddenly opened its eyes and stood up. It actually opened its mouth and said angrily in the common language, "Despicable thief." It was not an ordinary white dragon. It was not those beast-like white dragons without much wisdom. Being able to use the common language meant that there was something different about it. It's been a month and a half. It seems that since he quit smoking, Futu has been catching colds easily. He slept all day and only woke up once today. Futu is still a little dizzy. Rumble. Heavy footsteps came from the dragon's nest. Soren didn't need to look back to know that the white dragon had woken up and was catching up from behind. Dragons had a close-range perception ability. Any creature that got close to them could be directly detected by them. Even the best halflings in the Shire could not avoid this because it was a supernatural sixth sense. The white dragon's nest was not big, which led to it rushing out quite quickly. Almost as soon as Soren's front foot ran out, the huge body of the white dragon rushed out behind him. Ice dragon breath. A cold dragon breath came out from behind Soren. Under this piercing dragon breath, the ground was frozen into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon a new layer of ice appeared in place. The white dragon's ice dragon breath was the weakest among the pure-blooded dragon species. Its lethality was only half of the red dragon breath, but it was the most used dragon breath attack. The dragon breath of an adult white dragon could freeze a man into an ice sculpture, and then with a wave of its dragon claws, the man would shatter like broken ice. The scene was quite tragic. Soren dove out of the attack range of the ice dragon breath, but there was still a little cold air on his clothes, and soon a piece of frost could be seen on his clothes. The ice dragon breath of an adult white dragon could cause about 40 points of ice damage. It was an all-shaped attack that covered a large area. This kind of ice damage was still within Soren's tolerance range. If it was the dragon breath of an adult red dragon, he was afraid that he would lose half his life just by touching it. Whoosh! There was a harsh sound of friction. After Soren rushed out of the dragon's nest, he directly jumped from a height of nearly 100 meters. However, he didn't jump down directly. No matter how high his physique was, he would still fall to his death. He relied on his weapon to reduce the force of the fall and then slid down directly, just like when he fought against the hunters on the cliff in the past. The speed of the descent was quite fast, and it bought some time for Soren. So when he was about to reach the ground, the white dragon's huge body appeared at the edge of the cliff. It glanced at Soren, who had slid to the ground, and pounced on him without hesitation. Shameless thief! The white dragon in front of him seemed to have had some special experiences, because under normal circumstances, white dragons would only have relatively high intelligence when they reached old age. At the same time, they would also be able to speak languages other than Draconic. They were the closest to wild beasts among the pure-blooded dragon species. To a large extent, their challenge rating was lowered because of this. Wung, the white dragon flapped its wings and stabilized its body just as it was about to reach the ground. This dive had shortened the distance between them by quite a bit. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath that enveloped Soren's body. Dragons didn't have high dexterity. Most of them only had around 10 points. And because of their relatively large size, they couldn't dodge many of the enemy's attacks. However, this didn't mean that they were slow because most of the creatures with large bodies had lower dexterity. In fact, the speed of a giant dragon was comparable to that of a human with haste buff, so Soren was still within the range of its dragon's breath attack. Do it! Soren suddenly shouted and then jumped up. He reached out and grabbed a tree trunk above him, and with a 360-degree turn, he barely dodged the frost dragon's breath attack. But even so, his right hand still touched a little bit of the dragon's breath attack. In the blink of an eye, it was covered with frost, and his whole arm felt a little numb. Elemental damage. Soren's legendary curved sword, Icing Death, only had an additional 3 points of cold damage, but the frost dragon's breath attack directly dealt 30 points of elemental damage per second. This was an elemental attack that could freeze blood. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a group of fierce pirates rushed from both sides. Their eyes were filled with fear and excitement. As soon as they came out, they immediately threw the heavy javelins in their hands. The javelins flew through the air and hit the white dragon's body. Some of them hit its dragon scales, but they barely broke through the defense of the dragon scales. It was like a hammer hitting an iron felt. Most of the javelins were bounced back, but the dragon scales also showed signs of damage, and traces of dragon blood seeped out. However, the javelins that hit the dragon's wings didn't bounce back. They directly penetrated the dragon's wings. Because of the barbs on them, they directly hung on the dragon's wings. Chain. When Soren landed, he shook his arm to shake off the frost that came into contact with it. Then, he directly picked up a heavy javelin and threw it at the white dragon's left wing. A sharp whistling sound. In the midst of the giant dragon's angry and painful roar, Soren hit its position near the dragon's wing bone. Spread out. 2 curved swords appeared in Soren's hands. The elite pirates in front of him were 3 less. This meant that someone didn't pass the test of draconic aura. This guy didn't dare to join the battle because he didn't have enough willpower. Soren wasn't too surprised by this. It was already good enough that so many of his men could withstand the first round of draconic aura. However, everyone had the courage to face such a huge monster. Roar. In the midst of the angry roar, the white dragon rushed towards Soren. As its huge body moved, according to Soren's strategy, the other elite pirates took the opportunity to continue attacking it with their javelins. Many of his men had already discovered the wound on the dragon's wings. The white dragon in front of them was indeed injured at the beginning. This discovery made many of the elite pirates eager to try. Some even pulled out their two-handed weapons and prepared to hack at the open wound. Idiot! Don't be impulsive. Soren awkwardly rolled away. When he saw the scene behind him, he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way." Unfortunately, it was too late. The white dragon's attack on Soren was only half a feint. When the most cunning human in front of it dodged its dragon breath, it deliberately turned its back to those pesky insects and seemed to want to take the opportunity to sneak an attack on him. This made a cruel and bloodthirsty look appear in its eyes. As an adult white dragon with a certain amount of wisdom, it was very clear that it was better to get rid of these small fries first. Dragon tail sweep. The adult white dragon's tail was nearly 5 meters long, and the thickness was about the same as an adult's waist. Even the end of the tail was as thick as an adult's thigh. The dragon's tail was also covered with tough dragon scales. When the enemy behind it rushed over, it didn't even need to look back. Its huge dragon eyes moved, and then the thick and long dragon tail was raised high, like the fiercest and most domineering whip, lashing out. Bang! A violent impact sounded. A strong pirate closest to the adult white dragon was directly hit and flew back nearly 12 meters. At this distance, the entire tree trembled when he crashed into it. The others merely glanced at him, and discovered that this pirate's ribs had completely caved in. It was as though his entire body had sunk in, as though his chest had been folded in. This was an incomparably tyrannical force that had directly broken his spine. Killed in one blow, in this case, it was basically impossible to survive. Damn it! Soren took a deep breath, and a wisp of blood appeared in his eyes. His breathing began to become heavy, and his heartbeat gradually accelerated. His body temperature rose to nearly 50 degrees, and his heartbeat directly doubled. He dared to challenge a white dragon because this kind of dragon was relatively stupid, and like a beast, it was easy to be baited. However, the white dragon in front of him was obviously smarter. It actually knew that it was better to kill the others first, and it also judged that it would be difficult to kill Soren easily. Soren couldn't let all his men die here, otherwise. In the end, he couldn't even drive the ship back. So he had to fight a tough battle with the adult white dragon in front of him. This kind of excitement of challenging a legendary creature made Soren's heart full of fighting spirit and excitement. Dragons were one of the few creatures that he studied the most. So when the white dragon in front of him turned its head to the back, and at the same time, there were obvious signs of its abdomen bulging, and its whole body showing signs of retreating, as if it was taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but shout, "Dodge! Be careful of the dragon breath!" Whoosh, a gust of wind blew. The bone-chilling dragon breath was sprayed out in a large area, covering an area of nearly 15 meters. In this all-shaped dragon breath, 2 elite pirates were enveloped in it. Then they saw that their bodies were frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of cold was even more shocking than being directly exposed to the North Pole. It was almost as if their flesh and blood were frozen in just a second or two. Finally, their whole body was like an ice sculpture, completely wrapped in a layer of about 3 centimeters of ice. Boom, the thick and long dragon tail swept over with a whistling sound. The 2 elite pirates in front of it were like broken glass and porcelain, and directly shattered into pieces of flesh. There was not a drop of blood spilled because the blood had been turned into ice. In the blink of an eye, 3 of their companions died in the hands of the white dragon. The other pirates obviously showed a trace of fear, and nearly half of them took a few steps back. Because they found that the dragon was more difficult to deal with than they thought, most of the people present were not very sure that they could withstand its attack. After all, this was a behemoth of more than 10 meters long and nearly 20 tons in weight. The height of a human was only 1.78 meters, and the weight was only about 200 pounds. This kind of difference in size. A casual blow was a crushing and fatal attack, however. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of clang, Soren wielded 2 curved swords at the same time from the sky, like a cheetah pouncing on the back of the white dragon. Sword form, spinning strike. Roar. A dull roar sounded, as if it was in great pain. The adult white dragon's huge body could not help but tremble. Then it retracted its tail and swept towards Soren, who was on its back. Hot blood spilled out. Soren's 2 swords slashed on the white dragon's wing bone, almost creating a wound of more than 20 centimeters long. Traces of bones could be seen faintly. Even if the white dragon spat out ice dragon breath, its blood was already boiling hot. The temperature of the blood was close to 50 or 60 degrees, and it felt a little hot when it fell on the skin. The dragon's blood had a certain burning effect. The dragon's tail came with a whistling wind. Soren did not look back at all. He reached out and supported himself on the white dragon's back by listening to the wind. Then he turned and slid sideways to avoid the dragon's tail. The dragon's huge body provided him with enough attacking positions, and it also made it easier for him to dodge the enemy's attacks. In the eyes of many top rogues, it was safer to be within the dragon's body than to face it directly. Clang, clang. 7 or 8 swords appeared in a row, and Soren slashed the white dragon's body one after another. It seemed that blood was splashing out, but the data that appeared in Soren's experience told him that this injury was not fatal because he only broke the white dragon's flesh layer. The swords did not even hurt the internal organs. It was difficult to kill an adult dragon in a short time with just a little bleeding damage. Activated sword form, heavy slash. Armor break attribute triggered. You've dealt 12 plus 3 slash damage to the target. Activated sword form, horizontal slash. Armor break attribute triggered. You've dealt 6 plus 3 slash damage to the target. Soren's seemingly fierce attack actually caused quite limited damage because the dragon's scales were too strong. It almost offset most of Soren's damage. Unless he could hit the same spot continuously, which meant that after he broke the white dragon's scales, he could hit the same spot again. This way, he could cause more damage. But for Soren, who still had to dodge the white dragon's attack, this requirement was too high. Roar! The white dragon in front of him was finally angry and fed up with Soren, who was jumping up and down on its back. It gave up the majesty of the dragon and rolled over like a lazy donkey, trying to crush Soren directly under its huge body. However, this was obviously not going to work. Soren dodged the attack while the dragon's body was rolling to the side. Following that, he slashed at the white dragon's abdomen. The sound of metal scraping against metal could be heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Soren didn't even have the strength to break through the dragon's scales. Dragon scales were a metallic substance. All pure-blooded dragons had the habit of devouring metal ores, so most of their dragon scales were made of metal. Dragon scales were not like the scales of snakes and lizards, which had a structure similar to a cuticle. Therefore, Soren felt as if he was slashing at an extremely sturdy armor. Especially when the giant dragon swelled up, its incomparably strong muscles made it impossible for him to penetrate the dragon's scales and injure its vital areas. Dragon wing strike. A gust of wind blew. Soren dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, but he was still hit a little by the attack. After the white dragon forced Soren down with a roll, it immediately flapped its wings and slapped at him. The javelins that it threw at the beginning were starting to show their effect. When the giant dragon launched its attack, it directly tore a hole more than half a meter wide on the dragon's wings. Large amounts of blood gushed out. The damage caused by its own attack was even higher than when Soren first slashed it. At the very least, the dragon's wings on both sides were almost torn apart. Bang! Half of Soren's body was hit by the dragon's wings, and he was sent flying. The strong wind caused him to roll continuously. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood that had already reached his throat. Then, he stabbed his curved sword into the ground and curled up his body. The dragon wing strike was a very powerful attack. If one's body wasn't strong enough, they could be knocked unconscious. Soren didn't know if he was lucky or had good reflexes, but he barely dodged half of the attack, so his injury wasn't very serious. 1, 2, 3. Soren silently calculated the time. When the wind suddenly stopped, he suddenly got down on all fours like a 100-meter sprinter and pounced ferociously like a cheetah. This time, his explosive speed was quite amazing. It was almost as if he relied on the strength of his transformation to leap into the air. The smaller the size of the creature, the more amazing the jumping effect. Therefore, although the giant dragon's strength was quite amazing, its huge body didn't have much jumping ability. Sword form, beheading. Finally, Soren found the weakness of the white dragon after it launched the dragon wing strike. His eyes were bloodshot, and he directly slashed at the dragon's long and narrow neck. After a person launched an attack, there would be a short period of paralysis. The same was true for the giant dragon in front of him. It would take a deep breath before it launched the dragon breath, and there would be another deep breath after the dragon breath. As for the more lethal dragon wing strike, it was even more so. Soren had been waiting for an opportunity because most of the giant dragons would be paralyzed for about a second after the dragon wing strike. It was just like when you threw a punch forward with all your strength, it wasn't so easy to suddenly take back the strength. 1 second. For Soren now, it was enough. Clang. Soren's vigorous figure almost turned 360 degrees in the air, and directly slashed at the white dragon's neck with both hands. This time, the full-force attack finally broke through the dragon's scales. The force that was enough to cut through iron felt cut into the dragon's neck and then stuck at the neck bone. Soren never thought that he could cut off the dragon's head with one strike, unless he was a legendary berserk barbarian, so he immediately stepped back after hitting the white dragon's neck. Roar! A shrill cry was heard. The white dragon's thick neck swung violently, and directly used the dragon horn on its head to hit Soren's abdomen. Along with a muffled sound, a large amount of blood gushed out. The white dragon's ferocious strength had directly pierced through Soren's abdomen with its dragon horn. Not only was blood gushing out, even the intestines inside could be faintly seen. A ruthless row of data appeared. Activated sword form, beheading. Beheading failed. You've dealt a heavy blow to the target. Target received 76 damage. Target has entered a bleeding state. Pierced by dragon horn. You've received 69 damage. You've entered a heavily injured state. You've entered a bleeding state. Plop. Soren's figure landed on the ground. He finally couldn't hold back the blood, and directly spat it out. He couldn't stop himself from coughing. If he remembered correctly, the strength attribute of an adult white dragon should be around 27 points. This terrifying strength was even more terrifying than many giants. Any casual attack could cause a terrible damage to the enemy. However, the injuries on the white dragon's body were not much better. Soren's attack hit its blood vessels, and it also entered a bleeding state. If it was just the two of them, the chances of the white dragon winning in the end would be higher. However, Soren was not the only one present. How could one fight a dragon alone? Without absolute confidence, not many people would do this. Attack. Soren struggled to stand up. A faint light of magic appeared in his hand, and then he saw a portal connecting to the earth elemental plane. Then, an earth elemental appeared in front of him. As Soren slashed the neck of the white dragon, the other pirates regained a lot of courage. He took a step back and said in a deep voice, "Attack it from all sides, it's about to die." In fact, the adult white dragon in front of them still had more than half of its HP, and its combat power was still very strong. However, Soren needed to give his men courage and confidence, so he had to give them the illusion that the dragon was about to die. Only in this way could they continue to fight, because pirates were the profession that liked to take advantage of the situation. Fighting against the wind would not allow them to burst out with their strongest combat power. A bottle of healing potion was poured into his mouth. Soren pressed the wound on his abdomen with his hand and simply bandaged it. In fact, he used the bandage to quickly strangle the wound, and stop the bleeding in the simplest and most violent way. It looked like the injury was shocking, however, Soren's combat power did not decrease too much, because he now had a physique beyond that of mortals. Compared to the time when he was stabbed in the heart in Port Tylon, this injury was not worth mentioning at all. Swoosh! A round of javelins was thrown. Some brave pirates attacked the white dragon from all sides, although 2 more people died in just a minute. However, they could obviously find that the dragon's reaction speed was not so fast. Soren hit its neck bone, which made it difficult for it to turn its head. Its huge body made it difficult for it to avoid attacks. The almost cracked dragon wings on its back also affected its movements. Unless someone helped it pull off all the barbed javelins on its wings, it would not be able to move easily. Vampiric touch. Just when the adult white dragon in front of him took a deep breath and was about to launch the dragon's breath again, Soren suddenly rushed up and gently tapped his finger on it. A light of divinity emerged. The white dragon's body stiffened for about half a second, and the dragon's breath also stopped for a moment. Then, a pure life force rushed into Soren's body. As a special spell produced by weak divinity, Vampiric Touch should be the most difficult ability for Soren to successfully resist. This was like a killing move that directly took away 60 points of the adult white dragon's life force, and then transferred it to Soren's body. His injury recovered rapidly, however, the white dragon's injury had been dragged into a state of serious injury. Soren retained nearly 90% of his combat power, but the white dragon's life force was still reduced by nearly half, and 1/3 of the pirates who were responsible for harassment around them died. The balance of the battle had begun to tilt towards Soren's side. A series of roars echoed in the air. The white dragon's angry roar could not hide the fact that more and more wounds were appearing on its body. Although the seemingly tall earth elemental was very small in front of it, this sturdy elemental was still able to withstand 3 of its attacks. With just these 3 opportunities to resist the dragon's claws, Soren left 3 more wounds on the white dragon's abdomen, back, and back. At the same time, the nearby elite pirates also seized the opportunity to strike it several times. These pirates were all level 5 and above. Although they could not directly challenge the dragon, they could still attack and harass it. Dragon Tail Sweep. The thick and long dragon tail swept over like a whip. Soren rolled to avoid it, and the strong wind blew past his cheek. Although he avoided the attack, the tall earth elemental was not so lucky. In the end, it was broken into pieces. Even if it was a grade 4 elemental, it could only withstand 3 or 4 attacks from the white dragon. Fortunately, the white dragon in front of him was getting slower and weaker. Soren's continuous attacks had already dragged it into a state of serious injury. The pirates under Soren's command suffered heavy casualties, although he was only seriously injured in the abdomen. Nearly half of his men were killed. Even Soren's constitution could not withstand a few attacks from the adult white dragon. Any one of them would either die or be seriously injured. Fog. With more and more wounds on its body, the adult white dragon's eyes finally showed a trace of fear because it realized that it might die in the hands of these puny humans. It wanted to fly away, but its dragon wings were broken. The heavy javelin hooked on them, and every time it moved its wings, it could feel a stinging pain. A dense fog appeared on the battlefield. Soren was very alert and took a few steps back, while carefully watching the enemy in front of him. The adult white dragon had the ability to cast spells. The fog covered a large area. This fog was like a foggy weather in winter. It almost covered a radius of hundreds of meters, and it was difficult to see clearly beyond 5 meters. There was a scream. It was the voice of one of Soren's men. After the scream, there was the sound of bones being broken. What's going on? Soren frowned as he stared at the white dragon in front of him. Are there other monsters nearby? What other helpers does it have? Suddenly, Soren sensed that something was amiss. He immediately dashed towards the white dragon that was shrouded in mist. Soren's scimitar slashed towards the white dragon's head, but it didn't feel like it was cutting through flesh. It felt like he was slashing at air. Illusion. Soren immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately rushed towards the source of the screams. It wanted to run away. Soren saw his subordinates being bitten into 2 halves. At the same time, he also saw the white dragon trying to escape from the fog. He didn't know what spell it used, but it was able to erase the sound of its movement. It seemed to be an area of effect silence spell. The white dragon fled in the direction that Soren had come from. However, Soren had come from the side, while the white dragon seemed to have fled from the front. That was where the group of aborigines appeared. Not good. Soren's heart skipped a beat. He immediately cast the level 1 spell Instant Slither on himself. This was a weakened version of haste. Soren's time to learn spells was still too short, so he could only start with low-grade spells. Learning high-level spells was too time-consuming. Instant Slither lasted for less than a minute, but it was enough for Soren to catch up with the adult white dragon in front of him. It seemed that it really had something to do with the aborigines. Shadow Strike. Sword form, horizontal slash. Soren's figure flew out and slashed the abdomen of the white dragon in front of him with his scimitar. With a splash of dragon blood, its huge body shook slightly. Its injuries had begun to affect its movements. Even the dragon's physique was gradually declining after severe bleeding and injury. Now it was close to death, so it wanted to escape. Soren couldn't let it escape. He used nearly half of his subordinates to seriously injure it to the point of death. How could he let it escape like this? These injuries were piled up with the lives of his subordinates. If the white dragon escaped like this, Soren would not only lose his prestige, but also let down his subordinates who fought to the death. Slaying the dragon must not be stopped halfway. Otherwise, if the dragon was given time to breathe, its injuries would quickly recover. It seemed that there was really a gathering place of the Aborigines in front, because Soren heard a summoning dragon roar, and then saw a commotion in the distance. It was trying to summon the Aborigines. The edge of life and death had made it give up the pride of the dragon race. The white dragon was summoning the despicable Aborigines who served it to help it fight. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Soren obviously felt that something was wrong. His figure disappeared in an instant, and then the shadow under a big tree in front of him twisted. Within a range of 100 meters, as long as Soren had enough control, he could appear in any shadow. The position where Soren appeared was just in front of the white dragon. His eyes were full of dense blood vessels. The moment his figure came out of the shadow, he immediately jumped up and swung his sword at the white dragon's head. Sword form, beheading. Soren's figure fell from the sky, and his curved sword slashed at the white dragon's neck, which happened to be the place where it first slashed. This time, the beheading attack was powerful. It almost slammed the white dragon's head down, but it didn't cut off the white dragon's head. Instead, it let out a cry and its huge body fell to the ground. The curved sword slashed into the neck bone. Although it didn't cut off the white dragon's head, it cut the bone in half. Soren caused nearly 100 points of heavy damage, and directly pushed it to the edge of death. Sword form, beheading. There was a rustling sound in the distance. It seemed that there were indigenous people approaching. Soren didn't think much at all. After taking a breath, he once again swung his sword at the white dragon's head. A stream of blood gushed out. Soren finally cut off the white dragon's head with the third sword form, beheading. The white dragon in front of him finally died completely. At the same time, a large amount of blood gushed out and sprinkled on Soren's body, making him feel a burning pain. But he didn't leave. Instead, he let the dragon's blood cover his whole body. It was as if his whole body was soaked in the dragon's blood. This was a special baptism ritual, and it was possible to gain additional power. But it had to be effective when the dragon was just killed. Among them, there was a kind of people who would have their ability improved called dragon's descendants, which was the dragon disciple and the half-dragon. This process was like Vivian absorbing divinity, but in this case, she absorbed the special power of the dragon. Others who had undergone the dragon's blood baptism might also receive additional enhancements in their abilities. For example, the dragon's blood could make the part of their body as hard as iron, innate defense +1, or the dragon's blood could strengthen their physique +1, and other possible baptism effects. This process required a certain amount of luck. The hot blood covered Soren's body. Some of the burning sensation didn't make him step back. The dragon's blood would only be so hot when the dragon had just died. It wouldn't take long for the dragon's blood to gradually cool down or even solidify. And in order to give people additional power and possibly inherit part of the dragon's power, it must be this kind of hot dragon's blood. The dragon's blood dyed Soren's whole body red. The rustling sound in the distance was getting closer and closer, and then the figures of the natives appeared a few hundred meters away. They saw Soren in the distance, and also saw the dead white dragon. Then they let out a strange cry of horror and fled into the distance like a swarm of bees. A faint glimmer of divinity appeared, as the adult white dragon's body stopped twitching. A little bit of divine light invisible to the naked eye appeared and fell on Soren's body. A row of data appeared, activated sword form, beheading. You've dealt 56 points of critical damage to the target. Beheading successful. You've successfully killed the adult white dragon. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've received 56,000 slaughter EXP. The target is a divine creature. Extracting the target's divine power. Extraction successful. You've received 1 point of divinity. Little by little, divinity fell on Soren's body. Just when he was very surprised that the adult white dragon in front of him actually had 1 point of divinity, The lucky gold coin on his body also emitted a faint light, and then he saw that the dragon's blood that covered his body seemed to have a trace of heat flowing into his body. It was some kind of invisible power that gradually penetrated into Soren's body, allowing him to inherit part of the pure blood dragon's power. Another row of data appeared. You've received the Dragon's Blood Baptism ceremony. You've received part of the dragon's power. You've inherited part of the dragon's power. Baptism successful. You've received an additional background ability, Dragon's Blood Baptism LV1. Dragon's Blood Baptism LV1, special ability, you've successfully killed an adult white dragon. After completing this dragon slaying feat, you've received the first Dragon's Blood Baptism. This baptism has strengthened your body and allowed you to inherit part of the dragon's power. The dragon's blood has made you stronger, and also made your skin tougher. You've permanently received 1 point of natural armor and an additional 1 point of toughness. This ability can be gradually improved with the number of Dragon's Blood Baptism. Natural armor +1, toughness +1. Note, the Dragon's Blood Baptism can be performed at the same time as the blood purification ceremony. Drops of dragon blood slid down Soren's cheeks. He now looked like he was covered in blood. The warm dragon blood gradually cooled down after coming into contact with his body, but traces of heat seeped into his skin and then gradually flowed into his body through his blood vessels. Soren felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness all over his body. This feeling was both familiar and strange to him. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe with words, but many people had experienced it before. When one's mouth was dry and one's heart was in a mess, one would have a desire for the opposite sex. Dragon blood had the effect of stimulating sexual desire. Or it should be said that the flesh and blood of dragons generally had aphrodisiac effects. This was also the reason why many nobles in the continent were very keen on the flesh and blood of pure-blooded dragons, especially the penis. Some were even willing to pay tens of thousands of kindler to buy it. The flesh and blood of most dragons, including some sub-dragons, had a strong aphrodisiac effect. The specific reason was not clear, but it might have something to do with the dragon's lust, because many sub-dragons appeared because of this. Note, there are hundreds of sub-dragons, including half-dragons and so on. However, it seemed that the only thing that could make the dragons wilt in this aspect was the drows of the Underdark. For many dragons, falling into the hands of the drows was definitely a nightmare. As for the reason, those who knew would smile slightly. This familiar yet unfamiliar heat made Soren's mouth dry up. It was as if he had lost control of his body, and his blood vessels were surging. This was a feeling that Soren hated because he had always been a very rational and calm person, and at the same time, he had great control of his body. But now, he felt like he had been fed an aphrodisiac. He could suppress it with his will, but his body was reacting instinctively, so he had to use his will to suppress this restlessness. A scorching heat spread through his body, and after flowing through Soren's body, it finally rushed to his heart. Thump thump thump, the sound of a strong heartbeat could be heard. Soren's heartbeat gradually accelerated. It was not as fast as when he transformed into a slaughterer, but slowly increased little by little. The strong heartbeat was like a heavy drum, sending blood to every part of his body. It even made him feel as if his blood was rushing to his head, stimulating the secretion of adrenaline. This state lasted for about 3 minutes, and Soren's body gradually cooled down. His body temperature returned from 40 degrees Celsius to a normal human's temperature, and the heat also slowly subsided. Desire can affect you. But as long as you can control it, you can eventually control it. Soren finally recovered completely. The restlessness in all aspects subsided, and his body quieted down. At this moment, the sound of the pirates rushing over could be heard from behind. When they saw the decapitated dragon on the ground, they couldn't help but smile excitedly, and then they cheered loudly. They looked at Soren with eyes full of awe and worship. The slightly thin figure in front of them stood under the huge dragon's corpse, his whole body dripping with blood like a demon god, and even made them want to worship him like a god. But this feeling only lasted for a short time, and when they turned their eyes to the dragon's nest, their eyes were immediately filled with greed and desire. Pirates were always a greedy bunch. Slaying a dragon, this was not only an honor, but also an incomparably rich reward. Soren turned around and looked at the elite pirates behind him. He slightly frowned and said in a deep voice, "Oh well, Sea Dog, go back and call the people on the ship over. Fat Fish, you take half of the people and stay here to guard. Don't touch the dragon's corpse, we'll deal with it later. The rest of you, follow me back to the dragon's nest. This time everyone will be rewarded handsomely." A gust of cold wind blew past. The dragon's blood on Soren's body had dried up, and the feeling was very uncomfortable. It was as if a person's whole body was covered in scabs after bleeding. Soren raised his hand and brushed his body to get rid of the dried blood. After the scabs peeled off from his arm, his white skin was exposed. It was as if he had received a restoration spell, and the small wounds on Soren's skin had mostly disappeared. The dragon's blood baptism strengthened the toughness of Soren's skin, and this change was equivalent to a restoration of his skin. The group of people moved towards the dragon's nest, and at this time, Soren had the time to look at the other data displayed: dragon slaying successful. You've successfully slain an adult dragon. You've received part of the information of the epic background ability, Dragon Slayer LVL1. Dragon slaying successful. You've successfully slain an adult dragon. The pirates under your command have received additional willpower in the process of challenging the dragon. All survivors have permanently increased willpower by 1 point. All survivors have permanently increased morale by 1 point. The effect is equivalent to the first circle divine spell, boosting spirit. Dragon Slaying Battle, White Dragon, Legendary Battle, New Moon Year 1676, early January. When you went to the north to invite the witches to the outer islands, you were attacked by northern pirates. You easily defeated these enemies and at the same time captured a large number of captives. In the process of interrogating the captives, you accidentally learned about an injured white dragon. In the end, you led your men to search for the traces of the white dragon, and killed the adult white dragon on an unknown island. With your return, the pirates under your command will spread this story to even further places. Legend level +3, an adult white dragon with divinity. During the process of returning to the dragon's nest, Soren's mind was constantly thinking about this question. That was, why did the adult white dragon he killed have divinity? It didn't seem like it had a noble bloodline. There were only a few pure-blooded dragons that were born with divinity. For example, the offspring of a 5-headed dragon that guarded the front line of the Abyss Bloody War. But the offspring of that kind of existence was probably not weaker than the son of Dagon, so the possibility of the adult white dragon inheriting divinity was quite low. If it wasn't inherited divinity, then it meant that the source of its divinity was more special. The most likely reason was, it was the same as the spirits in the outer islands, and it had a trace of divinity because of the native barbarians' worship. This possibility was quite high, but what Soren couldn't understand was that spirits were half-energy lifeforms, and dragons were flesh and blood lifeforms. In his past memory, it seemed that there were very few dragons that obtained divinity in this way. Even many legendary professions couldn't rely on this method to obtain divinity. There seemed to be something hidden in this. Unfortunately, Soren was not qualified to decipher the domain of the gods, so naturally, he couldn't understand the way divinity was condensed. But he could vaguely guess something. He just didn't know if it was right or wrong. But Soren remembered the abnormalities of the adult white dragon that he encountered today. He felt that this information would be very useful to him in the future. Native people, what was the difference between them and the population on the mainland? Why was it so difficult for the population on the mainland to provide a source of divinity for certain existences, but the native people in the outer islands could continuously provide spirits with divinity? What was the reason for this? There seemed to be a fog in front of Soren's eyes, but he couldn't see through this fog. After killing the adult white dragon, a large number of data appeared. Soren's basic skills had increased by nearly 15 points, especially the roll skill which increased the most. Soren didn't feel surprised that he got 3 legendary points, because dragon slaying was one of the fastest ways to gain legendary points, and this was because he killed a dragon in the outer islands. If he killed a dragon on the mainland, he would probably get around 5 points. As for the Dragon Slayer LVL1 ability, Soren still had some understanding of it. It was an epic level ability. It was a very simple ability. Dragon Slayer LV1 Epic Specialty Background. This is a special background specialty obtained after becoming an epic legend. Your existence will become similar to an astral traveler, a dimensional explorer, and a space pioneer, which others will look up to. However, this kind of background ability is more often obtained by some epic melee professions, and not those powerful spellcasters. This kind of background ability has incredible power, but it requires some special conditions to complete it. Current progress: killed an adult white dragon, achieved; killed an adult black dragon, not achieved; killed an adult green dragon, not achieved; killed an adult blue dragon, not achieved; killed an adult red dragon, not achieved. Note: after killing the evil faction's Pentashade dragon, the second stage of the epic ability advancement will be unlocked. It was a very difficult epic ability. Even Soren couldn't complete it when he was at his peak, because slaying a dragon required not only strength but also luck. If you wanted to meet a dragon, you had to be able to defeat it. It was easier to find a dragon now, but when the Age of Chaos began, even giant dragons would learn to hide with their tails between their legs. At that time, it would be more difficult to find a giant dragon. However, if you wanted to find a god who had transformed into a saint, it would be very easy. Unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to defeat them. Those who dared to transform into a saint were basically gods who were close to the power of a great god. Some of them were at the level of the main gods. Soren could guess a little about this epic ability, but he wasn't completely sure. This was because any epic ability, even if it was a background ability, was quite difficult. It could be said that the difficulty of this ability was much more difficult than the Death Walker that Soren was currently working on. He could only wait and see if there was a chance in the future to find all the Pentashade dragons of the evil faction. The cliff of the Dragon Cliff was a little difficult to climb. Soren had no choice but to go up first and throw down a rope. Soon, the elite pirates climbed up the ice cliff and looked at the dragon's lair with eager eyes. Soren counted the number of people and then led them into the dragon's lair. What appeared in front of them was a pile of shining gold treasures. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the entire dragon's lair, it was still visually stunning, especially the scattered gold sand and gold nuggets. So much gold. A one-eyed pirate with an eye patch looked at it and couldn't help but gulp and said, "So much gold, so many gems. I'm afraid this is enough for us to do dozens of jobs, right?" The other pirates had similar expressions. However, some of the leaders looked calmer, but they still felt a little dazzled. Only a young man was calmer. He took out a monocle from his shirt pocket and looked up and down. Then he murmured as if he was calculating, "The gold and silver should be around 100,000 kindler, and the gems and diamonds should be around 50,000 kindler. I'm not sure about the other things, but we should have made a lot of money this time. Our brothers didn't die in vain." It took more than 200 years for a white dragon to reach adulthood. So the wealth in front of them was the treasure it had accumulated over 200 years. Because it had never attacked a city or kingdom, the number of treasures didn't seem too shocking. If it was a dragon that had attacked a city or extorted a kingdom, the treasure it had might be a bit like the dragon in The Lord of the Rings. That would be a real mountain of gold and a sea of silver. Maybe it was because of his experience, Soren was a lot calmer when he saw such a mountain of gold in front of him. He glanced at the treasure in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Move it all to the ship. You should remember my rules. When the time comes, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. If anyone dares to hide it, I don't need to tell you what will happen. Come, the three of you move the gold out first. One-eyed pirate, the five of you divide the silver into a pile and carry it down with a cloth. Later, when someone comes with a box, use the box to carry it all back. This time everyone will be greatly rewarded." Soren quickly finished his work. Then he let the young pirate with single-rimmed glasses come over, and the two of them separately sorted the jewels and diamonds. These were all valuable spoils of war. Even if Soren strictly forbade people from keeping them, there was a chance that someone would sneak in a few pieces. So it was better for him to deal with them himself. There were more ordinary gems, such as rubies, sapphires, agates, jadeite, and so on. There were about 100 of them. The value of these gems was relatively low, probably because this world was rich in minerals. Most of these gems were worth between 100 kindler and 500 kindler. Finally, there were about 50 diamonds that the white dragon liked to collect. These diamonds were all very valuable. Soren glanced at them and found that they were all worth more than a few hundred kindler. There was one diamond that was almost the size of a fingernail. It was a crystal clear blue diamond that seemed to have been polished. Soren held the beautiful blue diamond in his hand and estimated that it weighed about 50 grams. If this weight was in his previous world, it would probably be a rare treasure. Even in this world, it was a very rare thing. Only the top nobles of the royal family could have it. Looks like it's worth a lot. Soren played with the blue diamond in his hand. The craftsmanship on it was very high, and he didn't know where the white dragon got it. Because Soren didn't have the ability to appraise it, he couldn't determine its value. But he was sure that it was more expensive than all the other diamonds added together. Because of its high value, it wasn't easy to sell it. Even if the royal family wanted to buy it, they would have to consider their financial resources. Conservatively speaking, its value should be more than 30,000 Kindler. Soren glanced at it and put it away. After that, he put away the rest of the jewels and diamonds. Then, he looked around for extraordinary equipment as his spoils of war. Unfortunately, Soren didn't find anything. Because this was an overseas area, the dragons that lived here rarely encountered adventurers. Naturally, it was difficult to collect rare equipment of high value. These days, the more frequently a dragon was challenged, the more valuable its loot would be. For example, the white dragon, which was killed by Soren in an instant, didn't have many rare equipment. Among the 5 dragon species, the red dragon was the strongest and had the most treasures. Basically, there were legendary equipment in the dragon nest. This was something that other dragon species couldn't compare to. About half an hour later, Soren emptied the dragon nest. The pirates who stayed on the ship had already arrived. The next thing he needed to do was to transport the corpse of the white dragon. But when he was about to go out, the young pirate next to him seemed to have found something. He came over with 2 gray stones in his hand and said respectfully, "Your Excellency. I found this in the corner, but I don't know what it is. But it seems to be something useful." "What is this?" Soren reached out and took the 2 gray stones. He glanced at them and couldn't help but tremble. He then looked at the young pirate next to him and praised, "Well done. What's your name?" The young pirate looked a little excited. He bowed and said, "My name is Narcos. They like to call me treasure-seeking mouse." Treasure-seeking talent? Soren was stunned for a moment. He then looked at him from head to toe and said, "Yes. I'll remember you. Someone will arrange for you when we go back." There were some strange talents in this world. Many of these abilities were innate, just like some people who were born with an unexpected intuition for treasure-seeking. There were also some people who had extraordinary talent in searching, eavesdropping, and perception. These people were born with 1 or 2 talents. Many of them were not combat abilities, but if they were not used properly, they would be very useful. Soren remembered that there was a goblin who was quite amazing. He was born with a legendary talent for treasure-seeking. It seemed that there was nothing valuable that could be hidden from him. Soren left the dragon cliff with his men. On the way, he kept playing with the 2 gray stones in his hand. He was more familiar with these things, but he still needed to use some slaughter EXP to identify them. Then, a faint light appeared. Item type, Soul Stone, +1, item grade, Rare, Grade 1, item description. This is a special stone that stores soul energy. It is a defective product of soul trapping or other soul binding spells. The soul energy stored in this kind of soul stone is limited. It can be used as a substitute for many special materials, or as an equivalent alchemy tool. In the Bottor Inferno and the Bottomless Abyss, soul stones are often used as a currency for transactions. This is because gold, silver, and jewelry do not have much meaning to the demons. Only souls are what they desire the most. Requirements, none. Effect 1, extract energy from the soul stone. Receive 3,000 to 5,000, Slaughter Express Effect 2, use it as a currency for transactions with demons, or as a substitute for summoning contracts. 2 soul stones. Both were grade 1 rare items. Soren did not know where the white dragon got it. From what he knew, soul stones were very rare in the material plane. They were only used as currency in the Bottor Inferno and the Bottomless Abyss. Gold, silver, and jewelry did not have much meaning to demons, especially to demons. Gold was just a boring collection, and silver was something that they hated. Silver was called Poison Stinger in the Bottor Inferno. Demons would be burned when they touched it, just like humans touching sulfuric acid. The thing that demons desired the most was souls. That was why the souls of the Bottor Inferno were the most valuable currency. However, this kind of currency was quite rare because they had to find a way to steal it from the hands of the Grim Reaper. A complete soul was quite valuable. Unfortunately, there were many demons in the Bottor Inferno that were not strong enough, so the soul stone was used as a substitute. This was an incomplete soul energy. It was once jokingly called the demon's currency. It could be used to trade with demons or as a sacrifice to summon demons. If it was someone like Soren who could absorb soul energy and convert it into slaughter EXP, he could also directly absorb the energy from the soul stone to increase his strength. That was why many people liked to collect soul stones in the past, because it could allow a person to quickly make a comeback. There was energy in the soul stone. However, low-grade demons could not absorb it. It was more often offered to middle-grade demons and above. Then, the higher-grade demons would bestow energy to raise the strength of their subordinates by 1 or 2 grades. Therefore, even in the Bottor Inferno, the soul stone was a rare item. Basically, only middle-grade demons could collect it. Their strength was about the same as legendary professions in the material plane, although it was only a grade 1 rare item. However, the rarity and value of the soul stone was similar to that of legendary items, and its circulation was basically limited to the Bottor Inferno. Souls are the currency. This was the most common language in Hell. The most wasteful way to use the soul stone was to directly absorb its energy. Although Soren did not know how to use the soul stone, he also knew a way to maximize its value. That was to use the soul stone to summon a demon, and then invite a group of happy friends to come and watch it in advance. As for whether he would kill the demon or use it for something else, that would depend on his own will. The biggest flaw of this method was that it could not be used too many times. Therefore, if Soren had a summoning circle in his hand, he could directly use the soul stone to summon low-grade demons. This thing was very useful. Soren carefully put away the soul stone. Although a half-baked mage like him could not use it, Gloria, a true northern witch, could. It was very useful for Soren, whether it was used to trade with demons or to summon low and intermediate demons to watch. Moreover, intermediate demons began to have divinity. Demons of this level could provide a lot of slaughter EXP, which was enough for Soren to level up. The things in the dragon's nest were all transported to the pirate ship. However, Soren was in a bit of a dilemma when dealing with the adult white dragon's corpse. Strictly speaking, the dragon's corpse was the most useful thing because it could produce rare-grade equipment. Seeing how Soren had not collected a set of rare-grade equipment after so long, it could be seen how rare it was to find a set of rare-grade equipment. The skin of an adult white dragon could be made into a grade 1 rare dragon leather armor. If it was enchanted, it could be made into a grade 2 rare dragon leather armor. The best part of the dragon's skin could even be made into a grade 3 rare dragon leather armor or even legendary dragon leather armor. Even if Soren did not wear the leather armor, he could still use it to equip his core subordinates. Then there was the dragon's blood, bones, meat, and so on. Basically, the whole body of a pure-blooded dragon was a treasure. Even if there were many parts of it that were poisonous, there were corresponding ways to neutralize it. The white dragon's flesh was poisonous. Many parts of it belonged to the Great Cold, and it could be fatal if eaten carelessly. Many of the epic heroes who dared to eat the dragon's flesh directly had shockingly high constitution, which was 24 or 25 points. Therefore, even if they ate the poisonous wyvern, it would not be a problem. Soren did not dare to eat the white dragon's flesh. If he could not eat it, his subordinates could not eat it either. Therefore, he could only think of a way to transport it back. However, it was also troublesome because the white dragon's corpse was about 20 tons. This weight was equivalent to a large truck, and it was basically impossible to transport it back by manpower. Therefore, Soren could only cut it open and transport it back. However, cutting it open was also a problem. It would reduce the dragon's value, and even if it was cut into a ton of pieces, it would still be cut into 20 pieces. One could imagine, the leather on a dragon's body was almost completely separated. The greatest value of the dragon skin armor was that it was a complete piece of dragon skin, or even a dragon scale armor that covered the entire body. Therefore, cutting it open was definitely not worth the loss. In the end, Soren had no choice but to skin it himself. He peeled off the relatively intact parts of the white dragon's corpse in front of him, then discarded a part of the flesh and collected the more precious parts at the same time. It was difficult to preserve dragon blood because it was easy to solidify. Soren only stored a portion of the best dragon blood near the heart, which was used as an alchemy material. Then there was the ordinary dragon's blood, which directly filled 6 large vats. In the end, all of them solidified into large blood clots. This alchemy was not very useful, but it could be used as a material for dragon's blood ink to copy scrolls. He had plenty of mages anyway, Vivian would need it often in the future, and Soren would need some for himself as well, so he took everything he could with him. The dragon bones were transported to the ship in their entirety, and Soren kept the vertebrae intact. This was very useful, and could even be used to build a legendary battleship. Using the dragon bones as the dragon bones of the battleship, naval battles in the future would be unstoppable. Although the dragon wings were a little broken, Soren still carefully peeled them off with his curved sword, and even stacked them to the side. Since the dragon bones were used as the dragon bones of the battleship, the dragon wings would naturally be used as the sails of the ship. If he was going to do it, he would do it all. Soren cut up a pile of various pieces of flesh and bones and transported them to the battleship. When he finally finished, it was almost dark. The valuable items were all transported. In the end, all that was left were large chunks of meat, and a complete dragon head. Put everything that can be put on board. Soren stretched his sore wrist. To be honest, it was not easy to skin the dragon. He had to go all out to cut it open, and in the end, he was exhausted as if he had just fought a war of attrition. The meat could not be eaten at the moment, but the pharmacists and priests in the city knew how to remove the poison, so it could be sold to others at a high price. Anyway, Soren was not that curious about the dragon meat. He had eaten it many times before, and there was no way to cook it. The dragon meat could only be roasted, and it could not be cooked in water that was about 100 degrees Celsius. This took half a day. Soren finally finished everything, and returned to the battleship with his equally tired subordinates. Half of the people he brought were dead, and the rest could only be buried on the spot. In the end, they had to cut up the dragon's body and transport it from the north of the island to the battleship. Almost everyone was exhausted when they came back, and many of them leaned on the deck and gasped for breath. A long night was fraught with problems. After Soren transported the items back, he set sail and headed straight for the northern estuary. He wanted to go to the northern wizard tower. Although there was a delay, he estimated that he would arrive at the deepwater port the day after tomorrow, and then go along the official road to Gloria's wizard tower. There was no doubt that the gifts this time were quite generous. In addition to the porcelain, spices, and silk brought from the east, there were also the diamonds, dragon bones, dragon blood, and so on that Soren obtained this time. With such a large amount of gifts, it was enough to be used as a betrothal gift for a princess. Soren had always felt that he owed Gloria a favor, and now that he had the chance to repay it, he naturally wanted to find a way to repay it tenfold. The moon was bright and the stars were few. Soren stood on the deck and looked into the distance, playing with a blue diamond in his hand. The diamond reflected a dreamy light under the moonlight, and one could not help but be mesmerized by it. It had to be said that the diamond was really beautiful. Soren had obtained some diamonds as trophies before, but it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful one. He did not know where the white dragon found it, but Soren felt that such a diamond should not be unknown, and it should have a history. Soren played with it for a while, and then put it away. Then he found a piece of wood from the sea that looked like rosewood from the ship. This wood had a faint fragrance, elegant but not strong, and it made people feel refreshed. Soren pulled out his curved sword, and with a serious expression, he made a delicate wooden box. He also used his amazing sword skills to carve exquisite patterns on the wooden box. When one's strength reached his level. Basically, Soren was already at the level of a master when it came to carving. After all this, Soren found a piece of smooth and delicate silk, and then spread it out and folded it inside the box. After all this, he picked up the box and looked at it, and finally put the blue diamond inside. Patter, he gently closed the box, and then nodded with satisfaction. Soren had always been a very sincere person. So since he was going to give some gifts to Gloria, naturally he would try his best to do it. The voyage overseas was still very boring. It was not until the afternoon of the second day that he approached the location of the deepwater port. There were already people waiting here. Soren docked the warship at the port, and then arranged for people to transport the things there. In fact, there were a lot of things to be transported. In the end, even if Soren did not want to, he still alarmed other people in the port. Because of a dragon's head. Such a big dragon would definitely need to hire a carriage. Soren had already arranged a caravan, and porcelain, spices, and silk from the east had been transported there. Now he had to transport another part of the gifts. It was difficult to hide this from the people of the deepwater port, so when others knew about the arrival of the throat cutter, and even knew that he had killed the adult white dragon that had previously harassed the nearby area, the whole deepwater port could not help but boil. Many people felt uneasy and did not know if the southern pirates were preparing to invade the north coast. There were also some people who were eager for the profits of overseas trade, or because of other reasons, they tried to get closer to Soren. Unknowingly, the existence of the throat cutter had spread throughout the nearby sea area, and the name seemed to carry a trace of power. It was a very troublesome social interaction. Soren basically rejected all of them, leaving only a small leader to guard the warship. Someone had already brought the news back to Shipwreck Bay, and in about 7 days, a fleet would come over. Soren actually had a lot of things to transport back. The next was a very boring journey. With such a large team, there were basically no monsters in the wilderness that dared to attack, so Soren arrived at Gloria's territory very calmly. For some reason, Soren once again approached here, and when he was about to see Gloria, he inexplicably felt a little nervous. P.S. 2 updates today. Mwah. End of chapter 306. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.